At 6 in the morning, Jiang Mian woke up by sheer habit. He reached to the left groping for his phone, but his fingers met damp, slick soil instead. What was going on? He turned his head and saw barely 20 or 30 centimeters away a wall of round logs stacked together. Was he still half asleep? Jiang Mian shook his head to clear his mind. Looking down, he realized his summer blanket had vanished at some unknown moment, and the bed beneath him had been replaced by a patch of dry grass. He lifted his head. Cramped space pressed in from all sides. He was in a very simple log cabin lacking even a proper floor. Sleeping here, wouldn't the damp air seep up and make one's legs ache with rheumatism? Welcome to the survival world. A sudden electronic mechanical voice echoed in Jiang Mian's mind, making him shudder from head to toe. The survival world. Had he crossed into another reality? From today. CHH. Zitzi. A burst of harsh static hissed through his mind like an electric current. Strive. To survive. ZZZT. Remember. 6 o'clock. The final fragments of speech were swallowed completely by the electric noise. What? Even a survival system's broadcast could cut in and out like this. Had he been sent to some remote corner where the signal was terrible? Jiang Mian smoothed back his black hair, then patted his ear as if trying to find some invisible antenna to adjust the reception. New system don't play tricks on him. He needed to hear what he was supposed to remember. The hissing noise dragged on for half a minute, then finally grew clear again. Above all, please strive to... Jiang Mian's face darkened. The only similar experience he'd ever had was during an English listening exam, when his recorder malfunctioned. In the end, he chose option C for every multiple-choice question and scored only 8 out of 30. A gust of cool wind breathed through the crack beneath the door, chilling Jiang Mian's already uneasy heart. He drew in a deep breath and exhaled, forcing the gloom out of his chest. In the next instant, he pulled himself together, scanning his surroundings, tallying his current tools, and searching for a possible beginner's supply chest. The 3B-twometer cabin could barely fit a single tattered straw mat. Beside the mat lay a black stone axe a little over 30 centimeters long and a translucent wristband. In the corner of the wall, 20 or 30 wooden sticks were piled in a careless heap. Beyond these, there was nothing else. Jiang Mian's gaze settled on the wristband. He stepped closer and picked it up. Its face was a bright azure semi-transparent gem encased snugly by a pale metallic frame. Whatever lay inside could not be seen. Looks pretty advanced. Jiang Mian murmured inwardly. He lightly brushed a fingertip over the wristband's surface, and the screen flared to life. A projection rose up, forming a shimmering curtain of light. Survivor no. 100,000 detected. Drawing your talent. Talent draw complete. Please make your choice within 60 seconds. Name miser. Rank C. Description: descended from generations of farmers, you have known poverty too long. If the grain already stored in your warehouse is not consumed within 1 day, it will increase by 1 kilogram the next day. Name bear. Rank D. Description: you were born with a love of honey. When you fell a tree, there is a 1 chance of gaining a jar of honey, and damage from bees is reduced by 10. Name builder's dream. Rank S. Unique. Description: when the heavens grant a gift, they first take something away. You will lose all building materials and structures you possess. Thereafter, any building materials you obtain will be doubled, and the number of structures you construct will also be doubled. Jiang Mian's gaze skimmed quickly past the first 2 talents and locked onto the golden S rank. At a glance, this talent was overwhelming, yet the true cost remained unknown. Judging from these 3 talents alone, Jiang Mian could not gauge the difficulty level of this survival world. All 3 seemed rather everyday on the surface. He had no idea how dangerous the outside world might be, whether monsters or demons existed here, and if there was any beginner's protection period at all. If the night brought a siege of undead, or if the cabin itself had some hidden effect that repelled hostile creatures, losing it could prove fatal. Countdown 47. Jiang Mian rose quickly and pushed open the wooden door. Outside, towering emerald trees pierced the sky, and mottled sunlight filtered through layer upon layer of canopy, scattering across low shrubs. He paused for a few seconds, watching birds dart through the forest. In the distance, brush trembled, and a squirrel popped out, scampering playfully. It did not look like a post-apocalyptic wasteland. It should be a cheerful wilderness-building world, right? Countdown 20 SIXS. Jiang Mian drew his gaze back to the wristband. Those with bold hearts feast, the timid starve, he thought. The first 2 talents are too weak and offer almost no room for growth. This survival world can't be so cruel as to kill people on day 1. Who could resist a golden legend, he told himself. Option 3. You have selected the talent builder's dream. Survival system unlocked. Current modules: personal info, warehouse, forum, trade. The cabin around him faded in color, then turned transparent, and finally vanished altogether. The straw mat and the 20 or 30 sticks in the corner were not spared either. Clad in a short-sleeved shirt and loose shorts, Jiang Mian ended up sitting directly on the ground. He stared at the newly unlocked forum module and inwardly began to grumble. The system really couldn't have unlocked itself before the talent selection. Couldn't the system let survivors share their situation before making such a choice? And with that broken signal from earlier, where was the customer complaint section? With a thought, Jiang Mian entered the forum module. There were three options: Friends, Regional Channel, and World Channel. The World Channel was locked, showing that it would only open once he reached level 5. He entered the Regional Channel. Dense lines of text streamed rapidly upward. Opened the door, and fell from a tree, broke 3 bones. Can anyone help me? My cabin is on a tree. I thought my house being refreshed in a savage's lair was outrageous enough. Luckily, there are no creatures today, thanks to beginner's protection, or opening the door would have been a delivery run. I'm on a snowy mountain. There isn't a single tree around, and I can't see any other cabins at all. Then the distance between us must be pretty far. I'm on a small island in the middle of a lake surrounded by water and fish. No idea how I'm supposed to play after such a heavenly start. Enjoy it while you can. When a few crocodiles spawn tomorrow night, you'll calm down. The casual tone of these messages eased Jiang Mian's heart considerably, especially the line stating no creatures today. At least until midnight he would be safe. In the upper right of the regional channel, 100K was displayed, presumably the number of people in this region. It seemed that the total population of the survival world was quite large. Glaciers, Lake Island, savage camps, and the forest around Jiang Mian. This world was vast, its terrain complex, and its era perhaps belonging to some prehistoric civilization. Jiang Mian fastened the wristband onto his arm, bent down to pick up the stone axe with his other hand, and asked in the channel. The signal was bad just now. Oh, I missed the 6 rules. What exactly are they? Though he knew there would be no creatures today, the absence of any man-made structures nearby unsettled him. The wild, untamed breath of nature felt far removed from the life he once knew. While others continued chatting, he walked up to a tree about 2 meters ahead, roughly as thick as a bowl, clutching the stone axe. Cack! The axe struck the trunk, producing a heavy, muffled sound. With his usual strength, such a swing would barely leave a dent. But now at the point of impact, the trunk not only dented but tore inward by several more centimeters. Some sort of strength adjustment. Like in a game, each fixed number of swings would reduce the tree's durability. That was still manageable. Otherwise, with only a stone axe, he might not be able to turn a single tree into a few logs in an entire day. Just then someone replied in the channel. You're joking, right, man? Bad signal. Are you in outer space, brother? Oh wow, you're no. 100,000. Then you might really have spawned in some remote hidden corner. The 6 rules aren't complicated. Your cabin is the only shelter bound to each survivor. Inside it you gain a 20 protection effect. During the day, wild beasts may appear, but mutated creatures are not very active. If you want to gather resources, do it in daylight. At night, this world will be shrouded in fog. Within the fog move mutated creatures. They're very dangerous. They fear fire, so you must ensure that the flames inside your cabin do not go out at night. This world will randomly generate resource chests. You can search for them. Rewards inside are rich. Every 7 days, a tide of mutated creatures will appear. During this tide, they no longer fear fire and become even more terrifying. Lastly, once the system unlocks, a survival handbook will appear in your cabin, briefly introducing the world. A survival handbook. Jiang Mian lowered his gaze to the surroundings. There was nothing left. Since the talent choice came before system unlock, his cabin had been taken away the moment he selected Builder's Dream, so there was no chance for a survival handbook to appear. The game's guidance was clearly flawed. He could only multitask now, chopping trees while gathering information from the channel. Cack! He swung the stone axe again, then felt fatigue flood his limbs and paused. Experimenting with different amounts of force, he discovered that no matter how hard or light he swung, each chopping motion drained a fixed portion of stamina. Roughly every 8 swings his body would be completely spent, and he would need to rest. Thinking this through, Jiang Mian opened his personal info panel to check his stats. Name: Jiang Mian. Nickname to be set. Level 1. Health 8 affects defense, vitality. Strength 7 affects physical attack. Stamina 8 affects endurance. Speed 6 affects agility. Spirit 10 affects mental clarity. Description: 10 is the normal human limit. You are clear-headed, but in this world, that means little. It appeared that each swing of the axe consumed 1 point of stamina. Recovering a single point took 10 seconds, so each 8-swing cycle required roughly 1.5 to 2 minutes. In the channel, he saw someone mention a scan identification function on the wristband, so he immediately raised it toward the tree to scan. The tree's health was 100 points, and each chop removed 1 point. That meant he would need 20 minutes to fell a single tree. A 3v2 cabin is a level 1 shelter, an initial item like the stone axe, so its blueprint is automatically stored in the wristband, someone wrote. A level 1 cabin requires 80 logs. No idea how many logs each tree yields. Try chopping 1 tree first. If it yields too few logs, stop for now. Hunger and thirst worsen over time, especially with heavy labor. Right now you have neither food nor water. Going out to find a water source is the correct move. Half an hour later, Jiang Mian wiped the sweat from his face and counted the round logs that had automatically split from the felled trees. 6 logs. Not bad if 1 tree really did equal 6 logs. Does getting 6 logs mean my talent has finally activated? He had expected to fell a tree every 20 minutes, but each time he exhausted his strength and recovered, that recovery took longer. By the end, the last tree had dragged on for a full half-hour. If those 6 logs were all his talent could provide, then he probably would not be able to gather enough timber for a small cabin before nightfall. As Jiang Mian pondered the true effect of his talent, he turned his head and happened to see people in the channel discussing their own talents. Messages flashed past in the channel. This talent is so stingy. My rank physical enhancement only gives a 20% increase to stamina. That's already something. It lets you swing an axe a few more times, doesn't it? More messages followed. Right now everyone still seems cheerful. We've just arrived here and no one is hungry or thirsty. Give it a few days and the gap created by talent and starting location will really start to show. Another line appeared. My rank talent order makes it easier to stir others to action, but there's not a single person nearby. Am I supposed to go find savages to rouse? More joking messages scrolled past. How that guy whose cabin is in a savage camp probably needs this talent. If his cabin can't be dismantled, he'll be in tears tomorrow. Can't he leave the cabin and build another somewhere else? Someone asked. Jiang Mian joined in posing a question. He had no cabin of his own and did not know what other benefits this bound shelter might provide beyond its 20% protection. Replies came quickly. If you leave the cabin, you can't use the storage. Surprised. Storage capacity is tied to cabin level. Not only that, your wristband can only identify items whose quality does not exceed that of your cabin. More information appeared. A level 1 cabin has only 5 storage slots and identical items can stack up to 100. Inside the shelter, stamina recovers faster. Someone joked in the channel. Brother number 100000, are you artificial or something? Your questions don't sound like anything a normal person would ask. More comments piled on. Exactly, this guy acts like everything is amusing. Bad signal one moment, not knowing the cabin's functions the next. Jiang Mian clicked his tongue and decided to ignore the group. It was true that most people would scan their cabins with the wristband as soon as they obtained it. But his cabin had disappeared at the start. How could that be his fault? He wanted to complain, yet there was nowhere to lodge a complaint. Thinking about the storage function, an idea stirred in Jiang Mian's mind. Could his talent only take effect when materials entered the cabin's storage? Otherwise, how could that phrase, obtain construction materials, be clearly defined? If that were true, then building the cabin bound as his shelter would require him to collect all 80 logs with his own hands. No more chopping for now. I should look for a water source first. Although my starting cabin flew off, that accident does have one advantage. A shelter's position cannot be changed, but without a shelter I can choose where to place mine, he thought. He imagined building directly beside water. Building right by the water would be best. He knew nothing about the seasons or weather patterns in this place. If strange creatures appear at night, I'll simply light a fire. On the first night, there shouldn't be many. Encountering even 1 or 2 would already be likely enough. It will be all right, he reassured himself. Jiang Mian strolled through the forest now, and then stooping to pick up scattered small sticks from the ground and cradling them in his arms. Along the way, he spotted several wild rabbits, but with only a stone axe in hand, he could not catch such agile creatures. After walking 2 or 3 li south, a crisp rushing sound reached him from not far ahead. Jiang Mian's ears stood at attention. It was the sound of water. Fortune could not desert a person forever, could it? He broke into a run, the sound of flowing water growing clearer with every step. Climbing over a small rise of earth, Jiang Mian saw a narrow river flowing gently down from higher ground. The water was clear and about a meter wide. He did not see any fish. Once the cabin is built, I can follow the river downstream, he thought. The section before him was still narrow, clearly close to the source. If he went farther downstream, perhaps the riverbed would widen and deepen enough to support fish. People in the channel had even mentioned a lake island. This river might lead to such a place. However, the shelter was far too important for him to delay its construction for long. If he stalled, he might be forced to seek another better location later. That patch of ground is nicely level, backed by an 8 or 9 meter cliff facing the forest on one side and the water on the other, Jiang Mian noted. He was referring to a flat area across the river. Clearing the nearby trees there would make it an excellent place to build a home. To have wealth, first you work the trees, he muttered. Looks like I still have to keep chopping. A soft groan escaped Jiang Mian. Even if he could not gather enough logs to build the cabin by nightfall, he at least intended to arrange them around his area as a makeshift fence. At some point, he opened the cabin's construction blueprint, discovering that once used it would project a cabin made of dotted lines onto the ground. The dotted cabin awaited being filled with logs. With a storage system, he could have drawn logs directly from it. Now, however, he would have to carry each log in by hand, 1 log at a time. The sun climbed from east to west, and the sky blazed with splendid evening reds. After a full day of chopping, Jiang Mian had managed to gather only 66 logs. When he grew tired, he would go out to gather berries from the shrubs and bring back a handful at a time. To his surprise, in one thicket, he found a wooden supply chest buried beneath the branches. Supply chests were graded from lowest to highest as wooden, black, iron, bronze, silver, and gold. On the first day, everyone in the channel had only encountered wooden chests. Inside the wooden chest, Jiang Mian found 2 items: a stone dagger and a piece of chocolate. The dagger's tip had been carefully sharpened. Jiang Mian tied it to a sturdy wooden pole, fashioning it into a long spear. A notification flickered. Item: improvised long spear. Quality F. Description: a crudely made long spear. Effect: strength 1. Jiang Mian had rushed to make this spear after seeing in the channel that the man whose cabin had appeared near a savage camp had run into trouble. Earlier that morning, that man had assumed the savages counted as monsters. When he opened his door, the camp had been empty. By midday, the savages returned from hunting. They muttered among themselves in an unintelligible tongue, then raised their clubs and swung them toward the man who was chopping trees nearby. He ran back into his cabin and later recounted the incident in the channel. Others had not yet encountered much danger and were willing to help him. Various weapons they had found in supply chests were freely given. Armed and armored, the man fought fiercely against the savages. He drove off several of them. In the end, a particularly large figure lifted a log and struck the cabin, breaking it apart. After a few desperate messages in the channel, the man fell silent. The number in the upper right corner of the regional channel changed to 9999-910-0000. It was the first recorded death in Jiang Mian's region. After that, idle chatter in the channel dwindled. Everyone turned to their own tasks. No one knew whether savages would appear near their own homes. Using half of his chocolate, Jiang Mian traded with a survivor who possessed a lighter and obtained a source of fire. He built a campfire at the place he had chosen for his shelter. Perhaps because disaster had not yet fully descended, most people still restrained themselves by conscience. The survivor with the lighter soon crafted many fire-starting kits and sold them at very low prices to help others through the night. Once they had fire, other survivors also made spare kits and traded them cheaply to more people. Night fell swiftly. Jiang Mian was still short 6 logs and could not chop them in time. He used the remaining half of his chocolate to trade for those final 6 and began constructing the cabin. Firewood snapped and crackled in the campfire, the sound sharp in the night. Jiang Mian pressed his back against the cliff and lifted log after log, fitting them into the dotted framework of the cabin. He did not dare turn his back on the darkness. If danger came, he needed to react at once. The mountain forest lay still and silent. The hands of the clock passed 8. 10 kilometers away, in a mountain valley, space split open into a narrow fissure, and a pale, oddly shaped creature crawled out. Its body was long and thin, its arms slender, the forearms flattened with barbed tips vaguely like those of a mantis. Its lower limbs were similarly narrow, raising its hips high. It did not walk upright. Its forelimbs tapped lightly against the ground while its hind limbs supported its body. Bent at the waist, it advanced in an almost creeping gait, yet with remarkable speed. Behind it, the fissure suddenly expanded. Dozens, then hundreds of pale, mutated creatures crawled out. Soon they covered the whole valley. From a distance, they formed a dense mass, already numbering in the tens of thousands. Under the moonlight, their unhealthy oval eyes reflected a cold white, staring unblinkingly ahead. The creatures at the front, cresting a low rise, glimpsed beyond the trees a flickering glow not far away. In their once blank eyes, a sudden vicious glint appeared. The pale veins in their necks bulged as their leg muscles tightened. In the next instant, their speed multiplied, and together they charged toward the distant firelight. As Jiang Mian was moving logs, he inadvertently looked up and caught a glimpse of several white shadows flashing through the misty forest. His footsteps suddenly halted. He dropped the log in his hands, quickly bent down to pick up the spear beside him, and shielded the campfire in front of him. Half of the logs had been moved, and the remaining half was stacked in a fan shape to protect the campfire. Jiang Mian held his breath, his eyes fixed intently on the unexpected guests. As the white figures approached, he finally saw the appearance of these creatures. Their features were indistinct, resembling something made of paper, akin to the painted skin ghosts from folklore, revealing a chilling visage beneath their disguises. Their standing posture was insect-like, and their bony bodies hovered eerily in the air. "They're so fast, Jiang." They sprinted with all 4 limbs like lightning. However, when these creatures reached about 10 meters from the campfire, they all stopped, their eyes fixated on Jiang Mian behind the flames. They were mutated creatures. Witnessing the actions of the pale monsters, Jiang Mian became more certain of his suspicions. Fortunately, he had started the fire early, and the branches he collected were enough to last through the night. But the number of these creatures. Just breaking through the mist, there were already 30 or 40 mutated beings surrounding him. Moreover, as time passed, more white monsters continuously rushed out from the fog. Soon the entire field of vision was filled with white monsters. From the unseen mist came low and sharp, "How many are there?" Jiang Mian glanced at the regional chat and found that no one else had encountered a situation like his. "Don't go out at night. I saw a white mantis man through the crack in the door." "I saw it too. Is this world undergoing some unknown biological experiment? Seems like this survival world isn't a primitive forest. There's only one. I opened a box during the day and got a long knife. Ooh, I don't believe it can defeat me." "Are you really going? What's there to fear? Charge." 3 minutes later, the one who had boasted about challenging the monster had not returned any messages. The big brother went out, and now he was down. The top right corner changed to 99,998. Let's not court death and stay in the wooden house. Does anyone have a stick? I didn't collect much during the day, and the fire is dying out. I don't have many sticks either. The temperature drops at night, and the firewood burns quickly. Can I have fog in the desert? Is this fog made of tiny liquid water droplets? After scrolling through countless messages, Jiang Mian still hadn't seen anyone mentioning encountering swarms of mutated creatures. So what are these in front of him? Is it because he had no wooden house that they all came for him? Russell. The mutated creatures jostled against each other. Those in the back, unable to see the firelight ahead, caught the scent of the living and shouted as they surged forward. This led to the frontmost mutated creature, although terrified of the firelight, being slowly pushed forward by their pale thin skin made contact with the intense firelight, immediately wrinkling and turning dark and red, reminiscent of lobster meat tossed into a hot pan, turning red as it flipped. Sizzle. The skin that was burned emitted a sound like that of food being cooked. The air was also filled with a foul odor similar to burning plastic bags. Squeak, creak. The foremost white monster let out a shrill scream and turned to slap its companions behind it with its front limbs. Some even directly swung their sharp front limbs, stabbing fiercely into the chests of their companions. Puff. No blood flowed from the pierced chest. There seemed to be no organs inside. Jiang Mian's rapid breathing did not ease. He saw the frontmost monster struggling, yet they continued. The monsters behind surged forward, sacrificing their front companions to advance. They trampled over their darkened fellow, quickly building a wall of creatures 2 people high within half a minute. The wall of monsters swayed precariously as if it would topple forward at any moment. Madman, Jiang Mian muttered under his breath. Facing such an oppressive scene, his blood felt ignited, urging his heart to pound wildly. He could not sit idly by. If these creatures piled up even higher, they would fall directly onto him. Eat my... Jiang Mian shouted in anger, rallying himself as he stepped forward, thrusting his stone spear towards the shrieking pale monster. Life 17. A line of blood-red text emerged above the monster's head. After damaging the white monster, the hand ring displayed the previously unscannable information: race agile type, 1 mutant, level 1, life 23. AD being burned by the shelter's firelight, life decreases at a rate of 1 point per second, defense is weakened. This effect will gradually diminish strength 12, stamina 9, speed 25, spirit 3. Description: a low-level mutant that fears fire and light, a swift reaper of the night. 25. Such a high speed. If this were outdoors without firelight, Jiang Mian estimated that the opponent could toy with him like a cat catching a mouse. Firelight can harm the mutants, but the displayed effect will gradually weaken. They can generate resistance. Indeed, he could not just sit and wait for the monsters to die. Jiang Mian pulled hard, drawing out the stone spear, raising it to stab into the mutant's eye socket fiercely. Life 34. You inflicted a fatal blow. You successfully killed the agile type 1 mutant. You became the first survivor in the entire region to kill a mutated creature, earning the title First Blood. Do you wish to announce it to the entire region anonymously? Experience 5. You successfully killed the agile type 1 mutant. Experience 5. Current experience, progress 1010. Do you wish to level up? A series of message prompts echoed in his mind. Perhaps the signal had improved. These notifications no longer had the interruptions from earlier. Anonymously level up. Regional announcement: congratulations to the anonymous survivor for completing the first kill of a mutated creature. You have leveled up, gaining 1 to all attributes, 1 free attribute point. Jiang Mian quickly read through the effects of the First Blood title. Title: First Blood. Description: courage is the anthem of humanity. Effect: deals an additional 5 damage when initiating an attack. Without hesitation, Jiang Mian immediately allocated the free attribute point to strength. A warm current flowed through his body, instantly restoring the stamina he had just expended. His strength had reached 10 points, the limit of a normal human. He had not heard anyone receiving experience points or leveling up during the day. Everyone killed animals or chopped trees without gaining experience. It turned out that leveling up relied on killing mutated creatures. The killed mutants' limbs softened and collapsed onto the fallen mutants below, but soon new mutants crawled up. Not far to Jiang Mian's right, the mutants had already stacked to 3 layers. Jiang Mian's mind raced. The powerful strike he had just unleashed consumed 2 points of stamina. He could unleash 4 strikes at most in one breath. He had to target the mutants in the worst condition, first gaining experience to level up quickly and restore his stamina. He would fight to sustain his fighting. Jiang Mian gasped heavily, his hand trembling slightly as he withdrew the spear due to extreme. It was not purely fear, it was more about tension. The experience required to level up from level 2 to level 3 is 20. He was currently at level 2, defeating level 1 mutated creatures, and the experience gained was not diminished by the level difference. He did not know how many levels apart would cause a reduction in experience, nor was he clear if leveling from level 3 to level 4 would require 30 points of experience. All he knew was that the wave of mutated creatures ahead gave him no chance to catch his breath. He raised the spear and thrust down rapidly. Another roaring mutated creature fell. You successfully killed an agile type, 1 mutated creature experience 5. Current experience progress 2020, would you like to level up? Meanwhile, the regional channel erupted with excitement over the recent announcement. They were still discussing firewood trades and how to survive the night, and now they were being told someone achieved a first kill of a mutated creature. Oh my god, which big shot did this? Please allow me to pay my respects. Is it a soldier king? So strong. I just peeked through the door crack. That monster runs faster than a little electric scooter. How did this big shot manage to defeat it? Aren't you all encountering monsters? There's nothing around me. I don't see anything here either. I just pushed the door open with an axe and glanced outside, and there was nothing. Haha, I don't have anything on the island in the lake either. I indeed possess the potential of an emperor. Change my nickname now, please call me Wang Tung. My son Wang Tung, I am your father. You father what? I am your grandfather. Wang Tung, if you have the skill, go out and take a stroll. Stroll my head. Fallen geniuses are not counted as geniuses. I Tung, you will survive until the end of time. You successfully killed an agile type, 1 mutated creature. Current level 6, detected exceeding the level of the defeated enemy by 5 levels. Experience gained reduced by 50. You gained experience too. 5. Current experience progress, 3,560. Before the sea of monsters, Jiang Mian took a few steps back. He had continuously killed dozens of mutated creatures, yet these white monsters piled up to 3 or 4 layers. The weak spot on the right collapsed forward after reaching 4 layers, causing 7 or 8 mutated creatures to tumble down just half a meter from Jiang Mian's toes. However, they were all black and their bodies burned beyond recognition. Jiang Mian also attempted to ignite a wooden stick and threw it towards the mutated creatures. But the flames seemed to lose some power after leaving the wooden house's frame. Burning the mutated creatures did not inflict the previous immense damage. This should be the preferential treatment the survival world gives to human survivors. But why did I fall into the monster? Jiang Mian scratched his head irritably after seeing the jovial atmosphere in the channel. Is it really because my wooden house wasn't completed? But why do those with wooden houses have 1 or 2 mutated creatures wandering in front of their doors while others are at peace? He glanced down at the stone spear in his hand. Item: handmade stone spear. Durability 1250. Why is that? Jiang Mian felt both angry and annoyed. Fortunately, as time passed, the surrounding mutated creatures seemed to be called away, leaving reluctantly. The speed of the front row of mutated creatures moving forward slowed down. The height of the stacked creatures no longer increased. Otherwise, Jiang Mian would not know how to survive with a spear whose durability was quickly depleting. He gritted his teeth, turned around, and began to dismantle the partially constructed wooden house, trading logs for weapons in the channel. Survive first. By tomorrow, if his level is high enough, he can chop trees faster. In the end, Jiang Mian exchanged 8 logs for a well-crafted stone spear. Item: well-made stone spear. Quality F. Description: crafted from a master-designed spear blueprint capable of attacking enemies from a distance. Effect: strength 1. Durability 100,100. Damn survival world, wait until tomorrow and let me develop to see if I want punch through you all the way. Jiang Mian set the newly traded spear aside and, taking advantage of the fact that the mutated creatures had not all perished, hurriedly moved forward to harvest. Experience 2. 5. Crack. Both stone spears' durability reached 0 and broke. Jiang Mian simply threw away the stone blade, broke the wooden stick, and created a sharp edge. With no new mutated creatures joining, the remaining ones either fled or were burned to a pathetic state. Jiang Mian was also exhausted to the point of near collapse. After resting for a while, he picked up the sharpened wooden stick and killed the remaining immobile mutated creatures. After completing all this, Jiang Mian's level had already risen to level 9. He did not assign the free attribute points from these few levels to strength, but added them to stamina instead. He needed to prepare for tree chopping tomorrow. Name: Jiang Mian. Nickname: I level up alone. Level 9. Health 16. Strength 20. Stamina 19. Speed 14. Spirit 18. Description: compared to type 1 mutated creatures, you now resemble a monster more. Jiang Mian dropped the wooden stick, slumped back against the log, and lay down. His arm had been scratched by a mutated creature half an hour ago, and the bloody wound had begun to scab. His body was soaked in sweat, and as the cold night wind blew by, a chill rushed up his spine. His overworked muscles ached so much that he did not want to move an inch. On both banks of the river, hundreds of pale monsters were piled up irregularly, and the bright moon hung alone, creating a chilling scene. Yet Jiang Mian could not care about this, and fell asleep. He hastily glanced over the prompt on the screen before him and muttered a simple You have leveled up to level 5, the world channel is now open. You are the first survivor in the world to reach level 5, gaining the title one step ahead recorded with your previous habits. Would you like to continue broadcasting anonymously? You have become the first survivor in the world to kill 100 mutated creatures, gaining the title Monster Hunter recorded with your previous habits. Would you like to continue broadcasting anonymously? At this point it was nearing midnight, yet there were still quite a few survivors who had not gone to sleep. They were either trading wooden sticks or unable to sleep due to the world's upheaval. The sound of the mutated creature's sharp limbs scraping against the tree trunks outside sent chills down their spines. Just then a global announcement made them shiver. They thought the mutated creatures were knocking on the door. World announcement: congratulations to the anonymous survivor for becoming the first survivor in the world to reach level 5. The remaining awake survivors were taken aback by this announcement. Level 5. They quickly opened the world channel, discovering they could not speak due to insufficient levels and could only watch the qualified survivors speak. After waiting for a long time, they did not see the survivor who had reached level 5 say a word. So they each ran back to their regional channels, discussing excitedly. Which region's tough guy is this? There are already people at level 5, oh, and I still don't know how to gain experience. Give me 500 milliliters of clean water, and it'll tell you. Can it be free? We are all human. Is it too early to start acting like an information dealer? No. I tell you, the order of this world will eventually fall into chaos. Many people have no idea what kind of world they are facing. Not giving just means not giving. Ooh, why act mysterious? Are you a delusional young man? Hehe. After the person typed out those two highly mocking words, he immediately received greetings from all the survivors in the region. Most people had hope for the future. After all, the first day was stable. Yet a small number of survivors who had killed the mutated creatures outside fell silent upon seeing that delusional comment. After killing the mutated creatures, they could naturally see the information of that mutated creature. Agile type 1 mutated creature. Where there is a type 1, there will be a type 2, and with strength branches and spirit branches could it be even more terrifying. Physical attacks could still be defended against, but what about ethereal mental attacks? Invisible and intangible. How to resist illusions? Most of them who managed to kill the mutated creatures relied on the light from the shelter and their combat talents, or opening multiple treasure chests during the day to obtain ranged weapons like bows and arrows. Facing them hidden was simply too difficult to win. World announcement: congratulations to the anonymous survivor for becoming the first survivor in the world to kill 100 mutated creatures. The newborn eastern dawn slowly climbed the sky, stretching its warm yellow claws to wake the slumbering creatures still lingering in bed. A sharp pain radiated from his left arm, dragging Jiang Mian from his dreams. He opened his eyes and found the purplured scab on his left arm pressing against a protruding rock. Quickly he withdrew his arm. I need to sleep earlier tonight, Jiang Mian muttered to himself. Even in a survival world, one must maintain a good routine. Supporting himself against a log pile, he sat up, feeling a significant relief in the soreness of his muscles. He stood up and did some simple stretching exercises. My life and stamina have surpassed human limits. The strength of my current body is incomparable to the past, and my recovery is swift. Yesterday no one was surrounded by aberrant creatures in the regional channel. Now that the world channel is unlocked, let me see what's going on, Jiang Mian said as he opened the world channel. Upon entering, he saw 2 world announcements above, but the chat box was empty. Are the experts just being tight-lipped, or am I the only one who unlocked the world channel? If I'm the only one encountering so many monsters. He recalled the system's voice signal was poor yesterday morning. Could it be that others are refreshing in the survival world, while I'm refreshing in the monster world? If that's the case, won't tonight just be another swarm of monsters? He thought, feeling a chill run through him. Perhaps there will be new monsters as well. Last night he had killed so many mutated creatures, he knew best how much of that was pure luck. The mutated creatures he had slain were all pushed into the burning range by their companions. Their health had not exceeded half. Also, the numerous monsters outside had inexplicably retreated. If in a few days the monsters start resisting the fire of the shelter, they would no longer fear it. Facing a horde of aberrations, he would only end up being torn apart. Heaven does not completely close off paths for people. Oh, first I need to chop some trees and build a small wooden house. Once I unlock the warehouse, my talents will kick in, and I will be able to construct buildings at 4 times the normal speed. This world should have blueprints for defensive and offensive buildings. By the way, it seems like I didn't check 2 title effects. Jiang Mian opened his character information and turned to the title page. Title: 1 step ahead. Description: clearing the fog with both hands, measuring the earth with both feet, is what it means to pioneer. Affect: the places you pass through will automatically generate a map recording in your mind. Title: Monster Hunter. Description: an excellent hunter should stand above millions of lives. Effect: inflicts an additional 5 damage to mutated creatures and grants the ability to decompose the corpses of mutated creatures. Both titles are quite useful. Having a map in the wilderness can be incredibly helpful. It aids in identifying directions, marking special locations, and so forth. The Monster Hunter title even provides an unexpected effect: decompose mutated creatures. Jiang Mian's eyes brightened. In front of him lay hundreds of mutated creature corpses. If he could decompose them all, he would surely gain a substantial reward. Bones and hides could all become excellent materials. No need to rush the decomposition. First I need to chop trees and build a house. He decided to unlock the warehouse function first. Why can't bone and hide be used as building materials? Bone lamps and monster hide sofas are all constructions, right? Jiang Mian was thrilled. If this wordplay could work, then in a sense he could use his talent, as if it were quadruple resources. Picking up his stone axe, Jiang Mian began to chop down trees. Now each time he chopped a tree it would reduce the tree's life by 5, and it only consumed 5 stamina. This meant with his 19 stamina, he could chop down trees reducing their life by 95 in one go. Essentially he could chop one tree and rest once. In less than an hour Jiang Mian gathered all the materials needed to build a wooden house. After another 20 minutes, he completed the construction of the wooden house. You have built a wooden house, triggering the talent builder's dream, and you gain an extra wooden house. Detected that the wooden house is the only shelter structure automatically returning logs 80. The warehouse function is now available. Jiang Mian tried chopping another tree, and after finishing he willed it, and the logs were automatically collected into the warehouse. Logs 92. As expected, it's related to the warehouse. The talent introduction doesn't explain it clearly. I'll have to explore the more detailed rules myself. Jiang Mian walked up to a corpse of an aberrant creature and activated the decomposition skill. You have obtained bone blades 2, bones 4, and odd skin 1. Triggered the talent builder's dream. The number of bones is doubled and the quantity of odd skin is doubled. It seems the talent has its own judgment system. Bone blades were not considered building materials. How stingy. Jiang Mian quickly walked through the pile of corpses, decomposing all of them. In the end, he obtained 280 bone blades, 1120 bones, and 280 pieces of odd skin. Due to the large quantity, the warehouse couldn't hold them all and piles of materials were left on the ground. The stacking limit is 100. This warehouse is really small. Jiang Mian was dissatisfied. Next, he needed to upgrade the wooden house. He was hungry and hadn't found food yet. He didn't know that this kind of worry was something others could only dream of. The next day, most people had only stacked logs in their warehouses, usually just a few dozen. In other words, his progress had long surpassed the development pace of the survival world. Entering the wooden house again, Jiang Mian began to check its information. Item: wooden house shelter. Quality: E level 1 durability, 100 defense, 10 description, the only shelter for survivors. Effect: inside the shelter survivors receive a 20 reduction in damage, and the flames within the shelter gain the holy fire effect, which can inflict damage on mutated creatures within a certain range. So that fire last night had this effect. Jiang Mian realized. The blueprint for upgrading the level 1 wooden house to a level 2 wooden house was also included in his wristband. It required 200 logs and 50 wooden sticks. Jiang Mian did not go directly to chop trees. He opened the trading section and anonymously listed the bone blades. Item: bone blade. Quality: F durability, 200 description, a weapon decomposed from an unknown creature. Effect: speed 1, increases damage to animals by 5. His bone blades were obtained from mutated creatures and were of better quality than those obtained from animals. Normal bone blades crafted from blueprints, even if made from bones, would only be rated F. Their selling price ranges from 5 to 7 logs. Jiang Mian directly listed the price at 10 logs. Or he would exchange them for food, medicine, and blueprints, prioritizing construction blueprints. At first, people saw a price of 10 in a market where the typical price was 57 logs, and thought it was a newcomer who didn't understand the market. After a while, someone curiously clicked in. They saw that the bone blade had 200 durability and was rated F with an extra effect 5 damage to animals, which was more than a normal bone blade. They immediately realized something was off. The phrase "a weapon decomposed from an unknown creature" reminded them of the 2 world announcements from last night. This is a good item. Without a second thought, they used 20 logs to exchange for 2 bone blades. Then they rushed to the regional channel to boast. Good items have appeared in the trading market. F quality bone blades. Guess what creature they came from? Creature. It can't be from mutated creatures, right? Let me go take a look at what's going on. Oh no, someone listed 50 F quality bone blades. If this is truly from mutated creatures, doesn't that mean a level 5 expert is in our area? What are you all chatting about? There are only 12 left now. The clever ones have already taken the opportunity to make a fortune. Wait, it's only been a minute. Are you all human? Leave one for me if the shelves are empty. Whoever got one, sell it to me, and I'll offer 15 logs. 15. I don't know how many days it will take to kill mutated creatures. Right now this item is rare. I won't sell it to you even for 20 logs. On the other side, Jiang Mian received 460 logs in total. Only 4 people traded with other items: a piece of bread, half a grilled fish, and 4 bananas. Jiang Mian felt a bit unhappy seeing that most were logs, but the next moment he received a notification: triggered talent builder's dream, the number of logs is doubled. Attempting to exploit the talent loophole, Jiang Mian immediately listed 10 logs in exchange for 50 sticks. After the exchange, he only received 50 sticks without any doubling. Could it be that items that have been doubled cannot trigger doubling again upon trading? The logs had already triggered the talent, so further trading would not activate the talent. The bone blades he sold did not count as building materials, thus they had not triggered the talent. Selling the bone blades was simply a trade for building materials. This indeed triggered the talent to double. To verify this rule, Jiang Mian listed the doubled bones again. After trading, he discovered that he could not trigger the talent again. Alright then, no more stepping on both feet. Jiang Mian upgraded the wooden house to level 2 using logs and sticks. The storage expanded to 10 slots, with each slot's stacking limit increased to 200. This barely accommodated the resources around Jiang Mian. The wooden house had greatly increased in size, measuring 5 meters in length and 3 meters in width. Jiang Mian continued to check the upgrade requirements for a level 3 wooden house. It needed 500 logs and 200 sticks. Such a quantity was already outrageous for an ordinary survivor, taking 10 days or even half a month to collect. But Jiang Mian did not understand the hardships of tree cutting and upgraded directly. Item: wooden house, shelter quality, level 3 durability, 500 defense, 50 description. It has grown into a qualified shelter in the wilderness, a peaceful corner even during the night. Effects: 1. Inside the shelter, survivors take 22 less damage and stamina recovery speed increases by 22. The flames within the shelter gain the holy fire effect, capable of damaging mutated creatures within a certain range and instilling fear, causing temporary paralysis. 3. The range of the shelter expands to outside the wooden house, covering a radius of 20 meters. The upgraded wooden house has 3 very useful effects. Jiang Mian thought to himself, as expected of the only shelter building. The holy fire of a level 3 shelter could paralyze monsters, effectively slowing them down over a large area. Combined with the third effect, the influence area widened. When facing a horde of monsters, its effects would stand out even more. Upgrading the wooden house from level 3 to level 4 required 1,000 logs, 500 branches, and 800 stones. From the blueprint, it could unlock a second floor and a slightly smaller room next to the main house. The required materials were too many, making an upgrade impossible for now. Currently, the area of the level 3 wooden house was about 70 to 80 square meters, divided into one large and one small room. It looked quite empty. Jiang Mian could make furniture from sticks and logs, but it was hard to obtain planks without a saw. Moreover, making these items took a long time. It was better to explore outside. He could exchange furniture for other items. Jiang Mian listed 50 bone blades again, trading for logs, sticks, and stones. The bone blades had not been doubled, and he aimed to exchange them for building materials. The doubled bones were put up in the market for trading food and blueprints. As for those strange skins, when Jiang Mian struck them with his stone axe, he found that they caused almost no damage. These skins would undoubtedly provide strong defense if made into armor or buildings. He did not plan to sell them for now. After completing all this, Jiang Mian had a simple breakfast, and then crafted a bone spear before leaving the wooden house. The temperature today was lower than yesterday. The morning sky, once clear, was now half covered with white clouds. Jiang Mian walked downstream along the small river, where the shrubs on both sides grew denser and the river became wider. Occasionally he could spot berries in the bushes, and sometimes mushrooms peeked out. Jiang Mian was a collector at heart. He believed in taking advantage of every opportunity. He would even swipe at a rabbit that dashed past him. His speed had become remarkably fast, and when he encountered 2 gray rabbits moving together, he rushed over and struck them twice with his spear. The sharpness of the bone blade as a spear tip far exceeded that of a stone blade, easily piercing through the bodies of the gray rabbits. Both rabbits were skewered on the spear. Jiang Mian took out the fire starter from his storage, lit a fire, and fashioned a simple grill from several sticks. After easily gutting one of the gray rabbits with the bone blade, Jiang Mian washed the rabbit meat by the river, and then skewered it on a thin shrub branch, tying both ends to the grill he made. Soon a rich aroma wafted from the rabbit meat. "I need some spices," Jiang Mian thought as he opened the region channel and noticed someone had sent him a private message in the lower left corner. It was from someone named Wang Teng. Jiang Mian recalled that this kid was the young emperor from the island in the lake, having seen his name while cutting trees in the region channel. A few minutes ago, Wang Teng had left him a message through the trading market. "Boss, your bone blades are sold out again. I found a blueprint for a basic workbench this morning and haven't had the chance to use it. Could I trade you for a bone blade, and after you make the workbench, could you make one for me as well? He'll provide the materials." Jiang Mian thought to himself, this Wang Teng was so casual in the channel, yet spoke so politely in private. He replied with 2 words, and then listed a bone blade again in the trading market, specifying the trade item as the blueprint for the basic workbench. "Thank you, boss." Wang Teng almost replied instantly, clearly keeping an eye on the channel. After obtaining the workbench blueprint, Jiang Mian took a quick look at its functions. The workbench could directly craft 4 types of stone tools: stone axes, stone spears, stone blades, and stone arrows. It could also craft 2 types of bone tools: bone blades and bone spears. The rest included wooden items, such as wooden bowls, wooden cups, and furniture like tables, chairs, and wooden beds. It was quite comprehensive. This Wang Teng was rather generous. If he used the workbench blueprint for himself, he could directly make a large batch of workbenches to sell. With the workbench's effectiveness, he could definitely make a fortune. Yet this kid did not do so. Instead, he was being courteous and trading with Jiang Mian. This Wang Ting truly had the makings of an emperor. Knowing that Jiang Mian had killed hundreds of mutated creatures, it was clear he was not ordinary. Thus Wang Ting deliberately came to trade with him. After seeing the workbench's effects, Jiang Mian naturally understood that this blueprint was of greater value, indirectly owing Wang Ting a personal favor and likely gaining more goodwill. In the future, if Jiang Mian obtained weapons, good materials, or information about this survival world, the first person he would think of would be Wang Ting. Mutated creatures entering the range of the shelter's flames will be scorched, and this can be used to counter mutated creatures at night. Killing mutated creatures is the only way to gain experience points. When the level difference with the monster reaches or exceeds 5, the experience gained is halved. Jiang Mian pondered for a moment and edited 2 messages to send to Wang Ting. On a small island in the lake hundreds of miles away, Wang Ting had just upgraded his wooden house to level 2 when a red dot appeared in the channel. His face lit up upon seeing that the mysterious boss was willing to trade with him. He hurried to the trading market to trade with the boss. After the trade, Wang Ting took out a bone blade from his storage and tried swinging it a few times. Then he sat down resting while watching the private chat with the mysterious boss. Half a minute later, the boss sent him 2. The first message was consistent with the information he had obtained from other sources. The person who killed the mutated creatures had also used this method to lure them into the firelight. The second message was much more valuable. Killing mutated creatures was the only way to gain experience points. Many people could guess this from the 2 world announcements last night. However, the part about the level difference of 5 or more resulting in halved experience was something Wang Ting could confidently say no one else knew except that boss. This boss was reliable. He was willing to share such information with him. Wang Ting looked down at another blueprint in his hand, pondered for a moment, and began editing a message. Thank you, boss, for the information. I just found another blueprint for a wooden bow. The wooden bow requires resilient vine wood and elastic rope. I just happen to have a few materials and would like to give them to you. Once you make the bow, just give me one. With the wooden bow, my reach will be longer, but I'm a bit timid and don't dare to confront mutated creatures without armor. Do you happen to have any higher grade armor on your side? In front of the grill, Jiang Mian took a big bite of roasted rabbit meat and caught a glimpse of a message from Wang Ting out of the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but chuckle. This Wang Ting, seeing the bone blade, immediately guessed that he might have acquired the skin of a mutated creature. Ordinary people lack the ability to dissect mutated creatures. Even those stone daggers could not break through their defenses. Last night, those who killed the mutated creatures relied on the firelight to lower the creature's defenses. But at night no one dared to linger outside. They tossed the mutated creature's body outside and hurried back indoors. If dragged inside, the firelight would quickly ruin it. By the next day, the defenses of the mutated creatures had restored, and they found it difficult to dismantle them by force. In the entire trading market, only Jiang Mian had put up the bone blade of the mutated creature for sale. However, considering Jiang Mian's current panel data, using a wooden bow with stone arrows was indeed less effective than stabbing with a bone spear in close combat. In his mind, the value of the strange skin outweighed that of the wooden bow. One blueprint for a wooden bow is not enough, Jiang Mian replied. On the other end, the eager Wang Ting did not receive the desired response of agreement for the trade. Someone of the big shot's caliber wouldn't stoop to deceive me, he asserted. After receiving the workbench blueprint, the big shot sent him 2 messages, enough to prove his character. This means that in the eyes of the big shot, the skin of the mutated creature is worth more than the blueprint for the wooden bow. Wang Ting's eyes sparkled with excitement. So that skin has high defense, he thought. I must get it. Wang Ting flipped to the warehouse page and pulled out another blueprint. Big shot, I just accidentally found another blueprint. It's the blueprint for making leather armor. Does this kid's family wholesale blueprints? Jiang Mian was dumbfounded. He suspected Wang Ting might have some high-level treasure hunting talent. Otherwise, how could he find 3 blueprints in just one day? Send the blueprints, Jiang Mian replied without a second thought. After sending the message, he added another sentence. In the future, if you have blueprints, you can come to me for exchanges. Talent is a personal secret for survival. Even if Jiang Mian suspected, he wouldn't ask, merely playing along with his lie. Since you can accidentally find blueprints now, you surely will in the future, right? In a few seconds, Wang Ting put up 2 blueprints for trade. He repeatedly expressed his gratitude and promised to prioritize contacting Jiang Mian if he found more blueprints. Jiang Mian obtained the 2 blueprints. The leather armor blueprint did not specify a particular type of skin, or it could be made of animal hides, grass skins, or something else. A complete set of leather armor includes 6 parts: head armor, left arm armor, right arm armor, chest armor, left leg armor, and right leg armor. Each piece of armor requires 1 skin, 2 ropes, and 1 piece of cloth. Ropes and cloth are not hard to obtain. Most wooden treasure chests contain such items. However, acquiring skins is more challenging. Grass skins require collecting 100 leaves and 20 grass leaves to synthesize, while animal hides require skins from animals of medium size or larger. For small creatures like rabbits and squirrels, the skins obtained from disassembly are only enough to make gloves. As for the fine thread and needles for sewing clothes, they are nearly non-existent on the trading platform. Jiang Mian exchanged dozens of ropes and pieces of cloth at the trading market and immediately took out the strange skin to start crafting leather armor. As the blueprint's light faded, a delicate chest armor appeared on the ground. Item: strange leather armor chest armor. Quality F. Description: leather armor, made from the skin of a mutated creature, providing ample defense, but lacking warmth. Wearing it is neither soft nor comfortable. Effect: life 1, a damage from mutated creatures reduced by 2. After wearing a complete set of strange leather armor, the effects changed. Effect: you are wearing a complete set of strange leather armor. Life 7, a damage from mutated creatures reduced by 15. With an increase of 7 points of life, the defense was significantly boosted. Coupled with a 15 damage reduction, it effectively lowered the damage from mutated creatures. If combined with the damage reduction of a level 3 wooden house, Jiang Mian estimated he could face off against the aberration Hedon. However, wearing it does indeed feel, as the description stated, not very soft or comfortable. After finishing the roasted rabbit, Jiang Mian went to the riverbank to drink a few sips of water. With his current physique, drinking this flowing and clear river water is not a problem. The workbench can only make wooden kitchenware and cannot directly boil water over fire. Jiang Mian thought about using clay to make pottery, but how to select the soil and to what degree to fire the clay bowl or jar, he knew nothing about the specific process. He decided to ask Wang Tong to inquire if anyone in their area knows how to make pottery. Ultimately, this path could lead to making bricks or smelting iron and copper. He continued to walk down the mountain. Half an hour later, Jiang Mian encountered a steep cliff. By the time the river water reached here, it had already formed a considerable scale, gathering into a small lake on the flat land near the cliff. On the other side of the lake, the water flowed beneath the cliff, forming a small waterfall over 10 meters high. The waterfall crashed down onto the stones below, producing a crisp sound. On the left side of the lake's flat ground, Jiang Mian spotted a large flower leopard lying on its side from a distance. Behind the flower leopard lay a shiny black iron chest, which caught Jiang Mian's gaze and was hard to look away from. A black iron treasure chest. Jiang Mian looked around and found no other flower leopards. He walked towards the flower leopard. Today is different from the past, big cat. Had it been yesterday, Jiang Mian wouldn't have dared to approach this flower leopard, even with 1,000 bold attempts. But now in Jiang Mian's eyes, the flower leopard was just a soft and warm fur coat. As he got closer, Jiang Mian realized this big cat was indeed massive, measuring a full 2 meters in length. Mutated. Jiang Mian held his breath and used his hand scanner on the flower leopard. Race: mutated flower leopard. Level 2. Life 56. Strength 17. Stamina 12. Speed 27. Mentality 5. Description: a flower leopard that has just embarked on the path of mutation. Its strength is not much inferior to yours. Not so, buddy. How come you've mutated too? Jiang Mian swallowed and compared their attributes. Being this close, it hasn't reacted yet. I remember the first principle mentions that mutated creatures are not active during the day. If it is weakened with my strange leather armor, I might be able to fight it. Jiang Mian gritted his teeth, held his breath again, and stealthily approached the flower leopard. Until the flower leopard was within the range of his spear attack, it still lay sleeping. Lazy cat, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Jiang Mian raised his spear and thrust it fiercely at the back of the flower leopard's head. As the spear tip pierced the air the moment it neared the back of the flower leopard's head, it suddenly woke up. Instinctively, it turned its head, and the spear grazed its ear, deeply embedding itself into the gap of the shoulder blade. The flower leopard let out a piercing roar and suddenly flipped over, blood streaming down its neck. Its amber eyes instantly filled with rage, fixating on Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian felt the depth of the spear embedded in the creature and did not try to pull it back. Instead, he quickly stepped back a few paces, releasing the spear and retrieving another from his warehouse. Taking advantage of the roaring flower leopard, still disoriented, Jiang Mian hurled the spear in his hand. The second spear struck the front left limb of the flower leopard. The sharpness of the aberration bone blade easily pierced through the flower leopard's defenses, causing blood to flow freely. The flower leopard staggered forward, barely managing to support itself. Jiang Mian wouldn't give it a chance to breathe. With a thought, he took out the third spear from his warehouse and threw it at the flower leopard's left hind leg. This time it missed the spear tip, embedded into the left side of the flower leopard's body. Infuriated by the successive pain, the flower leopard pushed off the ground with its hind legs and pounced towards Jiang Mian like a rocket. The leopard's burst of speed was incredibly fast. Jiang Mian could not dodge in time and was directly knocked to the ground. The flower leopard opened its massive mouth, its sharp teeth threatening Jiang Mian's vulnerable neck. Though the scene looked intimidating, it did not succeed. For Jiang Mian's left arm was crossed in front of him, blocking the leopard's jaw, leaving its large mouth suspended in midair. At this moment, the flower leopard realized this two-legged beast, seemingly frail, possessed greater strength than it. So that's how the stats are filled in. Having weathered the storm of the previous night, Jiang Mian faced the intimidating size of the mutated flower leopard with calm composure. Gripping the bone blade he had retrieved from the warehouse, he thrust it violently into the leopard's right eye socket. blood splattered, turning half of his vision to darkness. The excruciating pain elicited a pained howl from the leopard, and its strength diminished considerably. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Mian exerted force from his waist, flipping the leopard onto its back. With another bone blade, he pierced its throat. The carotid artery was ruptured and scalding blood gushed forth, splattering Jiang Mian's face. The flower leopard began to convulse wildly. After several seconds, it lay completely still. You have successfully killed the mutated flower leopard. Experience 5. Jiang Mian raised his hand to wipe the blood from his face and initiated decomposition on the mutated flower leopard. You have obtained beast skin 3, a mutated flower leopard meat 10, bones 20, enhanced tendons 10. Triggered talent builder's dream, doubling the quantity of beast skin bones and enhanced tendons. The quality of the bones dropped by the mutated flower leopard was the same as that of the aberrant creature from last night, both being F-grade materials. Mutated flower leopard meat differed from ordinary food item. Mutated flower leopard meat quality F effect slightly improves constitution. When consumed, the dropped beast skin surpassed that of common animals, offering not only warmth, but also enhanced defense. After triggering the talent, the mutated flower leopard's beast skin transformed into 6 pieces, enough to craft a complete set of beast skin clothing. Compared to the aberrant creature, the flower leopard also provided enhanced tendons upon decomposition. Jiang Mian estimated it to be a plus version of elastic rope. After organizing the materials, he approached the black iron treasure chest. A treasure chest of black iron quality had yet to be encountered by anyone in the area channel. People had only seen it in the survival manual. The probability of its appearance a few days ago could be described as exceedingly rare. Not to mention the quality of the items inside the chest, the mere value of this iron chest was considerable. It could be used as an iron pot, and even came with a lid. Just thinking about being able to stew meat soup made Jiang Mian eagerly anticipate it. He opened the black iron treasure chest. A beam of white light illuminated from the chest. As he lifted the lid, 3 white orbs floated inside. The first orb contained a shrunk piece of sheepskin. Jiang Mian reached out to take it and scan the information. Item: automatic spear thrower, blueprint, building grade, E durability 200, construction materials, wooden sticks 25, rope 2, stones 5, enhanced tendons 2. Description: a spear thrower that can hold up to 10 long spears, automatically locking onto and throwing spears when enemies appear. Effect: increases throwing damage by 50. Finally, an attack type, building with 1. 5 times throw. I want to place a circle around the wooden house. The most important materials needed should be enhanced tendons. These do not drop from aberrant creatures, and to obtain them, one must hunt mutated animals. Most people in the area channel are at level 1, making it no easy task to hunt mutated animals. It seems he must rely on himself. This is not too much to ask. The mutated flower leopard guarded a black iron treasure chest, and other mutated animals might do the same. The rewards for hunting mutated animals are inherently high. Whether there are enhanced tendons to drop or not, Jiang Mian intended to search the treasure chest. Let's see what the second item is. Jiang Mian's gaze moved to the next orb. Inside floated a round red fruit. With a thought, the red fruit appeared in his hand. It was about the size of an apple, but resembled a plum more. The crimson skin was thin, and under the sunlight the translucent flesh inside was clearly visible. Just a few seconds after taking it out, Jiang Mian could smell the fragrance wafting from the fruit. Item: 10-year Zhu fruit quality, E description: an extraordinary fruit that grows in arid lands, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth for 10 years. Effect: increases all attributes by 1 upon consumption. After the first consumption, the ability fire starting is gained. This thing is a nuclear lighter, a quite convenient ability. And 10 years of heaven and earth essence. Oh, one might think he had traversed into a fantasy world. Jiang Mian immediately took a bite of the Zhu fruit. Juice flowed out sweet and sour. After swallowing, a surge of pure energy flowed through his body via the esophagus. His muscles felt warm. Though he had just consumed a whole roasted rabbit not long ago, Jiang Mian still had a hearty appetite and quickly swallowed the entire Zhu fruit. From the second day onward, the black iron treasure chest could yield items like the Zhu fruit that enhance attributes, allowing survivors to improve their combat capabilities without leveling up. Correspondingly, the strength of mutated creatures would also increase. This is a cruel game of survival of the fittest. But Jiang Mian had no time for pity. In terms of tragedy, he was likely close to a monster's lair. Every night monsters respawned, and his wooden house was always the first target. Jiang Mian even speculated that some people's wooden houses in the channel did not have aberrant creatures outside. It was because their aberrant creatures were right at his doorstep. The aberrant creatures on the outskirts scattered, merely heading to where they should be. In this world, there was no such thing as peace. It was he who was burdened and moving forward. For this reason, if he wished to survive, he had to be 10-fold, 100-fold stronger than others. With this thought, Jiang Mian could not help but gaze toward the last orb. He needed to acquire more resources and items to defend against attacks. The last orb also contained a piece of sheepskin. However, it was not a blueprint. Item low-level contract quality description a contract signed by a farmer the holder is their master. Effect summons a farmer. A farmer's contract. Can this summon subordinates? Jiang Mian felt a surge of excitement. After arriving in this world, although he could chat with others through the area channel, he could never see his own kind nearby. It was inescapably lonely and solitary. Moreover, having one more person would greatly reduce the pressure of survival. Acquiring blueprints was mostly random and not comprehensive. Many things needed to be crafted manually. For example, furniture, a wooden bed was essential as one could not always sleep on the ground. Considering the changing seasons, he also needed to study planting. He would attempt to see if he could grow harvestable and storable food. In short, being able to summon people is fantastic. If there's a farmer, there should also be blacksmiths and soldiers. This means I can create my own army and establish my own territory. Even a kingdom. Establishing a kingdom, expanding territories. This is a dream shared by countless people, including Jiang Mian. Mandated by heaven, may his reign be eternal and prosperous. He Jiang Mian, no, it is I. I will stand at the pinnacle of this world. Closing his eyes, he illuminated the map, marked one step ahead, with Jiang Mian's light. Now in Jiang Mian's eyes it was no longer just an item, but a testament to his achievements. This land belongs to him. This mountain, this river, all belong to him. There are even vast areas outside that have not been illuminated. Under heaven all lands are the king's soil. He even began to consider the shelter's location as the capital and started planning roads to other places. No, this is all virtual. I must continue to explore to deal with the night's monster tide first. Jiang Mian suppressed the excitement in his heart, stowing away the iron chest. He walked to the riverbank to wash the blood from his face. Before noon, he aimed to explore as far downstream as possible. While ensuring he returned before sunset, he aimed to gather resources and expand the map as much as possible. Jiang Mian found a gentle slope nearby that could bypass the waterfall and continued to explore. The forest was vast to the point of being monotonous. Layer upon layer obscured the view down the mountain, making it difficult for Jiang Mian to discern the height of the mountain he was on. How far was he from the foot of the mountain? According to other survivors in the channel, the distance between two survivors could be several dozen kilometers or even hundreds. Fortunately, there was a river allowing Jiang Mian to easily recognize the path he had taken. After trekking for a while, he stopped. He sensed a chill permeating the air. The sun is rising, and I'm descending the mountain, so why does it feel colder? In this land, I can't judge situations strictly by common sense. Perhaps it's because I've strayed too far from the shelter, causing negative effects. Jiang Mian opened the regional channel. Upon entering, he noticed a scrolling announcement at the top of the channel. An extreme snowstorm will hit this area in 7 days, accompanied by the first wave of mutated creatures. An extreme snowstorm. A wave of mutated creatures. This is designed to bring people to their demise. After seeing this announcement, Jiang Mian felt indifferent. He thought that whether or not there were mutated creatures in his current location made little difference. He only felt that the extreme snowstorm was something to be wary of. The vegetation and animal activity in this area seemed to suggest a midsummer environment. It truly was peculiar for it to suddenly snow. If this were before his crossing, encountering an extreme snowstorm would have simply meant hunkering down at home for a few days. But here it was different. Everyone had only a small wooden cabin. There was no heating, no electricity. In that level of wooden cabin, the logs were tightly packed against each other, leaving gaps in between. Not to mention the snowstorm. Even a slight breeze would make the cabin feel chilly. If a snowstorm really hit, the small wooden cabin would likely collapse under the weight of the snow. After upgrading to a level 3 wooden cabin, the construction became more refined, with walls made of 2 layers of logs filled with moss and gravel, in between, effectively resisting the cold winds. Beyond level 3, the upgrade would be a level 4 wooden cabin, which had a half-wood half-stone structure. The interior was wooden while the exterior was wrapped in stones. Most people in the regional channel had not yet upgraded their wooden cabins to level 2. The previous day's beginner protection period led many to feel that surviving in the wilderness was not a big deal. Some young people even joked that after spending so long in the city, they were out here to experience life, enjoying the beautiful mountains and rivers, and catching butterflies. In the trading market, food and water were not priced too high. Many shelters were located by the water, and numerous individuals had brought weapons, hunting beasts, and fishing on the first day. However, after the announcement of the snowstorm, a large quantity of food and water began to be taken off the shelves in the trading market. The remaining small amounts of food and water had their prices multiplied several times. The price of a fish skyrocketed from the price of 3 logs to 15. The increase was still ongoing. Why are you taking food off the shelves? You people with weapons have the ability to hunt. Are you all becoming local tycoons in the face of disaster? Yeah, right. Are you going to watch so many people starve to death? A fish won't even fill 1 meal, yet it's being sold for 15 logs. I chopped trees all day yesterday with that broken axe, exhausted, and only managed to chop over 50 logs, which is only worth 3 or 4 fish. Fishing Master Lu Ru, didn't you say yesterday that you had a fish pond at home, able to catch 40 or 50 fish in the afternoon? You can't eat that many fish, and without a refrigerator here they will spoil. Can't you help others and give some away? Well said, fishing master Lu Ru Yin. One should have morals. Let me tell you, Lu Ru Yin is just blowing smoke. What fish pond at home? She's probably just a gold digger trying to lure people in. People like her have no morals. Before a second had passed after these people spoke, the subject of their ridicule rushed over. Without beating around the bush, she struck back. Get away, your great aunt is called Lu Ru Yin, and you talk to me about morals? The episode featuring Empress Ru Yin was the most right. We fishermen strongly supported it. I want to change my name to Feng Yuan. Yesterday in the channel, everyone asked each other. All were adults who had come to this world. Can't adults fend for themselves? Didn't you grow hands to feed yourself? We don't have time to chop trees while hunting. Oh, what's wrong with trading food for exactly this level of wooden cabin won't withstand a snowstorm. What do you expect us to do if we don't exchange logs to upgrade our cabins? Indeed, while hunting today, I encountered a mutated snake that nearly bit me to death. Hunting will be much more dangerous in the future. You can chop trees right next to the shelter. If you can't handle such a safe task, you might as well throw yourself against a wall. The two sides argued back and forth. The thin veneer of moral ideals from yesterday's warm illusion shattered almost instantly. In the face of life and death, everyone stood firmly in their own position. No matter how one party attempted to morally bind the other, food prices did not decrease. The survivor, nicknamed Fishing Master Lu Ru Yin, left a sharp remark before exiting the channel. If you don't buy, there are plenty who will. This was indeed the case. Once the food was placed on the shelves, it was quickly snatched up. Those who failed to secure any or did not have enough logs in hand came to the channel furious and cursing. Outside the channel, Jiang Mian had just finished watching this farce. He still had a few fish, a rabbit, and 10 pieces of mutant leopard meat in his storage. Time did not stand still in the storage, and these foods would spoil. He certainly could not finish all this meat by himself, but he would absolutely not give it away for free. It was a simple logic. When the strange tide came at night, if the people in the regional channel learned that Jiang Mian was surrounded by hundreds of mutated creatures, would anyone come to help him? Even if someone were kind-hearted, the distance of thousands of miles would limit the help they could provide. In many situations, one can only rely on oneself. With food prices continuing to rise, he could exchange these foods for many materials and blueprints. Only the strong would have a say. This logic would become more evident as time went on. Those who attempted to morally bind or slander the hunters would gradually submit to those who controlled food. Perhaps today they spoke harshly, but tomorrow, when starving, they would begin to acknowledge their benefactors. Before the snowstorm arrives, I need to upgrade the wooden cabin to level 4. I need to figure out how to create a fireplace and chimney for heating inside the cabin. Jiang Mian first listed the rabbit and several fish on the trading market, exchanging them for blueprints and basic construction materials like logs. Upgrading from a level 3 to a level 4 wooden cabin was a bottleneck, as it required stones. What they referred to as stones were actually stone blocks collected by the survivors. Each weighed several dozen pounds and could be obtained through outdoor gathering or by mining large rocks. A piece of stone was priced at around 5 logs. Hitting rocks with a stone axe was much more exhausting than chopping trees. The 800 stones required for the upgrade to level 4 equated to 4,000 logs. This quantity was also quite extravagant for Jiang Mian. He listed half of the mutant leopard meat and chose to trade anonymously, setting the price at 25 logs per piece for basic construction materials or slightly higher grade blueprints. At this stage, most people were still level 1, and those offering items that could improve physical condition were extremely rare. He believed the mutant leopard meat was worth the price. Especially those self-reliant, capable individuals would definitely flock to such items. His exploration goals would also be adjusted going forward. He would search for prey along the banks of the river as much as possible. Resource boxes were too difficult to find. He could not just blindly search. Many people's current need was food. They might have blueprints, tools, or other valuable items in hand. These things might be useful in the future, but they couldn't be eaten right now. Without today, how could there be tomorrow? How could there be a future? Jiang Mian turned off the regional channel and began hunting with his spear. However, he did not encounter any large animals along the way, only catching a few wild rabbits. Jiang Mian did not kill them directly. He had heard of the rabbit's ability to give birth. His family had raised rabbits when he was young, and he had even fed them for a time. Those furry little creatures could produce a litter in just a month. Even considering nursing and recovery, they could have 5 to 6 litters a year. Every winter during the new year, when relatives came to visit, Jiang Mian's grandfather would always send them off with a few small rabbits. His family couldn't keep too many, and they would eventually tire of eating them. Jiang Mian held a few rabbits by their ears in his left hand and began to see the shadow of fish swimming as he walked along the river. The water was deeper here than upstream and appeared murky. At first, he missed more than he hit while trying to catch fish as the startled fish darted away quickly. However, his current physical attributes were quite high and his reaction speed was extremely fast. After a few mistakes, he nearly achieved a perfect catch rate. By noon, over 50 fish were lying in his warehouse. He kept 3 for himself and listed the rest on the trading market before starting to head back. In the trading market, the 5 pieces of mutated leopard meat that Jiang Mian put up for sale immediately caused a stir. Many capable hunters who entered the mountains today had encountered mutated animals. After comparing attributes, those who realized they were outmatched quickly retreated and marked the area where the others were as dangerous. But now the glaring mutated leopard meat appeared before them. This was a mutated leopard, not some mutated rabbit or snake. How could a person single-handedly confront or even hunt such a large mutated animal? The hunters pondered for a long time before suddenly recalling the special bone blade seen in the market that morning. It belonged to that notorious person who received 2 global announcements. Who else could achieve this? If it weren't for the fact that this big shot's 2 announcements were anonymous, the items listed in the trading market were also anonymous. They all wished to consult this big shot properly. After checking the information on the mutated leopard meat, the hunters were even more astonished. Eating this mutated creature's meat could actually enhance one's physique. They were not the type to sit idle in wooden houses chatting for days. They had fought with animals and understood the importance of attributes. There were still 7 days until the tidal wave of mutated creatures. Without a stronger physique, how could one survive? Within almost 5 minutes, the 5 pieces of meat were sold out. Those who couldn't buy them began to inquire in their hunters group chat with those who did, asking about the effects after being criticized by a large number of people in the regional channel. Many hunters started sending private messages to each other to establish a hunter group chat. They were too lazy to deal with those who were scolding them and wanted a channel for their own communication. In the group, the hunters unanimously elected the fishing master Lu Ruyan as the group leader, naming it the Hunter Guild. The reason for electing her was not just her high popularity in the channel, but also because she was now a level 2 survivor. Last night, she had killed 2 aberrant creatures outside her house by herself, successfully advancing to level 2. She became the only other known level 2 survivor in the region, apart from that level 5 big shot. Whoever got that mutated leopard, hurry up and eat it. Tell us about the effects. If it has good effects, we should also think of ways to hunt mutated animals in the future. This morning I thought the mutated animals were dangerous and didn't want to take risks, but if the value is high enough, we should at least give it a try. The hunters did not feel the slightest bit bad for those in the group who did not acquire the mutated leopard meat. Now in the entire region, apart from a few lucky ones, and the merchant alliance established by Wang Tung on the island in the lake, no one could directly produce 50 logs or blueprints to buy a piece of mutated meat. The hunters had food resources, and there were quite a few logs in the warehouse now. What's the rush? We can't eat it raw. Let me start a fire first. Hurry up, don't dawdle. You're really lucky. You've been single for so many years and your hand speed is so fast. Lucky my ass. Don't think I don't know you opened 2 black iron treasure chests this morning. How could you run into 2 while hunting? That's just absurd. Those black iron treasure chests are guarded by mutated animals. I was just lucky that the 2 monsters were very close to each other, causing a commotion that made them fight, allowing me to stealthily take the loot. What did you get? You're still keeping it to yourself and asking me about the effects after eating the mutated meat. Alright, I'll tell you. I got a blueprint, a bottle of cola, a compass, and a pear. Stop pretending you don't think I don't know what kind of materials drop from black iron treasure chests. How boring. The guild leader publicly announced what he opened from the black iron treasure chest. Your pear must be a fruit of attributes, right? You already know and still ask. You bastard. Once I find your location later, I'll beat you to death. While the hunters were arguing, the one roasting the mutated leopard meat had already started eating. The meat was tender, fragrant, and flavorful. After eating a large piece of the meat, warmth began to spread in his stomach. A warm power coursed through his entire body. He checked his attributes and found a small bracket appeared after strength 0. 1. I'm done eating, and it gave me 0. 1 of strength. That's so little. The guild leader's attribute fruit, the pomegranate, gave me 3 points of strength after eating. Of course, attribute fruits are rare. You might not even find 1 in 10 black iron treasure chests. Now, apart from powerful blueprints, attribute fruits are the most precious. I feel that without a contract it's not useful. The leader of the Merchant Alliance has 2 contracts, and he got 2 workers to help him fish and chop wood. That Merchant Alliance leader is just a smooth talker. What's he worth? He only got a bunch of people to follow him by claiming he has connections with a level 5 big shot. Right, I hate those businessmen who do nothing but use their mouths to fool people. How could a level 5 big shot care about someone like him? He must be quite similar to us. By the way, didn't you buy mutated meat from the level 5 big shot? Let's not hide anything from each other. Let's take out some blueprints or materials to show goodwill to that big shot, or at least ask for some advice. As soon as he said this, many hunters expressed their agreement. Killing 100 mutated creatures was highly respected among the hunter community, where strength was revered. After some discussion, they finally gathered 3 blueprints, 300 logs, a bottle of cola, and 2 bags of chips. The hunter who bought the mutated meat sent a private message to the level 5 big shot. Meanwhile, an undercover agent from the Merchant Alliance placed within the Hunter Guild cautiously ran to report to Wang Tung. Guild leader, it's not good. The Hunter Guild has prepared gifts to send to the big shot. At this moment Wang Tung was lying on a rocking chair basking in the sun with grapes peeled and handed to him by a contracted subordinate beside him. How comfortable. If those starving survivors saw this scene, the envious and jealous gazes could drown him. After receiving the undercover report, Wang Tung slowly sat up from the lounge chair. Put the grapes here, you go chop wood first. He instructed his subordinate. Turning back to read the message again, Wang Tung squinted slightly, trying to compete with Wang Tung for people. Jiang Mian returned quickly along the path, no longer needing to hunt animals. In less than 2 hours he arrived back at the wooden house. Upon entering he immediately set about crafting a workbench. After triggering his talent, the workbench transformed into 2. He stored one in the warehouse and placed the other against the wall inside the house. Using the workbench, Jiang Mian crafted a wooden cage and placed several rabbits inside. He gathered some half-dried grass leaves and set them next to the cage, then secured the cage to the side of the house. Thinking of the blizzard to come in 7 days, Jiang Mian fashioned a set of leather clothing from 6 pieces. It has excellent warmth retention, making it an ideal choice for exploring in the snow. If wearing the complete set, gain the comfort effect. Comfort stamina recovery speed increases by 10 and the rate of hunger decrease slows down. The leather coat was thick with soft fur inside, providing a substantial sense of warmth. The temperature may start to drop in the next few days. With this coat, I should be fine. In the future, if I encounter large mutated beasts, the beast hide can be used to make a blanket. Jiang Mian stored the leather coat and took out the contract he had obtained from the black iron chest. After reviewing the contract's usage method, Jiang Mian activated it. A flash of white light appeared, and a figure stepped out from within. It was a young man in his 30s dressed in gray. He was somewhat thin, but his exposed face was a healthy bronze color. His hands were calloused, and his eyes bore the simplicity of a farmer. What is your name? Jiang Mian asked curiously. Replying to the young master, my name is Lin Kuan. The young man replied respectfully. Do you have any memories from before? How were you summoned here? Jiang Mian wanted to know the purpose of this person's. Are there indigenous people in this world? Are there human territories he hasn't seen? I have memories from before. It was the harvest goddess who guided me to follow you. The harvest goddess. Having faith implies the existence of tribes, a mark of early humanity. Oh, I come from Spring Valley Town, a small town in the West River region. Do you know what places are around here? Jiang Mian gestured toward the mountains and forests outside the door. Lin Kuan turned to glance outside, his expression shifting from confusion to shock mixed with an unidentified. Reporting to the young master, this should be an uninhabited area. After saying this, he continued excitedly, the harvest goddess guidance is indeed correct. I will surely follow you to establish a new territory. Jiang Mian thought that this guy would feel anxious and fearful. He never anticipated he would be so excited. How could a normal person in the wilderness with an uncertain future be overjoyed? Lin Kuan did not notice the astonishment on Jiang Mian's face as his gaze returned to the 2 thick wooden walls. A more intense shock appeared on his face. This is a level 3 building. My goodness, it's only been a day since the pioneering day, and the young master has already upgraded the shelter to level 3. Extreme surprise mingled with joy caused Lin Kuan to tremble all over. When he turned to look at Jiang Mian, his eyes were filled with admiration and fervor, as if he were witnessing the descent of a deity. From his fragmented words, Jiang Mian roughly deduced what was happening. The area he was in was considered an uninhabited zone by these indigenous people. Perhaps every so often someone would step into the uninhabited area to establish a shelter, grow stronger, and ultimately evolve into a new territory. How much do you know about the uninhabited area? Jiang Mian suddenly asked. Legend has it that the uninhabited area is filled with treasures, but monstrous creatures also run rampant. Only the bravest and wisest pioneers can conquer this land and establish new territories. Lin Kuan replied. Jiang Mian thought this sounded just like something an NPC would say in a game. Next, Jiang Mian asked Lin Kuan more questions about the uninhabited area and the new territory. As a farmer, Lin Kuan didn't know much. Many of the details were recounted as legends. Each year at the beginning of the year in the old territory, the populations of various towns would be tallied. If the number exceeded a certain limit, the excess people would be sent to the uninhabited area by the so-called deities to follow the pioneers. Lin Kuan, as a participant, believed it was the guidance of the harvest goddess. But to Jiang Mian, that territory could hardly be considered a paradise. Resources were relatively limited, and each year those exceeding the carrying capacity would be dispatched to the uninhabited area. Life and death are determined by fate. It is beautifully named the guidance of the deities. In the end, Jiang Mian concluded that one must rely on oneself. This Lin Kuan was just an ordinary person buried in a drum. It might not be as good as you think here. To put it in words you can understand, this entire mountain could be a nest for monsters. Jiang Mian bluntly explained the situation to him. In a few hours, when night falls, we will be surrounded by hundreds, if not thousands of monsters. Upon hearing Jiang Mian's words, Lin Kuan's fingers trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with worry for the future. However, he did not show any signs of retreat. Instead, he said, I will follow you to the end. Jiang Mian appreciated his response and began to craft an automatic spear-throwing machine in front of him. After triggering his talent, he produced a total of 20 spear-throwing machines. You are a farmer, but let's put off the farming for now. There isn't suitable land or seeds available. You take these spear-throwing machines and place them around the house, 10 in front and 5 on each side. Later I will retrieve wooden spears, and you will fill them up. After assigning the tasks to Lin Kuan, Jiang Mian opened the survival system and sent over the basic workbench and strange leather armor he had promised Wang Tung. At that moment, he also saw a hunter delivering gifts through the trading platform. Boss, we hunters have formed a hunter gang and would like to invite you to join us. These are gifts for our first meeting. A large water condenser blueprint, a mist concealment blueprint, and an automatic archery platform. 300 logs, a bottle of cola, and 2 packs of potato chips. The large water condenser can collect 5 liters of clean water each day, requiring 5 plastic 2 ropes and 1 elastic rope. The mist concealment blueprint is a modular blueprint for the shelter capable of applying a mist effect similar to the mysterious fog at night around the shelter. The mist can reduce the chances of being discovered by mutated creatures. It requires 50 stones, 50 bones from mutated creatures, and 10 pieces of strange hide. The automatic archery platform is an attack type building similar to the automatic spear throwing machine capable of enhancing archery damage by 50. It requires 5 sticks, 1 log, and 2 elastic ropes. These are all good items. These people are quite generous. The water condenser would allow him to drink clean water every day in the future. Jiang Mian immediately made 5, triggering his talent to produce 10. He wouldn't be able to drink all this clean water and could sell it to others. The price of clean water is much higher than that of ordinary river water. 500 milliliters requires 5 logs, and with food prices rising it is now around 8 logs. After all, not everyone has a black iron chest to boil water. They can only drink unclean river water for now. The mist concealment blueprint is even more crucial for him at this time. It can reduce the number of mutated creatures gathering around him. Can such a good item really come from a black iron chest? The probability of being discovered should not be very high. Jiang Mian speculated. If black iron chests could yield blueprints that would ensure one would never be disturbed by mutated creatures, what would the subsequent bronze, silver, and gold chests amount to? As for the final automatic archery platform, Jiang Mian was quite satisfied. Most importantly, this thing does not require strengthening tendons. Elastic ropes can be easily traded. Thus, he could produce unlimited archery platforms. The materials needed to make stone arrows are also much simpler than those for stone spears. After reviewing the welcoming gifts sent by the Hunter Guild, Jiang Mian had yet to start his reply when a message from Wang Tung arrived. Boss, this morning, I leveraged your reputation to gather a group of people, calling it the Merchant Alliance. Actually, I am just a temporary leader. They all followed you here, and the position of the leader truly belongs to you. After half a day's operation, our Merchant Alliance has attracted many members, controlling the trading market of a large... Here are the advanced blueprints and materials we have collected so far, along with over 2,000 logs and other supplies for your review. Hey, this Wang Tung. He is gathering people under his banner without prior consultation. This should have annoyed... However, Wang Tung cleverly proposed this and smoothly explained it as your Merchant Alliance. He then handed over a list of supplies for Jiang Mian to review. Even though Jiang Mian knew that this list of supplies was likely not the complete picture, the notion that he was the true leader was absurd. Nevertheless, seeing this gift, Jiang Mian couldn't bring himself to be angry. Moreover, Wang Tung pointed out that many people in this Merchant Alliance had a stake in these supplies. Jiang Mian, as the boss, couldn't just selfishly take everything and leave everyone else to fend for themselves. 2 large organizations sent welcoming gifts one after another. The first had just left when the latter arrived. Jiang Mian did not believe this was mere coincidence. These 2 organizations were able to develop early among the survivors and attract a group of capable and resourceful individuals, showcasing the foresight and methods of the leaders behind them. In the survivor group, he was considered a lone wolf, a pioneer. Triggering 2 world announcements, he was seen as a star expert in the eyes of the survivors. It was predictable that both organizations would want to recruit him, whether for profit or his reputation. However, while they could send him gifts and trade with him, asking him to join was out of the question. Having experienced a day and night of thrilling events, Jiang Mian had a clear plan for the future. He could encounter more ferocious monsters, which was both a danger and a tremendous opportunity, as long as he could remain as unkillable as a cockroach. Survive. By the next day, he would be fully revitalized and rewarded with more substantial returns. During this period, his level would rise far beyond that of other survivors. With survivors separated by hundreds of miles, when he faced difficulties, others would be powerless to help. He had no need to join organizations that were worlds apart from him. Joining an organization meant rights came with corresponding obligations. Yet others faced just a few monsters which would shy away from fire. But he was up against a veritable tide of monsters. The creatures behind would not care for the fate of those in front, pushing and piling up, directly descending upon him. He was no longer on the same path as the other survivors. Until he could ensure his own stability in the future, Jiang Mian decided to be a nameless and aloof pioneer. He would provide better information and strategies for survival to others through individuals or organizations. But it wouldn't be for free. He too had to survive. After reviewing the supplies provided by Wang Tung, Jiang Mian selected 2 blueprints and a fruit with attributes. He also requested some elastic ropes for making bows and plastic bottles needed for constructing a water condenser. He did not ask for any other basic construction materials or food. Compared to the hunters in the Hunter Guild, the members of the Merchant Alliance should be those without weapons or those who can still procure food. Jiang Mian did not have much food on hand, but the hunters certainly had plenty. Jiang Mian wrote a list of needed items for Wang Tung, including a batch of fabric for making strange leather armor, then replied, "Give me these items, and I will provide you with equivalent food." Seeing that the mysterious boss only selected a portion of the supplies, and even requested equivalent food in return, Wang Tung was immediately moved. He had underestimated this boss. He thought the other party was just a lone wolf, and lone wolves were selfish, at least focused on their own well-being. They would not care for the lives of others. Yet this boss was sharp enough to consider the makeup and needs of their Merchant Alliance members requesting supplies and offering back what they needed more. "I misjudged a gentleman's heart with a petty mind," he murmured. He did not refuse the other party's return. He knew that for someone like this, refusal itself was an insult. "Having you in the Merchant Alliance is truly a great fortune," Wang Tung replied half-heartedly. Jiang Mian merely glanced at it before quickly editing the message to rebut Wang Tung. "You are the leader of the Merchant Alliance, who I want interfere in your matters. Want to recruit him? Don't even think about it." He was brainstorming ideas for Wang Tung, yet Wang Tung was playing tricks with him. After sending that, Jiang Mian found a hunter from the Hunter Guild and sent over the information about the strange leather armor. "He'll accept the welcoming gift for now. You will inevitably encounter mutated animals while hunting in the future. This is the strange leather armor, which can provide 7 to life and reduce damage taken from strange creatures by 15. You should know its value. Exchange it for food." The hunters in the Hunter Guild were anxiously awaiting the outcome of this initial conversation. Did we give too little, eh? The Merchant Alliance could probably offer more. What we provide is what we can afford. The Merchant Alliance exploits and uses collective resources. If Wang Tung offers more, he's nothing but a downright evil capitalist. That cannot be said. Wang Tung saved many lives by selling Firestarter on the first night, and many people are inclined towards the Merchant Alliance. The Merchant Alliance gathers resources, then uses some blueprints or materials to exchange for food through their channels, allowing Wang Tung to gain a large profit while preventing many in the Alliance from starving. Those who join the Merchant Alliance must surrender all resources except for basic survival needs. Naturally, not just anyone can join. They must pay a certain value, and if they lack special resources, they can make up for it with survival resources. Once someone is caught hoarding resources, the Merchant Alliance will directly announce a ban throughout the region. After that, if the person wants to trade or chat, they will be pursued and blocked by the Merchant Alliance. After paying these resources, members of the Merchant Alliance can receive a minimum amount of food daily. They may not be fully satisfied, but they certainly won't starve. If they want to obtain more food, they must surrender corresponding resources to earn contribution points within the Merchant Alliance. Finally, they can exchange contribution points for food. In the short term, the Merchant Alliance gathers a large amount of resources, greatly benefiting Wang Tung but in the long term, members of the Merchant Alliance only need to surrender all essential resources upon joining, and thereafter they won't have to worry about basic sustenance. Wang Tang's ability to make such promises might lead to difficult times ahead. For example, a snowstorm is expected in 7 days. Will food still be supplied as agreed? As the primary source of food, the hunters in the Hunter Guild had recently been harshly criticized by those who were benefiting without contributing. Now they were even less inclined to trade food with others. Even when they did, the prices were exorbitant. The few sources Wang Tung originally had faced setbacks. Consequently, he temporarily halted the recruitment of new members for the Merchant Alliance. Jiang Mian's actions were undoubtedly a timely boon for him. Equivalent food, even at market prices, was a situation where Wang Tung found it hard to procure. Once he weathered this storm, he decided to properly thank the mysterious boss. The hunter who consumes mutated meat shouted in the group, "The big shot has replied." Without waiting for others to ask, he immediately threw out information about the peculiar leather armor. 7 health, 15 damage reduction. This luxurious data in the early stages directly captured the hearts of all hunters in the chat. They all have health attributes within the range of 6 to 10, and putting on the full set of peculiar leather armor would effectively double their health. With double the health along with enhanced defense and 15 damage reduction. What an artifact. What the heck is golden legend? The old man dropped gold coins. That welcoming gift is truly worth it. Give me this set of armor, and I'll go hunt that mutated wild boar in the south right now. A bunch of lurking hunters in the group were finally stirred by this equipment. Damn, did the big shot really give us this? This must be something that can only be opened with a bronze treasure chest. As long as the big shot is willing to sell, I can directly offer 300 logs, all my possessions on the table. Even the guild leader Lu Rian, who occasionally glanced at the group chat while hunting in the mountains, but rarely spoke, made a rare comment. This should be leather armor, made from the skin of that agile type 1 aberration. The skin of such monsters cannot be broken without the aid of fire. That person must have the talent to disassemble it, or possess a divine weapon capable of dissecting it. The overall set effect is very strong. What does he plan to do? Will he send us samples, or intends to sell them to us? Lu Rian remembered that person had killed over 100 aberrations 6 skins for a full set of armor. Then he must have at least 15 sets of armor. Lu Rian didn't think that person would give them away. Her first instinct was that he intended to sell, and the trading target was food. At that person's level, apart from a few blueprints, there were hardly any resources that could catch his eye in the entire Hunters Guild. If he considered trading with the Hunters Guild, it undoubtedly wasn't for his own benefit. And now there was someone urgently needing to trade with the Hunters Guild. The Merchants Alliance. They were in dire need of food right now. Would that person be so kind? Lu Rian remained non-committal, merely smiling. Regardless, what did that have to do with her? The big shot wants to trade with us, and the item for trade is food. The hunter consuming mutated meat spoke earnestly. I want to buy it anyway. The big shot hasn't mentioned a price, so we'll set a price ourselves, and he'll relay it to the big shot. The group of hunters immediately started bidding back and forth. I think the 300 logs mentioned by that guy earlier is a bit exaggerated. The blueprints from the black iron treasure chests range from 30 to 80. I think this armor is worth at most 200 logs. 200 for 3 or 4 blueprints. You can afford that face, but I can't. Can 2 or 3 black iron treasure chests really justify a full set of armor? Exactly. With this armor, how many black iron treasure chests will we be unable to find in the future? I think the big shot is testing our sincerity. If we satisfy him, he might consider giving us more good things in the future. There's no need to deify him. We are merely seeking mutual benefit. He's just lucky, or perhaps he has some talent for gathering monsters which allowed him to seize the opportunity on the first night. The speaker Qintingjuan had killed a tiger alone yesterday and earned some respect within the Hunters Guild. His talent is the Scrade Martial Saint, which allows him to autonomously absorb spiritual energy from heaven and earth, granting him a powerful physique. Thus the 2 world announcements from the mysterious person last night were nothing to him. With the Martial Saint talent in hand, he would surely have a place among the peak powerhouses in the future. After he finished speaking, someone immediately chimed in. What Brother Chen said makes sense. Many of us hunters have talents suited for combat, but there were very few monsters that refreshed on the first night, so everyone didn't level up. When the monster tide comes, those level 5 guys will lose their advantage, and then we can freely kill monsters and level up quickly, leaving him behind. The group chat fell silent for a moment. Regardless, we are currently in need of him. A price of 300 logs is very fair, so let's consider it as 12. 5 logs per fish or meat, which amounts to 24 fish or 24 pieces of meat. I offer 25 fish. I offer 30 pieces of deer meat. 30 fish, but I don't have that many on hand right now. Can I write an IOU and pay later? After all, it had only been a day and a half since they crossed over. The most experienced hunters had around 60 pieces of food at this moment. After accounting for food sold to upgrade their wooden houses, they were left with about 20 pieces of food. You guys set the price first. They'll go ask the big shot. Okay, you go ask. He'll try to catch some fish before it gets dark. Outside the wooden house, Jiang Mian was waiting on the roof for the installation of 40 archery platforms he had just manufactured. For 20 throwing spear machines, he prepared 3 rounds of stone spears totaling 600. Each archery platform installs 50 stone arrows, and Jiang Mian prepared a total of 4 rounds amounting to 4,000 arrows. The hidden mist module had already been installed on the shelter. From the Merchants Alliance, he selected 2 blueprints, one for a fireplace and another for a smelting furnace. The former was a long-awaited heating device. The latter, the smelting furnace, is a tool understood by those in the know. A cross-era artifact. As long as he finds, or he can directly enter the age of copper and iron. Forged iron, forged steel. With blueprints he can make guns. Find sand to make glass. If he can later obtain blueprints for a blender using clay, sand, limestone, and water, he could even try making concrete. Besides the blueprints, the attribute fruit he desired provided a 3-speed effect, perfectly compensating for his shortcomings. After setting up the throwing spear machines and archery platforms, Jiang Mian climbed down from the roof. Upon opening the chat, he saw the hunters' inquiries. Can we write an IOU? The fact that they could ask such a question showed how much these hunters valued the peculiar leather armor. He replied, yes, but it must be repaid within 3 days. I can provide 20 sets of peculiar leather armor. Jiang Mian certainly had enough materials to create more, but he wouldn't expose his talent for the sake of a transaction. 20 sets correspond to 120 aberrations, which is reasonable for the hunters. After stating his requirements, Jiang Mian went inside and crafted 2 wooden beds, a wooden table, and 2 chairs at the workbench. His bed was placed in the bedroom, while Lin Kun's bed was set up in the guest room. Let's take our bone spears tonight and challenge the most aggressive mutated creatures first. Jiang Mian instructed Lin Kuan. The Hunters Guild had integrated food, averaging 28 pieces of food per set of leather armor. A total of 560 pieces of food with an initial payment of 300 pieces and the remaining 200 pieces to be repaid within 3 days. Jiang Mian sent Wang Tung the agreed amount at a price of 13 logs per piece of food. He earned a profit of 0.5 logs from the price difference. 560 pieces of food equated to a profit of 280 logs. For more food, he directly exchanged it for various basic construction materials. Upon seeing the news, Wang Tung was overjoyed and immediately began collecting basic construction materials from the Merchants Alliance at a price of 13 logs per piece of food. He guessed that Jiang Mian's food came from a trade with the Hunters Guild, so he no longer kept it hidden. He took out a weapon module blueprint he had previously concealed and gave it to Jiang Mian. The effect of the weapon module is as follows: item sharp blade module quality. The effect 1 strength increases damage caused by melee weapons by 20. It requires 2 forged iron to craft this module. Jiang Mian couldn't make it for now. Not to mention forged iron, no one in the entire region had encountered iron ore. The trade of food from Wang Tung brought him a vast amount of basic construction materials, and the quantity was terrifying after doubling. Just the logs alone reached over 4,000. Over 1,000 wooden sticks and 500 stones. Hundreds of elastic ropes, cloth, and strings. Jiang Mian exchanged 2,000 logs for 400 stones, gathering enough materials to upgrade to a level 4 wooden house. Without further ado, he began the upgrade. Item wooden house, shelter quality D, level 4 durability, 2,000 defense, 100 description. After initially mixing stone structures, your shelter will be impervious to wind and rain, faintly resembling a castle. Effect 1. Within the shelter, survivors receive a 2 boost to all attributes. Damage taken is reduced by 23, and stamina recovery speed is increased by 25 too. The flames within the shelter gain the holy fire effect, capable of damaging mutated creatures within a certain range and causing fear, resulting in a brief paralysis. U3. The shelter possesses its own majesty, intimidating weaker mutated creatures, preventing them from approaching U4. The shelter's effect range expands beyond the wooden house, covering a radius of 50 meters. This was Jiang Mian's first encounter with a grade item, albeit a D grade. Compared to a level 3 shelter, the level 4 shelter added a deterrence effect. It provides an extra 2 boost to all attributes for survivors. The effect range of the shelter expanded to a radius of 50 meters, nearly covering the visible area in the forest. The second floor of the level 4 shelter is divided into 3 rooms. Next to the main building, a small wooden house has been added which can be used to raise some animals or serve as a temporary storage for feed, firewood, and irrigation water. The archery platform that was previously placed on the roof has also been updated to be compatible with the new shelter. Jiang Mian felt a renewed sense of security as he touched the solid stone wall. The reassurance provided by the stone wall far exceeds that of a wooden one. Beside him, Lin Kuan, having witnessed the entire upgrade process of the shelter, felt an even deeper admiration for Jiang Mian. In his eyes, this was akin to a divine intervention. As the sun set, dragging its long tail, the sky followed suit, pressing the switch for dusk, and the night descended. The air turned damp and cold with a silent chill spreading. On the mountain, wild wolves howled at the moon, tightening the nerves of the 2 men in front of the house. I wonder what effect the intimidation factor has. If it scares off all the monsters, then my preparations for this weapon wouldn't be in vain. At that moment, Jiang Mian was no longer plagued by the anxiety of the previous night. Instead, he was eager for a challenge. He worried that the new night might bring forth stronger monsters that would be difficult to handle. He was also concerned that the monsters might be too weak and get scared away, leaving him empty-handed. Whoosh! Suddenly birds scattered from the distant forest. Jiang Mian immediately looked in that direction. The treetops swayed uncertainly in the dark night, making more noise than last night. The ground trembled slightly, as if some colossal creature was approaching. Crack! The sound of branches snapping came from the dense forest, followed by a loud crash as a tree was completely smashed and crashed down. A gray mist surged from the forest, engulfing the shadow of the fallen tree. Visibility was obscured. It was unclear, which only added to the unease. What kind of monster lurked inside? Or perhaps a beast? It must be a big one. Whoosh! A pair of pale giant hands pushed 2 small trees apart, the slender trunks bending at 30 or 40 degrees. And then snapped simultaneously. From the gap, created a massive, colorless monster had emerged. The head was bald, devoid of hair, with features distorted like a speed-type mutant blurred into a single mass, with only the eye and mouth sockets vaguely discernible. A pair of stout legs stepped onto the ground, revealing the full figure of the monster, towering at least 2 stories high. It was only half a head shorter than the level 4 shelter Jiang Mian had just upgraded. Those hands, capable of easily snapping small trees, appeared tiny in front of the monster's colossal body. Its legs, as thick as barrels, shook the ground with each step. Then that grotesque face turned towards the 2 figures in front of the shelter. The giant monster loomed over the tiny humans, a sight that always instilled fear. Lin Kuan was directly frightened into a sitting position on the ground, his lips trembling and unable to utter a word. Jiang Mian, unable to voice his thoughts, was drowned by a new wave of terror. His upgrade speed had already been quick enough, but what about this monster's upgrade speed? Was it cheating? How? Oh, this level 4 shelter, oh, this intimidation effect, is it meant to scare away small monsters and attract a boss instead? The truth revealed to Jiang Mian was that this monster was not a boss either. Because from the nearby woods another massive head soon emerged. The sound of trees snapping continued to echo in the distant forest. There were even more than two. Damn it, Jiang Mian cursed, trying to use anger to resist the fear. Not only was Lin Kuan collapsed, but his legs, though still standing, felt as heavy as lead and could not move. He continually tried to calm his trembling emotions in his heart. He must not be afraid, must not be afraid. This survival world couldn't possibly leave no way out. Creak, creak. Dozens of slender figures darted out from the gaps beneath the giant monster's feet, agile in form and emitting unpleasant cries. These were the agile type 1 mutants from last night. After reaching the edge of the mist, they did not advance further, closely following the giant monster. The giant monster sensed the state of the shelter and then raised its foot, taking heavy steps forward. With each step it took, hundreds of slender mutants followed like ants. The silhouette of the giant mutant stepped into the range of the shelter's holy fire. A pure and sacred brilliance illuminated the surface of the giant mutant's skin, producing burns similar to last night. However, the pale skin of the mutant was only singed to a gray color, not burned like the speed-type mutants. It even managed to reduce the effects of the holy fire within a certain range, providing protection to the speed-type mutants beneath. The burning effect of the holy fire was limited. The giant mutant completely stepped into the range of the holy fire. At this moment, Jiang Mian finally broke free from his state of fear. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward. Like last night, he could not entertain thoughts of retreat, because there was nowhere to go behind him. Fire! Jiang Mian bit his tongue to stay alert, and commanded the spear-throwing machine and archery platform in his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, hundreds of arrows accompanied by dozens of long spears rushed forward. The stone arrows struck the giant mutant, bouncing off immediately, creating a series of clattering sounds. The greedy mutants that poked their heads out from beneath the giant mutant were not so fortunate. Under the rain of arrows, their bodies, with defenses reduced by the holy fire, were pierced through, letting out unwilling shrieks as they perished. However, the number of damaged mutants was not significant compared to the whole. More mutants, upon seeing their companions die, obediently hid beneath the giant mutant. They used the giant mutant as a shield to block the arrows flying towards them. After the stone arrows, heavy stone spears fell like meteors. Sizzle! A spear with 150 throwing damage pierced the weak spot on the giant mutant's hardened abdomen. Milky pus and blood oozed from the wound. It can bleed. Although most of the stone spears were blocked by the giant mutant's wave of its hand, Jiang Mian's eyes rekindled the flame of hope. If it can bleed, it means it can die. After inflicting damage on the mutant, its information was captured by the bracelet on Jiang Mian's wrist. Race strength type 1 mutant, elite, level 5 health, 75500, burned by the shelter's fire defense, slightly reduced strength, 47 stamina, 19 speed, 15 spirit, 8 description, a low-level mutant with immense strength. Its hardened exterior can withstand the vast majority of physical damage. A level 5 mutant. An elite monster. Jiang Mian's first thought was, how is this possible? It was only the second day. Even normal survivors, if they used the holy fire to kill the mutants from the first night, could only reach level 2 at most. How could he possibly contend with an elite level 5 monster? From the description of the strength type mutant, its physical defense was extremely high. Yet the burning of the holy fire had minimal effect on it. Could it be that the burning of the holy fire is also considered physical damage? He had always believed that this sacred phenomenon was some mysterious magical damage. Magical damage counters strength type mutants. But where could he find magical damage? He hadn't heard of anyone finding skill books and treasure chests in the channel. Wait, skills. That 10-year-old red fruit granted him the ability to start a fire. He had tried this ability before. It was just like performing magic, conjuring a small flame at his fingertips. It required consuming spirit points to activate. A dead horse is better than a live horse. Let's give it a try. Jiang Mian focused his mind, and a lively little flame appeared at his fingertips. He controlled the flame to attach to the tip of his bone spear. He raised his hand and hurled the enchanted bone spear towards the strength-type mutant. The enchanted spear flew through the air, leaving a fiery tail behind. When the flame made contact with the mutant's hardened shell, it did not bounce off like a stone arrow. It seemed to have a life of its own, sticking to that outer skin like a parasite. Soon it burned a small hole. The bone spear dove through the small hole, penetrating nearly 20 centimeters deep. Health 89. A line of small text popped up above the mutant's head. The excruciating pain radiated throughout its body, causing the mutant to clutch its wounded abdomen and collapse to the ground. There's still hope. Jiang Mian glanced at his panel, watching his spirit points drop from 21 to 20. Each time he used Start a Fire, his spirit points decreased by 1. Spirit points are different from stamina. They can recover quickly. Jiang Mian had tried it before, and it took tens of minutes to recover even a bit. Moreover, when spirit points fell below 5, his consciousness would become heavy. He needed to level up. Leveling up could restore all his status. Jiang Mian felt a surge of strength coursing through his body as he retrieved another bone spear from the storage space. The first round of stone arrows and spears had been launched. Seizing the moment to replenish, Jiang Mian infused the spear with fire magic and quickly charged forward, thrusting it fiercely towards the eyes of the howling aberration sitting on the ground. You dealt a lethal blow, life 178. He forcefully withdrew the bone spear and jumped to the side, dodging the clumsy attack of the power-type aberration, swinging its arms in pain. Reapplying the magic, Jiang Mian thrust the spear violently into the waist of the aberration. Life 89. He pulled out the long spear, preparing to deliver the final blow when a wave of heart palpitations surged within him. Every hair on his body stood on end. He quickly rolled to the side. A gigantic fist smashed into the ground at the spot where he had just stood. The ground cracked, and dust flew everywhere. That was close. Another power-type aberration had appeared. Jiang Mian suspected that mental value was related to intelligence. These power-type aberrations walked in front, shielding the agile-type aberrations from the stone arrows, indicating they had developed a rudimentary awareness. Another power-type aberration, relentless in its pursuit, stood upright and swung its fists toward Jiang Mian. At this moment, the stone arrows and spears had been fully loaded. Jiang Mian rolled back several times, and with a thought, hundreds of arrows shot forth. The stone spears launched by the automatic throwing machine shattered the defenses of the power-type aberration with sheer force. They could threaten it. Therefore, when the second round of spears flew in, these power-type aberrations crossed their arms in front of themselves, standing their ground in defense. Jiang Mian infused the bone spear in his hand with magical flames and hurled it at the critically wounded power-type aberration he had been fixated on. Life 89. You have slain a power I-type aberration elite, gaining 50 experience. You have become the first survivor in the world to slay an elite mutated creature, earning the title Pioneer of Heights. Record your previous habits. Continue to broadcast anonymously. Lines of text flashed by, but Jiang Mian paid no heed. His gaze was fixed on the fallen power-type aberration. Beside it appeared a black-gray ancient treasure chest. A black iron treasure chest. Killing elite monsters yields treasure chests, and it's a black iron treasure chest. The dangers are great, but the rewards are equally enticing. After the power-type aberration fell, the agile-type aberrations behind it were left completely exposed. Countless stone arrows ruthlessly pierced through their defenses. Experience 2. 5. 5. You have reached level 10, gaining 1 bronze treasure chest, 1 shelter upgrade ticket, 1 to all attributes, 1 free attribute point. You have become the first survivor in the world to reach level 10, earning the title 2 steps ahead. Record your previous habits. Continue to broadcast anonymously. Upon seeing the level 10 upgrade rewards, Jiang Mian almost held his breath. A bronze treasure chest, a treasure chest that surpasses the world drop progress. Open. He did not hesitate and immediately opened it, as the stone spears were limited to 3 rounds and would soon be exhausted. He needed more means. You have obtained 1 ice arrow tower blueprint, 1 box of Huazi, and 10 basic mental recovery potions. The ice arrow tower can fire ice arrows which deal ice attribute magical damage. Required materials: 10 stones, 5 cold spirit stones, 50 logs, 10 sticks, 2 wrought iron. Cold spirit stone. This is a material he has never heard of. The ice arrow tower has excellent effects and can deal with the current predicament, but without materials, it cannot be made. The basic mental recovery potions are useful, but they are not what he needs most right now. Several power-type aberrations charged forward with hundreds of minor creatures. He could not withstand them. When he was in close combat with the power-type aberrations, the minor creatures would rush out and attack, which was quite troublesome. Holy Fire can only cause stun effects on weak agile-type aberrations. It is ineffective against power-type aberrations. He needs more control methods. Jiang Mian quickly chose to report anonymously to check the effects of the 2 titles. Title 2 steps ahead. Description: clearing the mist with both hands, measuring the earth with both feet, is what it means to pioneer. Effect: illuminate the map within a 10-kilometer radius and mark the locations of water sources, mining points, and special plants. Title: Pioneer of Heights. Description: one mountain is higher than another. A warrior will not cease to challenge the unknown. The improvement in treasure chest quality is a good title, but he must have the life to use it. Jiang Mian placed his last hope on the shelter. The improvement in treasure chest quality is a good title, but he must have the life to use it. Jiang Mian placed his last hope on the shelter upgrade ticket. Upon upgrading the shelter to level 3, he gained the ability of Holy Fire to stun monsters. Although this ability did not affect elite mutated creatures, it's uncertain what new effects might be given upon reaching level 5. A simple look revealed that the shelter upgrade ticket could directly elevate a shelter below level 5 by 1 level. His shelter is currently level 4, making it the optimal time to use it. Use. As soon as Jiang Mian's thoughts settled, a rumbling sound echoed from behind the shelter. Originally a 2-story building with 5 rooms, it expanded to 1 large room, and 3 small rooms on the first floor, and 5 rooms on the second floor with additional bathrooms added on both floors. The external attached rooms became 3. Item: Stonehouse Shelter. Quality D. Level 5. Durability, 5,000. Defense 200. Description: a stone-structured shelter that laughs in the face of storms, an unbreakable castle. Effects 1. Within the shelter, the survivor's attributes are increased by 5 points, damage taken is reduced by 24, stamina recovery speed is increased by 30, and mental recovery speed is increased by 22. The flames in the shelter gain the effect of holy fire, inflicting damage on mutated creatures within a certain range, and inducing fear, causing temporary stun of 3. The owner of the shelter gains the active skill Holy Fire Judgment, dealing true damage equal to 10 of the target's maximum life, usable 3 times a day. 4. The shelter emanates an aura of intimidation, deterring low-level mutated creatures from approaching. 5. The effective range of the shelter expands to outside the wooden house, covering a radius of 100 meters. The level 5 shelter did not provide Jiang Mian with the control effects he desired. Holy Fire Judgment can deal true damage based on maximum life, which is of high quality, but its effectiveness is not very noticeable at his current level. The deterrence of effect 4 changed from being effective against weak mutated creatures to low-level mutated creatures. This effect was indeed immediate. Aside from the 7 power I-type aberrations on the field, all other agile I-type aberrations fled in terror, as if they were mice spotting a cat. They quickly disappeared into the fog. Jiang Mian felt pained. All of that was his experience points. Elite monsters are hard to defeat, with each yielding only 50 experience points, and leveling up from 10 to 11 requires 100 experience. With all these minor creatures fleeing, how would he level up? Moreover, do effects 2 and 4 not contradict each other? One can only control minor creatures while the other can only drive them away. If they are all driven away, what control effects does he need? Can he turn off the deterrence of effect 4? Jiang Mian entertained this thought in his mind. The next moment, a faint ripple emanated from the shelter. The silhouettes of agile-type aberrations emerged once more from the fog. It turned out to be the effect of the manual switch. Those agile-type aberrations returned, surrounding the edge of the firelight, now positioned 100 meters away. They were more than 50 meters away from the power-type aberrations that could provide them with protection. His shelter upgraded, the range of the firelight expanded directly, placing the power-type aberrations that were initially on the outskirts now in the middle ground. The 2 types of aberrations were thus separated. The returning agile-type aberrations could only watch their big brothers from a distance. Without the protection of the power-type aberrations, they shoved against each other, quickly resembling the phenomenon of the first night. They were burned half to death by the firelight. And this time Jiang Mian was not the least bit worried they would stack up and collapse. After all, they were 100 meters away. Jiang Mian adjusted the focus target of the arrow platform, directly aiming at those weak agile-type aberrations. A series of experience gain notifications popped up. Experience 2. 5. Experience 2. While slaughtering the agile aberrations at the archery platform, Jiang Mian's hands did not pause. During the control phase of the second round of spears, he successfully enchanted a spear to kill the second strength-type aberration. However, all the bone spears in the warehouse had already been used up, leaving only the last one in his hand. Lin Kuan will draw their attention. You go collect the bone spears I threw. Then return quickly. I will activate the last round of the spear launcher. Under Jiang Mian's desperate maneuvering, the entire battlefield situation turned around. They gained the ability to counterattack. Lin Kuan, who had been frightened to the ground, had somehow stood up again, looking at Jiang Mian with guilt. I will obey, he shouted loudly, almost breaking his throat. His previous performance had been abysmal, having been frightened and falling down when the enemy invaded. The young master was not afraid at all, but instead charged forward. His subordinate was too embarrassing. Now that the young master had given him a chance to redeem himself, he decided to seize it. Perform well. 2 seconds later, the second round of spear launch was completed. Jiang Mian simultaneously conjured 5 flames and hurled them at the 5 remaining strength-type aberrations. The flames landed on them, igniting instantly. The strength-type aberrations, scorched by the magical flames, immediately roared in anger and collectively charged at Jiang Mian. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Kuan scrambled to the 2 corpses, pulling out the bone spears lodged in them. The spears were deeply embedded, and lacking Jiang Mian's strength, Lin Kuan had to exert all his might to pull out just one. On the other side, Jiang Mian's speed far exceeded that of the clumsy, strength-type aberrations. Without the interference of the agile aberrations, he played around the riverbanks with the 5 hulking figures. He dared not look back, as facing 5 alone was simply not an option. As he ran, his stamina quickly drained. Realizing he was about to be caught, Jiang Mian silently urged for a level up. He reached level 11. He had already gained over 100 experience points from defeating the agile aberrations. After leveling up, his stamina and spirit were instantly restored. Jiang Mian created distance from the 5 hulking figures. At this moment, Lin Kuan had finished collecting all the bone spears and brought back 2 black iron chests, turning to shout at Jiang Mian, "Young master, I've collected them all." Jiang Mian circled around and returned to Lin Kuan's side. Fire! The last round of stone spears shot out, keeping the 5 strength-type aberrations in place. Jiang Mian silently urged to open the chests while enchanting the bone spear in his hand and throwing it. You have obtained a Mahjong Set 1, a certain brand of MSG 2, a certain brand of Cooling Blanket 1. You have obtained Finn's Crafting Blueprints 1, a certain Future Pillow 1, a Clock 1. Goodness, these 2 black iron chests were quite poor. Compared to these 2 chests, the first black iron chest he had opened before was truly a treasure. These 2 chests had some use with the fence. Life 94. You have killed a Strength I-type aberration, Elite Experience 25. After reaching level 11A, the level difference with the level 1 agile aberration that died 100 meters away was 10 levels, and the experience drop was only 10. It was estimated that at a gap of 15 or 20 levels, one could no longer gain experience. Suppressing levels was an obvious good strategy, but in this world the knight did not regard him as a human. He even used level-ups as a means of restoring his state. With a sigh, Jiang Mian's gaze swept over the fallen strength-type aberration. He saw a greenish-blue ancient chest lying beside it. It was the effect of the Brave Mountain Climber title upgrading the quality of the monster's dropped chests. But the stone spears were still being thrown, and the attacks didn't discriminate. He could not approach. The inability to automatically collect was truly troublesome. The last round of stone spear launch ended. Among the 4 remaining aberrations, one was already low on health, and Jiang Mian rushed over to finish it off with a spear. The remaining 3 aberrations had health points of approximately 300, 260, and 180 respectively. The pressure had drastically decreased. Without the interference of the agile aberrations, Jiang Mian was confident he could wear down the 3 half-health strength-type aberrations. With just a glance, Lin Kuan understood Jiang Mian's intentions and autonomously ran to collect the bone spears from another corpse. Jiang Mian pulled out 2 long spears from the corpse beside him and cast magical flames on the 3 aberrations to enrage them. Then he began to circle again. Throwing out 2 long spears along with 2 holy judgments, Jiang Mian dealt 260 points of damage to one of the strength-type aberrations. Fortunately, this time, another bronze chest dropped. Jiang Mian was overjoyed, feeling a rush of wind beneath his feet as he led the last 2 aberrations in circles. Lin Kuan finished collecting the bone spears and handed them to Jiang Mian. 5 minutes later, Jiang Mian, at the cost of taking a slap from the strength-type aberration to his chest, killed all the enemies. Under the 23 damage reduction from the shelter and the 15 damage reduction from the strange leather armor, that half-health strength-type aberration took away 21 of Jiang Mian's health points with a single slap. Name Jiang Mian. Nickname: I level up alone. Level 12, health 1132, 2012, strength 24-6, stamina 23-5, speed 21-5, spirit 25-5. Titles: First Blood, 1 step ahead, 2 steps ahead, Monster Hunter, Brave Mountain Climber. Description: you can now hang that mutated flower leopard up for a beating. If it weren't for the strange leather armor and the life attribute bonuses provided by the shelter, that slap could have directly cost Jiang Mian his life. Even now, Jiang Mian felt a sharp pain in his chest. He recalled the cracked sound that echoed from his chest just now. Jiang Mian felt that several of his ribs must have been broken. During the battle, Jiang Mian had already leveled up to level 12, and the last 5 aberrations had provided 125 experience points. The experience required to reach level 13 was already met. With a thought, he leveled up. All his injuries were instantly healed. For tonight's level-ups, Jiang Mian allocated all his free attribute points to spirit. On the side of physical damage, there was no lack of spear launchers and archery platforms. The spell damage could only rely on his fire starting. If he could obtain other spell skills in the future, they should also be linked to spirit. The agile aberrations outside had all perished. Jiang Mian took out his clock to check the time. It was already past 9 in the evening. Time to sleep. Jiang Mian let Lin Kuan stay in the new bedroom that had appeared on the first floor. After a quick wash and drying off, Jiang Mian climbed into bed. Jiang Mian let Lin Kuan stay in the new bedroom that had appeared on the first floor. After a quick wash and drying off, Jiang Mian climbed into bed with a cooling blanket. The mattress was made of cloth, not very comfortable, but much better than sleeping on a wooden board. Once settled, he squeezed the cooling blanket in his hands. He had never felt the certain brand of cooling blanket to be this soft and comfortable. Let's open the chests first. 5 chests, he couldn't sleep without opening them. After lighting the wall-mounted torch in the room, Jiang Mian took out the 5 chests. He opened the 3 black iron chests first. You have obtained a bedding set 1, 500 milliliters beer 5, Finn's Crafting Blueprints 1. You have obtained a first aid kit 1, a certain brand of running shoes 1, 50g of some jerky 5. You have obtained a certain pillow 1, a space wine gourd 120 boxed antipyretics 2. Another pillow. Was the chest mocking him? However, what seemed unimportant to him might be treasured by others. Like the cash given in the previous bronze chest, countless smokers would rather go hungry than be without it. A smoke after a meal is better than being a living god. If he exchanged it for other supplies, they would be more than willing. He'll put on the bedding set directly, though I want to sleep well tonight. The first aid kit and antipyretics are decent. Medicines are quite precious in this survival world. He couldn't always rely on leveling up, could he? Jiang Mian took out the space wine gourd to take a look. On the surface, it appeared that the 500 milliliters gourd had the capacity to hold 1 cubic meter of water. A great item. It would help him replenish water promptly while traveling. The main act is about to begin. Jiang Mian rubbed his hands in excitement. The previous bronze treasure chest had given him a great blueprint for an ice arrow tower. The items from these 2 bronze treasure chests are surely extraordinary. He opened the first bronze treasure chest. You have obtained crossbow crafting blueprint 1, glider 1, blower blueprint 1. Glider. Jiang Mian almost jumped out of bed. He was located on a mountain, and having a glider would make it easy to observe the surrounding terrain. He could see for dozens of kilometers around. If there were any mining spots or other resources, he might be able to find them. With the aid of the wind, he could also reach farther places quickly. For him, the glider was worth even more than the ice arrow tower blueprint. In this desolate mountain, there were no roads, and transportation tools like bicycles were completely useless. Low-altitude flight is the key. The blower and crossbow are also quite good. The former can speed up the refining process, while the latter is several times more powerful than a bow. In the forest, the crossbow is the second best ranged weapon after guns. It is even quieter, giving it an advantage in stealth. With a crossbow, hunting animals from a distance is much easier than with a spear. The materials needed to craft the crossbow are 5 wooden sticks, 4 hardwood boards, 6 elastic ropes, 1 reinforced tendon, and 2 wrought iron. Finding iron ore is a matter of urgency. Alternatively, collecting black iron treasure chests tomorrow for refining would also work. Anyway, he didn't need to make too many crossbows. He would use one himself first. Of course, if he acquired more black iron treasure chests, he could make a few more to sell to the Hunters Guild. Those guys would certainly appreciate the crossbow. Speaking of hunters, Jiang Mian opened the regional channel to check on the status of others. He almost got beaten to death by 7 elite monsters. What would happen to others? Tonight's discussion about the aberrant beings was much more intense than last night. Even my sacred lake Heart Island has aberrant beings intruding, and 3 at once. I shall suppress them. This white mantis looks really ugly. Its hissing is unbearable, keeping me awake. Today I learned to collect wooden sticks. This fire won't go out all night. It's fine if we don't go out. What are we afraid of? Not going out. How will you level up? The Hunters Guild people said that killing mutated creatures is the only way to gain experience. Yeah, that mysterious big shot in our area has already reached level 10 and even killed elite monsters. True. By the way, what are elite monsters? Have you encountered any? No, these monsters are just like last night's. I suspect that the big shot is not in the same world as us. Do you think the big shot is out all night chasing monsters with weapons? Damn, that's a reasonable thought. Is the big shot's talent flying? Can one have such a talent? It's possible. Perhaps that's why he was able to kill so many monsters a few days ago. It's fine. In 6 days the monster tide will arrive, and we can still level up by hunting monsters then. Most of the people in the channel are staying inside their wooden houses. Their situations are similar to the first night. No sight of elite monsters either. This survival world is truly malicious towards him. The only elite monsters are thrown right at his doorstep. They are relentless in their attempts to take his life. Tomorrow with the glider, he intends to take a good look at the surroundings. The number of people in the upper right corner of the regional channel is currently 9987-010-0000, with 130 deaths over the last 2 days. Most of these deaths were due to fires going out midway during the first night, resulting in being killed by aberrant beings. This morning those who weren't hunting were noisy and scolding, but in the end they still obediently went out to chop wood. They exchanged a few pieces of meat or some fish to stave off hunger. 2 days in, and hunger hasn't killed anyone yet. The information quality in the regional channel is not high. If I could join the chat groups of the Trading Alliance or the Hunters Guild, I should be able to obtain more useful information. These 2 organizations are likely looking forward to him joining their chat groups. Can I join the chat anonymously? Jiang Mian searched for this function in the chat channel. He eventually found that it was possible, but it required the group owner's consent. In other words, at least the group owner would know his nickname. Tell Wang Tung that my nickname doesn't matter and the Hunters Guild is currently engaging in transactions with me. After tonight, Jiang Mian estimated that the top tier of the Hunters Guild would reach around level 3. In the late night, Wang Tung, who was staying up late to browse the channel, saw a red dot pop up in the lower left corner indicating a private message. The sender's nickname was, "I level up alone." Upon seeing this nickname, Wang Tung vaguely guessed something. Add me to the Trading Alliance group anonymously. After reading the message, it further confirmed his thoughts. The big shot actually directly added him as a friend. He definitely had to agree. Wang Teng's face lit up with joy as he rolled around on the bed sheets. To be cautious after accepting the friend request, Wang Teng sent a message. Big Shot, are you still selling leather armor? The response came quickly. The corpses are outside, I'll clean them up tomorrow. Listening to this brief and succinct message, Wang Teng was certain that this was the Big Shot and immediately added him anonymously to the Trading Alliance group. Meanwhile, the fishing master Lu Rian was dissecting the corpse of the aberrant being that had its defenses reduced at night with her bone blade. The 4 aberrant beings wandering outside had all been killed by her. Including the 2 from last night, she had a full set of new bizarre leather armor. A private message read dot was blinking. She casually clicked to take a look. The sender's nickname was I Level Up Alone, and the request contained only one sentence. Add me to the Hunters Guild anonymously. She brushed aside a few strands of long hair that had fallen to her cheek and narrowed one eye, making an ooh expression. Did you enjoy the killing? She agreed to the friend request and asked almost died. The other side responded. Lu Rian was somewhat surprised. It seemed that the strength of the elite monsters was greater than she had imagined. From the amount of bizarre leather armor the person provided, he should have been above level 8 this morning. Level 8 attributes are quite high, with all stats approaching twice that of a normal person. Even though no second person has reached level 5, yet he was still the only one lonely at level 8 in the entire world channel. The person's shelter should have reached level 3 long ago, and wearing the bizarre leather armor, he could handle agile aberrant beings without relying on holy fire. Yet he said almost died. Do you lack medicine? Trade it for bizarre leather armor. Lu Rian asked. She had been dissecting for over 20 minutes, and had only managed to obtain one piece of an aberrant being's skin. Her fingers were sore. She thought she had given too little food to buy bizarre leather armor during the day. No need, I'll save it for experience until I level up. What a meticulous thinker. She commented. She still hadn't added Jiang Mian to the Hunters Guild. Oh, she wanted to collect some interest. What are elite monsters? Tell me some information you can share. Type 1 aberrant beings as tall as 2 stories. Lu Rian stared at these lines of text in silence. As tall as 2 stories. What on earth did this person go through tonight? She anonymously added Jiang Mian to the Hunters Guild and suddenly mentioned a name. Zhou Xian. She just thought that if the other party directly called her nickname Lu Rian, it would be a bit socially embarrassed. Jiang Mian stared at the name on the screen, momentarily stunned. Then he chuckled to himself. Is this the consequence of being too boastful online, feeling socially dead? His shamelessness is still no match for Wang Teng from the heart of the Lake Island. That guy has become the leader of the Merchant Alliance and spends all day acting as a connector in the regional channel. Even when others called him an idiot, he could respond with a smile. Jiang Mian couldn't help but admire this. He first took a stroll through the Merchant Alliance and found that there were already over 5,000 members discussing topics similar to those in the external regional channel. The only difference was that the group chat pinned an announcement: congratulations to the mysterious Big Shot for reaching level 10 and slaying elite monsters. Today's announcement: the mysterious Big Shot has opened up trade routes for the Hunters Guild, lowering food prices to 25 logs per portion. Wang Teng is truly relentless. No matter what, they want to ride on his coattails. That announcement almost made him sound like a saint. Since it was a good name, Jiang Mian wouldn't waste his time trying to debunk it. He always made small moves within the limits of his bottom line. Since Wang Teng was doing this, he would have to collect some interest tomorrow. After checking out the Merchant Alliance, Jiang Mian entered the Hunters Guild chat. The Hunters Guild had far fewer members than the Merchant Alliance, and the entry of a new member attracted everyone's attention. Hey, who is this? Still anonymous. Only the guild leader has the privilege of anonymity. This person was brought in by the guild leader. A heavyweight character, let's show some respect. Who are you, buddy? Speak up. Not talking. Playing it cool. Let's continue our chat. Where were we? The feeling of leveling up is truly exhilarating. I now have armor and shields. The 3 aberrants outside are not enough for me to kill. Where did that level 10 guy find it? As they were discussing, they suddenly saw the anonymous survivor, who had just been invited to the group, consecutively posting 2 trading links. One was for 5 sets of strange leather armor, and the other was for 20 basic workbenches. Both were for trading food. Such a familiar scene. Question marks suddenly sprang up. At this point, how could they not guess who this anonymous survivor was? Damn, it turns out to be my ideal type. Who was just bad-mouthing my ideal type. Come out and apologize. You were just the loudest earlier. Your skill of screaming thief is truly impressive. What do you mean my ideal type? Big Shot, I'm sorry. Messages can't be retracted here. Please have mercy and don't sell me your leather armor. Are you male or female, Big Shot? It doesn't matter to me. Ooh, I just like you as a person. A workbench is a household essential. It can create anything. Hurry and grab one to improve my doghouse. The guild leader knows the Big Shot. I thought it was that guy from the leopard meat who had a chance to bring the Big Shot into the group. Even though it was deep into the night, the group chat was as lively as boiling water. Over the course of 2 nights, there were 4 world announcements and 1 regional announcement. This anonymous Big Shot was undoubtedly the center of discussion among the survivors. They even concocted hundreds of little stories to explain the rise of the anonymous Big Shot. Stories of a king descending from the heavens furious and menacing. Tales of being dumped by the princess of mutated creatures 30 years east of the river 30 years west. Do not underestimate the poor youth. In a previous life, I was meek and submissive, but after crossing into the survival world and being betrayed by my best friend in this life, I will reclaim everything that belongs to me. To a large extent, they all viewed that anonymous Big Shot as their target to pursue. Big Shot, I just sent you my photo via private chat. I'm called the handsome young man from 10 miles around. I truly love you. Big Shot, the wristband has a camera function. Can you show us? I can warm your bed, Big Shot. I hope to have a chance to play with you in the future. Big Shot, say something. Whatever you need, just ask. Just say a word. This time they were even more direct in private chat, with some even posting pictures of themselves lying on the bed reaching out to the empty space beside them. Big Shot, I prepared a little blanket for you. Some transformed into Jiang Mian's little fans, while others were naturally not convinced. These individuals all possessed combat talents above B rank, and since discovering mutated animals, they began actively hunting to level up. Coupled with the few agile type 1 aberrants at night, most had reached level 3. After discussing privately, someone began to speak. My talent is a level sharpshooter. I can almost hit 100 accuracy when shooting. If you give me one of the basic workbenches now, when I eventually produce firearms and become a local tyrant, I will consider looking after you. The precision effect provided by the sharpshooter talent, although it also applies to bows and arrows, the attack power of arrows is simply too low against mutated creatures. In the future, when survivors have access to firearms, this talent can be fully utilized. Someone continued, also give me a workbench and tell me the information about elite monsters. My talent is related to lightning. I can slay an aberrant with one strike. Right now you can quickly level up based on your talent, but when the monster tide comes, your true self will be exposed. At that time, crying for your parents will be of no use. They spoke truthfully. Having combat talent would indeed make navigating the monster tide in 6 days much easier. Perhaps they would soon grow stronger. Jiang Mian was also willing to invest in such potential stocks. However, he did not like the tone in which these two spoke. After all, he was currently in the lead, occupying better resources. How could those seeking help be so brazen? It was as if Jiang Mian owed them from the start. Jiang Mian ignored the two and issued a new trading link. Trading black iron treasure chest, the treasure chest itself. As soon as he sent this message, the rapid scrolling chat in the group suddenly halted. Everyone was pondering what he meant by this. Most people used the black iron treasure chest as a pot, but he hadn't encountered a pot yet. The black iron treasure chest is not something everyone can encounter. Even if they had one, few would want to sell it. Big Shot, do you have a smelting furnace? Want to make wrought iron? My goodness, has the Big Shot already entered the Iron Age? I'm still eating dirt. Big Shot, I only have one treasure chest that I'm using as a pot now. Don't be sad. I will definitely find you another one tomorrow. Since the Big Shot wants it, I will naturally give it to you. Just don't forget me, little brother, if you have good things. Jiang Mian glanced at the many people who had low willingness to trade, with some saying they would give him whatever black iron treasure chest they encountered next. A pot, which is a cooking tool that can make soup, is indeed in high demand right now. He needed to add some ingredients. Currently unable to find iron, or he needed wrought iron for making crossbows and ice arrow towers. 2 black iron treasure chests plus a reinforced tendon in exchange for a crossbow. Jiang Mian calculated the weight of the black iron treasure chest, and felt that 1 black iron treasure chest melted would yield about 2 to 3 pieces of wrought iron. No matter how this deal went, he would profit. The moment the word crossbow appeared in the group, the hunters could hardly contain their excitement. In an era without firearms, who could refuse a crossbow? Its lethality is far stronger than that of a bow. Big Shot, wait for me. I will definitely bring you materials tomorrow. Big Shot, save a spot for me. Tomorrow I will definitely go all out to find black iron treasure chests. The sharpshooter and the hunter with the lightning talent, seeing Jiang Mian and the other hunters ignoring them, immediately became anxious. That level 10 guy, you may be quite impressive now and dare to ignore me, but after 6 days when the monster tide comes, you will definitely regret it. Truly blind, when I become successful, don't come crawling back to me later. Isn't it just relying on talent to attract mutated monsters? Developing quickly at the beginning, what's so impressive about that? They were relentless, and before Jiang Mian could respond, other hunters who were disturbed during the trade grew impatient. I said, are you two done yet? You think you can pull something for nothing and still have the cheek to complain? The Prime Minister's heart can hold ships. If he doesn't pay attention to you, you think you can just step over the line. Relying on talent to lure monsters aren't your combat talents, also talents. In a second-level wooden house over 100 miles away, a scar-faced man was furious, his face turning a deep shade of purple. He grabbed a nearby stick and, with electric currents surging in his palm, shattered it into charcoal. Level talent, Thunder Emperor. Looking at the information on the screen, he cursed angrily. A bunch of dog trash, getting addicted to being someone else's dog. Wait until later, I will crush each of you one by one. Before crossing over, he had just been arrested for intentional homicide. Before he could be tried, he vanished from the original world. Let you live a few more days. Today, everyone who speaks will have to wait for me. I am Chi-Chong, remember my name. After the strange tide, I will kill you all. The scar-faced man made a fierce declaration in the group chat before disappearing at lightning speed. Then one after another dozens of people left the group. The group chat fell into an eerie silence. The scar-faced man's threats frightened many. In this survival world, survivors may have some disputes over interests, but they still maintain certain bottom lines. It was the first time they had encountered someone like the scar-faced man openly calling for murder. There are no maps in the survival world, and survivors have limited activity ranges when they leave their wooden cabins each day. They also don't know where the other survivors are. One day a stranger came to kill and rob, which is quite terrifying to think about. That guy is just joking, right? It took a while before someone spoke up in the group chat. That person inflated food prices the most, though when I sold at a lower price he even privately threatened me. Really scary. Was he a murderer before? We can't be sure if he's telling the truth. We should pay more attention to our surroundings and protect ourselves. Yes, mutated creatures appear at night. If this person is thinking of killing others, he could show up at any time. I won't say more. I need to go out and reinforce the barriers. For a moment the group chat was filled with anxiety. Jiang Mian did not expect things to escalate to this point. It's understandable. Humans collectively crossing into a survival world, it's not surprising to encounter all sorts of people, even murderers. After this incident, he would be more cautious. However, it wouldn't be easy for Chi-Chong to target him. His 4 world announcements were all anonymous. Besides Wang Teng and Zhou Xian, no one knew he was I upgrade alone. Jiang Mian thought for a moment and sent a resource red envelope in the group. 3 packs of spicy strips, 3 Hua, Z, 3 sets of strange leather armor, as a gift for my brothers and sisters who just spoke up for justice. This incident originated from him affecting others. He couldn't just ignore it. After he distributed the resources, the previously tense atmosphere in the group chat returned to normal. The hunters who had just spoken up for Jiang Mian felt a warmth in their hearts. Some men upon seeing Hua Z had their eyes wide open. The earlier threats of murder vanished from their minds. Bro, do you have Hua Z? Is there any left? I haven't smoked in 2 days, been dying woo-woo. Hua, my lifeline. Big shot, I beg you, I can skip meals and go without water, but I really can't live without Hua Z. A few clever ones directly sent private messages to Jiang Mian through the group chat. One of them, nicknamed Wang Teng's father, claimed he had found an iron mine. Big shot, while hunting in the mountains yesterday, I chased a wild deer and came across an iron mine. I haven't told anyone about this. Just give me 1 Hua Z a day, and I will mine for you every day. An iron mine was precisely what Jiang Mian was most lacking at this time. He immediately replied to Wang Teng's father, "Is this true?" Big shot, I swear on my son Wang Teng's 50 years of life, there is not a single word of falsehood. If you don't believe me, I'll go mine tomorrow and show you the iron, or in the evening. I believe you. You don't need to chop trees or hunt anymore. Oh, I will take care of your daily food and drink. Just mine honestly. 1 Hua Z per day. Alright then, Dad. What level is your wooden cabin now? Level 2. I will also cover the materials for upgrading to level 3, and I'll send you a stone pickaxe later. I'll provide tools for mining as well. Bro, I can't thank you enough. The only way to repay you is with my body. Get lost. Just mine well. If you do a good job, I'll send you a fireplace in 5 days to help you through the snowstorm. After recruiting a mining employee, Jiang Mian felt great. He scrolled through his private messages and saw a message from Zhou Xian. I have 4 black iron treasure chests in exchange for 2 crossbows. These are materials dropped from elite monsters. If useful items can be made, could you leave me 1? The price is... He was aiming for the elite monsters. Anyone who could become a gang leader was not simple. I need news about Han Pistone and mining spots. Jiang Mian replied. At this stage, the demand for ordinary construction materials was no longer urgent. High-level materials could only be obtained from high-level treasure chests, and those who could acquire high-level treasure chests were certainly capable survivors. Having reached this point, none of them were fools. Everyone hid their treasures tightly. This phenomenon would only become more severe in the future. Survivors would increasingly distrust each other. I have news about the mining spot. A hunter encountered an iron mine while chasing a wild deer in the mountains. I will recommend his friend to you. I haven't heard of that Han Pistone yet. Zhou Xian replied. Is that person named Wang Teng's father? Huh. How do you know? Jiang Mian's face darkened. This guy had sworn he hadn't told anyone. In this survival world, indeed, no one could be completely trusted. He treated that guy sincerely, but he didn't know if the other party would be diligent. Maybe he would hand over half of the mine, or to him, and sell the other half to others. Without cameras, he had no way to supervise the other party. Just now Wang Teng's father contacted me saying he would help me mine for 1 Hua Z daily. Jiang Mian said gloomily. Oh, he contacted me at noon as well, saying he would help me mine, and that after my spiritual rice planting succeeded, he would want 500 G every week. It seems I need to find him to settle accounts. Zhou Xian's calm voice carried a hint of eeriness. Spiritual, my talent is all things grow, which allows me to cultivate rare flowers and plants. Jiang Mian was quite surprised. He had always thought this hunter gang leader had a combat talent. The tone and manner of the other party suggested a fierce persona. How could their talent be for cultivating flowers and plants? Can I ask about the effects of the spiritual rice? The 11 seeds obtained from the black iron treasure chest in the morning can enhance a little life after eating continuously for a week. The effects will diminish with subsequent consumption. The Power I-type mutant has a high physical defense armor on its exterior. Only a spear that deals 150 throwing damage can penetrate its abdomen, while magic damage is its weakness. Seeing Zhou Xian explain without reservation, Jiang Mian directly revealed the information about the Power I-type mutant in exchange. After finishing, he continued, I will reserve a portion of the drops from the Power I-type mutant for you, and I'll also give you any spiritual herb seeds I obtain in the future. Zhou Xian agreed, and added, half of all the fruits grown will belong to you. You're at a disadvantage that way. Jiang Mian didn't understand why she always offered better sincerity. Giving him half of the fruits, was she a wealth fairy? Zhou Xian did not respond. Jiang Mian didn't think too much, and edited a detailed report on the Power I-type mutant to send to Zhou Xian, including the treasure chests dropped by elite monsters. And the sources of magical skills can be obtained through attribute fruits. Then Jiang Mian closed the system and opened the last bronze treasure chest. You have obtained 50-year-old Dragon Blood Ginseng 1, a stone wall construction, blueprint 1, a telescope 1. Item 50-year-old Dragon Blood Ginseng quality D description, an ancient ginseng that absorbed a drop of dragon's blood. Its medicinal properties are fiercely potent. Effect after consumption undergoes a transformation strength 10. After consumption, undergoing transformation generally means the process is quite painful. Jiang Mian directly stored the Dragon Blood Ginseng in the warehouse, planning to eat it tomorrow. Eating it tonight might prevent him from sleeping due to the pain. The stone wall requires a large amount of stones and core defense materials to construct. The blueprint recorded some core defense materials. Core defense materials can endow the stone wall with certain attributes and effects. Simple ones like turtle shells and bamboo poles increase the hardness and resilience of the stone wall respectively. Complex ones include materials dropped by mutated creatures, strange skins, pale, hard armor, etc. Jiang Mian speculated that the pale hard armor was the layer of armor on the Power I-type mutant. The final defense and durability of the stone wall are related to the core defense materials. The last item in the bronze treasure chest was a telescope. Tomorrow I need to cut down some trees around, some are blocking my view. On the third morning, while the sky remained shrouded in darkness, a large number of survivors were awakened by the cold. Most of them had no blankets, forced to wrap themselves tightly in their thin clothes. Whoosh! The biting wind seeped through the cracks in the walls, causing everyone to shiver uncontrollably. Straining to listen closely, one could hear the soft patter of light rain falling through the forest onto the leaves. Some stubbornly tried to continue sleeping despite their fatigue, while others could not endure the cold and got up to move near the campfire. The demand for bedding was at an unprecedented high in the regional channel. It's so cold. I was wearing short sleeves and shorts before the crossing. Ew, I can't stand even a bit of this. Don't mention it, even my big desert has cooled down. At the coordinates of the snow mountain, I've used clay and stone blocks to make a stove these past 2 days, feeling quite pleased. I opened a box yesterday and got a thermometer. It's 5°C outside now. This is a warning before the blizzard arrives. This survival world is alerting us to prepare early. Who has cotton blankets? I'll trade coffee for one. Coffee. In a couple of days it'll freeze solid in the house. Out of the remaining 99312 people in our region, those with cool blankets probably don't exceed 1000. Are you still here trying to trade for a cotton blanket? Instead of wasting time, why not learn from that big shot on the snow mountain how to make a stove and chimney? This level 1 wooden house leaks air badly. Having a stove is useless. I saw someone in the trading group who built a level 3 wooden house with double walls for insulation. To survive the blizzard, at least a level 3 is required. The survivors chattered away until dawn as the mist around the shelter began to dissipate. Despite the drizzling rain, they grabbed stone axes and braved the cold wind to chop down trees. After completely tearing apart their relationship with the hunters over food, these people gradually changed. If they didn't chop down trees or actively gather resources, they would truly starve or freeze to death in this world. No one wanted to die. In a level 5 stone house, Jiang Mian woke up at dawn covered with blankets. He had felt the cold during the night, but with a blanket by his side, he simply covered himself and continued sleeping. Through the window, Jiang Mian saw the riverside vegetation shining with rainwater. The air was filled with the moist scent of earth. It's raining. The visibility is low. Going out will get you wet, and using a glider will be risky. Let's chop down trees first, and then build the stone walls. Surrounding the shelter with stone walls would prevent mutated creatures from entering. Inside, other buildings and farmland could be divided. This week the temperature would plummet sharply, followed by a blizzard, and there might be other severe weather conditions in the future. Meat cannot be stored for long. As adverse weather sets in, the time hunters can leave the shelter to hunt will decrease. Dressed in a finely crafted beast skin outfit, Jiang Mian walked down the stairs to find Lin Kuan already awake in the living room. Dressed in a finely crafted beast skin outfit, Jiang Mian walked down the stairs to find Lin Kuan already awake in the living room, having started a fire and boiled water using the black iron treasure chest. Quite diligent. Upon seeing Jiang Mian come down, he used a wooden spoon to serve hot water into a wooden cup for him. Young master, have some hot water to warm up. Thank you. Jiang Mian took the wooden cup, holding it to warm his hands. Noticing Lin Kuan's thin clothing, he bought a beast skin coat and pants from the trading platform for Lin Kuan to wear. Lin Kuan was deeply grateful and hurried back to change. Ordinary beast skin clothing is obtained by hunting common animals and is not very expensive. It only costs 20 round logs. Compared to Jiang Mian's exquisite beast skin coat, ordinary beast skin clothing only provides basic warmth. However, wearing it in the current 4 to 5 degree environment still felt warm. Young master, I just want to check the east. That area is very dark, soft underfoot filled with decayed leaves and rotting roots. Planting things there will definitely work. Lin Kuan said this with shining eyes, as if describing a rare treasure. But the trees over there need to be chopped down, and those to the south need to go too, otherwise they'll block the light. He paused and added, we have to dig them out before it snows, otherwise they'll freeze solid. Yesterday Jiang Mian had already mentioned the blizzard coming in 7 days. At that time he thought it was far-fetched, but last night the temperature dropped suddenly, making him realize that the climate in this uninhabited area was unreasonable. Alright, after breakfast I'll go chop trees, and you move the rabbit cage to the small house on the east side. I'm starving after a whole night. I'll craft you a bone sickle, and then you can cut some grass to dry and feed it to them. Don't feed them wet grass, the cold will give the rabbits diarrhea. After feeding the rabbits, make a wooden cup and fill it with the collected clean water. As Jiang Mian spoke, he took out 2 pieces of mutated leopard meat from the warehouse, cut them into small pieces, set up a grill, and placed them on top. The flame licked at the meat and the fat sizzled out, gradually filling the air with a meaty aroma. Jiang Mian turned the pieces a few times to ensure even heating, and when the surface turned a crispy brown, he pulled out a small packet of MSG from the warehouse and sprinkled some on top. After grilling for a few more minutes, he took a piece and handed it to Lin Kuan. Try this. Lin Kuan took a big bite of the cooked meat, and after chewing, a warm flow spread throughout his body. His muscles seemed to grow stronger. He waved his arms in astonishment, feeling the change brought by that piece of meat. Young master, this meat. It's mutated leopard meat, it strengthens the body after consumption. With Jiang Mian's words confirming his thoughts, Lin Kuan was moved. This delicacy was something only noble lords could enjoy during festive gatherings. The young master was actually generous enough to give him some. In his heart, he silently vowed to follow this young master closely. After breakfast, Jiang Mian began planning the rooms inside the stone house. After upgrading to a level 5 shelter, to further upgrade, he would need 800 stones, 500 round logs, 100 wooden sticks, and 50 rock cores. Both the quantity of ordinary materials and the newly introduced material rock cores were nowhere to be found at present. This meant that for a considerable time in the future, he would have to stay in the level 5 shelter. Naturally, he needed to plan carefully. The first floor had 1 large room and 3 small ones, with the large room being the living room, and one of the small rooms was Lin Kuan's. The other 2 small rooms were designated, one by Jiang Mian as a kitchen and the other as a forge. In the kitchen, Jiang Mian made several buckets to hold clean water. He also created several campfires and a cabinet to store utensils. After finishing the kitchen, had developed a bit of a lively atmosphere. In the forge, Jiang Mian crafted the smelting furnace he had long desired. Then he made several storage boxes to hold weapons and other miscellaneous items. Finally, he created a stone table and wood clamps for wrought iron. Smelt iron, smelt iron. Jiang Mian took 5 black iron treasure chests from the warehouse, tossed them into the smelting furnace, and started a fire. The smelting furnace indicated that the smelting would take 2.5 hours. 1 iron chest would take half an hour. The molten iron could be shaped into tools using molds, and the furnace came equipped with molds for wrought iron. The wrought iron appeared in square blocks. Jiang Mian recalled that he had obtained the blueprint for a blower and promptly made one, placing it in the designated position on the smelting furnace. Upon checking again, the smelting furnace showed that the smelting would take 1 hour and 15 minutes. The speed had doubled. In the future, the demand for wrought iron will surely be significant. 2 furnaces won't be enough. Jiang Mian made another smelting furnace next to the 2 existing ones, triggering his talent to have a total of 4 smelting furnaces. He placed 2 black iron treasure chests into each of the other 3 furnaces. The remaining 3 black iron treasure chests were in the kitchen. We lack raw, or I wonder how much or Wang Teng's father can mine in a day. I need to push him. Feeling the slow progress, Jiang Mian opened Wang Teng's father's private message. Wang Teng's father had sent several messages after Jiang Mian fell asleep last night. Big shot, I was wrong. The gang leader scolded me for a long time, and then told me to come apologize to you. After discussing with the gang leader, we roughly agreed on a contract. I'll mine at least 50 iron ores for you every day, half for you and half for the gang leader. The gang leader has halved my spiritual rice, and you just need to give me a piece of money every 2 days. The gang leader doesn't have a smelting furnace and wants you to smelt her share of iron, or together, then you'll split it 8,020, and you'll receive a 20 fee. What do you think? Tap tap. Hey, reply to me, are you asleep? Fine, go mine. The rain isn't heavy, don't think about resting. Jiang Mian reflected on Wang Teng's father's face and decided to be stricter with him. People who can be associated with Wang Teng have a thick skin. If it weren't for the fact that this person had a different survivor number than Wang Teng, clearly indicating they were two different individuals, Jiang Mian would suspect they were the same person operating two accounts. In reality, these two might know each other. Father and son, friends, brothers, or perhaps some other relationship. Within 2 seconds of sending the message, Wang Teng's father replied pitifully, "Brother, it's cold, it's 4 to 5 degrees, and I'm still in short sleeves." Jiang Mian coldly responded, "Since you feel cold, you should go mine to warm up." Had it been when they first met yesterday, Jiang Mian might have even bought a fur coat at the trading market to give to him. But now Jiang Mian felt no sympathy for Wang Teng's father. He was still too kind. Just a slick-tongued worker. On the third day, no one in the regional channel encountered a bronze treasure chest. The rewards for chests of this level were already quite generous, and any item opened would cause a stir in the area. It was estimated that it would only appear in the wild after 3 to 5 days, accompanied by even fiercer mutated beasts. This meant that Jiang Mian was the only one in the entire area with Huazi. Surely there were more than just Wang Teng's father near the shelter who had mines. So right now Wang Teng's father should be begging him to work. If he didn't, there were plenty of others who would. Jiang Mian found that this sentence from Zhou Xian was sometimes quite useful. Opening Zhou Xian's private message, he saw she had sent information about another survivor near a shelter with iron ore. This person is called Xin Qing, much more honest than Wang Teng's father. I can hire him to mine with sufficient, but this person is a fragile college student, the kind that stays at home watching short videos and gets out of breath after a few steps, probably can't even mine 30 iron ore a day. The ore he mines I will give to you every night, splitting the refined wrought iron in an 8,020 ratio. Compared to Wang Teng and his father, Zhou Xian's favorability in Jiang Mian's heart increased significantly. People are often judged comparatively. Zhou Xian, like me, is someone who is solely focused on farming and building a career, much more trustworthy than others. Jiang Mian commented, "Rational individuals like this are often worth forging deeper connections with in the survival world." After explaining Xin Qing's situation, Zhou Xian sent him another message about something else a few minutes ago. Someone found a mysterious cave on the snow mountain with traces left by others who once resided there. Campfires, tents, and a short iron knife. That knife was well crafted, not something wild people could make. I suspect that before us survivors had already been to, or perhaps it was the work of a wise civilization on this continent. The survival world appears to be a wilderness from ancient times on the surface, inhabited by primitive people who eat raw meat. The vast majority of survivors think this way. Only a few, like Jiang Mian, who have obtained contracts, can summon farmer soldiers or others. After inquiring the summoned beings about this world, they all realized that the waters here run deeper than they had imagined. The area where the survivors resided was referred to by the summoned as an endless wasteland. They might not be the first batch of survivors to arrive in the wasteland. Jiang Mian shared the information Lin Kuan had told him with Zhou Xian, and then added enough firewood to the furnace. 15 minutes later, the first batch of wrought iron was smelted. The iron blocks were still glowing red, not yet cooled. A craftsman must sharpen his tools before he can do good work. Let's try forging an iron axe. At this stage, there were no blueprints for iron tools in the entire area, so he could only forge by hand. Jiang Mian placed the red-hot iron block on the stone anvil, raised the stone hammer, and began to strike. With each strike, sparks flew, and the iron blocks slowly folded and extended. Jiang Mian had never forged iron before. This was his first attempt following the outline of an axe he remembered. However, his control over the force was uneven. One side bulged out, while the other side was crushed in. Once the iron block cooled down, although it roughly presented a thick end and a thin end, both sides were pitted like a piece of trampled mud. So ugly. Even though it was something he forged himself and held some sentiment, it didn't prevent Jiang Mian from disliking it. He rummaged through the warehouse for a hard wooden stick and split one end open with a bone blade to serve as the axe handle. He then stuffed the thicker end of the axe into the split in the wooden stick and wrapped it tightly with a few strips of beast skin. The evaluation given by the survival system was surprisingly consistent with Jiang Mian's item: homemade ugly iron axe, quality F, description: a rookie's first work produced by a clumsy blacksmith. Effect: strength 1. Due to flaws in the crafting process, there is a certain probability that the axe blade will get stuck during use. It's not bad, even stone axes can get stuck. His requirements weren't high. As long as the damage done by the axe to the tree was higher than that of the stone axe, it could be considered a success. After all, cutting trees calculates damage and doesn't really require the axe to be perfectly standard. After simply sharpening the axe blade, Jiang Mian also crafted the sharp blade module he had obtained earlier. It could increase melee damage by 20. Having blueprints makes it easy, it generates with one click. He wiped the sweat off his face and said, Jiang Mian did not immediately attach the sharp blade module. Instead, he held the stone axe in one hand and his iron axe in the other, heading toward the woods. He wanted to test the damage. The damage of the weapon wouldn't be displayed in the item information. Survivors needed to test it themselves. Jiang Mian swung the stone axe first, striking a tree with a trunk the size of a bowl. Crack! A notch appeared on the trunk, but it wasn't deep. Health 4. He put down the stone axe and switched to the first strike went in, and the feel was noticeably smoother. A chunk of wood splintered off, sending sawdust flying. Health 7. Jiang Mian glanced at the notch. It was deeper than that made by the stone axe. At this rate, it would take 15 strikes to fell a tree. He installed the sharp blade module on the iron axe, which would deal 8 for damage with each strike. It would take just 12 strikes to knock down a tree. If this iron axe were sold, it would surely be snatched up by numerous survivors. An almost doubled speed for cutting trees was a godsend for those who needed to build a level 3 wooden house before the blizzard arrived. One sharp blade module requires 2 pieces of wrought iron and can make 2 iron axes. That's too extravagant for tree cutting. This module should be for melee weapons. As Jiang Mian spoke, he continued to swing the iron axe, cutting down the surrounding trees. 2 hours later, Jiang Mian had felled nearly 100 trees, collecting about 1,200 logs. He suddenly felt that a level 6 shelter might not be as unattainable as he thought. After feeding the rabbits, Lin Kuan used the workbench to make 100 wooden cups. 10 water condensers had collected 25 liters of clean water from yesterday afternoon until now. 1 cup of 500 milliliters of clean water traded for 8 logs, totaling 400 logs, which triggered a talent to become 800 logs. Afterward, Lin Kuan asked Jiang Mian for some materials and began attempting to make a stone plow. While he was researching the construction of the plow beam, Jiang Mian went to the battlefield from last night to start counting the harvest. You have obtained bone blades 2, bones 4, and strange hides 1. You have obtained pale hard armor 5, bones 20. Triggered the talent Builder's Dream, doubling the number of bones, strange hides, and pale hard armor. Over 250 agile type 1 mutants and 7 strength type 1 mutants were defeated. A total of more than 500 bone blades, over 2,000 bones, more than 500 strange hides, and 70 pieces of pale hard armor were collected. Pale hard armor, I've seen this term before. It's a core defense material needed for constructing stone walls. Jiang Mian summarized. 70 pieces can build 140 stone walls. He checked the detailed data of the stone wall. 1 stone wall measures 5 meters long and 3 meters high. 140 walls would enclose an area of 700 meters. With one side of the shelter against the mountainside and a 700-meter stone wall surrounding the other 3 sides, it would easily exceed 200 meters on each side. The sacred fire area of the shelter, which spans 100 meters, could easily fit within the walls. Due to the holy fire domain's ability to harm aberrations, Jiang Mian intends to build the walls within the domain. He climbed to the northern cliff of the shelter, surveying the surroundings from above. The flat land where the shelter originally stood, including the newly designated farmland, spanned over 4,000 square meters. The southern width marked by the cliff measured over 50 meters, while the eastern and western lengths exceeded 80 meters. To the west of the shelter lies a river, and to the east farmland. Since the materials are sufficient, I can build 2 walls, an outer wall and an inner wall. The outer wall will serve as the front line against monsters. The inner wall will protect the main buildings of the shelter and the farmland, forming a living area. The small river must also be included within the inner wall's boundaries, as it is the primary source of water for irrigation and other essential needs. Within the range of the inner and outer walls, watchtowers, spear-throwing machines, and archery platforms can be placed for surveillance and defense. This will serve as a buffer zone for battles when the monster tide strikes. He did not want to see crops trampled or rabbit cages destroyed when monsters charged in later. Including the small river, the inner wall's living area will be 60 meters long and 40 meters wide. The cliff behind the shelter does not require a wall. I need a stone wall that is 140 meters long, which means 28 sections. The range of the outer wall is tentatively set at 100 meters in length and 60 meters in width. There are still many trees in this area, and I probably won't have time to deal with them today. First, I will establish the inner wall. Each section of wall requires 100 stones and 1 core defense material. A total of 2,800 stones is equivalent to 14000 logs. Considering my talents, I will need only 1,400 stones. The basic construction materials in the warehouse were mostly consumed when upgrading the shelter to level 4 yesterday. It seems I need to sell some materials again. Jiang Mian opened the regional channel. With the stone wall in place, his safety was somewhat secured. Unless, of course, new and difficult monsters appear tonight. The likelihood of that happening is very low. Type 1 aberrations as elite monsters almost certainly annihilate ordinary survivors of levels 1 or 2 once they appear. Last night, with 7 elite monsters surrounding Jiang Mian, there were no massive deaths among survivors in the regional channel. The existence of these elite monsters likely serves the purpose of being a BOSS, killing a certain number of survivors. To instill fear in the remaining survivors. Therefore, the chance of encountering even more powerful mutated monsters on the third day is very slim. It should only increase the number of Type 1 aberrations. Other survivors may encounter them tonight as well. In that case, while I was protecting other survivors last night, I inadvertently prevented them from receiving warnings. Most survivors are unaware of the terror posed by elite monsters. They still believe that the greatest threat is the cold. Forget it. Jiang Mian sighed and added, to some extent I have gained experience that originally belonged to others over these past 2 days. Although he was unsure if they had the ability to kill elite monsters, I could consider helping them appropriately. This was not solely based on morality or kindness. Jiang Mian had other considerations. The World Channel opens at level 5, and it is still unknown at what level trading activities will commence on a global scale. This means that at this stage survivor trading activities depend on the region. If everyone in the region dies, Jiang Mian cannot remain unscathed. Not to mention who would chop wood or mine. Each survivor has a different spawn point, and in the future as other resources are discovered the status of different survivors within the region may change. It's like in the agricultural era where regions with alluvial plains were human gathering spots. After the Industrial Revolution, the excavation and utilization of resources such as coal and oil transformed certain areas into wealthy zones, allowing them to become developed simply through resources. As of now, Jiang Mian still does not know how to obtain the Ice Spirit Stone required to craft the Ice Arrow Tower. Is the Ice Spirit Stone a special mineral? Perhaps in the future a survivor might stumble upon an Ice Spirit Stone mine and leap to become a standout within the region. Plus there are talents which represent another difference between survivors aside from their spawn points. Zhou Xian's talent is All Things Grow, enabling her to cultivate rare flowers and herbs. What kind of talents do others have, and how do they manifest in various fields? Those who crossed over are all adults, and most are unwilling to disclose their hidden talents to strangers. Even if they do reveal them, there is no way to judge their authenticity. Wang Teng can even boast about possessing an ultimate imperial weapon capable of summoning the phantom of an emperor. Zhou Xian can claim to be the Empress of Smoke, capable of altering the favorability of specified individuals, turning them into her devoted followers. Having crossed over and faced monsters, what is truly impossible. Moreover, after experiencing the second night and acquiring walls, other survivors like someone named Qi Chang are clamoring to deal with Jiang Mian. In Jiang Mian's eyes, this is somewhat amusing. Even if Qi Chang could truly appear before him, could he defeat him? The other party's talent might indeed be related to lightning, but if a survivor's own attributes are very low, can that talent really deal 999 damage in one hit? If it were that powerful, why has no other level 5 survivor appeared in the World Channel to keep him company until now? In this region, there is Jiang Mian, who slayed all elite monsters on the second night. What about other regions? What about those survivors with S-level talents? As if his talent were not S-level. The talent Dream of the Builder currently gives Jiang Mian the impression that it is inferior to his spawn point. At least in these days leading up to the monster tide, Jiang Mian does not believe anyone in the entire region can defeat him. With enough strength, he can also have the boldness to take more actions in public. Of course, he did not intend to reveal his identity right now and brazenly shout, "Everyone turn your gaze to me. I have an announcement to make." Jiang Mian ultimately decided to have Wang Teng act as the messenger. This guy has thick skin and has managed to build a decent persona through selling cheap fire starters and food. Whenever he posts something outrageous in the regional channel, someone manages to engage him in conversation. The Hunters Guild's relationship with other survivors is still quite tense. Both sides look at each other with disdain. Upon re-entering the Merchant Alliance, Jiang Mian saw a different module, Merchant Alliance Shelf. This shelf relies on the trading platform and belongs to the Merchant Alliance. It sells various wooden and stone tools along with blueprints and props obtained from treasure chests. The Merchant Alliance takes advantage of its goods to adjust market prices in real time. For items that are difficult to price like blueprints, they invite experts to appraise them and guarantee through the alliance. Thus the price of the items themselves can appreciate. In addition to selling, the alliance also provides after-sales services. For example, a stone spear does not break after its durability reaches 0. One needs to possess the blueprint to repair it. When the Merchant Alliance sells stone spears, they often bundle them with after-sales insurance and repair services. Many members within the Merchant Alliance have taken up corresponding jobs based on the needs of the Merchant Alliance Shelf customer service repair workers expert teams. There is even a dedicated woodworking factory within the Alliance responsible for chopping trees, fetching water, and boiling water. The Alliance has even organized a hunter group to hunt for food. The announcement is still recruiting agricultural and livestock personnel. Wang Teng is truly a commercial genius. By the third day, he has already established a brand and after-sales, effectively getting the entire supply chain up and running. After reading this, Jiang Mian felt inferior. Relying on the system's trading platform, goods no longer incur transportation costs and can be summoned at any time. Survivors across the region communicate in the area channel where messages are visible to all. The cost of publicity is nearly non-existent. This truly is an excellent environment for business. Wang Tong seized the opportunity, establishing a good reputation on the first day, gathering regional powerhouses and consolidating resources on the second, and forming his own commercial alliance on the third. Currently, the core members of the business alliance number over 1,000 with nearly 5,000 affiliated members. Undoubtedly, it is the leading giant in the region. The seemingly abstract young emperor of the island in the lake silently plans and executes his meticulous strategies. This child is terrifying. Wang Tong can quickly gather thousands of survivors and assess their previous skills. Perhaps I can ask him to help me find someone knowledgeable in forging. At this stage there are no blueprints for iron tools, and Jiang Mian cannot create precise iron items like iron arrowheads, iron blades, or iron spear tips. He himself does not have the time to learn the intricate crafting techniques. Jiang Mian approached Wang Tong and informed him of the matter. Wang Tong quickly replied, "Alright, big boss, I will check the registration information of the members and get back to you shortly. I also want to share a piece of information with you, though please make it public," Jiang Mian said. "Please go ahead, big boss," Wang Tong responded. "The elite-level monsters are Type 1 aberrations. The ones I encountered are level 5, towering 2 stories high, with terrifying attributes. Their weakness is magical damage." Jiang Mian shared some information that would soon be known to everyone. The key point is not merely knowing the weaknesses of Type 1 aberrations, but rather how to possess the capability for magical damage. On the third day, the probability of encountering black iron treasure chests outdoors significantly increased compared to the second day. However, attribute fruits remain scarce, with those granting magical abilities being exceptionally rare. In the entire region, there are not even 3 figures that have produced such fruits. Of course, the source of magical damage does not necessarily stem from attribute fruits. Perhaps some individuals inherently possess such talents, or there are special items of which Jiang Mian is yet unaware. "May I ask why you are telling me this, big boss?" Wang Tong keenly caught the hint in Jiang Mian's words. Tonight the number of these monsters may be considerable, and other survivors may encounter them. Jiang Mian said. Level 5 elite monsters. Wang Tong knew, without a doubt, what would happen to ordinary survivors encountering them. In the past 2 days he had been exposed to a wealth of information, learning that certain attribute fruits could grant survivors special abilities. However, their numbers are exceedingly rare. I will remind them in the channel, but do you have any items that can cause magical damage, big boss? Wang Tong still did not possess any capable of delivering magical damage. He had not received any attribute fruits that could provide such abilities. Although his wooden cabin had reached level 4, he felt that facing tall monsters would not be a favorable situation. Hampa stone. If you find this material, I will craft an item for you. Additionally, I plan to give you a batch of F-quality bone spears which can pierce the defenses of Type 1 aberrations. Ordinary survivors equipped with them can easily kill Type 1 aberrations at night with the aid of fire. Among the members of the Business Alliance there are not many with combat talents. They will certainly be in need of these. How you handle it is your business. Each bone spear requires 4 pieces of stone, and I only want the final stone. On the other side of the mountain ranges, Wang Tong's furrowed brow slightly relaxed. Apart from attribute fruits, the big boss indeed had other items capable of causing magical damage. However, this Hampa stone, he did not see it when he checked the inventory of the Business Alliance in the morning. The F-quality bone spear, even without Jiang Mian mentioning it, Wang Tong already knew what it was. After previously receiving the bone blade that Jiang Mian traded to him, he transformed it into a bone spear. That bone spear was exactly F-grade. On the night of the second day, he used this bone spear to slay 3 aberrations wandering outside the island. This weapon is indeed, as Jiang Mian said, something many in the Business Alliance desperately need. As long as they have a bone spear, they can kill 2 aberrations at night and level up to 2. Gaining a significant boost of 1 to all attributes. The first item Jiang Mian sold was a bone blade dropped from an aberration priced at 10 wooden logs. In retrospect, it was indeed set far too low. Now the other party is selling bone spears for 20 wooden logs, which Wang Tong does not find excessive. For ordinary survivors, the 1 to all attributes and a bit of free attribute points after leveling up can significantly enhance their daily work efficiency. The weather has suddenly turned cold, and many people are suffering from colds and fevers due to their thin clothing bedridden in their homes. The quantity of medicine in the region is alarmingly low. After leveling up, the overall status returns to optimal, naturally alleviating any cold or fever symptoms. This perfectly addresses the issue of insufficient medicine. Big boss, how many of these bone spears can you provide? Wang Ting asked. 250 spears. Jiang Mian reported the quantity before triggering his talent. Currently, he is the only one in the region capable of supplying these bone spears on a large scale. Anyone with insight can easily inquire and discover the number of bone blades flowing out from here, thus deducing the number of aberrations he has killed. They can further speculate his general talent direction, which is related to the quantity of resources. Do you have any crop seeds? Ideally, they should be cold resistant. Any other rare seed varieties will also do. I can exchange them for some peculiar leather armor, Jiang Mian inquired. I will look for you, Wang Tong replied. These days the business alliance has also been considering having some members plant crops as heavy snow has sealed the mountains and frozen rivers, making hunting particularly difficult, Wang Tung said. After a moment, he sent Jiang Mian 2 bags of frost-resistant winter rye seeds, a bag of frost-resistant potatoes, and 2 bags of seeds that ordinary people cannot cultivate. One is a vine called ziwei vine, and the other is a spiritual herb known as tianlian grass. The ziwei vine can improve eyesight after long-term consumption and can also slightly accelerate mental recovery. Tianlian grass is a healing herb that can speed up the healing of damaged bodily tissues. Both of these plants are labeled as mutated plants and cannot be cultivated in normal soil. Upon receiving the seeds, Jiang Mian sent Wang Tung 3 sets of peculiar leather armor and then asked, "Does the business alliance currently have the ability to smelt iron?" "There is a furnace, but iron ore is in short supply. Only 3 or 4 individuals among the members have iron mines near their shelters," Wang Tung replied. Jiang Mian thought to himself that the business alliance is indeed impressive, catching up with him in progress. He pondered for a moment and said, 3 pieces of wrought iron and 1 reinforced tendon. I will provide a crossbow." "A crossbow? That's great." Many survivors with melee weapons are afraid to attack aberrations directly. They only dare to shoot from a distance using bows and arrows, but the damage is too low. If there is a crossbow, many survivors would be willing to buy it. Wang Tung repeatedly expressed his approval. The number of bows and arrows sold in the business alliance far exceeds that of melee weapons like wooden sticks and spears. New survivors having just crossed over a few days ago are often too intimidated to approach the fearsome-looking aberrations. As the conversation with Wang Tung came to an end, the rain had already stopped. Jiang Mian returned to the shelter and handed 2 types of rare flower seeds to Zhou Xian. Although both potatoes and winter rye are frost-resistant varieties, it remains to be seen just how cold an extreme blizzard can be. He scanned the frost-resistant potato. Item: frost-resistant potato, quality F, description: a superior variety with improved frost-resistant genes capable of normal growth between 5 and 15A and tubers remain undamaged above 25. Growth cycle 1 week. Jiang Mian stared at the 1 week on the panel, momentarily stunned. Normally potatoes take 2 to 3 months to harvest, but this one only requires 7 days. He took out a potato tuber and examined it closely. It looked no different from an ordinary one. The yellow-brown skin was wrinkled, and the sprouting eyes were a purplish hue, slightly smaller than a fist. 1 week is great, let's see how the wheat performs. Jiang Mian scanned the winter rye seeds. Item: frost-resistant winter rye seeds, quality F, description: a winter grain with enhanced cold resistance, capable of normal growth between 20 and 0, and roots remain undamaged above 40. Growth cycle 2 weeks. The extreme low temperatures at which these 2 crops can survive are quite low, but surviving frost is a different concept from growing in low temperatures. Both potatoes and winter rye can normally grow at temperatures above 20. Jiang Mian had heard that in the far northeast it could reach 30 during cold spells. The extreme blizzard in this survival world is likely to be even colder. The environment around his shelter was relatively good. To the north was a nearly 10-meter cliff, which could block most of the cold winds in winter. However, being on a mountain, he still needed to build a wooden shed around the farmland. The wooden shed could block snow and wind, thus maintaining the ground temperature. While a timely snowfall indicates a good harvest, an extreme blizzard could pile up to 2 meters high. The snow at the bottom was compacted hard, making it impossible for seedlings to break through. After discussing this idea with Lin Kuan immediately suggested several construction ideas. Pure wood won't work, the snow is too thick and could collapse it. We need to build stone walls. The roof should have trusses and wooden planks to allow the snow to slide off. If it can't slide off, we can use poles to poke it. Right now there are only 2 of us, so we don't need too much farmland. 30 to 40 square meters will suffice. 30 to 40 square meters of potatoes can yield 200 gene in a single harvest, enough for us to eat for a month or 2. Jiang Mian nodded. The location of the farmland was already close to the inner wall, and the north side against the cliff didn't require additional walls. Looking at it this way, he only needed to build 2 more walls in 2 directions. Calculating the lengths, 3 walls would be sufficient. It wouldn't cost much in stones. Jiang Mian rubbed the soil on the potato's surface and suddenly asked, how much warmer can the shed be compared to outside in winter? Outside it's minus 30 to 40 degrees, inside shielded from the wind, it can be 10 degrees higher than outside. Lin Kuan was already constructing the stone plow while he spoke. The progress was swift. It's still a bit cold, Jiang Mian said, thinking about the fireplace that had yet to be made in the house. Could there be one in the field? Jiang Mian thought for a moment, but felt it wasn't right. If the fireplace was burning, the soil nearby would dry out while the soil further away would still freeze. With such a large plot of land, it wouldn't make sense to surround it with a circle of fireplaces just for heating. That would require a lot of firewood. Speaking of heating, Jiang Mian suddenly thought of the forging room on the first floor. With such a large plot of land, it wouldn't make sense to surround it with a circle of fireplaces just for heating. That would require a lot of firewood. Speaking of heating, Jiang Mian suddenly, if they could redirect that heat to circulate through the fields, The demand for wrought iron was consistently high. The furnace hardly ever stopped and the heat could be utilized perfectly. This method would save a substantial amount of firewood. Heat can flow from low to high. If the heat from the forging room on the first floor could be channeled to the second floor for heating, it would suffice to create a connecting flue. If it leads to the lower-lying fields, it would also need guidance. Guiding the heat. A blower can provide the power. First, direct the heat downwards along the ground. Once it reaches the fields, the flue should incline upwards with the exhaust vent established at a higher point. In the end, this last segment of heat will flow naturally. Jiang Mian's thoughts flowed like a spring, and a blueprint for the heating system quickly emerged in his mind. When the furnace smelts iron, impurities like sulfur and phosphorus or will escape with the smoke. These gases are harmful to humans, but if they travel through a sealed flue and are used for heating in the fields, it won't be a problem. Without hesitation, Jiang Mian returned to the stone house and placed 3 fireplaces in the 2 bedrooms and the living room. The smoke from the fireplaces was directly vented to the chimney outside. Compared to the intensely heating smelting furnace, the smoke from the fireplaces was not worth holding on to. He then walked into the forging room, and the waves of heat made him feel as if he were in the middle of summer. Wearing a fur coat, he started to sweat all over. Removing his outerwear, Jiang Mian began to modify the forging room. The forging room was originally located on the east side, close to the farmland. He chiseled out a small window near the ground in the forging room, then connected the exhaust port of the smelting furnace to it, lowering the height of the incoming air. The blower could blow external air into the smelting furnace, increasing the air pressure inside the furnace, causing heat to vent out through the exhaust port. The air in the forging room communicated with the outside through several small windows higher up, forming a circulating airflow. Heat flowed out through the small window near the ground, entering the shallow ditch that Jiang Mian was digging outside. The bottom of the ditch was paved with stones with rows of small wooden sticks inserted vertically above level with the ground. With the outline of the flue already established, he sent Lin Kuan to the riverbank to collect mud, mixing in some weeds to paste onto those rows of wooden sticks. The wooden sticks would support the mud, which would dry once the hot smoke passed through. Eventually, the entire ditch would become a flue for smoke. The underground flue connected directly to the farmland, and by the time it was set up, it was already noon. Jiang Mian took Lin Kuan to the riverbank to wash their hands, and returned to the kitchen to make a pot of fish soup. After finishing the fish soup, Jiang Mian went out to start building walls. Wang Tung had already processed the 250 bone spears he sent over, exchanging them for 1,000 stones. 1,000 stones were enough to build 20 walls. The designated farmland was 8 meters long and 4 meters wide, leaving a pathway around it, forming a 105 enclosure. A total of 5 walls were needed. The easternmost wall was part of the planned inner wall of the shelter. Jiang Mian used pale hard armor as the core defensive material to build these 2 walls. Item: hard armor wall. Quality: durability 1000, defense 100. Description: a very hard wall, but it only excels at defending against physical attacks. Effect: physical damage defense increased to 300, magic damage defense reduced to 33. In other words, when defending against physical damage, this wall has a defense of 300, but against magic damage, it only has a defense of 33. Jiang Mian was unsure how the specific defense values were calculated, but he could compare the data of the hard armor wall with that of the shelter. The level 4 shelter had a defense of only 100, while the level 5 shelter had a defense of 200. This hard armor wall currently had higher physical defense than the level 5 shelter. I will test the defenses of the level 5 shelter. Jiang Mian went to the riverbank and found a stone weighing about 30 to 40 pounds, carrying it to the stone house. He raised the stone above his head, swung it in circles, and smashed it against the outer wall of the stone house. Bang! The stone bounced off and rolled on the ground for 2 rounds. A piece the size of a baby's fist crumbled from the wall, revealing a grayish-white inner layer with a few small debris still clinging to the edges. Durability 17. Current durability 498-35000. He picked up the stone, took a step back, and smashed it against the same spot again. This time the sound was even louder. With a crack, another circle of debris fell from the previous pit, and several fine cracks extended outward from the bottom of the pit, the longest being 3 to 4 centimeters wide. Durability 18. Continuously striking the same spot will gradually cause higher damage. Jiang Mian understood. In future battles, he must guard against aberrations continuously attacking a single location. Looking at the small pit on the stone house's surface, he felt that the defense of the level 5 shelter, rated at 200, was still quite substantial. With his current strength of 30 points, smashing a 30 to 40 pound stone only deducted a little over 10 points of durability. The level 5 elite monster he encountered last night had a strength attribute of 47. If it attacked the stone house, it would probably deal around 30 points of damage. Jiang Mian picked up the stone again and walked to the gray hardshell wall, swinging the stone to smash it. Snap! The impact sounded very crisp. The stone bounced far away, rolling on the ground. On that wall there was only a shallow white mark left the size of a thumb, with not even a speck of dust fallen. Hardshell wall. Durability 3. Current durability, 997-1000. The difference is so great. Jiang Mian walked over to the shallow mark and reached out to touch it. He had played many games before and was familiar with several damage calculation mechanisms. There are two classic. One is the division algorithm, where the defense value is calculated as an independent percentage reduction with the final damage calculated as attack other defense. The other is the subtraction algorithm, where the defense value is treated as a threshold. Damage exceeding this threshold is considered armor penetration, causing high damage. This threshold is sometimes referred to as the armor penetration line, with final damage calculated as attack other defense. In the division algorithm, doubling the defense value, generally, means having the damage taken. In the subtraction algorithm, doubling the defense value also doubles the armor penetration line, potentially resulting in an attack that no longer penetrates armor, causing minimal damage. The stone house has a defense of 200, while the hard shell wall has a defense of 300, yet the damage they receive from his strikes dropped from 17 to 3. Clearly the damage was drastically reduced. This indicates that the defensive effect in this world is similar to the subtraction algorithm. Such a defense effect is extremely advantageous. When facing monster waves, low-level small monsters cannot break through the stone wall's armor, rendering the advantage of the monster tide ineffective. When a monster tide approaches, survivors need to focus on finding the enemy's backline position. Regardless of whether they are archers or mages, they should be prioritized for elimination. Understanding the effects of defense will serve as a reference for future choices between durability and defense levels. Jiang Mian put away the stone and repaired the damaged stone wall and shelter. When buildings are damaged, repair requires a portion of the construction materials, which is also related to the extent of the damage. For instance, the hard shell wall only requires stones for repairs if it is partially damaged. If a whole wall is cracked significantly, repairing it would require new core defense materials. After surrounding the farmland with a stone wall, Jiang Mian completed the construction of the intact inner wall along the path. In the southern area near the inner wall, he built a 2-story lookout tower. The inner wall was 3 meters high, and without the lookout tower, he could only open the gate to see the outside situation. Meanwhile, the hunters who had promised to come trade for crossbows after the rain had stopped began to venture out one by one to search for treasure chests. With their peculiar leather armor and combat skills, they had the capability to contend with mutated animals. Unlike the previous 2 days when he racked his brain to lure the tiger away from the mountain, he now intended to draw the mutated animals away and seize the opportunity to steal the black iron treasure chests. To craft the reinforced tendons needed for crossbows, hunting mutated animals was necessary. After collecting enough black iron treasure chests and reinforced tendons, the hunters eagerly sent trade requests to Jiang Mian. On the other side, Wang Teng from the Trading Alliance prepared 30 pieces of wrought iron and 10 reinforced tendons, intending to purchase a batch of crossbows first to evaluate their quality. If the damage is considerable, the Trading Alliance would introduce them on a larger scale later. In addition to the black iron treasure chests, the wrought iron and reinforced tendons triggered the talent Builder's Dream, doubling the amount when they reached Jiang Mian's warehouse. Jiang Mian did not immediately throw all the black iron treasure chests into the smelting furnace. The furnace now had a heating function which would need to operate continuously when the temperature dropped further. There was no rush to smelt all the black iron treasure chests and iron ore at once. The black iron treasure chests that he originally had in the smelting furnace had already been completely smelted. One treasure chest smelts into 3 pieces of wrought iron. After triggering the talent excluding the 3 pieces Jiang Mian used to craft axes and blade modules, there were a total of 70 pieces. Counting the wrought iron sent by Wang Teng after triggering the talent, Jiang Mian had a total of 130 pieces of wrought iron. So far the hunters had sent 15 orders. Wang Teng needed 10 crossbows. This wrought iron could create 65 crossbows, which was sufficient. After gathering the materials, Jiang Mian took out the blueprints to start crafting the crossbows. Unexpectedly, a red pop-up appeared. Crafting failed, insufficient materials, missing hardwood planks. My. He looked at the wooden planks in front of him and pinched them with his fingernail. Aren't wooden planks considered hardwood planks? Oh, I remember now, there is indeed this saying in my memories. Jiang Mian patted his head, faintly recalling a certain memory. Crafting crossbows requires special wood with high density and tight texture, such as oak locust wood or jujube wood. When I was young, my grandfather made crossbows from the jujube trees in the village, and the card axles were also made from jujube wood. I overlooked that. Now if I go back to ask Wang Teng and the hunters for hardwood planks, it would be embarrassing. Forget it. Anyway, the profit from the crossbow trade is originally very high. I will find hardwood myself. Wang Teng earns 1 piece of wrought iron from each order, while the hunters earn 4 pieces. This isn't Jiang Mian trying to intentionally cheat the hunters. He just adjusts his pricing based on the clientele. Most people in the Trading Alliance are ordinary, so if he gives Wang Teng a price that's too high, Wang Teng has to make a living too. When he sells it later, he will increase the price again, making it unaffordable for ordinary people. He earns 1 piece of wrought iron, while Wang Teng has to earn at least half a piece. The wealthy hunters, on the other hand, are different. They have money and direct sales channels, and their orders are all individual. Direct sales prices are high while wholesale prices are low. After roaming around the trading market, Jiang Mian found someone selling entire jujube trees. The survivor selling the jujube trees goes by the nickname, sitting and eating the mountain empty, and he seems to be surrounded by an orchard. He has picked many fruits to sell and offers whole fruit trees at high prices. However, he doesn't care whether the fruit tree survives after being transplanted. One jujube tree, sitting and eating the mountain empty, sells for 200 logs. This is still the case with his current jujube trees whose fruits have not yet matured. 200 logs. For ordinary survivors, even after tirelessly chopping trees for 2 days, they wouldn't be able to reach this number. This guy selling jujube trees is targeting the high-end market, specifically selling to wealthy hunters or big shots in the trading alliance. I sell a bone spear capable of killing monsters for only 20 logs. You really can price it however you want. Jiang Mian browsed through the fruit trees he had listed. Due to the high prices aside from the trading alliance buying a few already bearing fruit, no one looked at the fruit trees on the shelf. A large batch of aberration bone spears is available only to Jiang Mian. In fact, he could sell each one for 30 or 40, and there would still be buyers. But Jiang Mian wouldn't stoop to that level. Leave a line when doing business so we can meet again in the future, kid. Jiang Mian casually bypassed the notion of eating the mountain bear and continued to wander through the trading market. He strolled for over 10 minutes. Instead of encountering any hardwood for trade, he found several vendors selling stoves and smoke pipes. He bought a few pipes on a whim as they were needed for venting smoke in the farming shed. It would take too much time for him to make them himself. The pipes were made from clay mixed with straw and stones then dried. The craftsmanship was basically the same. This brought to mind the survivor on the snow-capped mountain who just a few days ago managed to handcraft a stove's chimney without relying on blueprints, achieving the freedom of heating. After a significant drop in temperature today, he began offering paid guidance on stove making in the channels. He also crafted 2 or 3 stoves to trade in the market. The selling prices were exorbitantly high. This phenomenon of rapidly developing skills and offering them for sale became increasingly common after the 3rd day. People seem to have adapted to the rules of this survival world, with capable individuals generously transforming their knowledge or skills into tangible products for sale. No longer was there talk of free sharing. The unfounded accusations and moral coercion that frequently appeared in the previous days vanished by the 3rd day. Humans are remarkably adaptable creatures. In literary terms, they find peace in their circumstances. Just like those who initially resisted cutting down trees, complaining for food, only to face obstacles everywhere. By the 3rd day, given the situation, it's time to start chopping trees. By this afternoon of the 3rd day, most people in Jiang Mian's area had upgraded their wooden houses to level 2, with some progressing to level 3. In between chopping trees, they would also take brief strolls around the shelter. If they spotted wild fruits, pretty stones, or peculiar little trinkets, they would snap a photo and post it in the personal display section of the trading area. This was not a serious listing, most were insignificant knickknacks, and no one labeled them with prices. They were primarily displayed for others to see, hoping for private chats if someone was interested. Of course, there were also those who posted their own photos. Even though survivors were separated by miles, they could still provide emotional value from afar. For instance, recording a dance video or a food video. The purpose was to showcase something appealing or to quench one's thirst for hope. It filled people with anticipation for the future. If one cannot eat meat, they should at least be allowed to see it. Salivating and swallowing could make some feel less hungry. The entire trading area resembled a roadside stall akin to an antique street. During their leisure time, people scoured through miscellaneous items to find treasures. However, in these past few days, there seemed to be few who had the luxury of idleness. The regional channel buzzed with predictions that the temperature would surely drop below 0 tomorrow. Upgrading wooden houses to withstand wind and snow, building stoves for warmth, and ultimately purchasing fur coats from hunters were the reasons Jiang Mian could leisurely stroll here for hours. It was like scrolling through videos. One moment he was engrossed, and the next he looked up to find it was dark outside. This could not be blamed on Jiang Mian. He indeed discovered many good things in this subdivision. First, he found the hardwood he desired in the background of a selfie taken by a young girl. In the photo, the girl appeared to be in her early 20s, sporting a high ponytail with slightly curled ends, waving at the camera with a smile that revealed shallow dimples on either side of her face. So lively and adorable, Jiang Mian naturally didn't spare her a glance, for behind her were rows of lush locust trees. They were all decades-old locust trees, each trunk thick enough for one person to embrace. The thickness of a tree affects both its life and the yield of wood. 1 round log yields 4 planks. A locust tree thick enough to be hugged can produce at least 9 round logs, equating to 36 locust wood planks. Are you there? Jiang Mian messaged how much for the locust trees in the photo. On the other side of the vast expanse, Zhou Xingwa's cheeks flushed crimson and her nose turned pale. She was wielding a stone axe much larger than her fist, chopping trees at a snail's pace, taking a minute-long break after each swing. Occasionally cold winds would sneak in through her collar, causing her to shiver, and a few tears to blur her vision. But it would be even colder tomorrow. Even if she caught a cold, she could not stop wielding the axe in her hand. Zhou Xinghua wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, took a deep breath, and shakily swung the stone axe again, muttering to herself, "My head feels so dizzy. What's this level talent, child of destiny? It was promised that I would be unfortunate for the first 2 days, then my luck would greatly improve. Unfortunate I am, but where's the improvement?" On the first day, a tall tree outside the wooden house was blown down by the wind, crashing onto the roof, leaving her in a semi-enclosed structure. At night, despite having enough firewood, Zhou Xinghua was confident she could last until the next day. However, around her house, localized heavy rain occurred. A dark cloud appeared above her, pouring rain through the collapsed roof. The campfire was extinguished, and she hurriedly purchased fire starters again in the trading market, then ignited a stick and hung it up high. Outside, the wind howled violently as Zhou Xinghua repaired her wooden house, listening to the sharp sound of claws scraping against the wooden door from the white shadows outside the window. She spent the night without sleep. Then she developed a high fever. The next day, feeling dizzy, she lay down all day and sent a request for medicine in the regional channel, but it was sent at an inopportune time. As soon as she sent it out, it was drowned in a flood of moral coercion and the hunter's ancestral greetings. No one noticed her. In the evening, her fever subsided a bit, and she struggled to get up and glanced at the regional channel. Then the sky fell. What did it mean that an extreme snowstorm would come in 6 days, and wooden houses below level 3 could not withstand it? What did it mean that a tide of monsters was approaching, while some had already completed the 100 monster slaying? What did it mean that because of your quarrels, the prices of food not only soared, but were also hard to come by, with many hunters refusing to sell? Outside the door, monstrous beings like mantises continued to scratch at the door. After preparing the logs to upgrade her wooden house, and exchanging the firewood burned from the second night for a cup of 500 milliliters river water, she had nothing left. Zhou Xinghua, who had been hungry for a day and a night, was filled with despair for the future. She shouldn't have been greedy for this level talent. In the dead of night, Zhou Xinghua's gaze wandered through the survival system. She inadvertently spotted a selfie she had taken in front of the shelter's forest on the morning of the first day, filled with joy. At that time, she was full of hope for the future. Now, looking at her current state, all she had left was her beauty. Was she destined to sell her looks? Exhausted, she thought of destruction. In despair, Zhou Xinghua posted her photo in the trading area. However, she didn't know if that unfortunate debuff was still lingering. By the afternoon of the third day, no one paid her any attention. She achieved the no one cares, just a roadside achievement. If such an achievement existed in this survival world. Was it just because she was a bit shorter and smaller? Didn't they say that roses don't need to grow tall, lovers will naturally bend down? Ding! The sound of a message notification from someone else echoed in her ears. Zhou Xinghua had never found that sound so delightful. As she entered the trading area, just before clicking on that message, her gaze began to waver. Was she truly prepared for this? Closing her eyes, Zhou Xinghua's mind raced through thoughts from the Big Bang of the universe, to Voyager 1 traveling, to the Kuiper Belt, from the synthesis of the first amino acid in the warm primordial ocean, to the history of 5,000 years. She opened her eyes, clenching her small pink fists. She charged ahead. Are you there? How much for the locust trees in the photo? She blinked, confirming she wasn't seeing things. Locust trees. What kind of metaphor was this? It didn't seem like one. This person was definitely messing with her. This damned misfortune was still chasing her. Even in her desperate state, someone was still trying to play tricks on her. The last straw that broke the camel's back. Give me food. Zhou Xinghua, enraged, replied fiercely. Then she tossed aside the stone axe in her hand, and disregarding the mud below, lay face up on the ground. Let a wild wolf come and eat her. She didn't want to live anymore. Give me something to eat. Jiang Mian was taken aback upon seeing these 4 words. Such unreasonable demands. They were stated with such audacity. Does this person not have the common sense to hide their country's map? Could it be a rough man who scrounged a photo of a girl from the regional channel just to fish for compliments? Pressure. Hey, look at his temper. Jiang Mian directly replied with 3 words, eat your sister. Have I spoiled you? Just hanging a picture in the grocery section, and when someone asks for the price, you directly demand food, without mentioning a transaction. After sending this message, Jiang Mian was not satisfied, and went to the kitchen to take a few pictures of the fish soup and meat soup he had just made, and sent them over. Do you want to eat? It took half an hour to make. Hey, guess what? No way. Ding, ding. Several message notifications sounded in quick succession, reminiscent of the frantic typing of the losing MVP in a game while trying to communicate with teammates. The continuous notification sounds piqued Zhou Xinghua's curiosity. Her anger after first touching the cold ground dissipated somewhat. So she sat up, ignoring the mud on her body, and opened the messages. 2 photos popped up. 1 pot of fish soup, the broth a milky white, with several green scallion leaves floating on top, shining brilliantly. The fish meat had already fallen apart, the skeleton faintly visible, with oil glistening on the surface of the soup, reflecting a thin golden hue in the sunlight. The other pot was steaming with meat soup filled with chunks of meat, the edges of the pieces slightly falling apart, looking like they would melt in the mouth. She stared at the two photos for quite a while, her throat involuntarily moving. Then she noticed the lines of text beneath. Do you want to eat? It took half an hour to make. Hey, guess what? No way. Zhou Xinghua was stunned. Scrolling up, she saw the blunt retort, eat your sister. Suddenly, an unprecedented sense of grievance surged within her along with a burst of anger. This person was indeed trying to mess with her mind. She was close to dying, so at least she had to enjoy herself verbally before that. So what if there are two pots of meat? What's so great about it? If you like to eat, then eat until you die. As if I can't eat. She chewed on tree. Zhou Xinghua made up her mind, climbed to the nearby locust tree, and opened her mouth to bite down on the rough bark. She bit down a mouthful of mud. The damp taste mixed with moss and a few small stones crunched between her teeth. Tui. She spat out the muddy bark and abandoned the thought of retaliating with a photo. Boo-hoo. She lost. What kind of survival world is this, only bullying honest people? On the other side, Jiang Mian received 3 more messages with a brazen tone. However, after reading them this time, he was not angry. Instead, he found it amusing. If the other party retreated after he insulted them, Jiang Mian estimated he would directly block them without looking at this person again. Those scammers who steal friends' accounts and send messages like "Bro, I urgently need money" would leave immediately after being exposed without further entanglement. But those who were now retorting back were basically normal people. Even if they were scammers, they were new ones. Words like "if you like to eat, eat until you die" are clearly said in a fit of rage. Jiang Mian ladled a bowl of meat soup with a wooden spoon, aimed the camera at the wooden bowl, and took a photo to send to the other party. Accompanied by words, "Look, you're getting anxious." Who hasn't been reckless online? When both sides are in conflict, whoever gets emotional first loses. At this moment, if you casually display grace, the other party often gets even more anxious. Seeing the new message, Zhou Xinghua indeed felt as Jiang Mian anticipated. Her bright almond eyes were filled with fury. Swallowing her saliva, she prepared to retort again. But at that moment a pain shot through her head, making her feel dizzy and dispelling her thoughts. Forget it, she would show some grace and not stoop to the other person's level. You can eat slowly by yourself, I am about to die. After sending this message, Zhou Xinghua leaned against the locust tree, rubbing her temples with her left hand, her brows tightly knitted. She didn't even have the strength to be angry anymore. She stepped back, her tone softening. When a bird is about to die, its song is sorrowful. When a person is about to die, their words are kind. In this situation, Jiang Mian, on the other end of the chat, felt a slight twinge of compassion. How about this? You tell me whose hands you got that photo from, and if I'm in a good mood, he'll give you a bowl of soup. We have no grudges. Oh, wouldn't that be great for everyone? And don't use someone else's photo to fish for compliments anymore. Go chop wood and earn your keep properly. Arguing itself is meaningless. Jiang Mian's only goal was to get the locust wood. So he reasoned while negotiating conditions. Zhou Xinghua heard the notification sound and squinted her eyes slightly. Seeing that villain earnestly making a point, she was initially indignant, but when she saw the third message, a spark flashed through her mind. Wait a minute. Could it be? She perked up and quickly scrolled back to the beginning of the conversation, reading it carefully from the start. Are you there? How much is the locust tree in the photo? Give me something to eat. Eat your sister. The girl finally reacted. This person really came to buy the locust tree. She had misunderstood the other person. Thinking of this, her already feverish cheeks suddenly turned a deeper shade of crimson, her ears burning. Zhou Xinghua habitually tried to retract the messages she had sent earlier. After several attempts, she realized that messages sent in the survival system could not be retracted. She blinked a few times, awkwardly wanting to bite another piece of tree bark. Are you really here for the locust tree? Zhou Xinghua asked with embarrassment. But in this cold survival world, what do you need a locust tree for? It's not a fruit tree that you can eat. Nonsense. If I don't want the locust tree, what do I want? Do you want that girl? I wouldn't go as far as to eat my own kind. Jiang Mian thought how cruel this person's mind was, having only arrived in the survival world for 3 days and already having such thoughts. No wonder they had the audacity to ask him for food. If it weren't for the fact that this person had knowledge about locust, he wouldn't be willing to associate with such a villain. Zhou Xinghua hesitated for a moment before saying, that photo was taken by me. Jiang Mian frowned, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. It seems that the girl in the photo had most likely met a tragic end. Could it be that the distance between survivors is random? There was something wrong with the previous guess. Some survivors are quite close to each other. As long as they find the other's location, they can go and kill or loot them. This thought made Jiang Mian consider that the group of Chi Chong who had left the hunter gang might have known about this ability long ago. He cautiously observed the chat box, debating whether to stop here. It's not a good deed to conspire with a tiger. At that moment, the other party sent messages intermittently. Do you really want the locust tree? I can chop it for you. I'm really hungry, and I have a cold. Can you give me something to eat first? What does it mean? Jiang Mian edited 4 words. He did not understand what the other party was trying to do this time, acting strangely and speaking as if looking down on everyone. Then moments later, she acted coy like a little girl. The mindset of a killer was so unstable. I don't care how many people you've killed, nor do I care if you use others' photos to fish for information. In any case, if you want to trade, then let's trade. Ooh, just don't come to me for trouble. The inner walls around the shelter have been completed, and the archery platform and the throwing spear machine have been reinstalled. Jiang Mian had the confidence to say this. Anyone who dares to offend will find that they cannot return. He did not understand, and Zhou Xinghua was equally confused. She widened her eyes and carefully read the message Jiang Mian sent several times. He couldn't sleep at all. Finally, he realized that the entire message was about 2 words: cannibal. The other party imagined her as a villain who harmed young girls. No, brother, that photo was a selfie. Zhou Xinghua felt anxious, yet wanted to laugh with a warmth in her heart. She did not expect to find such a good person in this strange world who thought of others. Selfie. Jiang Mian was skeptical, but too lazy to debate, casually asking evidence. Zhou Xinghua, she looked down at herself. Her clothes were covered in dirt, and her hair was messy like a bird's nest. She could just take a picture for him. It needed to prove her words. Zhou Xinghua found a stick and wrote the character Huai on the moist ground, then raised her hand to take a picture of herself along with the character and send it to Jiang Mian. Brother, look, this Huai character I just wrote, and I'm still alive, right? Jiang Mian opened the photo and saw her face flushed and disheveled, realizing she was indeed not lying. This state, as she said, meant she couldn't properly chop wood due to her illness. While considering how to reply to her, Jiang Mian saw her send another message. Brother, my talent is Scrayed Child of Destiny, and the effect is that I suffered misfortune for the first 2 days, but my luck significantly increases from the 3rd day. Every week it cycles once. At this point, Zhou Xinghua no longer hid anything and revealed all her valuable traits, fearing that Jiang Mian might abandon her. Moreover, she believed he was a good person. From start to finish, his intention was solely regarding the Huai wood with no ulterior motives. What she did not know was that Jiang Mian only fully believed her after she clarified her talent. Having fallen to this state in the past 2 days was naturally due to misfortune. Meeting Jiang Mian on the 3rd day, of course, was a significant boost in luck. Others may not know who he is, but Jiang Mian was fully aware. This girl was surrounded by plenty of Huai wood. With such resources, he would certainly not mistreat her. Seizing the opportunity while the value of Huai wood is yet to be discovered by the public, and seeing that this girl does not seem very bright, he planned to make a significant profit. The price he mentioned earlier was only slightly higher than the average price of regular logs. Jiang Mian could not allow her to perish in the snowstorm before she finished cutting wood for him. If she wanted to die, she should first finish cutting the trees. It sounds cruel, but in a certain sense, isn't that also a form of luck? In the entire area, who could speak such ruthless words like Jiang Mian? Alright, I believe you now. From now on, just chop wood for me, honestly. Previously, I encountered a scammer selling, or he was full of nonsense, which is why I was so wary. The Huai wood around you can only be sold to me. You cannot sell it to others. I won't mistreat you either. During the logging period, there will be 3 meals a day, and what I have is also yours. I will exchange the Huai wood for an equivalent amount of round wood. Naturally, he did not want to share the mysterious Huai wood resource he found, so he required Zhou Xinghua to sell only to him. 3 meals a day. He had already taken pictures to demonstrate his strength. This condition was to ensure that Zhou Xinghua would be focused on chopping wood diligently from morning till night, unaffected by hunger. Realizing she still had a fever, Jiang Mian sent over cold medicine and a bowl of meat soup with a few extra pieces of meat. He was in a hurry to use the Huai wood. How could he allow his worker to take sick leave? After eating, go chop. Would you know how cruel this survival world can be? 3 meals a day. What I have is also yours. In a survival world where one worries about the next meal, this statement is more precious than any oath. The other party even gave her an equivalent amount of round wood. Indeed, this great talent did not deceive her. The luck belonging to her, Zhou Xinghua, was demonstrating its effects. Good. She was not the kind of person to be sentimental. Great kindness does not require thanks, and only by diligently chopping wood would she be repaying him. Zhou Xinghua took out the bowl of meat soup and the cold medicine, the steam warming her face, bringing tears to her eyes. The soup was salty, and her tears were also salty. At first she drank it slowly, reluctant to do so, but after 10 sips, she began to gulp it down. She wanted to chop wood. An hour later, Jiang Mian received 9 pieces of Huai wood sent by Zhou Xinghua. This was the first tree she had chopped down. After finishing, she sent it to Jiang Mian immediately to show with practical action that Zhou Xinghua was a person who understood gratitude. You look quite spirited. Looking at the hardwood board split into 72 pieces before him, Jiang Mian was very satisfied. This time he had indeed found the right person. Her innate physique was far superior to that of Wang Teng's father. Moreover, with this great talent of Child of Destiny, luck was an incredible thing. There would be many opportunities for this girl to play a role in the future. For instance, if their relationship became even better, he could let her take the treasure chest for him. Allow her to open it. Having gathered all the materials for the crossbow, Jiang Mian immediately crafted 18 crossbows. 18 crossbows lined up in a row with sturdy arms, straight bodies, and taut strings. Item: Wellcraft crossbow. Quality: Description: equipped with hardwood bow arms and iron crossbow mechanisms capable of loading 3 bolts at once, suitable for continuous shooting. Effect: ignores 20 of the target's physical defense. When using iron arrows or arrows of higher quality, additionally ignores 20 of the target's physical defense. Durability: 300,300. Using iron arrows or arrows of higher quality, it possesses 40 physical penetration, truly a weapon for penetrating armor. The defense in this world concerns the quality of physical damage. Percentage-based physical penetration is a rare attribute. Ignoring 40 of physical defense means elevating the piercing line of iron arrows to 167 of its original. Jiang Mian crafted a few stone crossbow bolts and attached them to the crossbow. Aiming at the outer wall of the stone house, he pulled the trigger, and a crisp sound echoed. In an instant, a whoosh sound was heard. Moments later, bang. Debris flew from the surface of the stone house, the arrowhead deeply embedded into the stone by 4 to 5 centimeters. Stone house durability 25, current durability 49755000. Crossbow bolts are not suitable for attacking buildings, yet they can still deal 25 points of damage, which speaks to the terrifying damage of the crossbow itself. If this crossbow were to hit the Type 1 aberration from last night, even if it raised its arm to block, it would surely be injured. Jiang Mian exclaimed in amazement. This was merely a stone arrow. If it were an iron arrow, the damage would be even more astonishing. This crossbow's damage is so horrendous that if someone were to use it against me now, I would still be unable to withstand it. Jiang Mian pondered. Everything has 2 sides. The bone spear, bone blade, and strange hide armor he had previously sold could not deal fatal damage to him. However, if someone were to use this crossbow while hiding in the dense forest, being hit in the head would undoubtedly lead to instant death. The strange hide armor could only reduce the damage caused by mutated creatures. Let's see if I can forge armor from the pale hard shell. Jiang Mian took out the pale hard shell, attempting to craft armor with high physical defense, only to discover that the material could not be forged into armor. The pale hard shell itself resembled a sturdy shield, and the tools in Jiang Mian's hands were still unable to break it down or create precise instruments. Then before it gets dark, I'll patrol around the shelter using the gliding wings. This will help map the area and check if there are other survivors nearby. The title acquired yesterday, 2 Steps Ahead, had illuminated a map of a 10-kilometer radius. Jiang Mian could see that as he moved upward, the vegetation coverage decreased, leading to the snow-capped mountains, while moving downward the small river widened. However, the area illuminated by the map was limited, and he could not see the end of the river. Before leaving, Jiang Mian took out the 50-year-old dragon blood ginseng obtained last night and consumed it. The essence of the ginseng contained domineering power, and as it was swallowed, a fiery sensation coursed through his intestines, akin to taking a shot of 50-degree liquor. The scorching power surged into his limbs, beginning to transform his body, but it was not painful. There was merely a heaviness in his chest, and an overwhelming strength within him that sought release. It was just the right time to fly up and feel the cool wind to clear his mind. Jiang Mian instructed Lin Kuan to keep a good watch over the shelter and practice how to operate the crossbow before ascending the watchtower. After taking out the gliding wings, Jiang Mian chose his direction. South. That was the direction of the river. Standing on top of the tower, he tightened his grip on the crossbar of the gliding wings. Leaning forward, he glided out. The wind rushed up from beneath, lifting him into the air. Let's first test the left and right directions, and then try diving for speed. He pressed the left bar down, tilting his body to the left, and the gliding wings followed suit. Pressing the right bar made him lean, right pulling back on the wings slowed him down, while pushing forward made him dive. As he dove, the wind pressed down on his head, causing a heaviness in his chest. Just as he was about to crash into the treetops, Jiang Mian abruptly pulled the crossbar upward. The gliding wings followed suit, lifting him alongside the treetops to a higher altitude than when he first jumped. Moments later, the treetops he had nearly collided with had shrunk to mere dots below him. Having familiarized himself with the controls, Jiang Mian leisurely spun in the air. He let the wind rush past his cheeks. With the power of the dragon blood ginseng continuously releasing warmth within him, Jiang Mian felt no chill. Instead, he caught a whiff of freedom. Spontaneously, Jiang Mian couldn't help but shout at the top of his lungs, woohoo. Beneath him, the black mountains, green forests, and long rivers transformed into shadows, gradually overlapping with the map in his mind. To the north were the snow-capped mountains with clouds pressing against their peaks, obscuring higher altitudes. To the southwest, a valley split open, the ridges on either side resembling outstretched arms, while the valley floor was dark like an abyss, its depth indiscernible. For some reason, that pitch-black valley gave Jiang Mian an uneasy feeling. That place wouldn't be a monster spawn point, would it? Jiang Mian thought. To the south of the valley was another mountain, slightly shorter than the northern one, but broader like a wall standing there. He glanced eastward. To the east were more mountains, one after another, stretching endlessly. The terrain in his area was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only the south and southeast directions being open. Jiang Mian didn't admire the scenery for long and followed the river southward. Along the way, he scanned the woods searching for potential shelters of other survivors. The river twisted beneath him, resembling a silvery gray snake. 5 minutes later, Jiang Mian spotted a small lake in the distance followed by a small cliff, yesterday's waterfall. The lakeside was exactly where the mutated leopard resided. Beneath the waterfall was a deep pool with water flowing outward, transforming back into a river. He crossed the waterfall and continued southward. The river began to widen first to about 10 meters, then 20 to 30 meters, with the river surface becoming much smoother and the current not as swift as upstream. The trees along the banks diminished while stones increased, with some areas exposing large gray-white rock faces. He did not see any shelters along the way. Only in the southeastern forest did a wisp of smoke rise. He approached to find it was a camp. Within the camp, a few naked wild men adorned with animal teeth and feather decorations moved about. As he flew, the forest that had blocked Jiang Mian's view finally revealed its edge. He saw a stretch of yellow and white. At the end of the yellow and white was an endless deep blue. It was the sea. The yellow and white were the sandy beach devoid of trees or grass, completely clean. Near the coast there were dark rocks upon which slow-moving sea turtles crawled, facing the waves and making their way ashore to lay eggs. The temperature felt a bit warmer. Jiang Mian continued to fly, seeing a bright line on the horizon stretching horizontally and dividing the sky from the water. It felt as if he had arrived at the end of the world. A sense of vast emptiness filled his heart. It was not a physical coldness. He flew to the beach, then into the sea. At the end of the sea was the sky, and at the end of the sky was the sea. Unlike the land, there was nothing there. He began to turn back. On the way back, Jiang Mian slowed his speed. He was searching for potential mining spots. In this area surrounded by 3 mountains and 1 sea, he was the only survivor. Everything here belonged to him. The sun slid down the mountain peak, and the evening glow filled the eastern sky. In the dim light, Jiang Mian found a patch of pitch-black rock with a reddish hue from over 30 kilometers southeast of the waterfall, according to the map. Red iron ore. Jiang Mian marked that location and began to fly back. Just minutes before nightfall, he returned to the shelter. He confirmed his location. It was safe enough here. For others to reach this mountainous area, they would either have to cross the mountains or come by sea. And the sea was over 60 kilometers away from the shelter. He took just over an hour to reach the seaside, while the return journey consumed more than 2 hours. This was a natural refuge. Jiang Mian tried to speculate why so many monsters surrounded his shelter at night. These mutated creatures respawned in the vicinity of his shelter, needing to cross mountains to reach where others were. Crossing the mountains was too difficult, causing some mutated creatures to simply surround him. Since the surroundings are relatively safe, I can trade the crossbows to them. Jiang Mian opened the survival system and traded 14 crossbows. He kept 4 for himself. 2 for himself and Lin Kuan, 1 as a backup, and 1 for Zhou Xinghua. He told Zhou Xinghua to stay inside the house at night and not go out, and if she heard any movement outside, to try to kill 1 or 2 mutated bodies with the crossbow. Killing 2 would allow her to level up, and once she leveled up, all the diseases on her body would be cured. There should be quite a few elite monsters appearing tonight, and killing them will drop many treasure chests. With my progress, I'll soon be able to acquire more powerful blueprints or items. There's no need to worry too much about others threatening me after getting their hands on crossbows. Jiang Mian called out to Lin Kuan, instructing him to make enough stone crossbow bolts, then he would enchant some of the bolts with magical flames in advance. The magical flames would extinguish after a period of burning, so they couldn't be enchanted too far in advance. The forest once again filled with thick fog, obscuring the night vision. However, the thick fog was suppressed when approaching within 100 meters of the shelter, no longer advancing forward. Lin Kuan, holding a crossbow, walked out of the stone house, gazing at the chilling fog with a hint of steadiness in his eyes compared to yesterday. He did not say anything to assure, but he knew he wouldn't be directly frightened as he was yesterday. Wait for me to control the shelter's deterrent effect. First, let the big guy and the skinny mantis in together, then pay attention to the timing of throwing the stone spear and prioritize attacking the weak points of the big guy. Jiang Mian and Lin Kuan stood atop the watchtower devising tonight's battle plan. As soon as he finished speaking, a piercing scream echoed through the forest. After the first shrill scream echoed through the thick fog, a second, and then a third followed in quick succession, creating a chorus of cries. It was much livelier than the previous 2 days. Soon the first slender and agile Type 1 mutant emerged from the mist. The sound of a click came from 80 meters away. Whoosh! A stone arrow streaked through the air like lightning, piercing directly through the head of the elongated monster. The stone arrow was immensely powerful, not stopping after penetrating the monster, but carrying it backwards and pinning it against the roots of a tree. The monster did not even struggle, it simply lost consciousness. Life, 147. Current life, 0120. You have successfully killed a Type 1 Agile Mutant, Level 3, Experience 0. 6. A Level 3 Type 1 Agile Mutant. It seems the levels of these mutated creatures are also rising. Jiang Mian murmured as he scanned the system report from the watchtower. But what does Level 3 matter? The first Type 1 Agile mutant didn't even step out of the fog before being killed in one shot, leaving it with a deficit of 27 life. Sai, having gotten used to playing games, he instinctively pulled the trigger whenever he saw an enemy appear. He couldn't help it. He thought it was a speed bump. Whatever it is, he would just say it to his 40 points of strength. We are all striving to survive. After the first mutant fell, a horde of mutants crawled out one after another from the fog. The familiar sound of tree trunks collapsing echoed from the distant forest, causing the ground to tremble. The Type 1 strength mutants had arrived as well. The gray mist was ripped open in several places, revealing multiple white heads as the giants stomped on the ground, creating a thundering sound like someone was beating a massive drum in the wilderness. 4812. In the end, a total of 23 colossal creatures appeared at the edge of the flames. They formed a line surrounding the shelter. Countless Type 1 Agile mutants squeezed behind them, pushing and shoving in a chaotic mess. Ow! One of the Type 1 strength mutants suddenly let out a deep and powerful roar. Then the other large ones followed suit and howled. Miraculously, the impatient Type 1 Agile mutants ceased their restlessness at this sound. They stood still, their heads all stretching towards the high watchtower at the center of the flames. To be precise, they were focused on Jiang Mian in the watchtower. The two sides faced off silently. Seeing this bizarre scene, Jiang Mian frowned slightly. Had they developed, he had previously speculated that the low mental values of the two types of mutants might affect their intelligence. Now it seemed that this large one had already developed simple thinking. On the third day of the survival world, he saw a level 5 shelter that should not have appeared, along with its thick surrounding walls. There was the scent of its kind lingering on the pale walls. Some of its kind had fallen here. They felt a sense of dread. Thus they did not allow the other mutants to charge recklessly. This was not good news. Jiang Mian raised his arm to draw the crossbow, recognizing the large one that was giving commands, and pressed the trigger. He wanted to test the level of the elite monsters tonight. Unbeknownst to him, as he began to aim, the large ones were also paying attention to his movements. Whoosh! The crossbow bolt cut through the night sky with a sharp sound, heading straight for the weakest eye of the Type 1 strength mutant. Almost simultaneously, the large one raised its arm to block in front of itself. The powerful force of the crossbow bolt broke through the tough defenses of the large one's body. Then it lodged itself between its arms, shattering bones. However, it was still limited by the bones, and did not injure its face. Life, 77. Race Type 1 strength mutant, elite, level 8, life, 723800, strength, 59 stamina, 25 speed, 17 mental, 10 description. A low-level mutant with immense strength. Its hard skin can withstand most physical damage. Its mental value had reached 10. Could this be the threshold for mutated creatures to develop intelligence? Just as Jiang Mian was pondering, the injured Type 1 strength mutant suddenly let out a roar. Then it grabbed the nearby Type 1 Agile mutant with its massive hands and charged recklessly towards the stone. After it roared, the other Type 1 strength mutants mimicked its behavior, seizing handfuls of Type 1 Agile mutants and rushing towards the stone wall. Behind them were the previously thin white figures that could only push forward slowly by relying on the mutants behind them during the last 2 days. Now they surged forward like they had been injected with adrenaline, disregarding the scorching burn of the holy fire, desperately charging ahead. The Type 1 Agile mutants, already fast, covered the 80-meter distance in 7 to 8 seconds and reached the wall. During those 7 to 8 seconds, the holy light, while causing burns, was not enough to kill them. Under the command of the large one, they transcended their instinctual fear of the flames. At this moment, Jiang Mian had not yet removed the shelter's intimidation effect. This meant that these Type 1 Agile mutants had forcefully resisted the intimidation. Jiang Mian felt a deep sense of distress. Wasn't the effect of your shelter supposed to last only one night? By the next day, the mutants would evolve and turn against him. He had thought that if no new monsters appeared tonight, it would be fine. He did not expect such a spectacle to unfold. The first mutant to reach the wall waved its sharp forelimbs, attacking the wall with a swish. Chop, chop. The sharp sound sent chills down one's spine. Fortunately, their strength was low, and they did not break through the hard shell of the wall. Some even couldn't leave a scratch on its surface. But the swarm of monsters at their feet still stirred up unease. Jiang Mian controlled the archery platform on the wall and shot arrows downward in unison. Even though many had reached level 3, defense was not their strong suit. Furthermore, with them gathered together, now he didn't even need to aim. A single arrow shot could pierce through several mutants. The leading large one let out a low growl, causing the Type 1 Agile mutants outside the flames that had yet to charge to suddenly hit the brakes, halting their steps. No longer charging blindly. The large one raised its massive head, staring directly at the indestructible wall. It didn't know how to destroy this wall. To put it bluntly, it lacked the brains for that. Nor did it have experience in siege warfare. Since its creation, its instinct was merely to destroy any survivor it encountered. At this point, the large one was only a dozen meters away from the wall. Along the way, Jiang Mian had shot at it several times, but it had blocked each shot with the mutant it held. After taking another step forward, it raised its arm and violently hurled the Type 1 Agile mutant it was holding. Those mutants had already lost their lives under the scorching holy fire and the bolts within those 10 seconds. But that did not stop them from being used as weapons. Though their skin was burned black, the sharp bone blades on their forelimbs remained intact. Hitting a person would still cause considerable injury. Jiang Mian sidestepped to avoid the group of black mutants. His current speed attribute was also high with strong perception and reaction capabilities. Steadying himself, his mind concentrated, and a spark appeared at the tip of the crossbow bolt. Whoosh! The flaming bolt shot straight out, hitting the right leg of the leading large one. The magical flames burned through its hard shell, piercing its bones, and driving the bolt straight through its thigh. The large one raised the mutant in its other hand to shield its face. But it did not expect that Jiang Mian would not follow the usual pattern and instead shoot at its leg. Life 167, a string of red text appeared above its head. It let out an angry roar and hurled the mutant it was holding once more towards Jiang Mian in the watchtower. Jiang Mian easily dodged again, his gaze toward the large one carrying a hint of ease. A bit of intelligence, but not much. Their intellect had just begun to awaken, and it was nothing more than that. If you cannot come up with new tactics, then tonight will end here. With that, Jiang Mian waved his hand. Hundreds of spears suddenly shot out from the trebuchet. The leading behemoth, limping on one leg, bent down and cradled its head, attempting to charge headlong into the wall amidst the rain of spears. However, Jiang Mian and Lin Kuan atop the watchtower would not grant it such an opportunity, swiftly loading enchanted crossbow bolts and shooting them towards it. The crossbow bolts were already capable of penetrating its armor, and with the added enchantment of magical flames, their power was greatly enhanced. As 3 bolts were fired in quick succession, the health bar atop the behemoth's head plummeted. Whoosh! Another strike. You have successfully slain a Strength Type 1 Aberration Elite Level 8. Experience 40. There were no safety threats tonight, allowing Jiang Mian to confidently press on with his level advancement. He was currently at level 13. Once he ascended to level 16, he would create a 15-level gap between himself and the level 1 aberrations. By then it was possible that defeating a level 1 monster would yield no experience. After slaying the leading Strength Type 1 aberration, the remaining Strength Type 1 aberrations hesitated for a moment before charging madly towards the wall. Jiang Mian turned his crossbow around and continued firing enchanted bolts in rapid succession. Within half a minute, he and Lin Kuan had taken down 7 or 8 Strength Type 1 aberrations. However, the other aberrations reached the edge of the wall as well. They began to climb. They could not lift their feet to cross over, for although they stood 6 meters tall, over a meter of that was merely the height of their large heads. 3 meters down was their torso, with legs barely over 1.5 meters long. Their heavy bodies could not leap too high, forcing them to crawl. They were particularly frenzied tonight, completely disregarding the spears that could injure them. Despite their numerous wounds, they charged forward, eager to knock down the watchtower. Seeing this, Jiang Mian immediately grabbed the rope and slid down from the watchtower to the ground, running while firing back. Lin Kuan closely followed behind. As the behemoths leaped over the wall, the two managed to eliminate another 5 or 6 aberrations. In the end, only 8 managed to successfully breach the wall. Most of them were still at half health. As they crossed the inner wall, they locked onto the watchtower and charged fiercely. They were heading for the watchtower rather than towards the two of them. Jiang Mian's head buzzed. It felt as if he was about to grow a brain. The hatred of these behemoths was still fixated on the watchtower. They were consumed by rage, their already limited intelligence rendered completely useless, entirely ignoring the fact that the two had already left the watchtower. Only after crashing down the watchtower did they realize the survivors atop the tower had already departed. A minute later, the last Strength Type 1 aberration fell. Throughout this entire process, whether it was Jiang Mian, Lin Kuan, or Jiang Mian's creations, all experience points gained from the kills belonged to Jiang Mian. From this battle, he gained 1073 experience points, enough to elevate him directly to level 19. Among the 23 elite monsters, only 3 were level 8, while the rest were level 6 and 7. A total of 3 bronze treasure chests and 20 black iron treasure chests dropped. He could have slain more agile Type 1 aberrations, but the last few behemoths let out lamentable howls before they died, causing the surrounding agile Type 1 aberrations to flee. This left Jiang Mian quite frustrated. The number of agile Type 1 aberrations killed tonight was not even as many as yesterday. Although the intelligence displayed by these elite monsters tonight was still quite low, the future remained uncertain. Savage, bloodthirsty monsters posed far less threat than intelligent foes. For instance, the strategy employed by the leading elite monster tonight, which involved throwing the agile Type 1 aberrations into the wall. Ordinarily, mutated creatures were afraid of fire, but in the monster tide, 5 days from now, the aberrations would no longer fear flames. By that time, the aberrations thrown in would launch attacks at Jiang Mian with their backs turned. They moved quickly, making it easy for the crossbows to miss, and dealing with them in close combat was also challenging. Using densely packed arrow platforms to handle them raised concerns about damaging the shelter structures. Once the outer wall was constructed, and there was a buffer zone in front and back, things would improve significantly. However, the originally planned outer wall range would need to be expanded. According to Jiang Mian's original plan, the distance between the outer wall and the inner wall was to be 20 to 40 meters. With the strength of a Strength Type 1 aberration, it was sufficient to stand at the edge of the outer wall and throw the Agile Type 1 aberrations into the nearest inner wall. He needed a taller wall to obstruct the Strength Type 1 aberrations from crossing over. If height cannot be increased, at least spikes or thorns should be added to the top of the wall to hinder their climbing process. Since the battle ended rather quickly tonight, Jiang Mian began to clean up the battlefield and tally his gains after waiting 20 minutes without any further aberrations appearing. He had killed over 180 Agile Type 1 aberrations. A multitude of black iron treasure chests was opened. Unlike usual, he opened 10 at once this time. Feeling the thrill of a tenfold draw. Black iron treasure chest 10 opening. Cotton blanket 1, hot water bag 2, cotton socks 5, fishing trap, blueprint 1, seasoning gift pack 1 pack each of salt, soy sauce, and vinegar quality soil 3, fertilizer 5, windproof gloves 3, men's down jacket 1, thermal underwear 2, snow boots 1, 500 milliliters baijiu 2, bucket instant noodles 12, ham sausages 20. This batch of 10 black iron treasure chests yielded only 1 blueprint with no attribute fruits dropping. However, many articles of clothing were obtained suitable for changing through spring, summer, autumn, and winter. There were also seasonings. This would allow for the preparation of tastier food in the future. Quality soil can enhance the growth speed of crops and allow for the cultivation of mutated plants. After opening it, Jiang Mian sent a message to Zhou Xian asking if she needed any. After sorting through this batch of supplies, Jiang Mian went for another tenfold draw. The first black iron treasure chest immediately caught his eye. 10 years snow lotus 1, packaged toilet paper 24, thermal stockings 5. Item 10 years snow lotus quality, description, a rare flower that grows in frigid mountainous regions, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth for 10 years. Effect, consuming it grants 1 to all attributes, and upon first consumption, you gain the ability freezing. With the previous Ju fruit, I can create a bond between ice and fire. Toilet paper, my heavens, you've come to me at last. Although nobody was watching in the wild, toilet paper was much more convenient than leaves or river water. It can also be good for skincare. Jiang Mian was overwhelmed with gratitude for half a minute before taking out the 10-year snow lotus and taking a bite. The petals of the snow lotus were translucent like ice with a faint bluish sheen at the edges. Biting into it was crisp and refreshing, the juice icy, reminiscent of chewing on crushed ice. The chill entered his stomach and surged along his spine, transforming into a pure and clear sensation upon reaching his head. It felt like eating mint candy. After finishing, Jiang Mian began to experiment with his new ability freezing. He went to the kitchen and grabbed a cup of water, placing his right hand above the cup. As he focused on the ability freezing, white frost began to form on the surface of the water. The frost spread from the edges of the cup towards the center, falling onto the water's surface and producing a ring of fine ice needles, each probing downward. The icicles grew longer and longer, eventually merging into a sheet of ice and continuing to extend downward. In less than 10 seconds, the entire cup of water froze into a solid block of ice with a thin layer of water droplets condensing on the outer wall of the cup. Hoo-hoo! Jiang Mian gasped for breath, feeling a bit fatigued in his head. He glanced at the panel, noting that freezing a cup of water consumed 15 points of mental energy. This ability could also generate a small amount of frost, enchanting weapons with mental energy consumption similar to that of lighting a fire. After resting for a few minutes, Jiang Mian continued to open chests. Kerosene lamp 2, 2L kerosene 1, box of matches 1, clay pot 2, packaged salt 5, dried chili 10, 1 kilogram dried meat 3, 1 kilogram sausage 3, salted duck eggs 10, military raincoat, rain boots 2, umbrellas 5. The remaining black iron treasure chests did not yield anything noteworthy, just food and daily necessities. Seeing the sausages and dried meat, Jiang Mian thought about methods to preserve meat. Salting or smoking would allow it to be stored for a long time. Combined with the numerous seasonings he had now, along with some snacks, he could initially satisfy the diversity of flavors. Sacrifice 50 years of life from Wang Tung's father, let me open an ironware blueprint. A powerful magical skill would suffice as well. Jiang Mian clasped his hands together, fervently praying before the bronze treasure chest. A greenish light shone brightly as 9 items floated before Jiang Mian. You have obtained a zipline toolkit 1, a detection compass 1, and a catapult blueprint 1. While sacrificing Wang Tung's father's lifespan is really effective. Jiang Mian smiled with joy upon seeing the rewards. The intermediate contract blacksmith can recruit a skilled blacksmith whose value far exceeds that of ordinary iron blueprints. Because a blacksmith, before he can forge iron items, is first and foremost a person. A person can think, learn, and communicate. The blueprint for making a crossbow details its intricate structure. If the blacksmith learns its principles, he might be able to use inferior materials to craft a low-grade crossbow. Such a crossbow would be traded at a lower price due to the slightly inferior raw materials, making it accessible to ordinary people. Most people do not encounter elite monsters, and do not require excessive damage, they only need to deal with agile aberrations. The high firing rate of a 3-shot crossbow perfectly compensates for the operator's lack of skill, making even a low-grade crossbow sufficient. Furthermore, this type of crossbow is unlikely to threaten Jiang Mian's safety. Looking ahead, the primary life recovery potion is stored in a glass vial the thickness of a finger with a faint red glow reminiscent of diluted blood. Its effect is similar to that of a primary mental recovery potion capable of restoring 10 points of life. It is what players commonly refer to as a health potion in the game. This is something that can save lives on the battlefield. The zipline toolkit contains 50 meters of steel cable, 4 pulleys, and 2 safety belts allowing for the transportation of items, or even people in 3-dimensional space over short distances. His shelter already occupies a considerable area, and expanding it further would require transporting some building materials or constructs. The zip line can serve as an excellent means of transport. The detection compass will also be a valuable tool for future explorations of the outside world. Jiang Mian played with the small golden compass in his hand, its face only half the size of a palm with green rust appearing at the edges from years of use. Item detection compass quality, description, a treasure hunting tool left behind by a legendary great explorer. Effect, a one-time use item that reveals rare items within a 50-meter radius. His current abilities have already allowed him to venture further from the shelter. There's no doubt he'll need to go outside. For instance, there's that treasure map from the 3rd chest. Item low-grade treasure map quality, description, a treasure left behind by a legendary great explorer. Effect, reveals the location of a treasure. The treasure map found in a bronze chest likely leads to something more valuable than the chest itself. Jiang Mian has opened 6 bronze chests, each containing valuable items that could significantly alter one's survival strategy. What treasure could be more precious than what's found in a bronze chest? The only blueprint discovered among the 3 chests was the catapult blueprint requiring 10 forged iron, 10 logs, 50 wooden sticks, and 5 reinforced tendons. It can launch stones weighing up to 100 kilograms. It is practically a specialized weapon tailored for Type 1 aberrations. This is exactly the kind of heavy weapon he is currently lacking. Jiang Mian could already imagine how those large-headed monsters would feel when they emerge from the fog to find a row of catapults standing before them. Would they be scared off immediately? The taming collar and the wonderful cat toy stick. I have a feeling these 2 items can interact with each other. Jiang Mian scanned these 2 items. Many of the items found in chests are interconnected. For example, the previous kitchen set and snow set. Item taming collar quality, description, do you want to become a beast master and fight alongside animal friends? Effect, a one-time use item that can tame 1 mutated animal. Item wonderful cat toy stick quality, description, you must first pounce on the cat toy stick that has a taunt effect. Effect, has a strong attraction to cats. Jiang Mian has seen the abilities of mutated animals. If he can tame one, he will have a combat partner by his but a mutated cat. I wonder what the definition of a cat is here. Tigers, lions, and leopards are all felines. Taming them could even allow them to serve as mounts. In this world there are no roads or vehicles. Animals are excellent means of transportation. After opening the treasure chest, Jiang Mian quickly dismantled the mutated creatures inside and outside the walls. He completed the battle in less than half an hour tonight, while others were still fighting, and some had yet to encounter any mutated creatures. From Jiang Mian's observations over the past few days, some people in the area channel only encountered mutated creatures at 8:30, others had to wait until 9, and the latest did not see them until after 10. If the hypothesis that there are monster spawners around him is true, then based on the timing of the monsters' appearances at night, Jiang Mian could determine the proximity of some survivors to him. After dismantling, Jiang Mian repaired the hard-shell wall, closed the door, and returned to the stone house. He approached the primary workbench and began crafting bone spears while summoning the blacksmith. A large ball of white light appeared in the room, and seconds later a middle-aged man walked out. He had a square face, thick eyebrows, and arms as sturdy as tree trunks with calluses all over his palms. The middle-aged man was momentarily dazed, then turned to see Jiang Mian and respectfully said, "My name is Zhang. I am a blacksmith, and I have met the young master." After speaking, blacksmith Zhang's gaze swept across the room, and upon seeing the stone walls, he couldn't help but be moved. The interior also had stone walls. This was clearly a level 5 shelter. However, today is only 3 days since the artisan god issued orders to explore the uninhabited areas. Do you feel tired now? Jiang Mian glanced at him and continued making bone spears. No, young master, I am not tired. I used to work late into the night at the blacksmith shop. Blacksmith Zhang said, patting his sturdy chest, a hearty smile spreading across his face. Oh, from now on you will be responsible for crafting tools for the shelter. There's a blacksmith shop next door. You can go check on its status. There are forged irons in the storage box. You can craft a few handy tools first. The blacksmith shop. Blacksmith Zhang's eyes widened in surprise as he froze for a few seconds. According to town rumors, weren't the first few days before the harvest supposed to involve chopping trees and building houses? How could his master summoned now already have a blacksmith shop ready for him to start crafting iron items? Before being summoned, he had already prepared the manufacturing processes for stone and wooden items. It was all to help his master through the initial stages. As a result, has his master received divine favor? Yes, if you feel hungry or thirsty, just go to the kitchen to find something to eat. There's still half a pot of meat super it can be eaten warm. Jiang Mian crafted 400 bone spears and listed them on the trading market through Wang Tung. Almost instantly after listing, the stock dropped from 400 to 378. It seems many are eyeing this batch of spears ready to snatch them up. The number of monsters has surged tonight and the demand for weapons is at an all-time high. Blacksmith Zhang felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing Jiang Mian say he could go to the kitchen if he was hungry. His master is not only powerful but also so kind, treating his subordinates with such familiarity. He must indeed be favored by the divine. As Jiang Mian traded for the bone spear while crafting an unusual leather armor, the messages in the regional channel scrolled at a pace that matched the greetings of parents on the second day. The number of people in the upper right corner of the regional channel changed to 9954-710-0000. Compared to the second night, it was only 830, yet 323 people had already perished. To trace the root cause, one could not overlook the newly emerged Type 1 aberration tonight. 831. A survivor named Zhang San, who had just upgraded his wooden house to level 3, habitually opened a crack in the window to observe the movements outside. His talent was efficient lumberjack, which increased woodcutting speed by 50, allowing him to accumulate a substantial amount of logs within 3 days. Sitting on his wooden bed, he enjoyed a half piece of bread from the trade, while keeping an eye on the outside. Half a minute later, the wooden bed he sat on began to tremble slightly. An earthquake. Zhang San leaned against the wooden wall, feeling uncertain. The survival system only mentioned a snowstorm in 5 days without any mention of an earthquake. Checking the regional channel, no one mentioned an earthquake either. Strange. Crack, crack. Suddenly a loud sound of a tree trunk snapping echoed outside, consistent with the noise he made when he cut down a tree during the day. Zhang San rushed to the window and looked outside. 2 trees had fallen beyond the fence. A pale hand emerged from the fog, grasping a nearby wooden stake and pulling it out with great force. This is an elite monster. He hurriedly grabbed his bow, nocked an arrow, his palms sweating profusely. The sound of footsteps thud approached ever closer from beyond the fence. Boom! A section of the fence collapsed inward, gray mist pouring in with the towering figure. Zhang San released the bowstring. The arrow shot toward that hand, only to hear a clang as the stone arrow was deflected. A bald head emerged from the mist, taller than the roof of his wooden house. The monster bent down, its grotesque face pressing against the window. Ah! Zhang San screamed in fright, his legs going weak, dropping the bow and arrow in his hands. Trembling, he crawled toward the corner to grab his stone spear, but before he could turn around, the roof collapsed. Broken logs and wooden sticks fell onto his head. The last thing Zhang San saw was a large foot stepping down, covering everything in front of him. The number of survivors in the region changed from 99,547 to 99,546. Half a minute later, one more person was lost. Are elite monsters that hard to kill? The night has just begun, and over 300 people have already died. Just now that brother sent a message upon discovering the elite monster, and after 2 minutes the number in the upper right corner decreased by 1. During the day I heard from the Merchant Alliance that the elite monster is called the Type 1 power aberration, and its weakness is magic damage. But aren't we in a survival world? Where would magic come from? Just because you don't have it doesn't mean others don't. Some have obtained attribute fruits that can grant abilities allowing them to use magic. So what about those of us who can't use magic? Who can you blame? Just a few days ago some died in the night without rekindling the fire. I bought a mutated biological bone spear at the Merchant Alliance market during the day, just went out and killed 2 agile Type 1 aberrations, leveled up to level 2, and experienced the thrill of becoming stronger, and now you're telling me an elite monster has arrived. This survival world is purely about luck. There's no way to survive. With so many people unable to use magic, will they all die tonight? Of course not. I have a buddy who's a senior member of the Merchant Alliance, able to gain access to the Alliance's ultimate weapon, which is said to be capable of breaking through the defenses of elite monsters. What ultimate weapon? That's a secret, how could I tell you? After witnessing the sudden decrease in the regional population by dozens, Wang Tung sensed that something was amiss. The big shot I level up alone told him his prophecy during the day, and it was now coming true. He immediately gathered all the core members of the Merchant Alliance for a meeting, explaining that he now had 9 crossbows and several crossbow bolts. This type of weapon inflicts damage far exceeding that of bows and spears. Whether it can defeat the elite monster remains unknown. He did not plan to sell ownership, but intended to share usage rights with all senior members tonight. Anyone who encounters an elite monster should report it quickly. He will send them the crossbow and arrows. If they successfully kill the elite monster, all crossbows and arrows must be returned. Otherwise they will be expelled from the Merchant Alliance and permanently blacklisted, unable to live peacefully in the trading market. After the meeting, Wang Tung hurriedly messaged Jiang Mian requesting to trade for a crossbow and a bone spear. He was willing to raise the price, offering 4 pieces of forged iron plus a reinforced tendon in exchange for the. At 840 he received 400 bone spears sent by Jiang Mian, quickly listing them in the Merchant Alliance market, with an additional note stating, can kill agile type 1 aberrations. At 845 Jiang Mian sent him 20 crossbows, stating that he lacked some manufacturing materials and could not. However, if Wang Tung provided all the materials needed to craft the unusual leather armor except for the peculiar skin, he was willing to sell the unusual leather armor at a low price. Wang Tung worked overtime to gather materials for him, then sought out a few survivors with magical abilities requesting to trade for enchanted weapons, but all were refused. Fuming, Wang Tung nearly smashed the table when he received a tip from Jiang Mian. He had tried, and stone crossbow bolts could break through the defenses of Type 1 power aberrations, but his strength was slightly higher, so he was unsure if others could accomplish it. With bloodshot eyes, Wang Tung cried to Jiang Mian, stating that those with magic were unwilling to share. After a moment of silence, Jiang Mian sent him 10 enchanted crossbow bolts with magical flames, each trading for 20 stones, equating to 100 logs. Wang Tung instantly transformed his sorrow into joy, completing the transaction at lightning speed, his expression changing as swiftly as a Sichuan opera performer. At 9 o'clock the regional population became 99,258. In half an hour nearly 300 more people had died. This death rate stabilized 300 people in half an hour, leading many survivors to speculate that elite monsters were not numerous, rather those who encountered them were all perishing. Calculating the time until the fog dissipated at 6 o'clock tomorrow, there were still 9 hours left. At most 5,400 people could die, and the vast majority would not encounter elite monsters. This news somewhat relieved the survivors in the channel, who were nearly driven mad with anxiety, but they did not fully relax. No one knew if they were among those 5,400. A level 2 survivor in the Merchant Alliance failed to break through the defenses of the elite monster with his crossbow attack, prompting Wang Tung to immediately revoke the usage rights of the remaining 8 crossbows. Meanwhile, a level 3 hunter successfully harmed the elite monster in front of the shelter, using his combat talent along with the crossbow. This hunter's house had long been upgraded to level 4, successfully withstanding several impacts from the Type 1 power aberration. During this time, the hunter relentlessly attacked the elite monster and finally killed it after 5 minutes, gaining 50 experience points and directly leveling up to level 4. Among the hunters, 4 others received crossbows but did not encounter the elite monster. However, one hunter, after killing all the agile Type 1 aberrations in front of her door, was just 5 points of experience short of leveling up to level 5. Thus, she plucked several red fruits from a patch of slightly glowing land and gathered a few greenish-blue grass, wearing a miner's lamp on her head and leaving the shelter with the crossbow. After killing a swiftly darting agile Type 1 aberration in the fog, she successfully met the conditions to level up to level 5. However, she did not immediately upgrade, because she heard a deep roar coming from the depths of the fog. At 920 she returned to the shelter, her previously swollen pockets now deflated, blood at the corner of her mouth, and her figure somewhat disheveled. She silently chanted something, and white light emerged from her body. She leveled up to 6. In a level 2 wooden cabin. It was 7:50 in the evening. Zhou Xinghua returned to the shelter, dragging her weary body, and turned to see the dark mountains shrouded in mist. A sense of unease lingered in her heart. She curled up in a corner, cradling a warm soup, gifted by a kind stranger. After finishing the soup, Zhou Xinghua opened the survival system, and saw that the person had sent her a crossbow and 20 stone arrows about 30 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago they sent her 10 fiery arrows. This weapon was something she had never seen in the channel. However, she had heard of the crossbow's reputation, and knew it was a more powerful weapon than a bow requiring less strength. Holding the crossbow in her arms, Zhou Xinghua noticed the iron mechanism on it. Is this iron? In the channel, no survivor had yet mastered iron weapons. Who is that person? Zhou Xinghua's curiosity, which had begun in the afternoon, was reignited. There was plenty of food, powerful weapons, and the person was very kind. What did that person look like? She began to imagine wildly. The person had chatted with her anonymously, and she didn't even know their nickname. Zhou Xinghua gently pulled the trigger of the crossbow, trying to aim several times, then saw a message from that person. Stay indoors at night. If you hear any noise outside, try to use the crossbow to kill 1 or 2 aberrations as best as you can. Killing 2 will allow you to level up, and all the ailments on your body will be cured. These 2 messages were sent along with the crossbow. Then came another message sent along with the flaming arrows. Use enchanted arrows against elite monsters. Enchanted arrows. Zhou Xinghua glanced down at the 10 fiery arrows, guessing they were enchanted. Monsters would only appear around 9 o'clock, so she didn't hurry to guard the window. Instead, she practiced using the crossbow while browsing the regional channel. Seeing several hundred people die because of elite monsters chilled her heart.
Then she saw that only magical damage could deal with elite monsters, but many people lacked that precious ability. Oh, she didn't have that either. What to do? Zhou Xinghua felt anxious as sadness welled up inside her. Counting all the time, she had only been awake for 2 days since her arrival. Was she about to die? She continued to watch the regional channel and felt envious when she saw the Merchant Alliance had secret weapons. She wanted to join the Merchant Alliance, but her strength was too weak. They wouldn't even look at her. Just as she was feeling down, a sharp scream came from outside the cabin. Zhou Xinghua jumped, clutching the crossbow, and climbing to the window, carefully raising her head. Like a gopher, she saw a group of pale-colored praying mantis monsters outside. No elite monsters. Gathering some courage, she raised the crossbow and shot at one of the Agile Type 1 aberrations. The Agile Type 1 aberration, attracted by the noise at the window, had already stepped into the range of the flames and was scorched. The next moment it was hit by this arrow. Life 63. You have killed an Agile Type 1 aberration, level 1, experience 5. Hey. Zhou Xinghua stared blankly at the prompt before her, momentarily unable to react. Was that it? Just one shot. It fell with one hit. She remembered the person's instructions that killing 2 would let her get rid of her cold. Immediately focused and aimed at another aberration. You have killed an Agile Type 1 aberration, level 1, current experience progress 1010. Do you want to level up? Level up. Zhou Xinghua exclaimed excitedly. The next moment, a faint white light appeared around her, and her previously hazy mind suddenly cleared up. Her throat no longer itched, and her nose stopped running. She had recovered from her cold, and the fatigue from the afternoon of chopping wood was swept away, feeling healthier than ever. She raised the crossbow and shot down other aberrations. 3, 4, 5. 12. She leveled up to level 4. Meanwhile, in a corner where Zhou Xinghua was unaware, around 9 o'clock. On a certain mountain, a Type 1 aberration, moving towards Zhou Xinghua's shelter, suddenly stepped into empty space and rolled down from the mountain. It rolled for over 10 miles before stopping. Not only had it deviated from its intended path, but it was also injured from rolling down. It felt anger and let out a roar. Half a minute later, a short-haired woman holding a crossbow, her eyes glowing emerald green, appeared before it. 8:50. With the second survivor reaching level 5, a new announcement appeared in all channels worldwide. Detected that 2 or more survivors have reached level 5. The world level leaderboard is now open. 5 minutes later, a leaderboard module appeared in the survival system. World level leaderboard: first place, anonymous survivor level 13, second place, Tauren level 5, third place, Whisperer level 5. Levels are sorted by achievement time: fourth place, anonymous survivor level 5. 8th place, fishing expert Lu Ruyan level 5. Just as the survivors were reading this leaderboard, they noticed the rankings were changing. Someone had reached level 6, and it wasn't just one person. In just a few minutes, from second place to 47th, everyone had turned into level 6. The crowd gasped in astonishment. These experts level up so quickly. They seemed to see a scene of blooming flowers. While most of them worried about being crushed by elite monsters, these people on the leaderboard had already killed elite monsters and were continuing to surge upward. The top 100 of the leaderboard gradually stabilized. Most experts could only encounter one elite monster along with some smaller ones, and reaching level 6 was the best they could do. People began to discuss, each sharing who was from their own region. Damn, that guy is amazing, level 13, wow, a cut above the rest. Yeah, they pulled the second place up to level 7, higher than the second place's own level. Hey wait, that second place has changed, it's that guy called Tauren, who leveled up to 7. What? I heard from a hunter friend that level 5 elite monsters only provide 50 experience. Tauren must have charged into the mist and hunted another elite monster. So amazing. Why hasn't our area's big shot leveled up since the leaderboard opened? How do I know? At least the big shot is still alive. Half an hour ago they listed 400 bone spears in the Merchant Alliance. Aren't those from the Merchant Alliance? What does that have to do with the big shot? Use your brain. Who else in our area could kill so many aberrations in one night besides the big shot? Does the Merchant Alliance really have ties to the big shot? You should have said so earlier. If you'd said it earlier, I would have applied to join the Merchant Alliance. It's not like you said anything earlier. The Merchant Alliance raised its entry requirements today, and ordinary people can't get in. You should have said it earlier. Don't you have a mirror to look at yourself and see what you're worth? In other regional channels, discussions about the leaderboard also unfolded. These days they had been searching for that top person, wanting to know if they were from their region. If that leading person were in their region, they might trade with others, and they would benefit as well. But whether on the trading platform or in the regional channel, they could not find that person's trace. In the end, they had to face the reality that the person was in another region. This became an unresolved longing in many people's hearts. Until tonight, countless experts from various regions rose one after another, showing them that catching up to the first place was not impossible. Those experts had also been keeping an eye on the leaderboard, watching that leading anonymous survivor. Half an hour, 2 hours, their level had remained unchanged. Why wasn't he moving? They began to ponder. Then a guess simultaneously exploded in all the experts' minds. He was suppressing his level. A shadow gradually loomed over the hearts of these experts, a shadow only they understood. If the rank of the person at the top were to change, even to level 15, 16, or higher, they would not perceive a significant gap between the two sides. But the other party was suppressing their level. Leveling up could refresh a character's status, and these experts were quite adept at utilizing this technique. Sometimes one might accumulate enough experience to level up, but choose not to waiting for a critical moment to level up, which could serve as a second life. Yet they were merely stockpiling temporary experience. In the perilous and uncertain night, leveling up to enhance oneself was the primary choice. Even though they knew that widening the level gap with monsters would affect experience gains, they dared not suppress their level for too long. The top-ranked individual had remained at the same level for 2 hours since the ranking began. His choice to suppress his level indicated that for him, the monsters of the third night were no longer a threat. With his current abilities, he could easily withstand them. Thus, he could actively suppress his level to gain higher experience. So just how strong was this individual's combat power? Each of the strong had their own guesses. Each of them had their own opportunities, collecting a sufficient number of black iron treasure chests on the third day, building up momentum to kill elite monsters that dropped rich experience. However, aside from a few fearless individuals willing to venture deeper into the fog, the others chose to stay safe. Many of their defensive arrangements for the night were one-time use. Who would dare to go out and take the initiative? With various thoughts in mind, they entered the Clean World channel. For 2 hours no one spoke. But none of them slept. Experts from different regions gathered, sharing experiences and trading weapons and materials. This was a rare opportunity. Who would have the leisure to sleep? Half an hour later, a survivor in Zone 3, nicknamed World Tree, took the initiative to break the silence in the World Channel. Hello, let me introduce myself. My talent is related to healing, and I have produced a batch of life recovery potions. I need some defensive building blueprints, or finished defensive buildings will do. After entering the World Channel, a line of small text appeared next to the survivor's nickname, indicating their region. It was in the form of direction number. For example, the area of this World Tree is Zone 3. World Tree then announced information about the potion item: homemade weak life recovery potion, quality F. Description: life potion made by an apothecary, effect restores 2 points of life upon use. Clearly this person's talent was akin to that of an apothecary. The combat ability of an apothecary is not strong, so they opted to trade for defensive buildings. Would a fence blueprint work? Someone asked. That might not be possible, my friend. A strength type 1 mutant can crush it with a single step. The difficulty of leveling up will gradually increase, and we cannot completely rely on leveling to recover life. I believe the value of life potions is quite precious. World Tree politely declined. No one here was a fool. How about a hardshell shield? Made from armor dropped by a strength type 1 mutant, it has 200 durability and 200 physical defense. Another person asked, and after introducing the stats of the hardshell shield, they continued explaining, through my testing there is a limit to defense in this world. Damage below this limit is almost ineffective. And the defense of a level 5 stone house barely reaches 200 points. Surely no one has achieved a level 5 stone house yet. This piece of armor is fine. I am willing to exchange it for 2 life recovery potions. World Tree readily agreed. At least 5 potions. A single strength type 1 mutant only drops 5 pieces of pale armor, while making a shield requires 2 pieces. This. World Tree hesitated. The cost of making life potions was also considerable. In the few seconds of his hesitation, the person selling the shield suddenly sent a message: I'm not selling it anymore, someone has offered me a better price. The crowd was in an uproar. Who was the big shot that offered a price even better than 5 life recovery potions? In the next hour, others also began to present their resources or items for exchange. Through communication, the experts in the World Channel learned a lot of information. For instance, the disaster in Zone 1 in 5 days would be a blizzard, while the disaster in Zone 6 would be a sandstorm, and Zone 4 was facing the disaster of extreme heat and drought. Some areas were also facing the same impending disasters. Survivors facing drought would offer clothing to trade with those in Zone 1 who needed to keep warm. Survivors facing blizzards would also trade clean water to regions such as Zone 4 that were about to face drought. Several transactions were interrupted midway. The items for trade included blueprints for rafts, wooden spike traps, watermelon seeds, moon foxgrass seeds, and peanut seeds. Survivors initiating trades claimed that someone had offered a better price. This same wording made everyone suspect that it was the same nameless person who was buying them up. As time passed beyond midnight, trades continued in the World Channel. A new message also appeared. A new leaderboard section had emerged. This leaderboard only recorded 100 ranks, and the ranks were fixed. The new leaderboard was called Leveling Leaderboard. The current leaderboard is the initial leaderboard, and after each monster tide occurring in a 7-day interval, the leaderboard will refresh. All survivors on the Leveling Leaderboard will receive rewards. The first place will receive a silver treasure chest, the 2nd to 10th places will receive bronze treasure chests, the 11th to 30th places will receive 2 black iron treasure chests, and the remaining will receive 1 black iron treasure chest. The initial leaderboard does not issue rewards. The next leaderboard after the monster tide in 5 days will start issuing rewards. The announcement of this reward mechanism ignited the survivors' desire to level up. In fact, when the leveling leaderboard first appeared, some speculated whether those who made it onto the list would receive rewards. First place actually rewards a silver treasure chest. I haven't even seen a bronze treasure chest yet. Second to 10th places can receive bronze treasure chests. I don't believe I can't even make it into the top 10, let alone catch up to that first place guy. I regret it. Had I known leveling was so important, I wouldn't have spent so much time managing the area. Speaking of which, the first place hasn't said a word in the World Channel yet. Unknowingly, as everyone in the World Channel set their sights on a goal, they all chose to aim for the top 10. Surpassing the first place seemed a bit too far-fetched. At level 13 on the third day, it was still very likely to be suppressing levels. How could they compete? Unless an unlimited number of mutated monsters appeared on the day of the monster tide. Only then would the leaderboard undergo a drastic change, and those with combat talent would shine brightly. Light snow began to fall in East District at 2 in the morning. By 6 o'clock, as the thick fog dissipated, the population in the area was fixed at 94235, with over 5,000 people having perished the previous night. However, few people in the area channel lamented the fleeting nature of life, as the survivors who traversed here were mostly strangers to one another. Instead, they felt a sense of relief for having survived, grateful that they had not encountered elite monsters the night before. As the new day dawned, very few survivors lingered in bed. They emerged from their shelters. As soon as the mist cleared, some to chop, would others to explore. They knew that the number of monsters tonight would undoubtedly exceed that of the previous night. They could not leave everything to fate. They had to become stronger. Around 6:30, an announcement appeared at the top of the area channel. In 5 days, this area would face extreme blizzards and a monster tide. The specific details of the monster tide are as follows. 1. The monster tide will commence at 10 o'clock in the evening, lasting for 4 hours, ending at 2 in the morning. 2. During the monster tide, mutated creatures will become more savage, with all attributes increased by 50, and they will no longer be affected by the sanctified fire of the shelter. 3. During the monster tide, the number of monsters in each wave around the shelter will be 100 times the shelter's level, refreshing 1 wave per hour, with levels gradually increasing, totaling 4 waves, with the last wave guaranteed to feature elite mutated creatures. 4. After the monster tide concludes, the world level rankings will be announced, and all survivors will receive 5 wooden treasure chests. After the announcement of these 4 details, the survivors preparing to upgrade their wooden houses halted their actions. They all noticed the third detail. Oh. Upgrading the shelter will increase the number of monsters during the monster tide. That's pointless. The benefits of upgrading the shelter are significant, and with the blizzard, the shelter must be at least level 3. If mutated creatures are unaffected by the sanctified fire, won't that lead to certain death? Now, being able to kill mutated creatures relies heavily on the sanctified fire. If mutated creatures are already so strong, we need to reinforce. Otherwise, how can we survive when there are hundreds in each wave? Exactly. Last night it took me half a day to deal with 8 or 9 white mantises outside. The battle lasted for 300 rounds. So we must upgrade the shelter. Little ants. My sacred lake Heart Island is already level for a half-wood, half-stone structure that can withstand elite monsters for several hits. Wang Tung, what was that devastating weapon your merchant alliance used last night? Hey Wang Tung, you're terrible. Even the leader of the Hunter Guild made it onto the world rankings, yet I don't see your name. Wang Tung, I'm your father. Hurry up and approve my alliance application. As soon as Wang Tung appeared, the survivors started shifting their frustrations and worries after reading the details of the monster tide onto him. He had now become everyone's outlet for venting, playing a role in lightening the atmosphere. My sacred lake Heart Island has opened a new servant peak. Disciples who can weave clothing are invited to sign up. Wang Tung, speak plainly. I got a batch of plant fibers and animal skins. I plan to set up a clothing processing factory. Are you giving away clothes? It was already cold enough yesterday with the rain, and now it's snowing. Where's the temperature gauge guy? Report the temperature. The temperature gauge guy is gone. I reckon it's about -3 or 4 degrees right now. I went out to chop wood while holding a torch. Gets too cold, and I'm still in a short-sleeve shirt. Sob. The drop rate for clothes and wooden treasure chests has been quite high these past few days. Although cotton clothes are rare, you can still find outerwear. Why are you still in a short-sleeve shirt? Have you been holed up at home all this time? I went last night. I killed an elite monster, and the black iron treasure chest I dropped just opened. I directly got a maid summoning book estimated to be AC rank. Elite monsters drop treasure chests, huh? No bro, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Isn't the priority the maid? What good is a maid? They can't do much. They can't compare to a farmer. Farmers are way more useful chopping wood faster than I can. I'm not envious, not at all. Stop drooling. Ew, I can feel your jealousy, even through the screen. Reading the conversation in the area channel, Jiang Mian rubbed his eyes and walked downstairs. He had come to see the area channel as a collection of internet jokes. Overall, people remained optimistic and were not intimidated by the disaster of the previous night. Part of the reason was that Jiang Mian's shelter attracted 23 elite monsters. His shelter stood like a frontline great wall for the entire area, stably blocking the strongest batch of mutated creatures. The casualty numbers from other areas last night far exceeded the over 5,000 in Jiang Mian's area, with most suffering losses of 8 to 9,000, and the most severe area having over 10,000 deaths. After reading the details of the monster tide, Jiang Mian's first thought was that he had no thoughts. Hundreds of monsters with the last wave reliably refreshing elite monsters. Wasn't this just his daily routine? After thinking for a few seconds, Jiang Mian's second thought was to upgrade, since the number of monsters during the monster tide is linked to the shelter level. If he wanted to kill more monsters, gain more experience, and secure his throne as number 1 on the world rankings, he needed a higher level shelter. He was quite tempted by the silver treasure chests. If no new mutated creatures appeared in the coming days, a few hundred monsters wouldn't be much of a challenge for him. Moreover, from the description of the details, it seemed that the way monsters refreshed during the monster tide was based on the shelter. The strength of monsters faced by each person only related to the shelter level. Thus his advantage of being near the monster spawn point would be rendered ineffective. At that time the monster spawn point would likely be useless. All beings are equal. If others seize the opportunity, they could quickly catch up to Jiang Mian's level through the monster tide. We cannot just sit and wait for the monster tide to arrive. Let's build the outer wall today, and then go treasure hunting. Jiang Mian had breakfast while assigning tasks to Zhang Tixi and Lin Kuan. Zhang Tixi had forged a batch of tools last night, and could start crafting precise ironware today. Last night Wang Teng and Zhou Xian's group had collected a total of 73 pieces of iron ore. After trying to smelt one piece of iron ore, Zhang Tixi found that while it looked like a sizable chunk, it contained many impurities. After smelting, he could only obtain one piece of wrought iron. Jiang Mian instructed Zhang Tixi to study the blueprint for a crossbow today, mastering the crafting process of the crossbow, while also supervising the smelting of the iron ore. Afterward, he was to create a batch of practical tools such as iron picks, iron axes, iron hammers, and iron kitchen knives. As for Lin Kuan, Jiang Mian assigned him to plant potatoes and then add some furniture. Of course, before the two went to work, they would first chop wood together. Jiang Mian planned to keep the length of the outer wall unchanged while extending the width to 80 meters, ensuring a distance of 40 meters between the inner and outer walls. This distance would be sufficient to absorb shock effects. New watchtowers would be built between the inner and outer walls along with fences, wooden spike traps, and so on. On the outer wall, Jiang Mian also set up numerous wooden spike traps. The blueprints for these traps were privately purchased by him in the World Channel last night. In addition to the wooden spike trap blueprints, he also bought blueprints for hardshell shields, wooden rafts, watermelon seeds, moon foxgrass seeds, and peanut seeds. When purchasing the hardshell shield blueprint, he had used a primary life recovery potion that could directly restore 10 points of health. One bottle was better than 5. By the time he consumed 5-week life recovery potions made from World Tree, the monsters had already charged in. Jiang Mian spent 3 bottles of primary life recovery potions and 2 bottles of 500 milliliters wine to secure the hardshell shield blueprint. Naturally, purchasing the 3 types of seeds was for future farming. The last wooden raft blueprint was bought for the treasure map. He had checked the treasure map the night before, which indicated the treasure location was on the other side of the eastern peak. Climbing the mountain was impossible, it would take too much time. The glider couldn't reach such high altitudes where the air was thin and cold, and there was a risk of encountering chaotic airflow. He planned to use the glider to go to the seaside first, then take the wooden raft across the sea to the beach on the other side of the mountain. After landing, he would build a watchtower, and then use the glider to fly to the location where the treasure was buried. After roughly calculating the distance, flying back and forth with the glider would take nearly 4 hours. He had not calculated the speed of the wooden raft, but the distance needed to glide was only 2,000 to 3,000 meters. Mainly that area was a very narrow gorge, making it unsafe to fly with a glider. The water route would take about 2 hours for a round trip. In total, it would take 6 hours, not including the time spent searching for the treasure upon reaching the treasure location. Departing at 10 o'clock, he would only have 4 hours left to search for the treasure. Jiang Mian finished his breakfast and began clearing the trees around him. Cutting down trees now felt like play to him. With just 8 or 9 swings of his axe, he could fell one. In 2 hours, he had cleared all the trees within the designated area. Next, Lin Kuan and Zhang the blacksmith returned to the house to start their work, while Jiang Mian constructed the outer wall. The entire outer wall, spanning 260 meters in length, was entirely built from hard armor walls with wooden spike traps set up on top. In the inner and outer wall areas, 10 watchtowers were established with platforms built on them to place archery stations and signal fires. As for the traps on the ground, he was unable to set them up in time, so he asked Lin Kuan to handle them in the afternoon. Then around 9:30, Jiang Mian crafted 2 hard armor shields, strapping one to his back. He donned a beast skin coat and took off with his glider half an hour early from the watchtower. Light snow fell along the way, painting the entire land in a desolate white. It seemed as if all the plants on the mountain knew that winter was approaching as they began shedding their leaves in advance. The trees had become bare, stretching their dark branches against the white snow. Jiang Mian had taken a few sips of hot wine earlier, and now soaring through the air, he felt no chill. In fact, with his current physical condition, his ability to withstand adverse environments had already strengthened significantly. Upon reaching the lake before the waterfall, Jiang Mian noticed that part of the lake's surface had frozen over. However, the waterfall continued to cascade loudly. The sound of water striking the rocks could be heard from afar. The main purpose of this journey was to travel quickly. Jiang Mian flew swiftly, utilizing dive maneuvers to accelerate, and after an hour he arrived at the beach. He controlled the glider to land slowly, his feet firmly stepping onto the soft sand. The snow here was much less than in the mountains, and the snowflakes were about the size of salt grains, creating a thin layer of frost on the beach when viewed from a distance. Jiang Mian placed the pre-made raft onto the shore, pushing it into the sea with both hands before climbing aboard. The raft swayed a couple of times. Once stabilized, Jiang Mian picked up a wooden plank as a paddle and began to row eastward. The sea surface was relatively calm with no strong winds, just gentle ripples lapping against the sides of the raft. He paddled along the shore and noticed some rocks, then steered southward. After 300 meters he arrived at the end. The entire canyon was very narrow, with the cliffs on both sides resembling two half-open doors where some low trees grew, partially obscuring the sky. As he paddled into the canyon, the water suddenly darkened. Between the cliffs and the low trees, only a faint slit of light was visible. The water surface became even calmer, and the sound of the paddles slicing through the water echoed in the silence. Jiang Mian looked up at the cliffs on both sides. The low trees only grew high up, while the lower cliffs were bare. Not even a blade of grass grew, exposing rocks covered in deep green moss. As he lowered his head to continue paddling about 2/3 into the canyon, a faint sound of wings cutting through the air suddenly reached his ears from behind. This sound was not loud. If it weren't for his enhanced physical condition, he might not have heard it at all. He abruptly turned around, now holding the hard armor shield he had taken from the warehouse. Bang! The shield met something sharp, sending a jolt through Jiang Mian's arm. Upon closer inspection, it was a gigantic hawk, its wingspan longer than his arms, with feathers of a gray-brown color and golden claws resembling hooks. This hawk had just circled in the canyon twice, confirming its target before suddenly folding its wings and diving straight toward him. It had chosen its timing well, having noticed Jiang Mian before he entered the canyon, but had remained hidden among the cliffs until now. The canyon was too narrow. Once a floating raft reached deep inside, there was no place for a person to evade. At that moment it pounced down with determination. It hadn't expected Jiang Mian to turn around suddenly, still holding a sturdy shield. The hawk dove quickly, unable to dodge in time, and collided directly with the shield. It immediately let out a sharp cry. Jiang Mian squinted, drawing out his crossbow, aiming at the hawk that was flapping its wings and soaring upwards. The hawk sensed danger and quickly changed direction, gliding almost vertically in the air. The crossbow bolt grazed the hawk's wing, only clipping a few feathers. The hawk flapped its wings, quickly gaining altitude and creating distance, but it did not fly away. Instead, it circled above Jiang Mian, constantly searching for another opportunity to attack. The crossbow has a range of over 100 meters, silly bird, Jiang Mian said, loading another bolt and unleashing a rapid-fire shot at the hawk. The 3 bolts were fired in quick succession. The hawk adjusted its position, dodging the first 2, but the last bolt struck its abdomen, squarely piercing through and causing blood to gush out. The hawk became unsteady, flapping its wings with all its might, but still began to slide down slightly. Species: mutated hawk, level 4, health 6, 93 strength, 23 stamina, 16 speed, 25 spirit, 9 description. A dominating mutated creature, truly the king of the canyon. 1 arrow brought it to critical health. Jiang Mian could only lament how powerful it was. It was hard to hold back. Reloading the crossbow, Jiang Mian fired another 3 shots, 2 of which hit the hawk. The hawk let out a wail as it fell from the sky. It splashed into the water, and soon blood spread across the surface with a few feathers floating around, spinning. Jiang Mian paddled the raft closer to the corpse of the mutated hawk and activated his decomposition ability. You have obtained reinforced feathers X30, mutated hawk meat X5, bones X20, reinforced tendons X5, mutated hawk claws X2. Triggered talent, Builder's Dream, doubling the quantity of reinforced feathers, bones, reinforced tendons, and mutated hawk claws. The effect of mutated hawk meat is similar to that of mutated flower leopard meat, providing a slight boost to speed attributes upon consumption. The mutated hawk claws were an unexpected gain. They were a grade materials. Item: mutated hawk claw, quality E description: a weapon that the mutated hawk takes pride in. Effect: ignores 10 of the target's physical defense, can be made into arrowheads for bows or crossbows. Do you have siblings or parents? A family should be complete, otherwise it would be lonely in the underworld. Jiang Mian asked the mutated hawk claw in his hand, looking up to search for its cave. Arrows made from this material should be of iron grade or higher, capable of enjoying a 40 defense ignoring bonus from the crossbow.
Combined with the attributes of the mutated hawk claw, it could achieve a 50 physical defense ignore. Unfortunately, there are only 4. When he has time in the future, he intends to search the canyon thoroughly to see if there are any other mutated gray hawks. Jiang Mian stretched lazily and continued. Unfortunately, there are only 4. When he has time in the future, he intends to search the canyon thoroughly to see if there are any other mutated gray hawks. Jiang Mian stretched lazily and continued to paddle. The spot where the gray hawk fell into the water quickly disappeared behind him. The end of the waterway began to light up and the entire view opened up. We made it out. Jiang Mian looked up, surveying the scenery on the other side of the mountain. On the eastern side of the mountain range where the canyon was located, there were initially several connected peaks, and looking further east the mountains gradually became lower, leading to a plain. If I glide here, will I be seen by other survivors? Jiang Mian wondered. Aside from himself, who had a glider, other survivors relied on foot to travel, covering at most a dozen kilometers in a day. However, Jiang Mian's range of activity had already exceeded a radius of 50 kilometers. If it weren't for the surrounding mountains blocking him, relying solely on his glider, his activity area could be even larger. Having passed through the canyon, he was now over 90 kilometers away from his shelter. Such a long distance of activity could potentially lead to encounters with other survivors. The vegetation on the eastern side of the mountains is no different from that on the west. Continuing eastward, the terrain descends, and the trees no longer stand tall and straight, but instead grow their branches horizontally to absorb more sunlight. The treasure map indicates that the destination is still a dozen kilometers away. Snow continues to fall as Jiang Mian rubs his hands together to warm them, setting up a lookout tower to continue gliding. Passing through a dense green pine forest, he is nearing the treasure site, so he lowers his altitude to glide. The entire world is covered in white, making it difficult to discern any special features on the ground unless one looks closely. Every now and then he closes his eyes to ease the strain. Staring at the white landscape for too long can be exhausting. Approaching the eastern foothills of the mountain, the treasure map indicates he is already near his target. The treasure map only draws a circle on the map to mark a range without precisely indicating the location of the treasure. As Jiang Mian descends from a height, several long spears suddenly shoot out from the nearby forest. He hurriedly dodges and then descends rapidly. The glider must not be damaged, otherwise he won't be able to After landing, Jiang Mian puts the glider away in the storage and finds a large rock for cover, looking back to observe the trees on the west side. Rustle. His keen ears catch the sound of animal hide rubbing against a tree trunk. Jiang Mian squints in the direction of the sound and spots a humanoid creature coiled around a tree branch. Looking around from his vantage point, he quickly discovers several wild men. They have very pale skin, no hair on their heads, and wear animal skin aprons adorned with beast teeth and bones around their waists. They carry several long spears on their backs and hold one in their hands, their eyes fixed intently on the rock where Jiang Mian is hiding. The glider is quite large, making it hard not to be seen during the landing process. Realizing that they are not other survivors, Jiang Mian's heart settles. A mere wild man dares to attack him. There are also traces of wild men around his shelter. These primitive humans have a rudimentary grasp of fire, and their use of tools is limited to stones, sticks, and bones. They hunt animals in the forest and gather berries. Speaking of berries, there are many types of wild fruits. Some are edible, while others are not, and Jiang Mian cannot discern which are safe, having never tasted them much before. These wild men have lived in this world for so long, passing down knowledge. They must know which wild fruits are edible. If he captures a few, he can extract some information from them. Oh, a tall wild man adorned with bone ornaments and grass rings utters a series of unintelligible sounds. 2 wild men jump down from the tree holding their spears, crouching forward to scout. Jiang Mian remains calm, holding a hard-shell shield in one hand and dragging a crossbow with a loaded bolt in the other, waiting for the right moment. The 2 wild men continue to approach, while several more behind them prepare for battle. 30 meters, 20 meters. At this distance, Jiang Mian is confident he won't miss. He quickly shifts his body to the other side of the rock, suddenly firing 3 crossbow bolts, while raising the hard-shell shield to protect his upper body. The bolts fly swiftly, so fast that the 2 wild men do not even have time to react before being pierced. One is hit in the chest, twitching momentarily before collapsing to the ground, clutching his chest in agony as blood streams from the wound and the corners of his mouth. The other is not so lucky as the bolt explodes his head. Various fluids splatter, covering the ground. The groans echo sharply in the silent, icy landscape, instantly casting a terrifying atmosphere over the clearing. The wild men in the forest did not expect that a creature walking on 2 legs would be so terrifying. They all tightly gripped their spears, yet in that brief moment they had no time to throw them as their scout was taken out. Ugh! One wild man, unable to withstand the fright, lets out a wail and jumps back to another tree, beginning to flee. The aura of fear instantly spreads to the others, and the leader wild man loses his composure, preparing to retreat. To be honest, this two-legged beast wrapped in a coat has very little meat. It would be better to hunt a small deer for more, yet he is incredibly dangerous.
This trade is clearly not worth it. On the other hand, Jiang Mian cannot just watch them escape. The wild men can live normally without robbing him, but after robbing him, they can still live normally. Wouldn't that mean he was robbed for nothing? Jiang Mian, quick and nimble, stands up and shoots a few more arrows. This time he does not aim to kill, but intentionally targets their legs, feet, and shoulders, places that are not immediately fatal. Due to the distance of 40 to 50 meters and the fact that they are moving targets, Jiang Mian hits about 1 arrow out of every 3 or 4 shot. However, this still inflicts significant damage on the fleeing wild men. One wild man struck falls directly from the tree, crashing onto the snow with a scream. "Stop right there!" Jiang Mian shouts loudly. But how could the wild men understand his words? Hearing his loud voice, they think he is even angrier and flee even more recklessly. Jiang Mian does not kill them all, letting 1 or 2 escape. What a kind person he is. How could he do such a thing? Of course, he intends to follow their trail to raid the wild men. He then raises his shield, crouches down, and approaches the fallen wild men step by step. He also switches his crossbow bolt to a bone spear. It turns out he was too cautious. Those wild men are already scared out of their wits. Even those who are not severely injured kneel on the ground, crying and begging for mercy, with no thoughts of resistance. Jiang Mian's first step is to collect their weapons, and then take out a bundle of hemp rope to bind them one by one. The injured wild men do not dare to resist, crying and allowing Jiang Mian to tie them up. Only the wild man leader struggles a bit when Jiang Mian touches the bone ornament on his head. Then Jiang Mian punches him, giving him panda eyes. The grass ring is also snatched away. Jiang Mian puts away the spear in his hand, indicating that he does not wish to kill them all. He then points to the spears that the wild men threw away earlier, and then to the bolts on their bodies, indicating that they attack. Next, he takes out several different berries from his pocket, points to his mouth, shakes his head to indicate he will not eat, and instead offers them to the wild man leader's mouth. When the wild man leader's pupils constrict, and he desperately closes his mouth, Jiang Mian knows that this berry is inedible. After trying this a few times, Jiang Mian learns which fruits are safe to eat. But he still does not plan to let them go. Killing them outright would be simpler, but it offers no advantage to Jiang Mian. In his eyes, they are all high-quality labor for chopping trees and mining. Much better than those survivors. Those fellows would employ moral coercion and make him wary of betrayal. But the wild men are not very intelligent, and do not worry about being betrayed at all. As long as he shows some divine miracles, these wild men will most likely submit. With this in mind, Jiang Mian steps into their midst, puts his hands together, and adopts a solemn and sacred posture, speaking earnestly. Actually, he is reciting multiplication tables slowly. 1 times 1 is 1, 2 times 1 is 2. Huh. He spreads his palms, and a flickering flame appears above his hands. The warm light illuminates the eyes of every wild man. In their tribe, they had to carefully preserve the fire after each use. Once extinguished by rain, to start a fire again, they must ask the elders in the tribe to pray to the heavens, and then the elder would cover themselves with a cloth, preventing others from seeing. It is said that they must invite the deity to come, and the deity's visage must not be offended. A few minutes, or even 10 minutes later, the elder would emerge with a burning ember. But now this seemingly young man can create flames with his bare hands. Jiang Mian spontaneously composes a rhythm and begins to hum. The sound is melodious, as if a deity has descended to the mortal realm. The wild men have never heard music, yet they feel that this sound contains much that resonates with them. It is actually just the rhythm. Their faces become dazed, and for a moment they forget the pain in their bodies, all gazing at that flame. Seeing the effect, Jiang Mian clapped his hands, causing the flames to vanish, and then raised his hand to conjure a ball of ice out of thin air. He tossed the small block of ice towards a nearby tree, which was directly pierced through. The wild men were immediately shocked. After the demonstration, Jiang Mian took several stone axes from the warehouse and placed them in front of them. He then took an iron axe himself and walked to a sturdy large tree. With a crack, after just one chop, the large tree fell with a crash, breaking into 9 evenly sized logs that rolled on the ground. Jiang Mian gathered the logs together and placed them in an open area, conjuring a fence around them. He then enclosed another area with the fence and lifted a boulder weighing dozens of pounds with his bare hands, tossing it into that area. After completing all this, Jiang Mian pointed at the wild man leader, then at the nearby tree, and finally at the area where the logs were located. He pressed his palms together, elongating his tone, Hekimenenbei green bean. The deity said he needs wood, the deity said he needs stone. Then Jiang Mian untied the wild man leader. The wild man leader connected the 3 elements, picked up the stone axe from the ground, and limped towards the nearby tree. He raised the stone axe and swung it down with force. Crack! A small notch appeared on the tree trunk. Compared to Jiang Mian's strike, the damage caused by the wild man leader was minimal. However, this big motion caused the wild man leader's left leg, which had been shot, to bleed again. He couldn't help but groan, but still insisted on standing on one leg. Jiang Mian nodded slightly to him, expressing satisfaction. Then he quietly took out the weak life potion he had exchanged from the world tree, with a hard shell shield, hiding it in his palm. He crouched down swiftly, pulling out the crossbow bolt from the wild man's leg with one hand, while the other quickly brushed over the wound. The wild man leader let out a sudden shout, but when he prepared to shout again, he found that his leg no longer hurt. He was taken aback and looked at his left leg. He saw that the once bloody wound had now completely healed. This was a miracle. The wild man leader was utterly convinced, collapsing at Jiang Mian's feet, pressing his entire face tightly against the snow-covered ground, his body trembling slightly. Other wild men also displayed expressions of disbelief. Seeing their leader's wound healed by the deity, they were shocked, yet filled with an overwhelming desire for the deity to cast his gaze upon them. Among them, a thin wild man, ignoring the pain, pulled out the crossbow bolt stuck in his shoulder, letting the blood flow, without care, bent down to pick up the stone axe, and began chopping at a nearby tree. He learns quickly, Jiang Mian thought. For such proactive behavior, he naturally desired to reward it. Thus he employed the same technique, and healed the thin wild man's wound. The other wild men followed suit. 10 minutes later, Jiang Mian had a tree-cutting team of 7. He raised a high building on flat ground, creating 3 small wooden houses for the 7 wild men that could shield them from wind and rain. He led them inside to show them that the deity could effortlessly create places for them to sleep. They did not have to exhaust themselves searching for natural shelters like caves. The sturdiness of the wooden houses was far superior to the crude tents they had made from grass and sticks. They would not scatter at the slightest breeze. After completing all this, Jiang Mian raised his hand to point at the sun in the sky, placing 7 small stones on the ground, indicating that he would return in 7 days. Jiang Mian also took out a wooden treasure chest and a black iron treasure chest, indicating that the deity needed these items as well. After finishing all this, Jiang Mian instructed the wild man leader to convey this divine will upon returning. He then turned and left. You have used the detection compass. You have discovered the locations of 3 rare items. Following the compass guidance, Jiang Mian found the first item, a wooden treasure chest. He then proceeded to the location of the second item. Along the way, he crossed a small river and arrived at a... Fortunately, it was winter and most of these bushes had lost their leaves, leaving the entire forest open and clear. Stepping on the soft snow, Jiang Mian approached a rock wall entwined with dry vines. He took out his spear and pried apart the thick, dry vines, discovering a pitch-black cave behind the vines. This should be the place. Jiang Mian tore apart the other dry vines, as well, leaving a space for a person to enter. The cave was pitch black, and even during the day it was impossible to see what lay inside. As soon as he entered the cave, dozens of bats rushed out with a flurry. Jiang Mian took out his hard-shell shield and held it in front of him, being cautious with the bats, unsure if they were harmful. Once the bats dispersed, he took out a torch and lit it. As the torch lit up, an orange glow filled the entire passage. The cave walls were not jagged like those of a natural cave, but rather smooth, almost as if intentionally carved. The stone surfaces on both sides still bore uneven chisel marks varying in depth, as if left by some ancient tool. The height of the cave was consistent throughout, lacking stalactites or fissures extending straight ahead, and he recalled the Snow Mountain cave mentioned by Zhou Xian. This world bore traces of other survivors, or if someone could find a curved knife, could I find firearms inside? Jiang Mian began to anticipate. Holding the torch, Jiang Mian walked forward, the sound of his footsteps clearly audible in the narrow space. Every few steps he noticed a groove appearing on the cave wall, square and evenly spaced, suggesting a place to insert something. Jiang Mian tried inserting the torch he held, and found that it fit perfectly. A sense of timeless camaraderie arose. Good heavens, this truly is a place once inhabited by humans. Jiang Mian retrieved the torch and continued deeper. After walking 30 to 40 meters, he came across a junction. There were 2 passages, one left and one right. On the left passage's wall there was a drawing of a crescent moon. On the right passage's wall there was a drawing of a round sun surrounded by circular imprints representing sunlight. Jiang Mian ran his fingers over the wall's markings, filled with curiosity. Is this an ancient totem, or some simple marker? He first walked towards the right passage. The sun gives light to all things, and in many civilizations' records it is a noble and great existence, who walking this way should be safer. This passage was narrower than the initial one, with a width that could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. After taking a few steps, Jiang Mian noticed other markings on the walls. Looking deeper, he saw many continuous drawings etched on the wall that reminded him of primitive civilization murals. He first looked at the mural on the left. The first painting depicted a woman wearing a pointed cloak flying in midair on a broomstick, the broom's tail trailing a string of tiny sparks. This image looks like a witch, Jiang Mian remarked, observing the painting. He was not very surprised. In this world with magic, wasn't it normal to have witches? The second painting showed the witch flying forward, landing on a flat land. Not far away stood a one-eyed giant whose shoulders were taller than mountains, able to reach the clouds with a stretch. The giant crouched down, his single eye fixated on her, as if examining a passing insect. She continued to fly, entering a jungle filled with mushrooms. The mushrooms here were taller than humans, their caps dotted with spots varying in depth, leading Jiang Mian to speculate that the artist intended to convey different colors among the mushrooms. Several small fairies with wings squatted atop the mushrooms. Some were tossing fruits at each other, while others hung upside down from the edges of the caps swinging. The scene was harmonious and adorable. The witch flew over the mushroom forest, soaring higher into the sky. She left the earth behind, arriving in a paradise of clouds and birds. She continued her ascent into the heavens. The clouds were left behind beneath her feet, and a floating island appeared above her head, as if it had been cut from the earth and thrown into the sky. The island was adorned with mountains and waters, inhabited by birds and beasts, filled with flowers, grasses, and trees. In the center of the island stood a large stone atop, which were two cats. One cat gazed up at the sky with a cunning look in its eyes, its body etched with deep scars. The other lay on the stone, eyes closed in deep slumber, its scars so faint they were nearly invisible, as if it were in a dream. For some unknown reason, upon seeing these two cats, Jiang Mian instinctively envisioned the colors white and black in his mind. The awake cat was presumably the black cat, lively and alert like a shadow crouched on a wall at night. The sleeping one was white, resembling a snowball nestled in the sunlight, tranquil and serene. The mural ended here. Beyond it lay emptiness. I wonder if these images are mere imagination or if they are real things from this world. Jiang Mian sighed. It was like a fairy tale world, dreamy and strange. He stepped back a few paces to begin examining the mural on the right side. This mural was completely different from the one on the left. There was no story here, only various depictions of the same white cat lying down, crouching, jumping, curled up in sleep, each with different poses. Each pose had 3 views, top, side, and front. These images were drawn with exquisite detail, with some even illustrating the cat's circulatory, nervous, and lymphatic systems. There was also a type of cross-section Jiang Mian did not recognize. Inside were drawn lines that interconnected and formed cycles. However, the shapes of these lines bore no resemblance to any physiological structure in Jiang Mian's memory. As he moved further back, the white cat disappeared, replaced by a girl who was half human, half cat. She had cat ears and a cat tail, but her body was human. She was a cat-eared girl. For her, there were likewise 3 sectional views, but the details were evidently more abundant. In addition to the lines, many complex characters and symbols that Jiang Mian could not understand were etched into the image. It resembled some sort of data record. This record isn't magical, right? It must be scientific. Is this world's science really about researching how to turn cats into cat-eared girls? What significance does this have? Jiang Mian felt that things were certainly not so simple. According to the left mural, this white cat was the one encountered by the witch on the high island. It did not look like an ordinary animal at all. He recalled the signs crescent, moon, and sun at the intersection. The power of the white cat might be related to the sun, while the other path should correspond to the black cat. These 2 places might be researching the powers of the 2 cats. Jiang Mian pieced together the information, but felt that something was amiss. The mural on the left depicting the witch's travels seemed to belong to a different era than the technologically advanced mural on the right. Never mind, let's keep going. These were not things he should be considering. First, he needed to find the treasure. Using the light of the fire, Jiang Mian walked for half a minute before finally reaching the end. However, there were no treasure chests nor any winding passageways ahead. Only a large silver-white metal door stood tightly closed. To the right of the door was embedded a palm-sized crystal panel, its surface covered in dust, obscured by the passage of countless years. This place had been abandoned for many years. Jiang Mian approached and wiped the crystal panel. Once the crystal panel was exposed to light again, it suddenly lit up and a beam of light swept across his body. Identifying. Identification result type 2, human, temporary access granted, automatically switching language. Detection of level. Level 13, below the minimum safety level of 15. According to Article 8 of Chapter 1 of the Safety Regulations of the Ancient Magic Laboratory of the Loxi Kingdom, visitors with a level below the minimum safety level are prohibited from access. The text on the crystal panel turned red and emitted a beep 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 safety warning sound. What advanced technology. This place is truly an extraordinary laboratory. So the experiments depicted in the murals were conducted here. Jiang Mian looked back at the entrance, then turned to face the metal door, feeling a sense of discomfort rise within him. He had hunted animals before, skinning and dismembering them. But that was instinct for survival. It was what humanity's ancestors did. However, the idea of altering life and fusion experiments always triggered a sense of taboo. This was still the scene of biological experiments inside. Wait a scene. Precision instruments, high-tech devices. How valuable could these things be? There must be high-value materials inside. He had to scour it clean. Just thinking of the super materials that surpassed wrought iron along with various experimental potions, the fleeting sense of pity that had just arisen in Jiang Mian's heart instantly vanished. Like the rock core needed to upgrade a level 5 stone house to level 6, and the cold spirit stone needed for the ice arrow tower. He had never known where to obtain them. Upgrade. He eagerly spent experience points to level up twice, then had the crystal panel scan him again. Detection of level. Level 15, equal to or higher than the minimum safety level of 15. Access granted. As the crystal panel emitted a bluish light, a beep sound came from inside the metal door, and then the door slowly slid to the left. The dust that had accumulated on the door scattered as it vibrated, causing Jiang Mian to hastily cover his mouth and nose. Beep, beep. Several devices emitted restart signals as they regained power. Some devices, however, had long been out of service. After a beep, they malfunctioned and froze. As the door opened, the internal light sources flickered on one after another, revealing a small laboratory. In the center of the laboratory stood a cylindrical incubation chamber, its transparent walls covered with a thin layer of dust filled with a pale blue liquid. Inside the liquid floated a girl curled up with a pair of fluffy white cat ears atop her head, and a long tail dangling from her waist, gently swaying in the water. She had her eyes closed, her chest slightly rising and falling. She was still alive. Jiang Mian immediately retreated to the corner and raised his armored shield in front of him. He had imagined countless scenarios in this laboratory, but he had never thought there would be a living creature inside. This continent, even if it once had civilization, had long since changed beyond recognition. The ground was now entirely wild. Who knew how many thousands, or even tens of thousands of years had passed? How could there be someone alive? After waiting for several seconds, there was no movement from the incubation chamber. Jiang Mian began to shift his gaze, noticing that the area around the incubation chamber was filled with monitoring equipment, their screens displaying dozens of incomprehensible waveforms and data. Many more devices had long since failed, their screens completely dark. On the shelves against the wall were crowded with test tubes and flasks, various reagents stacked in layers. He approached cautiously, discovering that the insides of these test tubes had long dried up, with hard lumps forming at the bottoms. What a shame. The power of time was truly merciless. Scattered on the ground were several open notebooks, their handwriting messy, interspersed with numerous hand-drawn diagrams and data analyses. After surveying the area, Jiang Mian found that the main control system computer of the laboratory was already broken. He could not even check any information. The only items preserved in the best condition, aside from the crystal panel that scanned visitors, were the central incubation chamber of the laboratory. Clearly the most valuable thing for the laboratory was that incubation chamber, but it was of no use to him. Jiang Mian did not understand the characters and symbols in the laboratory, nor how to operate these devices. He did not dare to touch these devices, fearing that a single error might lead to serious consequences. First, let's look for storage devices. Even if I don't recognize the materials within, packing them up is surely a wise choice. You never know when they might come in handy. Jiang Mian began to cautiously search for usable supplies. In the laboratory there were storage boxes in the other two corners, and he opened each one he could. One of the corner boxes was a safe, which he couldn't open. He didn't know what metal the safe was made of, but Jiang Mian carried one of the heavy boxes out of the laboratory. Inside the laboratory, he dared not use open flames. There might be gas leaks that could explode with a single spark. Upon exiting the cave, Jiang Mian cautiously controlled the magical flames to scorch the edges of the box. Nothing happened. He could only sigh and return to the laboratory with the box. The boxes in the other corner could be opened directly, but most contained only dust-like rubble. It was as if the energy had dissipated over long ages, turning precious gems into dust. Only a few boxes held some pale purple stones along with a few pieces of soft gray-white metal. When the pale purple stones were stored in the warehouse, his talent did not activate, and Jiang Mian knew these were not construction materials. However, the gray-white metal doubled in quantity from 6 pieces to 12 when stored. Detected construction materials. Talent Builder's dream activated, quantity doubled. Although he did not know what these materials were, seeing the quantity increase still brought Jiang Mian joy. After sorting through the contents of the storage boxes, Jiang Mian turned his attention to detachable items. The metal bases of several sliding chairs were removable. The interior of the metal bases was inlaid with smooth, earthy yellow gems. Jiang Mian found some tweezers in the laboratory and tried to pry the earthy yellow gems out. Oh, an unexpected surprise. Jiang Mian was taken aback. These people were truly extravagant, using rock cores to prop up chair legs. He quickly removed the metal bases from the other chair. Oh, an unexpected surprise. Jiang Mian was taken aback. These people were truly extravagant, using rock cores to prop up chair legs. He quickly removed the metal bases from the other chairs and pried out the rock cores one by one. Let me see what other good items are there. Jiang Mian greedily looked at the other instruments in the laboratory. Metal pins, tweezers, small knives, these can all be taken. The desk drawer contains screwdrivers, nails. Take them all. They'll also take the notebook for recording experimental data. It won't affect the laboratory's operation, and I can learn the written language here when I have time. Hey, there's also an alarm clock. Come down, you. Jiang Mian jumped up and took down the wall-mounted digital clock. He already had a wristwatch, but who would refuse an extra? It could be resold to others. After a thorough search, Jiang Mian had cleaned out any movable objects in the laboratory, as well as some detachable small items. Tools like screwdrivers and screws were not things he could manufacture now, but they would always be useful in daily life. After over an hour, Jiang Mian wiped the sweat from his forehead. The temperature in the laboratory was controlled to around 25 C. After working for a while, he took off his jacket. Actually, this place makes a decent shelter. I don't know what material the metal door is made of, but magical flames can't harm it in the slightest. Indeed, for a laboratory of this level, the quality of the security door must be high. As Jiang Mian spoke, he continued to check for any overlooked items. His gaze once again passed over the cultivation chamber, and he met another gaze directly. The girl in the cultivation chamber had opened her eyes at some point. The bottoms of her eyes were white with vertical pupils shimmering with a faint gold extending imperceptibly into golden patterns like sunlight soaking into clear spring water. When she blinked, her vertical pupils would narrow to a line, and then slowly expand, stretching the golden ring reminiscent of a halo that was momentarily obscured by clouds at noon. Her gaze was very calm. Panic, helplessness, fear, confusion, curiosity. None of the emotions one might expect to see in an experimental subject were present in her eyes. She simply gazed at Jiang Mian, quietly, much like the sun gazes upon a stone on the earth, a speck of dust, or an inconsequential person passing by over the long ages. Such pure and flawless holy eyes seemed to reflect the goodness and evil within one's heart, leaving Jiang Mian, who had just finished rummaging through the laboratory, feeling uneasy. Intuition told Jiang Mian that she was an existence he could not contend with, only look up to. He could not run. He had to stay calm. One thought from her could take his life. In an alternate world, what happens when a thief is caught by the homeowner? Jiang Mian took out the last notebook he had placed in the warehouse, shook it in his hand, and then cautiously explained, I only took a few worthless items. They are all useless to you. He pointed to the cultivation chamber and the surrounding instruments, continuing, I haven't touched any of the things that would have... He was only truthful in the latter part of his statement. The girl showed no reaction, still quietly watching him. Jiang Mian felt uncomfortable under her gaze. It was as if her eyes could see through his heart, making any pretense crumble before her. Before her, lying was a shameful act. He could only reluctantly put the notebook away while raising his hands in surrender. All right, I did take quite a bit, but it certainly won't be of any use to you. At the same time, he muttered in his heart that anything that came into his hands he would never give back. The girl's eyes shifted from Jiang Mian's face to the bracelet on his right wrist. But for some reason, Jiang Mian felt she was not looking at his bracelet, but at the cat teaser stick in the system warehouse inside the bracelet. Right, he had a cat teaser stick. Jiang Mian suddenly remembered he possessed this conceptual artifact, and quickly took out the cat teaser stick. What's wrong with a cat-eared girl? A cat-eared girl is still a cat. If the cat teaser stick could cheer her up and allow him to leave freely, it would be worth it. He cautiously walked slowly to the cultivation chamber, lowered his head, and with both hands presented the cat teaser stick as if offering a tribute to a deity. The girl looked at the small cat teaser stick closely. A hint of ripples finally appeared in her divine eyes. She reached out her hand, wanting to touch the cat teaser stick. However, her delicate hand was blocked halfway by the surface of the cultivation chamber. Yes, she was still inside the cultivation chamber. Prisoned. Captive as a divine experimental subject. A hint of shock appeared in both Jiang Mian's and the girl's eyes almost simultaneously, and then they exchanged glances, seeing that emotion reflected in each other's eyes. If you want to come out, what do I need to do? Jiang Mian shrugged and pointed to the unknown symbols on the instruments, saying, I can't understand the writing here. I don't know how to help you. Also, after I rescue you, you must not repay kindness with malice. The girl narrowed her eyes slightly, and a hint of gentleness appeared in her gaze. Yet the young woman remained silent. She gazed at Jiang Mian, her eyes shimmering with an unusual ripple of emotion. Unbidden, Jiang Mian saw, through her gaze, exactly what she wished to convey. Do you wish to know how the world outside fares? He ventured cautiously. Her eyes softened, gentle and luminous. It is dire out there. Light snow falls now, but 3 days ago summer still reigned. I do not believe this land's climate follows any discernible rhythm. Wait, can you understand me? Jiang Mian only realized it after speaking several sentences. At the laboratory entrance, his biometric scan classified him as a type II human, proof that this world recognized him. Yet he and the other survivors had clearly arrived from another planet. The young woman remained utterly silent. I am not of this world. One morning I simply awoke here. Jiang Mian knew no further questions would elicit a reply, so he began recounting the past 4 days, from the moment he'd awakened in this realm. First came the exasperating instability of the survivor system's signal, then the disorienting demand to select a talent before the system even activated, followed by the peril of the first night. On the second night, he confronted an elite monster. Confident in his preparations, yet nearly crossed the threshold into death. By the third night, he moved with greater composure, yet others within the zone were not so fortunate. After channeling every last ounce of his mental energy to enchant 20 crossbow bolts, Jiang Mian collapsed into sleep. By the third night, he moved with greater composure, yet others within the zone were not so fortunate. After channeling every last ounce of his mental energy to enchant 20 crossbow bolts, Jiang Mian, they were all potential assets. Still he would lend aid where he could, however slightly. When he finished speaking, an unexpected serenity settled deep within him. The unease born of an unpredictable environment, the uncertainty clouding his path ahead, all dissolved like mist beneath dawn light. It was comforting profoundly, so to have a listener, especially one such as this young woman. To Jiang Mian, she was noble, radiant as the midday sun. Yet she was also perfectly still, calm as an ancient undisturbed well. In her presence he needed neither to calculate nor to conceal, he could speak freely unburdened. No matter how fiercely he cursed this world or murmured doubts about what lay ahead, she watched him, always tender. Jiang Mian glanced at the time, rose from his chair, and said, "It grows late. I must return. My apologies. I'll visit again when I can. May I leave now?" She blinked once, still silent. Jiang Mian waved gently, turned, and walked away. At the entrance he paused, and looked back just once. Upon exiting the cave, a system notification resonated within his mind. "You have received the blessing of the Shining Deity. Special status blessing of the Shining Deity, rarity, S description, when she gazes upon you lies fall away and fear dissipates. She speaks no word, yet you hear the sound of primordial sunlight descending. You are the first to hear her silence in the long, endless years of her imprisonment. Effect 1, Luminous Heart. Base mental attribute permanently increased by 20, a mental recovery rate enhanced by 50, immunity to minor tier mental debuffs. Effect 2, as Daybreak, grants night vision, a perception range doubled. Effect 3, Purified Heavens Flaw. Your soul is cleansed, light-aligned beings feel innate affinity toward you. No elaboration was needed. Golden Script, 3 potent effects, spoke volumes about the blessing's rarity. Aside from his innate talent, Architect's Dream, this was only the second strength designation Jiang Mian had ever encountered in the survival world. It was also only the second time he had seen more than 2 effects attached to anything beyond the sanctuary itself. Effect 1, Luminous Heart, permanently elevated his foundational mental attribute by 20, a tangible, irrevocable enhancement under any circumstance. Its 50 boost to mental recovery surpassed even the sanctuary's own provisions. Immunity to minor mental debuffs by comparison seemed almost incidental. Double perception range and night vision vastly improved Jiang Mian's safety in the survival world. With sufficient strength he could even traverse the fog-shrouded night, unimpeded, unlost. Double perception range and night vision vastly improved Jiang Mian's safety in the survival world. With sufficient strength he could even traverse the fog-shroud. The ability to move freely at night conferred immense strategic advantage, whether pursuing enemies or returning to the sanctuary after dark. The final effect, Soul Purification, brought no immediate sensation save for a newfound clarity of thought and a marked absence of mental clutter. Affinity with light-aligned beings remained untested, for now, but might prove invaluable in times to come. Shining in English. A name that captures her essence precisely. Recalling those unforgettable eyes, Jiang Mian nodded inwardly. Indeed it fits. Today's revelations dwarfed all prior experiences. A chapter worthy of memoirs. On the 4th day of survival, I met a deity. From the first glance Jiang Mian believed it utterly. His lifelong understanding of divinity remained unchanged. To connect heaven and earth, that is shun, out to honor with ritual, that is shun. After a moment's reflection, doubt crept in. If a deity resided within this laboratory, how could she possibly be catalogued merely as treasure on a low-tier treasure map? Her blessing bore the strength, a rarity absent even from golden chests. Wooden and black iron chests yielded frank items, bronze chests offered a rank. Silver chests likely dispensed drank items, golden chests crank. The treasure compass detected 3 locations, yet one remains unexplored. Could that final location hold the true treasure of the low-tier map? Did I unwittingly stumble into a legendary tier dungeon? Jiang Mian drew a sharp breath. The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He hurried immediately toward the last coordinate, hidden within nearby shrubbery. He parted the dense foliage and uncovered a wooden supply crate, half buried in snow. Its shape differed markedly from standard wooden chests. Those, be they wooden or black iron, shared identical mass-produced designs. This crate, by contrast, was simply a handcrafted wooden box. Opening it revealed an elegant high-end briefcase. Inside, resting upon crimson silk, lay a vial filled with pale golden liquid. At the sight of that familiar hue, Jiang Mian's chest tightened with foreboding. Item: Primary Divine Elixir, Primary Sunlight Elixir, Divine, Designation 001, Rarity, D description, an elixir refined from diluted blood drawn from a deity. Effect: grants 20 mental stat, and unlocks the ability Flash. This was merely the primary grade elixir. Higher tiers surely existed. How much blood had they extracted from her? And that designation, 001 implied 002, and countless others. How many deities across the world had been reduced to experimental subjects?
A heavy weight settled in Jiang Mian's chest. This world brimmed with enigmas, ancient mythologies, transcendent technologies, imprisoned deities, and aberrations that stalked the night. Even the aberrations' distinct serial numbers hinted at laboratory origins. Truly gods and demons dance side by side. For now I must strengthen myself. Only then may I glimpse the world's full truth. Jiang Mian inhaled deeply, turned toward the laboratory's direction, and bowed solemnly. Then he uncapped the vial, and drank it down in one swallow. The pale golden elixir flowed like her gaze, gentle warm. Even divine power entered his body with serene grace, nurturing every cell, soothing his soul. As if she only watches, only shines, never rages, never destroys. On the way back, Jiang Mian multitasked flying, while checking the happenings in today's channel. As his mental value continuously increased, his ability to control his consciousness became stronger. Not to mention multitasking, even managing 3 tasks at once did not hinder him. Today it snowed heavily all day, and some physically weak people began to freeze to death. Most survivors braved the snow to venture outside, yet they still did not find the bronze treasure chest. The number of animals hunters could catch sharply decreased. On snowy days, small animals like rabbits and squirrels did not appear, and fish in shallow waters swam downstream, with parts of the river's surface frozen. As a result, food prices rose again. The price of a fish soared to 20 logs, while meat was even higher, costing 23 logs per serving. Although the weather was cold and logging was affected, many people had now reached level 2 or higher, allocating their upgraded free attribute points mostly to strength, greatly improving their efficiency in logging. Around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, discussions erupted in the regional channel, including the world channel. The cause was that the top of the level leaderboard had risen 2 levels at that time, inspiring various speculations. Some said that a stronger monster might appear tonight, and the top player coincidentally encountered it, unable to defeat it, and thus had to level up. Others speculated that there might be secret realms in this world, and the top player went to explore a dungeon. Jiang Mian did not expect that merely passing through a gate could cause such a stir. Opening his private messages, Wang Tung asked if new monsters really appeared. He had been watching the mist outside his house all night, and hadn't slept well. If new monsters appeared, he would truly be at his wit's end. Jiang Mian smiled, and said no, then asked if he had any news about the Han Stone. Wang Tung replied that he hadn't even heard of it. On another note, the mutated plants planted by Zhou Xian had borne fruit. As agreed, she gave Jiang Mian 6 Tian Lian herbs and 14 Yuanyang fruits. Tian Lian herbs have healing effects, while Yuanyang fruits can warm the body and alleviate pain. After receiving the Tian Lian herbs, Jiang Mian suddenly thought of the world tree that could produce potions in the world channel. The weak life recovery potion made by that person could restore 2 points of life at once, which was better than the effects of Tian Lian herbs. After consuming 1 Tian Lian herb, it gradually restored 1 point of life within 60 seconds. Perhaps Tian Lian herbs are the materials for making potions. Jiang Mian found World Tree in the World Channel and told her that he had a batch of spiritual herbs, asking if she was interested. A few minutes later, World Tree sent him a message expressing her willingness. After Jiang Mian mentioned that he had a person capable of cultivating spiritual herbs, World Tree candidly explained that making the weak life potion required Tian Lian herbs. She did not specify other materials needed for potion making, as it was her proprietary skill. Of course, she couldn't reveal it. But she also expressed a willingness to establish a long-term partnership. After some discussion, World Tree agreed to exchange 3 Tian Lian herbs for 1 bottle of weak life recovery potion. Just as Jiang Mian sent back a good response, the price suddenly changed. Now it was to use 2 Tian Lian herbs for 1 bottle of potion. Before Jiang Mian could ask the reason, he saw World Tree's message, "Are you the top player?" Jiang Mian was taken aback upon seeing this message. When did he expose himself? Even though it was the 4th day with the inner and outer walls repaired, and soon able to upgrade to a level 6 shelter, it no longer mattered whether his identity was exposed. But he was still curious about how she figured it out. World Tree seemed to sense his silence, and explained, "I mean no harm. Yesterday you bought all my potions, and gave me 4 hard armor shields, which would require killing at least 2 elite monsters. At that moment I was wondering, who are you? Today you brought out so many spiritual herbs, and I thought this couldn't be a coincidence. With such abundant resources, you are very likely the top player on the leaderboard. You are very powerful, I want to be your subordinate. If you need a woman, I can be your wife. If you need a man, my talent is in potion making. I can analyze the components of potions and obtain the formulas. As long as the materials are sufficient, I can replicate any potion." Her words were so straightforward that Jiang Mian, gliding midair, stumbled and lost control of his direction. He spun around in the air before adjusting himself. Jiang Mian stabilized his glider, still digesting her words. This girl is quite bold. Being a subordinate is one thing, but wanting to be a wife and transforming into a man, what is that? He stared at the chat box, momentarily unsure how to reply. But when he didn't respond, she became more anxious. "If you need a slave, Stop, hold on." Jiang Mian was afraid that if he let her complete all her words, it would not pass the scrutiny, so he hurriedly interrupted.
I believe in your sincerity and have no strange thoughts. If you are willing to provide me with potion support, I will ensure your safety in return. He could understand her perspective. A potion maker lacking combat ability was desperately seeking a protector in a world where everyone was on edge. I will give you basic life recovery potions, and you help me make them. I can help you find the necessary materials. Jiang Mian held back, not giving her the basic spiritual recovery potion as well. He was still unsure whether World Tree could truly analyze potion components. What if she was trying to deceive him? Darling, I knew you were the best. Seeing Jiang Mian agree and even offering her a higher grade potion, World Tree's address immediately changed. She called him darling repeatedly, as if they were already a couple. After receiving the basic life recovery potion, World Tree quickly activated her talent, analyzed its formula, and sent a copy to Jiang Mian. The basic life recovery potion requires 5 bloodstop flowers, 1 holy white aloe, and 50 milliliters of purified water. Among them, holy white aloe is an A-grade spiritual herb, and its seeds can only be obtained from bronze or higher-level treasure chests. After reading it, Jiang Mian felt it didn't seem fake and decided to discuss the shelter's defensive structures with her. What level is your shelter now? Level 5. So rich. What's mine is yours. Truly there are mountains beyond mountains and skies beyond skies. Upgrading a shelter to level 5 requires thousands or tens of thousands of logs and stones. Even the Merchant Alliance Wang Tung was still at a level 4 shelter. This potion maker girl, appearing weak, helpless, and seeking protection, had already completed her upgrade. Could it be that this seemingly weak and pitiful act was just for him to see? Ever since being deceived once by Wang Tang's father, Jiang Mian approached everyone with the worst assumptions. Aren't you supposed to lack combat talent? How did you manage? The disaster in our region is drought. My shelter is on an island in the river with the sea to the north and glaciers to the west. By controlling the water quality and temperature, all levels of people in the region are my business partners. I am humble. Extreme heat disasters, yet the refresh occurs in the Arctic glaciers. Heaven is pursuing a meal. Darling, drought is just the first disaster. If the next 7 days bring an extreme cold disaster, my advantage will vanish. What a coincidence it's snowing here. They'll send you a fireplace then. On another note, I can provide you with a crossbow. With it, in a level 6 shelter facing the type 1 aberration won't be a problem. For the weak life recovery potions you made these days, give me 70%. They'll give you 80%, darling. Once again the sun sets in the west. Jiang Mian traversed the canyon and flew back to the forest embraced by the 3 mountains. In the distance, he glimpsed the layered walls near the small river with several watchtowers arranged neatly, and a sense of relaxation washed over him. Finally heading home. Although not grand architecture, each stone and log was built by his own hands. No longer needing to be on guard at every step, constantly ready to draw his hard armor shield for defense. Lin Kuan had just emerged from the wooden house where the rabbit cage was located and looked up at Jiang Mian in the sky, excitedly shouting, "The rabbits have given birth." A litter of 9. Jiang Mian landed on the watchtower, pulled the rope, and slid down, hastily running towards the wooden house. So soon. His tone carried a hint of joy. Upon entering, he found the mother rabbit curled in the corner of the cage, a bundle of pink little ones squished beneath her belly, still hairless, and with their eyes closed. Due to the low temperature, they felt cold outside, constantly pushing into the mother rabbit's embrace, emitting faint squeaks. The arrival of new life always brings joy. Jiang Mian approached the rabbit cage, bent down, and poked the soft little ones with his finger, then turned to Lin Kuan and said, "Let's move these little guys and the mother rabbit to the living room tonight, put them in a wooden box, and add some hay." The mortality rate for newborn rabbits is not low, especially in winter. The nights are cold, and they can't stay in the wooden house. Jiang Mian left the wooden house, checked the potatoes in the field, and then went to the living room of the stone house. He took out all the metal parts and tools he had transferred from the laboratory today, placing them in the storage box. Other materials included 72 rock cores, 109 purple unknown gemstones, and 12 pieces of soft metal material. To upgrade to level 6 shelter, 8,000 stones, 5,000 logs, 1,000 sticks, and 50 rock cores are needed. The rock cores are sufficient, and the stones obtained from the warehouse last night were used to build the walls this morning. What comes quickly goes quickly. Jiang Mian called Zhang the blacksmith, inquiring about today's results. Zhang took out several forged iron axes and a crossbow, saying, "Young master, I have understood the structure of that crossbow. Considering your request for a secondary crossbow, I attempted to use ordinary wooden boards and only 1 piece of wrought iron to craft it. In the end, the secondary crossbow could fire 60 to 90 arrows before malfunctioning. Compared to the standard crossbow, the damage is also lower." Jiang Mian took the secondary crossbow and examined it carefully. Item: inferior crossbow made with cost-cutting quality. F description: a shoddy crossbow made by a greedy boss and dishonest employees in a shady workshop, capable of loading 3 arrows at a time. Effect: ignores 15 of the target's physical defense. When using iron arrows or higher quality arrows, additionally ignores 10 of the target's physical defense, but is more prone to breaking. Durability: 150, 150. Very good. Jiang Mian patted Zhang the blacksmith on the shoulder, thinking that this old blacksmith must have skimped on his work many times before. Though he looked robust, the old man only thought to change the wooden boards, while this old man directly cut down on the wrought iron. Haha, practice makes perfect, it's nothing to mention. Zhang the blacksmith stroked his beard, quite pleased with Jiang Mian. He placed 3 iron axes on the table and introduced them one by one. Young master, this first one is the iron axe I carefully polished, which took 2 to 3 hours. It's exceptionally sharp for cutting trees and saves effort. The second one took a little less time, over an hour, and while it's effective for cutting trees, it's a bit labor-intensive. This last one is a simple iron axe I replicated after observing the one you crafted by hand, which can be made in just a few minutes. However, the amount of wrought iron used for all 3 axes is the same. If we craft only the third type, it would be a bit wasteful of iron material. Zhang's words were quite diplomatic. What he meant was that the iron axe Jiang Mian forged was purely a waste of wrought iron. Jiang Mian lightly tapped the table, saying, for the iron axes, let's go for a premium route, you should forge the best kind. Lumbering tools are not like a crossbow, which is a high-damage weapon. There's no need to limit the craftsmanship, especially since wrought iron is currently a scarce commodity with inherent value. It wasn't wrong to say that the rough iron axe he had made by hand before was a waste of wrought iron. There's no rush to craft other iron tools in the next few days, but let's focus on the crossbow for now. At present, the survivor's needs are weapons and food. As for the missing enchanted arrows, he currently had no good match. The enchanted arrows lose their enchantment after about 2 hours. This item cannot be manufactured regularly. He could only sell them in bulk once he had enough. Jiang Mian had a meal in the kitchen and found a private message from Zhou Xinghua, receiving the locust which she had chopped. This girl works hard. She started sending him locust wood early in the morning around 6 o'clock. Around 9 o'clock, she also brought him a beautiful blue stone, claiming she found it by the small river next to the shelter, thinking it looked nice. Jiang Mian played with the stone, thinking that Zhou Xinghua now resembled the way he used to serve tea and water to his boss during his internship. Poor working lad. This stone. Why does it feel so cold? Jiang Mian scanned the blue stone, and the information displayed on his wrist device sent him into a frenzy of excitement. Item: cold spirit stone quality. Description: a gem birthed from a place of extreme cold, containing the power of frost. Effect: can be used as an energy source and catalyst for ice magic. She picked up a cold spirit stone that I couldn't find in the entire laboratory from the river. Is this the worth of the child of destiny? After waiting 2 days, the ice arrow tower finally showed promise. Jiang Mian tidied up the kitchen and personally made a pot of berry fish soup to reward Zhou Xinghua. After serving it into a bowl, Jiang Mian sent a message to Zhou Xinghua. Xiao Zhou, your talent is quite useful. The stone you brought this morning was very helpful to me, so I'm treating you to a grand meal and giving you an iron axe. Tomorrow, don't chop trees, go along the river and collect stones instead. If you get tired of collecting stones, you can wander in the woods and see if there's a white aloe plant. If you come across any unusual flowers or beautiful stones, feel free to bring them to me. If possible, Jiang Mian really wanted to have Zhou Xinghua by his side, exploring and encountering high-level treasure chests every day. She was practically a human cheat. In another corner of the continent, in the locust tree forest, Zhou Xinghua wiped the sweat from her forehead and continued to swing her axe. Having reached level 4, she was no longer the delicate girl, but filled with strength and skill. It seemed she was not exhausted due to weakness, but had been diligently chopping trees from 6 in the morning until now, taking only half an hour for lunch. After easily killing the aberration outside the door with a crossbow last night, Zhou Xinghua realized the extraordinary nature of this weapon. Its value must be very high. And that enchanted arrow, Zhou Xinghua only learned today that it was magic enchanted. Such an item had never been handled by anyone in the entire channel. Yet her boss was willing to give it to her. She had never encountered such a conscientious boss. Thinking of this made Zhou Xinghua's nose sour, almost bringing her to tears. With a boss like this, she would be willing to work for him for a lifetime. The notification sound rang, and Zhou Xinghua hurriedly set down her stone axe, awaiting the boss instruction. Is it dinner? She opened the supplies, and a warm, fragrant aroma greeted her, whetting her appetite. Looking down, she saw a bowl of milky fish soup, with several yellow berries floating on top. Taking a sip from the bowl, the sweet and sour berries acted like vinegar, perfectly washing away the fishy smell, leaving only the delightful flavor. Wow, this is delicious. Zhou Xinghua's eyes lit up as she drank down several large mouthfuls. This dinner was unlike the bland and tasteless meals of salt and water that merely satiated her hunger. This fish soup is truly delicious. Each taste bud rejoiced, elevating it to the realm of gourmet cuisine. In this survival world where food is scarce, it is almost unimaginable for someone to enjoy fish and seasoning while also having the time to carefully prepare such a dish. Zhou Xinghua checked her private messages and found the boss complimenting her and rewarding her with fish soup and a metal axe instantly, making her smile brightly. That blue stone feels cold in my hand. Can it really be useful? Zhou Xinghua felt incredulous and thought for a moment before realizing, I almost forgot about my cheap talent. Meeting the boss yesterday was sheer luck, and encountering this stone today might also be a stroke of fortune. The boss asked her to look for stones these days, indicating that the stones are important. Since my brother needs them, I can't wait until tomorrow. Monsters only appear at 9 o'clock here, and there's still 2 or 3 hours. He'll go find stones for my brother right now. Zhou Xinghua quickly finished her fish soup, messaged Jiang Mian to let him know she was heading out, and then plunged into the vast darkness. Meanwhile, Jiang Mian, upon seeing Zhou Xinghua's reply, felt a mix of emotions. She even motivates herself and takes the initiative to work overtime. Where can I find such a golden employee? It was truly rare. She could think from the boss perspective. Give her a hard armor shield. Jiang Mian estimated that even a level 1 survivor wearing strange leather armor and wielding a hard armor shield could withstand 2 or 3 hits from a strength type 1 aberration. This equipment would significantly enhance the survivor's survival chances, no longer like before, when a single hit from a strength type 1 aberration could lead to death. Those with slightly higher levels with strength exceeding 15, wielding a crossbow and a hard armor shield could even defeat a big brute even without combat talents. It's time to reap another wave of hunters. Even if they have combat talents, they lack room for error when facing large brutes. Monsters can make many mistakes, but a successful attack on them inflicts considerable damage. If they can't level up in time, the consequences of broken bones and damaged organs are unbearable for them. In this survival world, first aid kits and medications can treat colds and ailments or provide temporary relief, but they cannot restore someone instantly. Moreover, monsters appear every night, and in a few days the monster tide will arrive. Being seriously injured and unable to heal is equivalent to death. The supplies in the black iron chest, aside from some daily necessities and attribute fruits that people currently cannot trade, the remaining blueprints and items are unlikely to yield significant benefits for Jiang Mian. Thus, he simply chose to trade for food or stones. The trend of rising food prices will not stop, as the snow falls. Heavier food will become a harder currency than building materials. Of course, if someone can present something that piques Jiang Mian's interest, he will take a look. Besides the hunters, Jiang Mian also found several people in the world channel who needed armor, trading them a large number of stones for hard armor shields. After all the basic building materials produced daily in each area are limited, he cannot keep milking one area. If he overexploits it, the quantity of building materials on the market will decrease and prices will rise, which would be troublesome. While trading stones, Zhou Xinghua gradually sent him 2 pieces of Hampa stones. Including the previous one with his talent triggered, Jiang Mian now has a total of 6 Hampa stones, which is already enough to craft a frost arrow tower that deals magical damage. Preparing the materials to begin crafting as he watched the Hampa stones disappear one by one, Jiang Mian slowly appreciated the value of the talent builder's dream. In the future, the materials for buildings will certainly become increasingly advanced. And high-quality materials are scarce. Here, one portion can count as 4. If he happens to encounter some rare or even unique level materials, he can turn the unique into the quadruple. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Perhaps due to the increased item level, the crafting time for the Frost Arrow Tower exceeded 1 minute. Even previous items took only a few seconds, or at most 10 seconds to complete. Item: Frost Arrow Tower. Quality. Description: Winter has arrived. Effect: every 1 Hampa stone consumed can launch 10 frost arrows, which are low-level magic. Through the past 2 days of contact with increasingly advanced items, Jiang Mian gradually grasped the levels of extraordinary things like magic. Weak, low-level, mid-level, high-level. For instance, in the shelter's intimidation effect at level 4, it can intimidate weak mutated creatures, and at level 5 it can intimidate low-level mutated creatures. Agility type 1 aberrations belong to low-level mutated creatures, while the strength type 1 aberration as an elite monster should be classified as a mid-level mutated creature. Regarding magic, the attribute fruits obtained from the black iron chest granting abilities like starting a fire and freezing are considered weak magic. They have a small range of effect and weak potency. Meanwhile, the frost arrows produced by the Frost Arrow Tower are low-level magic, summoning frost arrows about several decimeters long to inflict ice damage on enemies. This is much more powerful than simply enchanting crossbow bolts with magic. Jiang Mian believes even a level 5 strength type 1 aberration would find it hard to withstand a hit from these arrows. However, the Frost Arrow Tower requires a continuous consumption of Hampa stones to fire frost arrows. He is currently even lacking the Hampa stones needed to build the tower. He can't bear to use Hampa stones directly as energy. Zhou Xinghua found Hampa stones in the river, and the description of Hampa stones says gems born in extreme cold regions. Perhaps there are extreme cold areas in the upstream snow mountains of the river. The Hampa stones inside are moving downstream with the river water. Tomorrow, let her walk upstream along the river and see if the number of Hampa stones in the water increases. If he could secure a place where Hampa stones are nurtured, he might not have to worry about Hampa stones in the future. Why hasn't such a good location refreshed near him? What else is around him besides the monster spawning points? That cave laboratory where the Flash Spirit resides is over 100 kilometers away from his shelter. It could be the feng shui treasure location of other survivors, but he encountered it first. Upon careful thought, this is quite a metaphysical question. Did Zhou Xinghua's luck precede the refresh of the extreme cold area, nurturing Hampa stones on the mountain? Or did the extreme cold area come first, and then Zhou Xinghua, blessed with great fortune, arrived there? To extend this thought, are the opportunities in this world buried here in history waiting for survivors to discover? Or are these opportunities actually refreshed around the survivors? At least mutated animals and the treasure chests they guard did not exist on the first day after crossing over. The black iron chests only started to refresh from the second day onward. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? The attack range of the ice arrow towers is a radius of 100 meters. Placing them in the center of the shelter perfectly overlaps with the protective range of the sacred fire. After triggering his talent, Jiang Mian received 2 ice arrow towers, providing him with dual protection. Range is as crucial as damage. A short distance means a short reach. Keeping enemies at bay from 100 meters effectively reduces the chances of high-threat mutant creatures breaching the shelter. 2 hours later, the level 9 strength I mutant that collapsed as soon as it emerged from the mist proved this. Life 861, current life 0,800. The blue arrow streaking across the night sky like a meteor accurately locked onto its target under Jiang Mian's control, piercing through the chest of the large creature and leaving a gaping hole. The edges of the hole were scattered with ice crystal fragments, with larger shards splintering off and striking the agile I mutant, resulting in its immediate death. This caused a small area to be cleared of monsters. There was also area splash damage. However, since arrows cannot be produced indefinitely, Zhou Xinghua only managed to find 1 ice spirit stone over the next hour. To acquire more, he would likely need to search upstream. On the 4th night, no new species of monsters had appeared. The number of elite monsters had significantly increased. Around Jiang Mian's shelter stood no fewer than 40 elite monsters. Just a few of them, upon witnessing the ice arrow tower in the center of the shelter unleash a shot that killed a large creature, immediately turned and fled, their massive bodies scurrying away. This scene caught Jiang Mian off guard. Before he could react, several elite monsters disappeared into the mist. Their intelligence has improved again. Those that know to run must be the highest level. After testing the damage of the ice arrow towers, Jiang Mian refrained from consuming any more ice spirit stones and opted to attack purely with enchanted crossbow arrows. His spiritual value was currently very high, and under the effects of a 20 recovery boost from a level 5 shelter and a 50 boost from the blessing of the spirit, he could recover 1 point in less than 18 minutes instead of the usual 30. Considering the enchanted arrows he had started storing from 7 o'clock, he had enough to deal with the remaining 30-plus strength I mutants. In fact, after consciously monitoring his spiritual value during his recent upgrades coupled with the blessing of the spirit, his spiritual value had surpassed his strength, becoming his highest attribute among the 5. Name: Jiang Mian. Nickname: I level up alone. Level 15. Reachable level 19 after using remaining experience. Life 26, 12. Strength 45. Stamina 29.5. Speed 27.5. Spirit 67. 2.5. Title: First Blood. Active attack 5 damage, 1 step ahead, 2 steps ahead. Monster Hunter. Against mutated creatures 5 damage. Brave the Heights. Against elite creatures 5 damage. Abilities: Fire starting weak, freezing weak, glimmering low level. Status: Guardian of the Sacred Fire of the Shelter. All attributes 5 damage taken 24. Stamina recovery speed 30. Spirit recovery speed 20. Full set of odd leather armor. Life 7 damage from mutated creatures 15. Special status: Blessing of the Deity. Spirit base spirit 20. Spirit recovery speed 50. A perception range 100. Description: a magically powerful spellcaster who says mages can't fight in close combat. System evaluation: close combat mage. With 2 layers of walls directly blocking a horde of agile I mutants, Jiang Mian didn't even need to manually adjust the shelter's deterrent effects between the 2 types of mutants tonight. He even had Zhang the blacksmith bring him a chair to place in the watchtower. Then, sitting in the chair with his crossbow in hand, he pointed at each strength I mutant, unleashing a series of enchanted crossbow arrows to swiftly harvest their lives. After exterminating the mutants inside and outside the outer wall, Jiang Mian's reachable level had reached 25. With a subsequent prompt: reachable level 25 limit reached. When reachable level exceeds level by 10, automatic upgrade. Another rule balancing the speed of upgrades is survivors can't be allowed to endlessly suppress their levels. I can't be the sword god of the 10-mile slope anymore. Jiang Mian felt somewhat regretful. After checking around and not seeing any more mutated creatures emerging from the mist, he jumped down from the watchtower and began to dismantle the mutants. The bone blades he harvested he made into bone spears as usual, trading them with Long Tongue. He kept a portion of the pale hard shells for himself, intending to use them to expand the walls after reaching level 6 in the shelter, while turning the rest into hard shell shields to sell to higher level survivors. On this perilous night, these items were instantly snatched up as soon as they were listed with no room for negotiation. Jiang Mian counted the building materials in his warehouse and found he was still a few hundred stones short of upgrading to a level 6 shelter. He looked up at the vast mist outside the outer wall. It was only a little past 8:30. There were likely still mutants lurking in the mist. Jiang Mian steeled his resolve and returned to the stone house to find his compass. Then under Zhang the blacksmith's astonished gaze, he turned and walked into the mist. After Jiang Mian's figure disappeared, Zhang the blacksmith turned to Lin Kuan and asked young master, "Has he always been this brave?" Lin Kuan recalled the night he first arrived and nodded solemnly. The young master is incredibly brave. The mist in the world of survival at night is not the fog in the physical sense. It allows people to see, but when you reach out to touch it there is nothing and you can't even sense temperature or humidity. The snow continued to fall even heavier than during the day, passing through the mist, as if it were cutting through air, without interfering with each other. Some survivors say this is a kind of mental influence and illusion that directly affects human consciousness. Yet it undeniably has real-world impacts. For example, it obscures light, and Jiang Mian's map in his mind became pixelated upon entering the mist. Only the compass in his hand continued to function normally. This was information Jiang Mian had seen last night in the World Channel. Entering the mist, he headed directly southwest toward the suspected monster spawn area. After leaving the shelter for a kilometer, the density of the mist clearly intensified. The torch stuck on his shield illuminated an area of no more than 5 meters. The sound diminished quickly in the mist, as if being devoured by it. With his night vision ability, Jiang Mian could see the path beneath his feet, even with the faintest light. In fact, there wasn't much of a path. The snow had accumulated to 8 or 9 centimeters thick, covering the stones and wild grass. He relied on his spiritual perception ability to track the monsters. This ability only began to manifest after his spiritual value reached 50. It is difficult to articulate. If you asked Jiang Mian to explain how to use this perception ability, he wouldn't be able to clarify it. It is more like an intuition. Something is nearby, something is moving, something poses a threat to him. At 50 spiritual value, the range of Jiang Mian's perception ability was about 10 meters, ignoring terrain obstacles, and he could sense anything within that range. Now with a spiritual value of 67. 2. His perception range expanded to over 10 meters. Under the blessing of the spirit, this ability doubled. At close to 30 meters, it was sufficient for him to respond to surprise attacks from mutant creatures. 2 kilometers away from the shelter, Jiang Mian encountered several scattered agile mutants. When he first saw them, their state was peculiar. They had their long, narrow heads drooped, standing still, as if sleeping on their feet. It wasn't until Jiang Mian approached that the monsters suddenly awoke. Then, as if fueled by adrenaline, they turned aggressive, emitting sharp shrieks, and rapidly lunging toward Jiang Mian. Now completely outmatched these small monsters in terms of stats. With them so close, he didn't even need to use his crossbow. Gripping his spear tightly, he swung it forward forcefully, sweeping down several agile Type 1 mutants that lunged at him. The spear tip pierced with immense force, consecutively skewering 2 to 3 mutants. It was reminiscent of catching crickets as a child, stringing them together with the core of dogtail grass. Just short of decapitating them, and pulling out their innards to roast over a fire. Why can't mutated creatures be eaten? Jiang Mian muttered to himself, expressionless, as he crushed the skull of an agile Type 1 mutant. The agile Type 1 mutants were as thin as paper. They didn't bleed when injured, making one wonder what their... In contrast, the powerful Type 1 mutants appeared to have substantial mass. Their tough exoskeletons would ooze a white viscous liquid when wounded, reminiscent of crabs or lobsters. However, they looked repulsive, the odor akin to the smell of undried lime after painting a wall, completely killing any appetite. They also didn't drop any mutated meat upon disintegration. Thus, Jiang Mian instinctively felt that the meat within the large mutants was not something good. After dealing with the corpses of the mutants, he continued deeper into the mist. Every few hundred meters, he would encounter such groups of scattered agile Type 1 mutants. Their state was similar to the first few he encountered, existing in a state of deep slumber. Jiang Mian didn't understand why they didn't charge towards the area where the survivors were. Unlike other mutants, were they there to deal with the survivors who ventured into the mist? Not lingering any longer, he locked onto an agile Type 1 mutant in the distance with his perception and fired a crossbow bolt directly in that direction. Some mutants died on the spot, while the remaining ones were taken down by a barrage of crossbow bolts mid-charge. After leaving the shelter and nearing 5 kilometers, Jiang Mian encountered the first powerful Type 1 mutant in the mist. This large mutant, resembling a wandering ghost, hung its arms and head low as it roamed in the darkness. Upon sensing the aura of a survivor, it abruptly lifted its head and let out a loud roar. Which reckless fool dares to venture this deep into the mist? It was determined to teach the intruder a harsh lesson, tearing their body to shreds. It turned around, halting mid-roar. It had seen the face of the survivor. It was both familiar and unfamiliar. It had seen this figure an hour ago. Jiang Mian also noted its strange behavior, feeling a surge of anger, but then it was followed by nothing. "Do you recognize me? Have you heard my story?" he asked in surprise. The large mutant did not respond, merely turned and ran away, hunching its back as it fled. In one continuous motion, it charged forward. Its massive frame knocked down several large trees, yet its heavy footsteps did not cease thudding against the ground. This sound was practically the best tracking beacon in the dark mist. Following the noise, Jiang Mian quickly closed the distance, raising his crossbow to shoot at the large mutant's thick legs. Life 67, remaining life 933-1000. This damage also revealed the level of the opponent to Jiang Mian. Level 11. Its mental value even reached 16. No wonder it was so intelligent, knowing fear and how to escape. Big fellow, your power is too strong. You will destroy this world. I must take control of you. Jiang Mian shouted something about defending world peace, raising his hand to shoot another arrow, hitting the other short leg of the large mutant. Injured, the large mutant stumbled and fell onto the snowy ground. The slick snow and the incline of the slope caused it to roll down. You can't just run away. It seems it can't be spared. Jiang Mian connected to his mental energy, activating the ability Flash. From a level perspective, this was a low-level magic higher than fire and ice. 1 second, 2 seconds. A blinding white light erupted from Jiang Mian's palm, rising like a small sun in the mist. The large mutant rolled to the base of a sturdy tree, and before it could get up, it was hit squarely in the face by the white light. It let out a short whimper, covering its eyes with its hands while its two short legs kicked deep trenches into the snow. Jiang Mian slid down the slope and landed beside it. The large mutant curled up against the trunk, its massive body shivering in the snow, appearing as though it had been scorched by fire. The once imposing figure now diminished. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the demon survivor approaching step by step. The large mutant groaned weakly. Jiang Mian glanced at the recent damage record. The Flash consumed 5 points of mental energy, inflicting a total of 858 points of damage. He almost killed the large mutant. This was after he deliberately held back. The complete Flash ability had only been half released. If fully unleashed, it would probably consume 10 points of mental energy and deal over 1,700 damage to mutants. As a low-level magic, Flash dealt almost double the damage of Ice Arrow. Could it be a property restraint? Jiang Mian muttered. Light attributes restrain dark attributes, and holy attributes restrain demons. This relationship was easily imaginable. Woo-woo. The large mutant let out a weak groan. Oh, why aren't you running away anymore? Am I that terrifying? Jiang Mian kicked it lightly and asked. It seemed to have resigned itself, lying there without further resistance. Its lack of fighting spirit made Jiang Mian less inclined to kill it. If you want to live, I'll give you a chance. Jiang Mian recalled the level 9 powerful type 1 mutant from last night. It could command other weaker mutants. Go call other mutants for me, whether by trickery or persuasion. The more you bring, the happier I might be, and I may just let you go. The large mutant looked at Jiang Mian with confusion, then turned to glance at its legs still embedded with crossbow bolts. Ow! It emitted a sound that was neither heavy nor light. Jiang Mian approached its leg, preparing to bend down and pull out the crossbow bolt. As he reached out, he suddenly thought of something and retrieved a leather collar about 2 fingers wide from his storage. This was a taming collar obtained from opening a chest previously. Its effect was to tame mutated animals. But did mutants count as mutated animals? Mutants could be considered mutated humans. Humans are also animals. Jiang Mian tried to use it on the large mutant, but the leather collar showed no response. Alright then. It couldn't be tamed. Jiang Mian bent down to pull out the arrow from its leg, and then kicked its backside. Hurry and go lure some monsters for me. The large mutant rose disgruntledly, swaying as it stood, clearly very weak. But Jiang Mian didn't care, his gaze as cold as ice. The large mutant had no choice but to lean against a nearby tree, limping deeper into the mist. More than an hour later, Jiang Mian could hardly tolerate the cold outside. The snow showed no sign of stopping, and it only grew heavier after nightfall. Initially, there were small patches of snow which were hardly different from salt sprinkled in the air. Now the snowflakes gathered together like willow catkins, drifting down softly. He quickly built a small shelter against the snow and lit a campfire for warmth. He now felt that the system storage was indeed a great invention. The level 5 shelter storage had 50 slots each, with a stacking limit of 500. When he returned in the afternoon, he had put some odds and ends into his home. Now the storage was filled with construction materials and weapons. He could also set up a place to rest anytime outside. Buzz. While roasting, Jiang Mian suddenly felt a darkness before his eyes, as if something sharp had stabbed his mind. The consciousness shock from that attack was brief, lasting less than a second, but it made him vigilant. Who? He looked around, his shield and crossbow already equipped. Yet in the night, only the snow fell silently with no hint of wind. Invisible enemies are often more terrifying. Invisibility, or is it the ultra-long attack range? Jiang Mian's mind raced. When the aberrants surrounded the shelter tonight, why did he encounter them now, even though no new enemies had appeared? Could it be that the mist is more than just an environment that obscures vision, but rather a hiding place for many monsters? If so, delving into the mist tonight was undoubtedly a wrong decision. But last night on the World Channel, he saw others entering the mist to slay mutated creatures. Didn't they encounter any other monsters within the mist? Jiang Mian began to wonder what set him apart from those survivors, which might explain his predicament. He had ventured 5 kilometers into the mist, possibly going deeper than others. His shelter was near the monster spawn area. Also, there was the intelligent Type 1 aberrant he had released. That creature wouldn't have returned to its lair to fetch reinforcements, would it? Woo! A low, sorrowful sound that seemed like crying or whimpering emerged from the mist. Strangely, one could only hear this sound around, but could not discern its direction. He perked his ears to listen closely. There was sound from the east, the west, the south, and the north. Even above and below, it seemed the source of this sound was deep within Jiang Mian's soul. It seemed to be everywhere, playing tricks. Jiang Mian feigned disdain for this elusive creature, but inside, he was panicking. He currently had no means of mental attack. Leaving the shelter meant he could no longer enjoy the 24 damage reduction within the Holy Fire's range. The earlier invisible attack may have been weakened under the blessing of the flickering spirit, which is why it hadn't caused him significant harm. However, the flickering spirit blessing could only immunize him from minor mental negative states. The impact from earlier had affected him somewhat, indicating it exceeded the level of a typical weak attack. Jiang Mian attempted to shoot enchanted crossbow bolts in various directions. Aside from piercing a few tree trunks or embedding the bolts into the snow, there were no unusual reactions. Brother Big Head, I was wrong. I shouldn't have mocked you. Please let me go, okay? Guan, you spared Chow Chow at Huarong Path. I let you go once, shouldn't you repay me? Jiang Mian tried to call for the Type 1 aberrant. No one answered. The chilling murmurs continued. It neither launched an attack nor showed any intention of letting him go. The enemy was in the dark while he was in the light. Jiang Mian refrained from making any sudden movements. What was this invisible monster's intention? If it wanted to fight, it should just come out and do so instead of lurking around and being annoying. After waiting for another 3 minutes, Jiang Mian could no longer hold back. This was still mist, and now that such ghostly monsters could appear, who knows what else might show up later. It's better to retreat for now. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. He replanted the torch into the hard armor shield, crouched down, glanced at the compass, and retreated toward the shelter. The ghostly wailing followed him like a dedicated 3D surround sound. It felt as though someone was clinging to him, whispering in his ear. Jiang Mian felt a chill at the back of his neck. The heat within his body was rapidly being drained. The ground began to tremble, and the sounds of numerous tree trunks collapsing echoed from about 40 to 50 meters away. The direction of the collapsing trunks was not to the southwest, but right in the direction of Jiang Mian's retreat, which was also toward the shelter. The monsters had cut off his escape route. Then sounds emerged from other directions. There were quite a few. He was surrounded. These monsters even understood tactics. That earlier sound was actually meant to hold him back. Damn! Jiang Mian cursed, no longer retreating. He retrieved stones and pale hard armor from the warehouse, quickly constructing a barricade, 10 meters long and 10 meters wide. Once completed, he quickly inserted torches into the 4 sides of the wall to illuminate the area and built a lookout tower. While holding the crossbow atop the tower, Jiang Mian urgently crafted arrow platforms and spear launchers. There were plenty of arrows and spears waiting in the warehouse. His ammunition was sufficient. As the first Type 1 aberrant was illuminated by the firelight revealing its smooth head, Jiang Mian had already organized a defensive line. The entire process was swift, taking less than 10 seconds. 2 to 3 seconds later, within the 5-meter radius illuminated by the firelight, countless elite monster heads swarmed. In the gaps between their corpulent bodies, innumerable agile Type 1 aberrants excitedly jostled, jumped, and screamed. Without the scorching of the shelter's holy fire, these nocturnal predators displayed a heightened level of activity. This was their true nature. The number of monsters outside the hard armor wall was greater than those that surrounded the shelter at 8 o'clock, far exceeding the number Jiang Mian had planned to kill for upgrading the shelter. Flashed. Jiang Mian did not hesitate. As the foremost Type 1 aberrant was about to crash into the hard armor wall, he unleashed the full flash magic at double intensity. It was even brighter than the last release. The moment the white light exploded, it felt as if the air had been momentarily sucked away. There was no sound, no temperature, only an absolute, all-consuming white, like a deity tearing apart the mist with massive hands. The roars of the large-headed monsters and the shrieks of the slender aberrants were instantly drowned out by the sizzling sounds of their flesh being scorched. As the white light dissipated, the aberrant at the forefront had been utterly disfigured. Its skin and flesh turned to ash, with black smoke wafting out. The aberrants slightly behind let out horrifying cries, covering their underdeveloped eyes, staggering backward and crashing into the pile of their kind behind them. Jiang Mian felt a jolt, blinking several times to regain some composure. But now was not the time to be dazed. He simply closed his eyes, seizing the moment when their formation was disrupted, using his mind to control the spear launchers and arrow platforms to fire and replenish damage. The crossbow bolts in his hands were also aimed at the source of the screams. The more intelligent Type 1 aberrants flailed about trying to evade the second wave of attacks, but they were surrounded by corpses and similarly bulky counterparts ultimately turning in circles like headless flies. At this moment Jiang Mian had also adapted to the earlier flash, opening his eyes. Behind the scattered aberrants he saw a unique mutated creature. That creature had no head, no limbs, its entire body hovered above the snow. Several white circular spines were connected end to end, each adorned with inward and outward-facing spikes. The spines rotated rapidly at different frequencies, then stopped only to suddenly spin again. It was like the hour, minute, and second hands of a clock being turned by an invisible hand, then stopping and turning again. In the center of the spine ring floated a black orb. No, it wasn't an orb. Just as Jiang Mian fixed his gaze on it, it blinked. The inky black eyelids opened up and down, revealing a pale, hollow eyeball beneath. There was no pupil. Yet Jiang Mian could feel its gaze. A strong sense of unease surged in his mind, and he instinctively averted his gaze. But it was still too late. A thick, heavy substance like underground gushing oil surged into his soul. Something in his stomach surged violently, the acid rising to his throat. He bent over, gagging twice, but nothing came out. That feeling of nausea was tightly lodged in his chest, as if something was churning in his body. His limbs trembled silently, and the world around him spun. He could not fall. There were so many monsters around watching him hungrily. Without hesitation, Jiang Mian bit down hard on his lower lip and tongue, crushing them and drawing blood, as if that was not part of his body. The intense pain struck his mind, tearing at the dizziness and nausea. It anchored his consciousness, which was like a small boat tossed in a tempest at sea, holding on to the last thread of clarity. He looked up. A chilling feeling washed over him. Less than 2 centimeters from the tip of his nose, the outer bone spines of the spine ring suddenly sliced through. It had actually teleported. Jiang Mian forced out 2 words from his throat. Flash. The white light exploded, piercing the unguarded pale eyeball like countless fine needles. It suddenly recoiled, its eyelids shut tight, and the rotation of its ring was thrown into chaos as several vertebrae collided with a sharp crack. Thick drops of white liquid slid from the gaps in its eyelids, instantly corroding the snow beneath, leaving it was injured, drifting backward several meters, suspended in midair, quivering slightly. It had never imagined that this survivor who had fallen victim to its ultimate technique could escape so quickly and launch an effective counterattack. Jiang Mian captured its information and doubled the use of flash, then silently upgraded his mental value. Race Nightmare Lord, level 18, health 2675, 3300, strength 24, stamina 17, speed 55, mental 102. Description: an ancient nightmare that traverses the gap between reality and dreams, feeding on negative emotions. Beware of its eyes, they are the abyss of fear. A mutated Lord-level creature with a higher level than him. A 3-digit mental value. Taking a close-range hit from double flash only caused it to lose 825 health points. After Jiang Mian used double flash for the second time, he no longer saw any damage numbers emerging from the position of the nightmare. After the white light dissipated, Jiang Mian saw that the ring and the eyeball had become ethereal, seemingly anchored in the void. This time Flash's attack passed through as if it had not touched it at all. This is phasing. It can alter its state, shifting from solid to ethereal or vice versa. When in a state of void, any physical attack becomes ineffective. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. If it hadn't been for the nightmare thinking it had become a meal and exposing itself to reality, it would not have taken its attack heed. Its own intelligence is no different from that of an adult human. This is definitely not a monster that would appear on the 4th day. If Jiang Mian's mental value wasn't as high as 67. To forget about biting his tongue, even having his heart ripped out would probably not allow escape from that mental mire. Then in the chaos he would lose his life without understanding. This survival world is far more terrifying than he imagined. One can never let their guard down. The comfort of the 3rd day has made him complacent. Jiang Mian multitasked, unable to find someone to ask one by one, while sending messages in both the world channel and the regional channel. Urgently need mental type items, compensation is unlimited. His nickname, I Level Up Alone, isn't particularly attractive. However, the several titles temporarily worn after his nickname made anyone who saw the message take it seriously. First Blood, 1 step ahead, 2 steps ahead, Monster Hunter, Brave Climber. The moment the message was sent out, it stirred a huge uproar in both the world and regional channels. ID 100000, nickname, I Level Up Alone. 5 titles. The aloof leader of the level rankings surprisingly revealed his identity in the channel. This nickname truly reflects his style. Survivors who had spoken with the ID 100000 survivor in the regional channel on the 1st day vaguely recalled that scene, now feeling incredulous. Some among them even scolded each other, calling one a fake person, saying he was a source of amusement. Why did this usually reclusive big shot suddenly decide to show up tonight? Everyone read each word Jiang Mian sent carefully and concluded the big shot has encountered an unprecedented mental type strong enemy. Mental-type mutated creatures had been speculated by survivors on the first night to potentially appear in the future. While survivors around the world had yet to encounter it, I Level Up alone had already faced it. Observant individuals noted that just moments ago the top rank on the world leaderboard had increased from level 15 to level 16. This further corroborated the Big Shot's current predicament. Big guy, it's not that we don't want to help you, but where can we get mental-type items? I'm a fan of your streamer. Why do you seem to be gone right after we meet Sob Sob? Big guy, what monster did you encounter? Compensation is unlimited. Just give me everything you have, and he'll give you my mental-type item. Big guy, don't listen to him, he's trying to fool you. When facing difficult monsters, everyone pulls a face to ask the world for help. Who knows if they'll be dead or alive in a few minutes. Sharing their stuff with everyone could still be beneficial. Once he dies, all his wealth will be buried. Damn, why do I feel like this guy makes sense? Big guy, what monster did you encounter? Before dying, pass on the message to everyone so they can prepare. Makes sense, huh? To the one above, most bone spears circulating in the market were made by the big guy. Do you dare say you've never bought a bone spear to kill monsters? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Conscience? Can conscience be eaten? You keep calling him big guy, why doesn't he share his food supplies with everyone watching so many people freeze to death? How come those hunting hunters are still inflating food prices? Right, we're not forcing him to sell bone spears. Isn't he also taking our logs and stones in exchange for them? He's so powerful, having crafted so many bone spears, yet we've never seen him give them away for free. Oh, now you're representing us again, really putting a green onion in a pig's nose. Trying to look like something you're not. Suddenly a message interrupted the chat bubbles. Fishing Master Lu Ruoyan keenly sensed the aura of moral coercion and quickly arrived on the scene once again, showcasing her impressive attacking power. I thought you learned your lesson after being scolded 2 days ago. Turns out you're like a goldfish with a memory of only 7 seconds. You stay in your own den afraid to move, while others go out and kill the mutated creatures, bringing them back to sell as weapons. Care to guess who they're sold to? Stone spears can defeat agile type 1 mutated creatures, but they require brains and agility. That bone spear is indeed sold to you, who have a simple mind but undeveloped limbs. Due to her overwhelming attack power and wide range, many people were hurt while lying down. It's not me, sister. Even the clumsy ones get scolded. Do I have to get scolded too? Sister, scolding is fine, but please don't bring me into it, sob sob. Since childhood, I've been suited for baby bus. Oh, I only dare to play AI in the training camp when playing King of Glory, and when playing PUBG I'm 10 shots short without aimbot. I have to play the invincible version of Plants vs. Zombies. It's not about being a bro, whether it's AI or invincible mode. What fun is there in using cheats? If Sister Yin doesn't scold you, I will. Cheaters deserve it. Cheaters are indeed miserable, have some dignity. The smoke of war rose, and the new cyber battlefield showed signs of a resurgence. Wang Ting acted as a mediator to calm both sides. In the last chaotic battle, his alliance barely made a mark, and he hadn't participated much. But now he could be considered a person of some stature, and the alliance's shelves represented the livelihoods of countless people. When he spoke, everyone still listened. At least they all resorted to private messages to hurl insults at each other. The regional channel suddenly became much cleaner. Yet no one could produce anything useful to help Jiang Mian. Wang Tong went to check the alliance's warehouse to see if there were any mental-type items. Zhou Xian was passionately urging the hunters not to hide anything. If they had anything, they should take it out. The top would not treat them unfairly. In the Pine Grove's wooden house, Zhou Xinghua, who had just finished shooting a dozen mutated creatures outside the window, climbed into bed to prepare for sleep. She needed to get up early to work tomorrow. Before sleeping, she glanced at the regional channel and saw the big news. She furrowed her brow, her almond-shaped eyes filled with worry. The Void Nightmare feared the flash released by Jiang Mian, but soon realized that using this technique consumed a tremendous amount of energy only recoverable through leveling up. Thus it remained hidden in the void, allowing other aberrations to expend his energy. Even in this state, it was unable to inflict harm upon Jiang Mian. Yet it believed that there would come a moment when Jiang Mian's mental power would be exhausted. For behind it lay an endless army of aberrations. Jiang Mian was also aware of the opponent's calculations. He could only use the flash when the larger foes were to attack the hardened wall. In all other instances, he relied on crossbows and other weapons to deal with them, aiming to minimize the consumption of his mental power. He still had 10 bottles of low-level mental recovery potions. Each bottle restored 10 points of mental energy, totaling 100 points for 10 bottles. He had scoffed at them the night before, but now understood how precious they truly were. Once a person leaves the sanctuary, their primary means of attack becomes themselves. The Void Nightmare drifted far away, and once it distanced itself from Jiang Mian, the eye wrapped in the collar finally opened again, revealing a mocking expression. That was the expression of a higher being toying with its prey. Jiang Mian repelled the charge of the aberration army, once more calculating the number of times he could use the flash in his mind. In both channels, no one could improve his situation. He had considered this outcome, but had held some hope beforehand. Some were indifferent, even gleeful about his plight, while others were simply powerless. He felt a bit anxious but remained composed. The mist obstructed his vision, making it unclear how many monsters surrounded him, which contributed to his unease. However, the recent clash with the Void Nightmare had given him insight into its information. Its stats were not exaggerated, hence, he did not panic. It was not invincible. Injuries would lead to death. He had always believed in this. The eye seemed to hold the advantage, appearing to be superior. In reality, it was deliberately keeping its distance from Jiang Mian, allowing other aberrations to engage first to consume his energy, which was also a form of helplessness. This behavior gradually led Jiang Mian to new conjectures. Could it be that when the opponent attacked him it would expose itself in reality? The only time he had harmed the Void Nightmare was when it was in the midst of launching an attack. These aberrations followed the arrangements of the Void Nightmare. Even those who had developed intelligence and feared death still obeyed orders without hesitation, aware that advancing would lead to their demise. He had to capture the leader first. Only by killing the Void Nightmare could he avert the crisis. He was unaware of how many monsters there were, and likewise the Void Nightmare was uncertain of how many levels he could still gain. He needed to feign weakness, pretend that his upgrade opportunities were exhausted, and act as if he was out of options to lure the Void Nightmare into attacking. Only when it exposed itself in reality could he harm it. Then he would exchange injury for injury. After leveling up to 18, Jiang Mian swayed slightly, steadying himself against the handrail behind him. He gasped for air, and his hand holding the crossbow began to tremble, slowing his shooting speed. Several large foes charged toward the edge of the hardened wall, yet he did not activate the flash, his eyes fixed on the movements of the large foes, as if waiting for something. When the large foe raised its fists to strike, the hardened wall cracks appeared on the surface and debris began to rain down. Two had already clung to the wall, their corpulent bodies climbing over. Only then did Jiang Mian raise his hand, unleashing a burst of white light. The power of the flash was significantly weaker than before, precisely controlled to just empty the majority of the large foe's health. The range was also reduced, with the monsters at the back hardly affected. After using the flash 6 times, Jiang Mian did not level up again, but instead fumbled for a potion, trembling as he drank it. When he raised his hand again, a hint of concern appeared in his eyes. That pale eye observed everything, its mockery now tinged with scrutiny, as if calculating how much longer he could endure. After drinking 4 potions, Jiang Mian took out the last bottle of potion, the action of unscrewing the cap particularly slow, as if he were reluctant to part with it. The 10 milliliters potion took him 3 sips to finish. The bottle slipped from his hand, rolling into the snow. A look of determined to die appeared in his eyes as he straightened his chest, attempting to intimidate the Void Nightmare with bluffing. The Void Nightmare finally showed some reaction. The speed of several rings began to accelerate, invisible energy gathering, brewing for the next fierce attack. A hole was smashed into the hardened wall in the south, and the large foes howled with excitement. They had broken through the front line. Agile Type 1 aberrations began to burrow and charging toward the watchtower. Jiang Mian looked down at them with unwillingness and released the flash. The incoming Agile Type 1 aberrations instantly turned to black ash. Simultaneously, the Void Nightmare's figure vanished from the spot, the falling snowflakes slowed, and the air grew thick, as if a tsunami was about to arrive. As the white light dissipated, an invisible tide surged toward Jiang Mian, ruthlessly engulfing the diminutive figure. It was heavy and oppressive, rendering his mind numb. He gritted his teeth to avoid bending over, merely swaying slightly, eyes closed, blood trickling from the 1 second, half a second. The rings of the Void Nightmare suddenly accelerated, adjusting their trajectory, the originally closed rings slowly separating, revealing 2 crescent-shaped gaps, as a thick ink burst forth from the pale eye, enveloping the entire eyeball. The eye approached the crescent gaps, a breath of deathly silence washing over him. Jiang Mian opened his eyes, and a surge of light erupted from his forehead, 8 times the intensity of the flash. Having consecutively leveled up to 21, his mental value reached 81. 6. He directly consumed 80 points of mental power to unleash 8 times the damage. Aiming for a lethal strike, the white light pierced through the crescent gaps, shooting directly into the eye enveloped in ink. The ink burst forth from the surface of the eyeball, splattering everywhere and sizzling in the snow. The Void Nightmare's rings suddenly stiffened, all rotation ceasing, as if its lifeline had been gripped. The pale eyeball filled with disbelief, its surface cracking with countless fissures like a shattered porcelain bowl. Then the rings began to disintegrate, each breaking one after the other, producing crisp, snapping sounds, scattering all over the ground. Life 3300, current life 03300. You have slain the level 18 Void Nightmare Lord. Experience 900. You have become the world's first survivor to kill a Lord-level mutated creature, earning the title Light of Dawn. Your previous habits have been recorded. Would you like to continue reporting anonymously? Title Light of Dawn. Description: a deeper darkness shrouds the path ahead. You are the first to tear through the long night. Effect: inflicts an additional 5 damage to Lord-level creatures, gaining the special effect Duel. No. Jiang Mian's voice was weak, a side effect of the dizziness following the depletion of his mental power. There were still many monsters around. He resisted the urge to level up, and instead drank 2 bottles of mental recovery potions. This Lord-level creature was cunning and powerful, but the experience it provided was undoubtedly worthy of its status. 900 experience, he was quickly catching up to the experience he had gained the previous night. Jiang Mian was now level 21, while the surrounding monsters were mostly below level 11. The experience gained from killing them was only 10-0, and once the level difference exceeded 15, killing monsters yielded no experience at all. After the death of the Void Nightmare, the number of charging large foes decreased, but more low-intelligence large foes and agile type 1 aberrations continued to charge forward. One side of the hardened wall already had a hole, and if he wanted to avoid close combat, he had to unleash the flash. This required leveling up. Jiang Mian was reluctant to waste his upgrade opportunities on these monsters. His level was currently high, which meant he would likely gain very little experience over the next few days. Being near the monster spawning area, there were too many unknowns. Leveling up now would be equivalent to overdrawing his chances of leveling up when facing danger in the future. Yet if he didn't level up, he couldn't return. Forget it, preserving my life is the priority. As Jiang Mian sighed and prepared to level up, a message prompt broke the deadlock. Brother, are you okay? I found 5 blue stones again. Oh, I don't know if they will be useful to you. When one is sleepy, someone will deliver a pillow. Jiang Mian praised Zhou Xinghua 1,000 times in his heart and immediately accepted the 5 Hampa stones she offered. Adding the one from before triggering his talent, he now had 12 stones. 5 for crafting the ice arrow towers, leaving 7 as energy to launch 70 small area damage ice arrows. Checking the time, it was nearly 10 o'clock. This meant that the young girl still resolutely collected Hampa stones, even when mutant monsters might appear nearby. Was it just because she saw his words in the regional channel? Clearly 2 days ago, after suffering misfortune, he had still looked like a person lamenting his fate. This person can be dealt with. Jiang Mian replied with a thank you, and quickly began to manufacture the ice arrow towers. Crafting the ice arrow towers would take 1 minute, and during that minute he had to face it alone. In the end, after using up all the mental recovery potions, Jiang Mian still leveled up to level 22. The silhouettes of the 2 ice arrow towers stood tall in the mist, ready to output damage. After Jiang Mian added the Hampa stones, a faint blue halo swirled above the 2 towers, emanating whoosh, whoosh. The 2 towers alternately fired arrows, each arrow hitting the elite monsters charging in front, primarily damaging the big ones, and splattering damage onto the agile type 1 mutants. Watching the blue light trails intertwine and circle in the mist, Jiang Mian leaned against the handrail to rest his taut nerves finally relaxed. He reached up to touch his lower lip, which had recovered, but still felt phantom pain. How could I have been so ruthless back then? Just biting, without hesitation. And now with my tongue lively and kicking, as the ancients said, biting one's own tongue to die, breaking one's tongue truly hurts. Scalding blood filled his mouth within seconds. He thought he was dying. This mist truly takes lives. How did that Lord-level monster come out, and why are there so many elite monsters? Did that level 11 big guy go back to bring reinforcements? If you don't cut the roots, the weeds will grow back with the spring breeze. These mutants are truly despicable. From now on, whenever I see one, I will kill it. Jiang Mian immediately sentenced all mutants to death. He had thought that as these creatures leveled up and gained intelligence, they would be able to communicate. Now it seemed at their core they still harbored the most fundamental malice towards survivors. Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. You can't reason with a sheep when it comes to a wolf. Sooner or later, he would cover the entire mountain with ice arrow towers. Building all the way from the peak of the snow mountain to the monster spawner, he would kill any monster that poked its head out. He would block the spring water. Once everything settled, Jiang Mian felt drowsy and couldn't help but yawn. After waiting 2 to 3 minutes and seeing no more monsters appear, he jumped down from the lookout tower, disassembled the monster corpses, and collected the dropped treasure chests. Throughout the night, his warehouse gained a total of 76 black iron chests and 26 bronze chests. The Lord-level Nightmare dropped bronze chests upon death. Jiang Mian had never felt so affluent at any moment in his life. Now he could claim he was as rich as a nation, no, as rich as a region, and it would hold some truth. The survivor community seemed to be lagging behind a bit too much. Before the tidal wave of monsters arrived, this situation was likely the norm. Although he could craft a large number of bone spears and hard armor shields, it would be difficult to sell them all in the region. He could make them, but everyone had no money to buy. With insufficient domestic demand, he needed to sell his goods to other regions to earn foreign currency. However, he couldn't sell directly to other regions. He inevitably had to sell to people in the world channel first, and then let them sell it on. With layers of price increases collecting transaction fees, he wouldn't earn much. The principle of harvesting leeks is to let them grow quickly so that they can be harvested repeatedly. To encourage everyone in the region to actively produce, he needed to help them survive the first disaster 3 days later. Once they survived the disaster and killed hundreds of mutants, each of them would likely reach level 8 or even beyond. At that time, their strength and stamina would be high enough to chop trees, mine minerals, and their productivity would soar. Of course, Jiang Mian swept through the regional channel's discussions and saw many who did not wish him well, some even using harsh words. These people initially didn't know if he was alive or dead, and they spoke with enthusiasm, as if they were kicking him when he was down. Once the world announcement rang out, and they saw Jiang Mian kill a Lord-level monster, their attitudes changed completely. How funny it is. For these people, Jiang Mian naturally would adhere to the theory of the jungle law: the weak are prey to the strong, and the fittest survive, while the weak are eliminated. Let them fend for themselves. He thought they were like monkeys. If they had any grievances, they should go look for Darwin. With half an hour left to the shelter, Jiang Mian put away the 2 towers and quickly ran northeast. Upon reaching his doorstep, Zhang the blacksmith and Lin Kuan were sitting on the outer wall, eagerly scanning the surroundings. After Jiang Mian had been away for 2 or 3 hours, they thought something unfortunate had happened. From a distance, he spotted flickering flames, and Zhang the blacksmith jumped off the wall and walked towards the light. Seeing Jiang Mian, the man in his 40s was unexpectedly teary-eyed. "Young master, I thought you had left me behind." Zhang the blacksmith cried with tears streaming down his face. Jiang Mian was indeed a master he could hardly encounter even with a lantern. Having lived for decades, he had been treated like a beast by others. Only by Jiang Mian's side did he regain his dignity as a human. In the field of forging, Jiang Mian regarded him as a master and sought his advice in everything. For the first time in his life, he felt that being a blacksmith was something to be proud of. Go away, I'm not dead yet." Seeing the tears and snot smeared on himself, Jiang Mian disdainfully pushed him away. "Nothing happened at home, right?" he asked again. "Young master, you've built the shelter as sturdy as a copper wall and iron bastion. There won't be any mistakes." Zhang the blacksmith looked around Jiang Mian, inspecting him from head to toe. Seeing that he wasn't missing an arm or a leg, he finally felt relieved. Passing through 2 layers of secure walls, Jiang Mian returned to the kingdom loyal to him. Had he encountered that Lord-level monster in the shelter, it definitely wouldn't have been as life-threatening as it was in the myth. With 2 layers of hard armor walls, rows of archery platforms, throwing machines, and the burning effect of sacred fire, other mutants posed no threat to him at all. The shelter itself also had a 24 damage reduction effect, which applied to all types and attributes of damage. Not to mention the 3 instances of true damage, dealing 10 of max health. Judgment of sacred fire. Each survivor can only build 1 shelter, which is the most powerful tool in this world of survival. "Rest early, tomorrow I will expand the shelter." Jiang Mian patted Zhang the blacksmith on the shoulder, hugged Lin Kuan again, and then walked upstairs. He needed a bigger house, a wider range of sacred fire, taller, longer, and sturdier walls, and more powerful attack structures. Since it wasn't safe outside the shelter, it was simple: turn the entire outside into his shelter. Upgrading the level 5 shelter to level 6 has no model demonstration. Jiang Mian himself is unsure of what the upgraded shelter will look like, how many houses it will have, or how many floors. The level 6 shelter requires a rock core, which is rated E, the same level as the Hampa stone. Item: rock core. Quality. Description: the essence of rock condensed over millions of years of geological movement. Effect: allows the structure to blend with the natural environment. The phrase "blend with the natural environment" suggests a monumental project. He was very tired that night. Lying in bed, he did not think much and quickly fell asleep. On the morning of the 5th day, Jiang Mian got up and sold another batch of bone spears, gathering enough materials to upgrade the shelter to level 6. 8,000 stones, 5,000 logs, 1,000 sticks, and 50 rock cores. With a single command of upgrade, the materials vanished from the warehouse, transforming into streams of light that flew toward the main stone house. A pale white glow enveloped the entire shelter. Upgrading to level 6 shelter in progress. Scanning the environment, detected compatible facilities, stone walls, farmland. Detected non-compliant rabbit farm. Detected a river can be transformed into a pond, requires 500 stones. Please confirm the shelter's layout. This is feasible. Jiang Mian looked at the floating model of the shelter before him and began to make modifications. The main building of the shelter remained a large stone house, now upgraded to 3 stories. After integrating the rock core, the walls of the stone house became seamless, resembling a room carved from the mountain, merging with the mountain wall behind. On the left and right were 2 small houses, one turned into a breeding ground, and the other into a storage room. The breeding ground is divided into 2 parts, outdoor and indoor. The outdoor area is fenced, serving as a space for animals to move around, while the indoor area provides shelter from wind and rain, and serves as a resting area. The new breeding ground, like the main building, features rock walls that appear naturally formed and can fully withstand wind and snow. The farmland was adjusted, and the stone walls and watchtowers were also relocated according to the new layout of the shelter. Due to the appearance of the pond, some segments of the inner and outer walls needed to be expanded, so Jiang Mian built new solid walls for reinforcement. After adjustments, the new shelter was generated quickly. Jiang Mian noticed that within the inner walls, several buildings had left ample square spaces, as if some locations were deliberately reserved for specific constructions. The guiding prompts from the survival system answered his questions. After upgrading to level 6, the shelter can choose to become a territory of a specific evolution route. Each shelter can select one evolution route, and upon selection, and unlocking specific architectural blueprints for that evolution route will be obtained. Available evolution routes are as follows. Spirit Territory. Unlock conditions. The shelter owner must possess any magical ability 1, submit any attribute stone of wind, fire, water, earth, thunder, light, or darkness 10. Description: all things are born with spirit. This is an evolution route related to supernatural abilities. Silver Territory. Unlock conditions. Submit wrought iron 10, or wrought copper 10, or wrought silver 1. Description: silver is the sheen of metal, metal is the carrier of machinery, machinery is the creation of technology. This is an evolution route related to technology. Eerie Territory. Unlock conditions. Submit any ordinary aberration material 100, elite level aberration material 10. Description: you disassemble their bones, peel off their skin, and gradually merge with them. This is an evolution route related to aberrations. Divine Territory. Unlock conditions. Submit any divine relic 1. Description: they have existed, they have shown, and they have vanished in ancient myths. This is an evolution route related to deities. In total, there are 4 different evolution routes for territories. Through the descriptions and unlock conditions, Jiang Mian could roughly infer what they were all related to. The Spirit Territory relates to attributes and magic. Some buildings, such as the Ice Arrow Tower, should belong to this branch's creations. The Silver Territory is the easiest to understand. It essentially follows the technological route leading to mechanical ascension. This is also the route that human civilization took before his transmigration. Stone tools, bronze tools, iron tools, steam engines, coal, electricity, information technology, nuclear energy. The Eerie Territory is related to aberrations, and the phrase merge with them gives Jiang Mian a sense of betrayal, no matter how he reads it. This route likely utilizes the powers of mutated creatures to develop the territory. The final Divine Territory only requires the submission of one item to unlock. However, regarding deities, unless Jiang Mian has witnessed them with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed they truly existed in this world. Initially, when he heard Lin Kuan and others speak of divine guidance, he thought it was merely a pious expression. From the perspective of adapting to local conditions, Jiang Mian's shelter is near a monster spawn point, where he is most likely to encounter aberrations, making the choice of the Eerie Territory's evolution direction quite fitting. Yet the final Divine Territory always holds a certain allure for Jiang Mian. The unlock conditions for the other territories seem relatively easy to achieve, while the Divine Territory is likely the hardest to unlock. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Logically, the hardest to unlock should also be the strongest. Moreover, Jiang Mian has seen deities. Unlocking the Divine Territory should not be impossible for him. Before the shelter reaches level 6, survivors can obtain items and materials related to supernatural abilities, technology, and aberrations in the survival world. This process feels like an exploration and sensation for the survivors. Ultimately, whether supernatural abilities are stronger, or if the power of technology is greater, or if aberrations are the mightiest, survivors had their own answers in mind after a few days. For Jiang Mian, the strongest enhancement item he obtained over the past few days was a basic sunlight potion made from diluted divine spirit blood, and the strongest status effect was the blessing of the divine spirit. The effects they provided felt as if it was like cheating. After some deliberation, Jiang Mian made a decision. I choose the Divine Territory. No divine relic detected. Detected that you possess the blessing of the divine spirit, flashing spirit. Upon evaluation, you have gained the recognition of the divine spirit, and thus shall unlock the Divine Territory. Do you confirm? Once this option is confirmed, it cannot be changed. The chosen deity will be related to the future development of the Divine Territory. After confirmation, you will obtain the blueprint for the initial divine building altar. Confirm. Seeing that the blessing of flashing spirit can directly bypass the submission of the divine relic process, Jiang Mian was somewhat taken aback. When he goes back to that experiment, he must thank flashing spirit properly. You have obtained the Divine Territory. You have obtained the blueprint for the initial divine building altar. Triggered the talent builder's dream, you gain Divine Territory 2. Since it is detected that only one Divine Territory can exist, the properties of the second Divine Territory are erased, and you gain an attributeless Territory 1. Huh. Jiang Mian was stunned, unable to respond for a long time. Is the Divine Territory also the dream of the builder is still in motion. To build a territory, this is truly a dream. A territory without attributes, could it allow me to choose another evolution path? Jiang Mian anxiously checked the information about the territory without attributes. Territory without attributes. Description: a thing created for unknown reasons. Effect: after meeting specific territory unlocking conditions, a particular evolution path can be obtained. Is this the charm of inscribed talent? For the second territory evolution path, I will choose the territory of deception. I currently have a large amount of mutated biological materials, which should be useful in this evolution path. Jiang Mian glanced at the hundreds of corpses of aberrant creatures piled up in the warehouse which he had yet to decompose. He was troubled about how to deal with them. You have obtained the territory of deception. You have acquired the blueprint for the basic deception building aberrant furnace. There was no re-triggering of the talent. It should be similar to the previous building material trading mechanism where items that have been doubled once cannot trigger the talent again. Jiang Mian took out the aberrant furnace and the altar to check their information. The altar is a building constructed with divine materials and stones that can provide certain beneficial effects within the entire territory specifically related to the deity being worshipped. The aberrant furnace is rather intriguing. By inputting mutated biological materials, it can produce aberrant creatures belonging to the survivors. It sounds very much like a necromancer. Currently the recipes unlocked in the aberrant furnace are as follows: 100 bones of aberrant creatures can produce a skeleton soldier. Adding the above conditions with 1 pale hard armor and 2 pieces of odd skin can produce a skeleton general. If I add a phantom stone, I can produce a phantom skeleton mage. The phantom stone is a grade material drop from the lord level monster Jiang Mian killed last night. In that case, the bones of those aberrant creatures he previously decomposed will finally find their purpose. An agile type 1 aberrant creature drops 4 bones, and decomposing 25 of them can create a skeleton soldier. He had killed over 1,000 agile type 1 aberrant creatures. After building the aberrant furnace, he could immediately raise an army of 40 skeleton generals. With his financial resources, he could equip each skeleton with shields and bone spears, or even crossbows. All that is left is a magnificent mount to lead the entire army. With money rely on technology, without money rely on mutation. Having money and mutation is truly perverse. Jiang Mian found a suitable open space and began to construct the aberrant furnace. The required materials are all related to aberrant creatures: 100 bones of aberrant creatures, 20 pieces of odd skin, and 5 hard armor shields. After submitting the materials, a round white furnace appeared in the open space with 2 pale eyes on its head that followed Jiang Mian's movements, constantly watching him. It was as if it were alive. Jiang Mian retrieved materials from the warehouse and first created 10 skeletons. The skeleton general equipped with pale hard armor naturally possesses armor, stands about 2 meters tall, has strong limbs, and the ghostly blue flames in its eye sockets exude an aura of intimidation. Race skeleton general, level 5 life, 250 strength, 24 stamina, 20 speed, 18 spirit. 6 description: a low-level aberrant creature with immense strength. Its hard exterior can withstand most physical damage. Jiang Mian placed the hard armor shield and bone spear in front of one of the skeleton generals to test its intelligence shield. The skeleton general received the command, lowered its head to look at the 2 items on the ground, and then pointed to the bones. Jiang Mian clenched his fist. The skeleton general retracted its hand and pointed to the hard armor shield beside it. That's right, very obedient. Very obedient, my foot. I can't expect much from a spirit of 6, but it's good enough that it can follow orders. Jiang Mian did not expect them to perform complex tasks. The skeleton general's attributes are similar to those of a level 10 survivor, which is already quite acceptable. They cannot be directly compared to survivors. Do aberrant creatures feel fatigue? If they don't, letting them chop trees or mine continuously. They need food, and even the wind and rain won't bother them. Perhaps other aberrant creatures will see the skeleton generals as kin and thus not attack them. This would allow the skeleton generals to mine day and night. To the south of the shelter there is an iron mine discovered days ago, and he was troubled about how to handle it. Let the ordinary skeleton soldiers do the mining. The skeleton generals still have some combat power and are premium bodyguards for other survivors. Jiang Mian thought of a good idea. Not everyone is suited for combat. Some survivors have never killed an aberrant. When survivors encounter danger, it is difficult to receive support due to being hundreds of miles apart. However, item trading can transcend space. He might be able to assemble a team of skeleton thugs specifically to help people deal with aberrant creatures. One skeleton general may not be a match for a similarly powered type 1 aberrant creature, but what about 5 or 10? He also equipped the skeleton generals with weapons and armor. Of course, the premise is that the skeleton generals can be recognized as tradable objects by the survivor system. Jiang Mian created 3 ordinary skeleton soldiers and scanned them with his wristband. In the next moment, the 3 skeleton soldiers disappeared from their place and appeared in the system space. This is feasible. Jiang Mian sent these 3 skeleton soldiers to Zhou Xinghua, instructing 2 of them to chop locust trees, while the remaining 1 followed her to collect froststone. The skeleton soldiers are level 2, with 100 life points, and other attributes are around 12. Zhou Xinghua, who went to bed late last night, still managed to wake up on time before sunrise, grabbing her weapon and searching along the river for froststone. Halfway through she noticed her boss sent her 3 items. The items are named skeleton soldier. Zhou Xinghua curiously clicked to receive. 3 figures half a head taller than her appeared around her, startling her. She raised the hard armor shield in front of her, wondering what she had done wrong to make her boss send monsters to kill her. After waiting for a long time, she realized that these three figures had no intention of attacking her. Two of the skeleton creatures held stone axes, looking around in confusion at the surrounding trees. Not monsters. She raised her spear and tapped one of the skeleton creatures on the head. The skeleton creature did not retaliate, but instead raised its bony hand to scratch the spot she had just tapped. Half a minute later, she finished reading the message sent by Jiang Mian, understanding that these were sent by her boss to assist. Two of them are chopping trees while one is responsible for security. She felt like she and her boss were from two different worlds. Is he really a survivor? How come while others are playing a wilderness survival game, he has turned it into a necromancer's realm? Regardless, her boss still remembered her kindness. With a piece of meat to eat, she could have her soup. Zhou Xinghua straightened her back. So am I also becoming a contractor? Having my own cattle and horses? My own employees? Very good, from now on you'll be called De Go, you'll be Air Go, and you'll be San Go. After testing the intelligence of the skeletons several times, Jiang Mian called for Zhang the blacksmith, instructing him to take 20 skeleton soldiers to craft secondary crossbows and exquisite crossbows. Zhang alone was too slow. Jiang Mian needed to produce a large number of weapons and armor in the coming days to help other survivors in the area survive the disaster 2 days later, such as crossbows, stone walls, strange leather armor, and skeleton legions. The crossbows and strange leather armor would be traded directly, while the stone walls would be provided by the other party, and the skeleton legion would be rented, as the control over the skeletons remained in Jiang Mian's hands. This series of plans formed a disaster shelter package. These survivors definitely couldn't afford the price right now, but they could issue IOUs. Each survivor would encounter 4 waves of monsters during the monster tide, each wave consisting of hundreds. If Jiang Mian could collect all these corpses, he could conjure up hundreds, or even thousands of skeleton monsters after the monster tide. Decomposing monster corpses was quite troublesome. It took dozens of minutes to break down a single corpse with tools. Many survivors were too busy chopping trees and collecting stones to spare the time for this. The aberrations killed at night would be sold to the Merchant Alliance or the Hunters Guild, and Jiang Mian would eventually receive a certain percentage of the decomposition materials. Demanding these corpses later would be mutually beneficial. Before that, Jiang Mian needed to gather prominent figures in the area to act as witnesses. If anyone chose to go back on their word, they would face consequences. Feeling that he had leveled up and grown stronger. That was good. In the future, he could impose trade bans on such survivors in the trading domain. This method was something Wang Ting should excel at. Food, wrought iron, and weapons. All these resources depended on others. There was no shortage of food. With a mine and a furnace at home, truly capable individuals were few and far between. Moreover, if someone had become so powerful, they wouldn't need Jiang Mian's help and could survive the monster tide on their own. When issuing IOU, survivors were not allowed to be anonymous and had to provide their identification numbers clearly. In the future, if Jiang Mian had the capability, he could personally lead the skeleton army to parade in front of those survivors' doorsteps. Also, they would have to face the monster tide themselves next time. The last wave of the monster tide would definitely spawn elite monsters, while the next aberration tide might spawn lord-level monsters as the final wave. Level 18 lords and level 21 Jiang Mian both barely managed to win. 1,000 level 1 agile aberrations were enough for survivors to level up from level 1 to level 14. Due to the mechanism of not gaining experience from level differences over level 15, ordinary survivors could at most reach level 16 or 17 after the monster tide. Even if all free attribute points were allocated to spirit along the way, he would only have 30 or 40 spirit points by then. Could this amount of spirit points contend with the nightmares? Not to mention the speed at which monsters enhanced in this survival world far exceeded human imagination. In fact, for Jiang Mian, now crafting stone walls and selling crossbows and leather armor wouldn't cost him many resources. Even if some individuals ultimately did not repay their debts, Jiang Mian wouldn't suffer too much loss. He still had about 100 treasure chests lying unopened in his warehouse. Even if the shelter were upgraded to level 6, with 50 slots in the warehouse, each slot having a stacking limit of 1,000, Jiang Mian still felt it wouldn't be sufficient. Helping others to enhance the productivity of the entire area was always profitable for Jiang Mian. After a fruitful night, he took a long time to craft leather armor and bone spears, and now was the perfect time to check on the progress of the other survivors. On the 5th day, dozens of individuals on the world leaderboard had broken through level 10 and accessed bronze treasure chests. A small number of bronze treasure chests also began to spawn in the wilderness, with about dozens appearing in each area. The progress of the survivors would reach a new level. Why use well? The blueprints for iron tools and magical buildings obtainable from bronze treasure chests could effectively counter elite monsters. However, that also required the ability to craft them. The reality was that after a few lucky ones obtained such blueprints, they looked at the wrought iron and XX stones on them, feeling helpless. Any survivor who obtained the blueprint for the crucial building that could smelt iron or would not be foolish enough to produce several furnaces to sell. Collecting iron ore or black iron treasure chests and then smelting them into wrought iron to share profits with the material providers would ensure a lifetime of sustenance. The bright path lay laid out before them. For this reason in Jiang Mian's area, there were only 3 or 4 who could smelt iron ore. On the other hand, mining iron ore was also a significant issue. There were only a few survivors capable of mining iron ore in the entire area, barely a dozen. Even if there were iron ore around the shelters of other survivors, they like Jiang Mian were dozens of kilometers away from the iron ore, and without transportation a round trip wouldn't be enough time in a day, let alone mining. At night, everyone had to return to the shelter. Those who could mine iron ore produced only dozens of iron ores a day, enough to make just a few dozen wrought iron. Once Jiang Mian sent the skeleton army to mine, tirelessly digging day and night, without rest, the yield would soon surpass that of the entire area. Aside from wrought iron, everyone had never even heard of attribute gems like ice soul stones. Through testing, Jiang Mian found that ice soul stones were considered water attribute gems, while rock cores were earth attribute gems. All these stones were materials that could unlock domain of spirits. They were not easily obtainable. Even on Jiang Mian's side, the rock core was taken from the divine laboratory, and the ice soul stone was found thanks to Zhou Xinggua's talent of Child of Destiny. Others did not have such fortuitous encounters. Ultimately, most of these blueprints were merely for show. Flamestone. Who has ever seen Flamestone? I encountered a bronze treasure chest this morning, and after opening it I obtained the blueprint for the Crimson Flame Arrow Tower capable of dealing magic damage. With this treasure, I won't have to envy those who got ability attribute fruits anymore. Don't ask. 10 minutes ago there was already someone in the world channel asking about various gems. In the end, everyone searched in their respective areas, but found nothing. I feel these gems are not as good as attribute fruits, which directly grant abilities and can be used right after consumption. I have a hunch that these gems will only appear in the next 7 days after the monster tide. So how do we survive the monster tide? The last wave will definitely spawn elite monsters. Apart from magic, the only option left is the crossbows from the Merchant Alliance, but if the user's strength is too low, they won't be effective as damage is linked to strength. Therefore, in the next few nights, we should kill more agile I-type aberrations to level up, allocating all free attribute points to strength, striving to break through to 20 strength. Otherwise, it won't be useful even if we get a crossbow. No rush. The first few waves of the monster tide are all small monsters, a few hundred, enough for leveling up. No rush. Don't forget that the monsters in the monster tide are all enhanced and not affected by holy fire. Without holy fire, agile I-type aberrations can't break through defenses with stone spears. We must use the bone spears for my level up alone expert. The experts sell too few, but it's always a struggle to grab one. Right, the expert killed the lord level monsters last night and leveled up to 22. Can you help us think of a way? Of course, I am willing to pay whatever I can to achieve this. Come on, does the expert even care about your worthless promises? I can take out a loan. As long as I survive the monster tide, I'll have my revenge in 30 years, level up to the teens, and I can repay the debt to the expert. Indeed, in this survival world, there are no legal constraints. If you take out a loan and then don't repay, there's no way to deal with you. Why would the expert be willing? Yeah, last night, there were a bunch of people hoping the expert would fall. It was truly disheartening to see. Not to mention the trust has collapsed. We need a blood oath from 10,000 people to invite the expert back, and then we can supervise each other. Anyone who dares to owe the expert will be targeted in the trading area every day. We'll set a blood oath from 10,000 people. In less than half an hour, the number of survivors participating in the joint request on the regional channel surpassed 5,000. The flood of 10,000 blood letters quickly reached Jiang Mian's ears. At this moment, he was still pondering how to initiate the conversation, but it turned out to be a two-way effort, which saved him some trouble. No one in the entire region understood how to resist the monster tide better than Jiang Mian, because he had truly witnessed it before. After reviewing the requests of these people, Jiang Mian began to speak. He first introduced the characteristics of the 2 types of aberrant creatures, detailing his observations of them over the past few days. Currently, there are 2 key points for survivors to combat the monster tide. Once the holy fire loses its effectiveness, the high-speed attributes of the agile type 1 aberrant will be fully displayed, and according to the specifications, the monsters appear in waves. At this time, something is needed to restrict their attacks. Ordinary wooden barriers are too low and weak, unable to withstand the continuous attacks of agile type 1 aberrants. However, stone walls can. Jiang Mian naturally began to promote his stone walls, which are 5 meters long and 3 meters high, requiring 100 stones along with core defensive materials, the latter being related to the effectiveness of the stone walls. Tests have shown that the pale hardshell dropped by elite monsters when used as core defensive materials to create hardshell walls can basically ignore the damage from agile type 1 aberrants. The next tier of materials will be less effective. As long as everyone provides materials, he can help them craft for free. Boss, are you serious? Free. As soon as the word free was spoken, the survivors expressed disbelief. They certainly hoped for a selfless benefactor to help them without charge, but that seemed a bit idealistic. In just 4 or 5 days, they had witnessed plenty of deceit and cunning. Now that the boss mentioned free help, they were instead unsettled. Facing their doubts, Jiang Mian did not resort to pleasantries, but stated directly one wall requires 100 stones. It would be quite good if you can gather enough for 4 walls to encircle yourselves in 2 days. I could raise the price to 150 stones, or even 200 stones, but can you afford that? This. Boss, please don't be so brutally honest, get hurt one of my friends. You're right, I'm currently level 5, and I've allocated all my free attribute points to strength. If I go chop trees and mine stones, I might barely gather enough for 3 walls by the day after tomorrow. Boss, if we have walls, what about weapons? You said those walls are 3 meters high, how do we deal with the monsters? Exactly, and there are elite monsters whose defenses we cannot break. The other key point you want to make is about this, right? Jiang Mian spoke frankly like a wise mentor, which unconsciously bridged the gap between them. The survivors became increasingly open in their discussions. Regarding weapons to deal with large groups of agile type 1 aberrants, I recommend archery platforms, which are compact, have a fast rate of fire, and crucially stone arrows are inexpensive. After the holy fire fails, agile type 1 aberrants will definitely congregate densely outside the stone walls, making it perfect for the archery platforms to perform. To deal with power type 1 aberrants, magical or high armor piercing weapons are necessary. I can't help you with the former, but you may have heard of the latter, which is the crossbow. As for crossbows, the survivors had previously discussed them. However, they only knew that crossbows were exclusive to the Merchant Alliance. Now that Jiang Mian mentioned he could provide crossbows, the survivors immediately became animated, recalling Wang Teng's previous behavior of borrowing a tiger's skin, concluding, so the crossbows were made by the boss. However, it was said that the crossbows used extremely scarce wrought iron and were produced in very limited quantities. How could there be enough for thousands of people? Boss, are you thinking of renting out the crossbows? But everyone will encounter elite monsters in the last wave of the monster tide, and borrowing might not be timely. Yes, boss, what should we do about this? They instinctively thought of renting as a solution. Iron resources were too. You don't need to worry about that, I just use them. It'll handle the wrought iron issue. I currently have 2 types of crossbows. The first type is a premium crossbow, which provides 20 physical penetration when using stone arrows, and approximately 20 strength is enough to break through elite monster defenses. However, as you know, wrought iron is very scarce, so I can't produce many. Therefore, I had someone modify it to create a secondary crossbow, which provides 15 physical penetration with stone arrows and requires 22 strength to break through elite monster defenses. The price for the former is 300 stones, while the latter is 150 stones. You probably won't be able to afford either price. That's fine. If you choose the secondary crossbow, once you survive the monster tide, you can repay me with the monster corpses. I also recommend everyone choose the secondary crossbow. Those who choose the premium crossbow will not only need to give me the monster corpses, but also repay me with an additional 150 stones. Of course, even with that, the number of crossbows might still not be enough for everyone, and this is naturally the flower language of the Elven King. The slow will lose out. Every night at 6 o'clock, I will announce the limited sale of secondary crossbows in the trading area. The quantity will be uncertain, and it will be first come first served. After the sale, I will publish a list marking those who choose to repay with monster corpses for everyone's supervision. Those who do not repay when the time comes should remember to keep their eyes open while sleeping, as I might appear at your home. After Jiang Mian announced the rules, the survivors fell into a brief silence. 2 seconds later, someone finally spoke. Is there such a good thing? The boss coming to my house in the middle of the night. You finished discussing the benefits, oh, what about the downsides? Boss, my cat can do backflips. This directly made Jiang Mian laugh in exasperation. According to his original plan, someone should have jumped out and said something like, what will you do if I don't repay you? Or say the classic line, you have so many crossbows. How about helping everyone? Instead, these survivors had become, weren't there quite a few people who could speak, well, last night? Why did they seem to regain their wits after he killed a Lord? Boss, I saw some regions in the World Channel have introduced district leaders. I think you are the most suitable for our region. Why not seize the opportunity and take office now? When people are united, even a mountain can be moved. It is indeed right to choose a leader. Hey, the fish I just caught has a scroll in its belly. It says level up, alone its fate. Now that you mention it, I suddenly remember finding a yellow dragon-patterned ancient outfit in a chest in the mountains yesterday. Your Majesty, it's getting cold, I put on your outer garment. They all started to cheer. Some were sincere while others had ulterior motives. If you become the leader, you will surely take care of those below, right? This was their consideration, but Jiang Mian never thought about such empty titles. He was very realistic. He had no relations with them, and if not for mutual benefit, he wouldn't care for anyone. For example, if one day a demon god descended and was unstoppable, he would undoubtedly be the first to flee. When in distress, one should focus on self-preservation, and when prosperous, one should benefit the world. In the days when Jiang Mian was carefree, he certainly wouldn't care about others. In the end, he rejected the idea, using Wang Teng's words, let Wang Teng take charge. He has the demeanor of a great emperor. To suppress all enemies in the world. After pushing the district head onto Wang Teng, Jiang Mian quickly logged off and returned to the main building to arrange the newly expanded rooms. The first and second floors now had 2 additional small rooms, each, while the third floor was structured similarly to the second, consisting of 7 small rooms. The rooms on the first floor were convenient for access, so Jiang Mian designated these 2 small rooms as storage. The empty spaces in the system warehouse were reserved for large quantities of materials such as logs, stones, and bones, as well as weapons and ammunition like stone arrows and stone spears. Items like clothing and bedding along with various food types were too numerous and could not be stacked in the system warehouse, requiring additional storage rooms for safekeeping. While arranging for Lin Kuan to assist with transporting the items, Jiang Mian began to open the treasure chests he had obtained last night. He opened the 76 black iron chests in groups of 20. Flour 30 gene yeast 8 packets sugar 4 gene peanut oil 1 barrel XX fish corn oil 1 barrel sesame oil 3 bottles. Bandages 10 alcohol 2 bottles iodine tincture 2 bottles compressed biscuits 1 box XX grams of potato chips 1 box French bread 2 boxes sled blueprint 1 low-level contract farmer 1 colored corn seeds 100 low-level contract fisherman 1 fishing boat blueprint 1 fishing nets 5. The blueprints found in the black iron chests were no longer of great importance to Jiang Mian, but the packaged food items were still quite useful. Items like biscuits and bread generally have a shelf life of over 6 months. They provide great peace of mind as long-term food reserves. 3 attribute fruits were produced, the first 2 respectively adding 5 points to strength and speed, while the last one was a 10-year-old peach. Item 10-year-old peach quality description: a rare fruit grown in a feng shui treasure land, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth for 10 years. Effect: consuming it grants 1 to all attributes, and upon first consumption, grants the ability gestation. Jiang Mian consumed the 3 fruits, and then checked the effect of the ability gestation. This is a wood attribute ability that accelerates seed germination and plant growth. However, with Jiang Mian's current mental power, using 10 points to accelerate the germination of a colored corn seed only resulted in a shoot of about 3 or 4 centimeters. What a good ability this is. He then summoned a little bunny using 10 points of mental power to hasten its growth. The young creature fell asleep in his palm, its omega-shaped mouth emitting a soft snore. There were no significant changes in its appearance. What use is this? Is it because my mental power is low? No, this gestation ability seems to be able to promote plant growth against the seasons, which in a sense is still effective. Jiang Mian dug out a patch of land, planted a dozen seeds, and began testing the range of the 10 points of mental power gestation effect. The final result was that he could accelerate the germination of up to 10 seeds at once. Once his mental power increased, he could use it for rapidly accelerating the growth of small plants like peppers and greens. A balanced diet. 2 contracts were obtained from the 76 black iron chests. One was a farmer like Lin Kuan, a middle-aged man with the surname Wang, whom Jiang Mian simply called Old Wang. The other fisherman was a young man in his early 30s, also with the surname Wang, whom Jiang Mian called Uncle Wang. As the number of people in the shelter would increase, Jiang Mian arranged for them to stay 2 to a room, with a small room on the second floor of about 20 square meters, sufficient for 2 people. The items in the bronze chests were even more worth paying attention to. Based on the previous experience before opening the chests, Jiang Mian once again sacrificed 10 years of Wang Tang's father's lifespan, hoping to obtain more treasure maps and intermediate contracts. The intermediate contracts provided skilled personnel, which would be a great help for him. The rewards from the treasure maps might be at the silver chest level, which was also useful. Open. Jiang Mian urged in a low voice. You have obtained a certain dream mattress 1, a genuine leather sofa 1, a bathtub 1. You have obtained a beginner life recovery potion 10, a large animal trap blueprint 1, iron wire 50 meters. You have obtained a non-coated non-stick pan 3, a set of pot and bowl configuration for 4 dishes, and 1 soup 1, a spatula and spoon set 1. You have obtained a mountain bike 1, a chainsaw 1. Chainsaw special mixed gasoline 20L. Finally, a decent pan, no more boiling soup to drink, I can directly stir fry now. Jiang Mian had long suffered from the meat soup over the past few days, and increasingly felt that the frying pan was indeed a great invention. Stir-frying was so fragrant, once the potatoes were ready, he could enjoy stir-fried green peppers and potatoes. The bathtub was also a good thing, after killing monsters at night, he could boil some hot water and soak in it. Woohoo, so comfortable. The chainsaw burns oil to cut trees without consuming too much physical strength, and could be sold for a high price. There was also a mountain bike, a great mode of transportation for short-distance travel. The large animal trap, once set up, could attract and capture large animals like deer and bears. Jiang Mian continued to open chests. You have obtained the iron pipe pistol blueprint 1, a steel ball mold blueprint 1, spring blueprint 1. Is it time to step into the era of firearms? Who wouldn't want to have a couple of pistols in their pocket, drawing them out to dance like yin shuangying when encountering enemies? He checked the information on the iron pipe pistol. Item: iron pipe pistol quality description: a simple firearm made from iron pipes and wooden boards with a rough structure but functional. It can load 1 steel ball at a time, with a short effective range suitable for close-range shooting. Effect uses steel balls as ammunition, ignoring 20 of the target's physical defense and causing a slight knock. Durability 150,150. The damage of the iron pipe pistol is slightly lower than that of the crossbow, and its durability is also considerably lower. However, the kinetic energy of the steel ball is greater, providing a knockback effect, allowing for effective pulling during close combat. According to the iron pipe pistol blueprint, making one requires 1 spring, 1 wrought iron, 1 hardwood board, 3 iron nails, and 1 piece of 5 cm iron wire. The spring blueprint allows the production of springs using iron wire, which he had obtained 50 meters of from the previous treasure chest, enough for use. Only the iron nails posed a bit of a problem. Jiang Mian called Jiang the blacksmith and had him look at the blueprint to see if he could try to forge some iron nails. Once the iron nails were resolved, the iron pipe pistol could be crafted, and then he would need to consider the ammunition issue. Steel is harder than iron, and steel balls have greater penetration. With the same amount of gunpowder, steel balls can... However, the furnace can only smelt wrought iron for now. To create wrought steel, specialized smelting is needed, which requires a closed high-temperature environment, such as a crucible. Steel has a higher carbon content, typically achieved by mixing molten wrought iron with charcoal, allowing it to absorb carbon elements and transform into steel. Steel has a higher carbon content, typically achieved by mixing molten. You have obtained an intermediate contract blacksmith beginner mental recovery potion. 10 wrought iron. 50. You have obtained a luminous pearl. 1 iron wire mesh blueprint. 1 Molotov cocktail. 10. You have obtained a detection compass. 1 mandarin duck pot. 1 spraying device. 1. Several subsequent treasure chests did not yield anything particularly noteworthy, seemingly exhausting luck with the iron pipe pistol. The contract had a drop rate of about 10 in bronze chests, roughly 1 every 10 boxes. The other blacksmith obtained was surnamed Lu, who was sent by Jiang Mian to accompany Jiang the blacksmith. When opening the 16th chest, a good item finally appeared. You have obtained the iron pipe shotgun blueprint. 1 a shotgun blueprint. 1 a wrought copper. 50. Jiang Mian shivered all over. He caressed the shotgun blueprint, as if it were a lover, revealing a look of obsession on his face. Sorry, little pistol, we have to break up. That's a shotgun. He had no other choice. If the advantage of a crossbow lies in its precision for headshots and a pistol is favored for its portability, then the shotgun's advantage is to abandon all thought. It requires almost no aiming, as its damage is spread out in a cone-shaped area. The shotgun, is indicated by the word shot, delivers attacks that scatter like raindrops. With a large caliber, ample ammunition, and strong recoil. Item: iron pipe shotgun. Quality. Description: a close-range firearm made from a thickened and elongated iron pipe joined with hardwood. It can load 1 shotgun shell at a time and has an extremely short effective range, suitable for very close-range shooting. Effect: each shotgun shell contains 12 small steel balls, each dealing independent damage and ignoring 10 of the target's physical defense. At close range, all shots can inflict significant damage and a slight knockback effect, while damage sharply declines beyond 5 meters. Durability 120,120. The required materials are 1 spring, 3 wrought iron, 1 hardwood board, 5 iron nails, and 2 pieces of 5 cm iron wire. The gun itself is easy to manufacture, but the shotgun shells require some effort. The blueprint requires 12 small steel balls, 0.25 units of wrought copper, and a portion of black powder. Black powder refers to the kind consisting of 1 nitrate, 2 sulfurs, and 3 charcoal. Potassium nitrate or saltpeter can be found in some ancient caves, such as the cave where Jiang Mian visited the divine laboratory yesterday. These caves are often inhabited by bats whose droppings are rich in nitrogen. Under the action of nitrifying bacteria, through complex chemical reactions, they combine with potassium elements in the cave rocks to form potassium nitrate. Potassium nitrate crystallizes on cave walls in white needle-like formations known in ancient times as earth frost or wall frost. Sulfur, the location of such mineral deposits, Jiang Mian only vaguely remembers being near volcanoes and hot springs. He must pay attention when going out. There are also 10 bronze treasure chests, which Jiang Mian opened all at once. This time he obtained new recovery potions, a basic stamina recovery potion. 5 blueprints were unlocked, including a water purifier blueprint, a tubular explosive blueprint, a thunder arrow tower blueprint, a medium workbench blueprint, and a large raft blueprint. The thunder arrow tower is a structure similar to the ice arrow tower and requires divine stone for its construction. The tubular explosive is a relatively basic throwable explosive weapon requiring 10 portions of black powder and 0.25 units of wrought iron for its creation. The medium workbench is an upgraded version of the basic workbench, unlocking blueprints for common iron items, such as iron nails, iron pipes, and iron sheets. Additionally, the medium workbench has a recipe for black powder, allowing for bulk production of black powder. Among the other important items obtained was a medium contract for soldiers, a basic treasure map, 10 pieces of wrought silver, and a hot air balloon. That hot air balloon can carry 2 or 3 people into the sky, but it consumes liquefied gas canisters, of which there are only 5 available. The soldier's surname is also Wang, called Wang Gang. There are 3 people with the surname Wang in the shelter, and Jiang Mian thought he had arrived at Wang family village. When scanning Wang Gang's information, Jiang Mian found that Wang Gang's stats were much higher than those of others summoned by the contract. Name Wang Gang. Level 10. Health 24. Strength 24. Stamina 22. Speed 20. Spirit 20. Specialty close combat. Description: an outstanding member of the border army, he stands there like a soldier. The other 2 blacksmiths summoned from the same medium contract only have levels of 3 or 4, with very low act. With someone like this by his side, he felt much more at ease when going out. You are from the border army defending against other countries. Jiang Mian noted the description of Wang Gang's information and asked. Replying to the young master, I am from the Jiang territory, and I am responsible for defending against mutated creatures that wander out from the wasteland at night. Wang Gang stood tall, speaking briskly and clearly. Jiang territory. This is the second territory name Jiang Mian has heard. A territory seems to be a term for a gathering place of humans in this world. Below the territory are cities, then towns and villages. The first he heard of was the Shijiang territory, from which Lin Kuan and several others came. Do you know Shijiang territory? The other people in our shelter are from that place, but I have not heard them mention that monsters from the wasteland invade outside areas. Lin Kuan and the others are all common folk, farmers and fishermen living in villages and towns, and they know too little about the world. Wang Gang from the army Jiang Mian felt he must know more. Shijiang territory is located behind Jiang territory and does not directly border the wasteland, so it is not disturbed. Wang Gang said, gesturing with his hand. Jiang territory is on the west side, touching the edge of the wasteland, and has a military presence stationed there year-round. Oh, I see. Is there a higher level above the territory? When I upgraded the shelter to level 6, I unlocked the evolution direction, which mentioned 4 types of territories: divine, deceptive, spiritual, and silver. Does this relate to the territory you are in? The territory is the highest on the surface. Wang Gang was not impatient with Jiang Mian's repeated inquiries, and replied earnestly. In secret, each territory forms 4 alliances based on different evolution directions. Jiang territory and Shijiang territory are both spiritual territories. Spiritual territories are adept at elemental abilities, while silver territories excel in mechanical creations. As for deceptive, Wang Gang paused, his eyes reflecting some trepidation. The reputation of deceptive territories is not good. It is said they use materials from aberrant beings to transform themselves, making them neither human nor ghost. Jiang Mian glanced nervously at the nearby aberrant furnace, pondering how to inform Wang Gang that this place is indeed a deceptive territory. Wang Gang noticed his gaze look to the side, and then froze. However, he did not say much more. When he looked back at Jiang Mian, there was a hint of unease in his eyes. Ahem, we do not engage in that kind of thing, only summoning fighters. Jiang Mian coughed a few times and began to explain. Young master, you summoned me here, and I am to be loyal to you. I only worry you might stray onto the wrong path. Wang Gang, hearing Jiang Mian's explanation, voiced his own thoughts. Actually, Jiang Mian smiled and said, we are also a divine territory. I didn't hear you mention that this evolution direction is rare. Wang Gang furrowed his brow as if trying hard to decipher his words. Each word was familiar to him, but when put together he found it somewhat incomprehensible. What does it mean that we are also a divine territory? In a fixed evolution direction, how can one territory have Moreover, it is the most absurd combination, divine and deceptive. It must be known that these two are completely opposed to deception itself is a blasphemy against the divine. Which deity does the young master believe in? Is there any deity that can tolerate their believers also believing? In this era, the power of the gods is very weak and traces of them are scarce. I have yet to encounter a territory that chooses the divine evolution route, at least none around Jiang territory. Each of the 4 evolution routes has certain stages. At level 6, the shelter unlocks the first stage, at which point the shelter generally is referred to as a territory. When it reaches level 7, the second stage of the evolution route is unlocked, and so on. Jiang territory is a level 9 territory at the 4th stage of the spiritual evolution route. Young master, the divine and the deceptive are completely opposed. If the deity you believe in were to find out, it would likely bring down punishment upon you. Totally contradictory punishment. Jiang Mian's eyes widened, unable to believe Wang Gang's words. When choosing the realm of the gods, a faint connection emerged deep within his soul, drifting towards a distant place. That must be the connection established with the flash spirit. Later, when choosing the evolution direction of the cunning, he did not sense anything unusual. With the might of the deity, they should have noticed this matter long ago. However, there was no punishment at all. Jiang Mian recalled the eyes of the flash spirit, unable to imagine what she would look like when angry. I haven't encountered punishment yet. If I have time tomorrow, I will go ask her. Today he still needed to bring some skeleton soldiers to the iron mine nearby for mining, leaving him no time to head to the laboratory cave. He did not notice the shocked expression on Wang Gang's face after he casually finished this sentence. The young master can actually meet the deity. Moreover, judging by the young master's tone, his relationship with that deity seems quite good. because the young master is not requesting an audience, but rather saying he would go to ask if he has time. The existence of deities has slowly been forgotten throughout the course of history, but no one has ever questioned the might of the gods. The respect for the deities in the realm of spirits is second only to that in the realm of gods. All citizens of the spiritual realm clearly know that magic originates from the deities. Moreover, some profoundly skilled archmages have declared after studying divine relics what humanity calls magic is merely a clumsy imitation of the deity's might. After organizing his supplies, Jiang Mian purchased some aberrant bones in the trading area, creating 10 skeleton soldiers, and then equipped each of them with an iron pick. After putting them into the system warehouse, Jiang Mian glided over to the vicinity of the previously marked red iron mine. The vein was exposed on the mountain walls, slanting down along the mountain and protruding several massive rocks upon reaching the ground. At its widest point, it was wide enough for 3 or 4 people to stand side by side, while at its narrowest, it was only the size of a basketball, appearing like a giant crimson python lying on the surface of the earth. Jiang Mian released 10 skeleton soldiers and had them line up. Then he walked to the side of the vein with his iron pick, tapped the crimson part, and turned to signal them to pay attention. Only mind this color of ore. The skeleton soldiers tilted their heads, taking note of his instructions, and began to mine with their iron picks. Crack, crack, crack. 10 iron picks fell in turn, sending fragments flying, and soon a dent appeared on the mine wall. Jiang Mian brought over a lounge chair lying beside it to supervise the skeleton's work. A few skeletons dug in the wrong places, which Jiang Mian corrected. As the surface of the vein was excavated, more crimson ores were revealed within, and their complete reserves were much greater than they appeared on the surface. This vein was enough for him to mine for years. The skeletons worked tirelessly, with blue soul flames flickering in their hollow eye sockets, diligently working for the half-hour, Jiang Mian observed. Now he felt reassured, marking out a clear area for the skeletons to carry the mined ores there. Don't panic if you encounter mutated creatures at night, just keep mining. They are your kind, and most likely won't attack you. If they do attack you, don't panic either, because panicking won't help. You will probably be torn to bone fragments within seconds. I will leave you a few torches for illumination at night. However, beings like you should also have your own perception system. The skeleton soldiers had never experienced the night mist, and Jiang Mian was not sure either. He could only come back tomorrow to check the results. Work hard, and if I find you alive when I come back tomorrow, I will promote all of you. In the future, I will assign a few hundred skeleton miners to you to manage. Then you will be able to lie down like me. After painting a bright future for the skeletons, Jiang Mian began to look for survivors near the shelter who had volcanoes or hot springs. Eventually, he found 2 survivors near the hot springs and asked them to explore the area around the hot springs to see if there were any yellowish stones. If there is a strong stench of rotten eggs nearby, it would be sulfur ore. For the time spent searching for sulfur ore, Jiang Mian would compensate them with corresponding logs. If they ultimately find sulfur ore, Jiang Mian would hire them as miners and provide them with stone walls on all sides for defense against the monster tide 2 days later. Upon hearing they could receive stone walls on all sides, both survivors were extremely excited, promising Jiang Mian they would search diligently. For them, this felt like a windfall. Becoming miners for a big shot, as long as they didn't make foolish moves in the future, their safety would surely be guaranteed. By the afternoon, when heavy snow began to fall again, the 2 had found the sulfur ore Jiang Mian described and brought him the finished product for inspection. After verifying the quality of the sulfur, Jiang Mian sent each of them a secondary crossbow for self-defense, and then dispatched 3 skeleton soldiers to assist them in mining. The 2 readily agreed, briefly surprised upon seeing the skeleton soldiers, then picked up their iron picks and began mining in the falling snow. The physical fitness of the survivors had greatly improved during these few days of upgrades, and as long as it wasn't too cold, they could still persist. The temperature on the 5th day showed little change compared to the previous day, or in fact, during the morning the sun shone for a while, making people feel warmer. However, when night fell, the cold wind began to howl, and the temperature started to drop once again. -10 degrees, -15 degrees. The shallow river was completely frozen, and the surface of the deeper river also formed a thick layer of ice. The survivors were in a deep misery. Although the mutated monsters had not yet arrived, they had to retreat to the shelter early and light a bonfire to warm themselves. Stoves and fireplaces were frequently traded in the trading area, and cotton clothing and blankets were also in demand. Many survivors unlocked the World Channel today and began exchanging warming supplies with other survivors who were not facing blizzard disasters. Sitting inside warming themselves by the fire, they felt the flames warm their bodies, but it couldn't warm their hearts. They couldn't go out. Some survivors complained in the regional channel. Originally planning to chop trees for a few more days, sell some items obtained from treasure chests to gather enough 400 stones for the big shot to make stone walls. What should I do now? Tomorrow will probably be even colder. If we go out, our fingers won't even be able to move, let alone chop trees. The hunters have not caught much prey these past 2 days. If it weren't for the food obtained from treasure chests, I would probably have starved to death by now. In such cold weather, I previously found seeds, but couldn't plant a single one. Don't blame the monster tide for not appearing, people might freeze to death first. Today most people have reached level 3 shelters, as long as they light a fire inside to stay warm, they can definitely survive the blizzard, but the previous problem remains. It's impossible to avoid going out to chop trees. Without thick cotton clothing they wouldn't be afraid if they had it. Even if they had it when it gets to negative 30 or 40 degrees later and the wind starts blowing fiercely, they still can't linger too long. Speaking of which, I found that large mutated animal fur made into big fur coats is much warmer, to wear even more useful than cotton clothing. Large mutated animal fur is so rare that even if there is some it wouldn't be our turn to wear it. No matter how you put it we still lack logs and stones. For Jiang Mian the 5th night passed without any significant events. The mutated creatures at the entrance were similar to those from last night. After the shelter reached level 6, the blueprints for further upgrades were not provided in the system, perhaps requiring acquisition through other means or related to the territory's evolution path. The territory evolution path did not have clear progress indicators, only displaying a percentage progress in the shelter information panel items. Shelter quality, see level 6 durability, 25,000 defense, 300 territory evolution path. God's territory 0, Trickster's territory 5, subsidiary buildings, farm, breeding ground, pond, hard armor wall. Description: a shelter that integrates with the environment has initially developed towards a territory. Effect 1. Within the shelter the survivor faction receives a 10-point boost to all attributes. Damage received is reduced by 25, stamina recovery speed is increased by 30, and mental recovery speed is increased by 32. The flames within the shelter gain the holy fire effect, capable of inflicting damage on mutated creatures within a certain range and instilling fear in them, causing temporary paralysis. 03. The shelter's owner gains the active skill Holy Fire Judgment, dealing true damage equal to 10 of the target's maximum health, usable 3 times a day. 04. The shelter possesses an aura that can intimidate lower-level mutated creatures, preventing them from approaching. The range of the shelter extends beyond its confines, covering a radius of 500 meters. In the 2 paths, the God's Territory route showed no movement, while the Trickster's Territory route advanced from 0 to 5 after Jiang Mian created a distortion furnace and produced several batches of skeleton soldiers. He speculated that the evolution path likely required undertaking tasks related to the respective fields, such as constructing specific buildings and utilizing them. For the God's Territory, the construction of an altar requires divine materials. Jiang Mian currently does not have any planning to ask the Flash Spirit tomorrow about how to obtain them. With no need to upgrade the shelter, he also did not need to venture deeper into the fog to hunt down mutated creatures, only clearing out most of the distortions at the entrance, while deliberately leaving a few larger ones. He wanted to test the relationship of the damage bonus. After killing a Lord-level monster, the title Light of Dawn he received provided an effect, Duel. The description stated that when there is only one enemy within 10 meters, the selected enemy becomes the duel target, and the damage dealt to that enemy is increased by an additional 50. In addition to Duel, he has 3 extra damage bonuses: 5 damage on active attacks, 5 damage to elite monsters, and 5 damage to mutated creatures. When there were other larger creatures around the test subject, Jiang Mian shot its shoulder with a crossbow, inflicting 75 damage. At this time, 3 5 damage bonuses were triggered. Jiang Mian attracted the test subject's hatred by throwing stones, separating it from the other larger creatures, then, maintaining a distance of within 10 meters, he shot an arrow at it. The damage became 108. This time, in addition to the original bonuses, there was also the 50 damage bonus from Duel. 75 compared to 108, removing the greatest common divisor of 3, results in 25 compared to 36, or 1 compared to 1. This ratio is quite close to 115 compared to 165. In other words, the relationship between these additional damage bonuses is additive. If it is additive, then the numerical value of this duel effect essentially dilutes the other 5 effects. However, the premise of having only one enemy within 10 meters is not so easily achieved. Jiang Mian thought about how mutated creatures in this survival world often appear in groups. Why bother with unknown fights when you can gang up? Jiang Mian enchanted his arrows with magical flames, killing several larger creatures with a flurry of shots. This night he did not expend many enchanted arrows, and could create some for other survivors. However, those survivors must hand over the corpses of the elite monsters, and to drop treasure chests to him after killing the elite monsters. Because of Jiang Mian's actions, the number of casualties in the area tonight was significantly lower than last night. Only a little over 2,000 died. Among the 94235 survivors in the morning of the 4th day, more than 8,000 had perished during the 4th night. An elite monster after killing a survivor will not remain in place, but will move to the next location. Each time an elite monster is killed, it indirectly protects dozens of survivors who might encounter danger later. Jiang Mian's reputation in the area soared. Nothing is more memorable than saving a life. The rules regarding enchanted arrows were strictly followed by everyone. Those who borrowed arrows even felt they were benefiting and felt a sense of guilt. Killing elite monsters resulted in a substantial amount of experience points landing directly in their hands. This is no longer a big shot, but a father figure. Looking back at other areas, many had dropped below 7,000, with the worst now even below 6,000. If Jiang Mian knew their thoughts, he would certainly feel it was unnecessary. Due to the level difference, he could not even benefit from the experience of these monsters. Just consider it a favor done while going with the flow. In the middle of the night, the second-ranked player on the world leaderboard experienced multiple level changes, rising nearly one level every hour, eventually stabilizing at level 18 by late night. Only 4 levels away from the first place. However, no one thought that he could catch up with the first place in a short time, as the level of the first place remained unchanged that night. The major channels focused on discussing the reasons for the frequent level changes of the second place. According to past experiences, even if one entered the fog to kill a few distortions, they would soon exit the fog. In such cases, the level would only increase 2 or 3 times. Yet this person had risen 6 or 7 times, and it was quite regular, rising 1 level every hour. Later, survivors from the area of the second place leaked information. They said that the second place could appear in the shelters of other survivors. That person must have done similar things a few days ago, but there were fewer shelters visited at that time, and those survivors chose to help him hide it without mentioning it. Tonight, the number of elite monsters increased significantly, and that person frequently traveled to many survivors' shelters. It was precisely because of the increased frequency that he encountered various people, and some directly ignored his requests for concealment afterward and revealed this matter. Now a big argument was erupting in their area. Some accused the informant of his actions, saying that someone helped him, yet he turned around and leaked the person's talent. Repaying kindness with malice, heartless and ungrateful. The informant, feeling embarrassed, even turned the situation around, claiming there were survivors around him with such talents who could go to the shelters of other survivors, which was akin to a ticking time bomb. Shouldn't they unite and control him first? He passionately delivered a speech, swaying many of those who sought to retaliate against him to his side, while more who initially planned to say a few words fell silent. A stranger appearing in one's shelter in the middle of the night is indeed a terrifying event. Later, those survivors who had been helped by the second place could no longer stand by and angrily confronted the informant. What are you pretending for? Isn't it true that the talent of that big shot requires the shelter owner's consent first? When things reached this point, they had to clarify. They thought that clarifying with dozens of people would have an effect, but they did not expect that the voices questioning the second place did not subside, even becoming more intense. Are you all hired by that guy specifically to whitewash his talent for killing and looting? Talking eloquently online is useless. We haven't seen it, so how do we know what you say is true? Since you know that guy, let him come out and speak. The top player I upgrade alone isn't even anonymous anymore. If he wasn't guilty, why is he still anonymous? Jiang Mian, who was watching the drama in the World Channel, never expected that the war depicted in those chat screenshots would reach him. What does this have to do with him? He is not anonymous now because he is too powerful. It is no longer necessary. His storage has filled up both storage rooms on the first floor with food and clothes. The excess has been moved to the third floor, where a new storage room has been built. The potatoes planted in the farm have already sprouted, growing into low plants, and will be ready for harvest in a few days. In terms of obtaining key materials such as iron, ore, and hardwood, he has stable channels. Others have no way, not to mention that others are also lacking these materials themselves. For his final security, he has 2 iron pipe pistols tucked in his pocket and a shotgun hanging on the wall beside his bed. Although he still lacks ammunition. However, using iron balls instead of steel balls can barely work. Outside, 4 ice arrow towers are guarding, and 10 skeleton generals, slightly weaker than elite monsters, are patrolling. If anyone appears in his shelter, they are likely to be eliminated instantly. Even if they are lucky enough to appear in the main building, they would be greeted by 20 skeleton monsters transporting crossbows and iron ore in and out of the forge, followed by the dark gun muzzles on the second floor. He feels that the danger level of his shelter has already surpassed that of a monster tide. What a troublesome autumn. The second one is truly aggrieved, almost a real-life version of the farmer and the snake, Mr. Donghua and the wolf. You are weak and others despise you. You are strong and others fear you, isolating you. Jiang Mian's thoughts return to his area, where many survivors are still seeking his help, so overall they treat him with great respect. No one knows what their faces will look like after the monster tide. With no kinship, only interests move people's hearts. On the morning of the 6th day, the snow is still falling. Jiang Mian took an alcohol thermometer from the storage room and tested the indoor temperature, which was 16 C. Near the fireplace, the temperature even exceeded 20 C. The walls of the level 6 shelter are fused with rock cores, thickened, and have better insulation. He put on a fur coat, donned his shoes and hat, and went downstairs to the outdoors. The biting cold wind rushed toward him, whipping snowflakes onto his face. He tested the temperature with the thermometer for 2 or 3 minutes, and finally the temperature settled at 22 C. In this damned weather, using a glider at high altitudes would quickly lead to loss of heat. Jiang Mian retracted the thermometer and went back inside for a warm breakfast. With a nonstick pan, he fried a few turtle eggs he had picked up on the beach a few days ago. The turtle egg whites are clearer than chicken eggs, and when cooked they are semi-transparent with a slight bounce when bitten. After finishing his meal, he checked the work of the skeleton soldiers in the forge from the previous night, then took out the mountain bike, put on windproof goggles, a mask and gloves, and followed the map to head toward the location of the red iron ore. The mountain bike's wide wheels handled the gravelly mountain path fairly steadily. Jiang Mian moved along the riverbank where the trees were sparse. When he reached areas thick with snow or dense woods, he would retract the bike and trek on foot. With his current exceptional physical condition, his average running speed was not slow. Around 10 o'clock in the morning he passed through the last patch of woods and heard the sound of mining ka-ka-ka in the distance. Those skeleton soldiers are still there. Most of the ore vein was covered by snow, but the exposed part had already sunk down significantly. Next to it was a pile of iron ore blocks that resembled a small hill. Jiang Mian counted and found over 1,000 blocks. It seems those 10 skeleton soldiers were mining all night. He said that skeleton soldiers are more efficient than humans. They don't eat or drink and are not afraid of the cold. Sensing Jiang Mian's approach, the 10 skeleton soldiers' eye sockets flickered with blue flames. Then a few of them put down their iron picks and rushed in front of Jiang Mian, gesturing frantically. After a few minutes, Jiang Mian roughly understood their meaning. They encountered some aberrant creatures last night, but the aberrant creatures ignored them. Only a few larger aberrants looked at them curiously for a long time before leaving. Thinking about those large aberrants who had just begun to gain intelligence gathering around to study the skeleton soldiers mining and couldn't figure it out, Jiang Mian couldn't help but laugh. With a wave of his hand, 10 more skeleton soldiers appeared before him. As promised, these 10 skeleton soldiers will be your subordinates from now on, one for each of you temporarily. Jiang Mian scratched his chin, blinking, and slowly said, "But it seems you don't need to rest, right? The skeleton soldiers. How about changing the conditions? You don't eat or drink. Do you want anything? For example, is there something that can help you level up?" Jiang Mian thought for a moment and asked. The skeleton soldiers' eye sockets flashed with blue light as they gestured and drew the shape of an arrow tower in the snow. Then they pointed at the gem at the core of the arrow tower. "This is the ice arrow tower. Do you want the cold spirit stone?" Jiang Mian recognized that the arrow tower was the ice arrow tower and the gem was the cold spirit stone. Yesterday, Zhou Xinghua had traveled upstream to the source of the river and found an ice cave. Inside the ice cave there were hundreds of cold spirit stones, but nothing resembling a cold spirit stone mine. Based on the video recorded by Zhou Xinghua at the scene, Jiang Mian felt that the ice cave should be able to nurture a batch of cold spirit stones after some time. In that case, the cold spirit stones are not infinite, and he must use them sparingly. However, using just 10 would not be too much. The skeleton soldiers held the cold spirit stones with both hands, treating them with utmost respect. They deeply bowed to Jiang Mian, and then pressed the cold spirit stones to their chests. The skeleton soldiers held the cold spirit stones with both hands, treating them with utmost respect. They deeply bowed to Jiang Mian, and then pressed the cold spirit stones to their chests. The moment the cold spirit stones were pressed into their chests, blue light flickered. The skeleton soldiers lifted their heads, and the soul fire in their eye sockets shifted from light blue to deep blue, frost starting to form on their bones, spreading from their chests to their limbs. Each limb was covered in ice crystals, and fine icicles hung between the joints. The cold spirit stone embedded in their sternum appeared like a blue heart pulsating with a flickering blue light. Jiang Mian felt that the skeleton soldiers had become stronger, and the scan data panel had also changed. Race: skeleton soldier, cold spirit transformation, level 5 life, 180 strength, 24 stamina, 20 speed, 18 mentality, 29 description. Skeleton soldiers with cold spirit stones as hearts can absorb the magical power of heaven and earth, and their attacks include a weak frost magic effect. The ability to absorb magical power from heaven and earth indicates that these enhanced skeleton soldiers do not require additional cold spirit stones as energy to inflict magical damage. Although he estimated that these skeleton soldiers would still consume mental energy when casting magic, they are indeed solid mages. Interesting. Come hit me with a punch. Jiang Mian took a horse stance and beckoned the skeleton soldiers with his fingers, wanting to test their abilities. The skeleton soldier looked up at Jiang Mian, and the blue soul fire suddenly shrank, then humanely waved its hand and took a few steps back. It seems that their intelligence has also improved significantly with the increase in mental power. Fine, if you don't want to fight, then forget it. You are now enhanced. Staying here to mine is a waste of talent. From now on you will be responsible for teaching the 10 newcomers how to mine. I will take you back when I return in the afternoon. Jiang Mian instructed them. Having 10 close combat mages mining is a bit of an overuse of talent. The 10 cold spirit skeleton soldiers nodded, turned around, and stuffed iron picks into the hands of the newly arrived skeleton soldiers. They looked at the new skeleton soldiers, their jaws opening and closing as if displaying some kind of smile. On his second journey to the other side of the mountain, Jiang Mian was already well acquainted with the path. Passing by the previous wild man's camp, he discovered that the entire tribe had moved and residing in the wooden houses he had previously built. The weather turned cold very quickly, and these wild people had no time to find caves for shelter, so they simply moved into the wooden houses granted to them by their divine messenger. Jiang Mian stopped his bicycle and saw a wild child shivering, turning purple, with cold constantly burrowing into his mother's arms. The limited number of wooden houses he had built was insufficient to accommodate dozens of wild people. Had he known they would stay, Jiang Mian would have chosen a spot closer to the stone wall at that time, at least to shield one side from the cold wind. Seeing a stranger approaching, a wild man screamed loudly, and then the leader along with several strong young wild men emerged from the house. Jiang Mian took off his mask and glasses, allowing the leader to see his face clearly. Sure enough, a few seconds later a look of joy appeared on the wild man's face, and he rushed towards Jiang Mian. He chattered excitedly, then shouted for the other wild people to come over. The wild men had little clothing, some wore only beast robes on their upper bodies with their legs wrapped in grass. However, upon hearing the leader's command, they braved the wind and snow, bringing the elderly and children along to gather around. Under the leader's passionate explanation, they understood who this person before them was, and all knelt down, pressing their faces to the ground. Jiang Mian waved his hand, signaling them to rise. The leader then took him to inspect the logs, stones, and 6 wooden chests that the wild people had collected over the past few days. They also presented him with flower crowns woven by the women of the tribe and delicious nuts treasured by the elders. From their sincere and earnest gazes, Jiang Mian saw something he could only describe as faith. They genuinely believed he was the divine messenger, trusting that a deity stood behind him, a deity capable of granting them miracles. They had faith, they praised, they offered. Their conviction was unwavering. Jiang Mian felt no guilt. After all, the first time he came he had deceived them, but now indeed there was a deity behind him. He was simply astonished, witnessing these primitive humans untouched by civilization, showing respect and yearning for the unknown phenomena of nature. Even when deprived of clothing and food, they remained filled with hope for their faith. In a corner, he was unaware of the progress of the divine territory route had increased from 0 to 5. Jiang Mian accepted the supplies and made a gesture of prayer. The other wild people glanced at the leader, who nodded and began to pray, mimicking Jiang Mian's actions. The wild people followed suit. This time Jiang Mian did not recite anything like Hakamai, but solemnly said, "O divine spirit, may the light endure forever." He walked towards a massive stone nearby, raised his hand, and with a wave a large wooden house with 5 rooms sprang up from the ground. This wooden house covered an area of 60 to 70 square meters, sufficient for the wild people to live in. Jiang Mian led them into the large wooden house and lowered divine medicine ibuprofen to heal several children and elders suffering from high fevers. The wild people were overwhelmed with gratitude, kneeling on the ground again, kissing the snowy earth at his feet. Inside the main house, Jiang Mian set up a fireplace, adding dry wood to keep it burning. Witnessing his skill in igniting fire from wood, the wild people's eyes were filled with fervor. Jiang Mian imagined the golden eyes of the divine spirit, carving a sun-like totem symbol on a stone to place above the fireplace. Since he truly wanted these wild people to worship a deity, he naturally aimed for them to believe in the divine spirit. The wild people looked solemnly at the stone inscribed with the sun totem and knelt in reverence. At that moment, a system prompt sounded in Jiang Mian's ear. Divine territory route progress has reached 10, unlocking exclusive building blueprint divine statue. Jiang Mian paused, then noticed the progress of the divine territory was rising. He had only been moved by the wild people's sincerity, thinking of building them a house, and having them also worship the divine spirit. He never expected this was precisely what the divine territory aimed to achieve. But these wild people were truly impressive, directly pushing the progress to 10. In the route of the mysterious territory, he had created over 60 skeleton soldiers, yet it remained at 5. If it was merely about faith, he had also informed others in the shelter about the divine spirit. Why was there no change in progress then? Could it be that Lin Kuan and the others did not genuinely believe in the divine spirit? Meanwhile, these wild people had simple minds lacking extensive knowledge and spontaneously believed after witnessing miracles. They believed deeply and fervently. If that's the case, he would have to thoroughly educate them upon his return. The goddess of harvest and the god of forging were things of the past. Starting today, they would all worship the divine spirit. Jiang Mian shifted his gaze from the system message to these wild people, and his eyes held a different emotion. The beings before him were not uncivilized primitives, but rather devout believers and righteous companions. Those who pray to the divine spirit must not be allowed to perish in the wind and snow. The clothing in the system warehouse had been moved to the storage room, and he could not take them out directly. Jiang Mian immediately found Wang Tung and borrowed a batch of clothing, assuring him he would return it by night. Wang Tung readily agreed and brought him dozens of garments. Jiang Mian took out the clothes and displayed them in front of the fireplace, showcasing that these were gifts from the divine. He then took a few pieces and pulled the leader over to try them on. The leader quickly learned how to wear these clothes, leading the other wild people to kneel down for the 4th time. With these garments, and the wooden house featuring a fireplace, their survival rate in the blizzard would approach 100. The wild people had long survived in this land, and when the weather turned cold a few days ago they increased their hunting frequency, drying the excess meat into jerky. In extremely cold weather the preservation time of these jerky was also extended. Unlike survivors who had to fend off monstrous tides, they needed to venture out to chop trees and search for resources even when the storm raged outside. Staying cooped up inside the wooden house was relatively safer. Under the reluctant gaze of the wild people, Jiang Mian left the wooden house, mounted his bicycle, and disappeared into the snow. He had a tight schedule today, needing not only to check on the divine spirit, but also to explore the cave on the other side that he hadn't gotten around to last time. If it was a laboratory like that of the divine spirit, he could collect dozens of rock cores again. He also pondered what he would do if there were another deity in the laboratory on the other side. It seemed that the divine territory could only bind to one deity. Faith must indeed be unwavering and steadfast, constant and resolute without any doubts. If that deity sensed the aura of the divine spirit on him, would it despise him and attack? After all, to other deities he would be considered a heretic. He would first ask the divine spirit after entering. Upon entering the cave, no bats flew out this time. Jiang Mian looked up at the cave's ceiling, where countless bats hung silently motionless. It seems they are in hibernation. Jiang Mian treaded lightly towards the cave wall, not immediately lighting a fire. He found a spot covered in white saltpeter and carefully struck off a few chunks with his iron hammer. After collecting the saltpeter fragments, he ventured deeper into the cave, lighting his torch as he proceeded. Upon reaching its junction, the bond connecting his soul to the flickering spirit became increasingly clear. After scanning in front of the crystal panel, the metal door slowly opened, and Jiang Mian followed in. The lights in the laboratory were fewer than before, rendering the room dimmer than when he first entered. Fewer instruments around the cultivation chamber were still operational, and upon closer inspection the color of the cultivation liquid inside the chamber had significantly faded compared to before. Certain substances contained within were rapidly depleting. The girl in the cultivation chamber had vanished at some point, reverting back to her original feline form. Sensing Jiang Mian's approach, the white cat barely opened her divine eyes, her gaze piercing through Jiang Mian's soul. She saw a warm and grand sanctuary nestled in the heavy snow miles away, where potatoes thrived on the farm and rabbits grazed on hay in the breeding ground. She observed wild men crawling on the ground, praying with every movement, filled with reverence. She perceived the questions deep within his soul. At last her gaze returned to his face. A hint of imperceptible sadness flickered in her eyes. After countless years, someone had begun to believe in her once more. Some strands of belief were particularly pure. Yet only a newborn deity would feel joy from the emergence of followers. The Suntasink boat did not welcome passengers. The purer their faith, the greater her sorrow. The white cat opened her mouth, uttering a few arcane and melodious syllables. The sound was soft, yet it resonated throughout the entire space, as if falling from a great height. Jiang Mian had never heard those syllables before, but for some reason, he understood their meaning as they reached your blood. This was in response to Jiang Mian's inquiry about what the divine material is. It is dead. This referred to the situation in the cave on the left, where the black cat in the mural, another deity, had long since perished. Thus there was no need for Jiang Mian to worry about whether the other deity would pose a threat to him. I see. Thank you. He felt as if he had been completely seen through. Yet he did not feel any aversion. The white cat's gaze bore no aggression. It was the light that illuminated the night, merely dispelling darkness, and the unknown clarifying everything. Jiang Mian looked at the white cat's body and asked pointedly, "Are you all right?" From her, he sensed a sense of incongruity, a disconnection from this world. It felt like a long dream, 100 years lost in a haze, awakening to find everything changed. The world had abandoned her. The era the white cat belonged to was too far away, distant enough for mountains and rivers to shift and divine signs to vanish. Those who once revered her and those who persecuted her had all perished long before her. The white cat concealed her sadness and shook her head at him, then closed her eyes to sleep. Jiang Mian speculated that the white cat believed he could not help her now. How belittling. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Suddenly this catchy phrase appeared in his mind, and Jiang Mian unprecedentedly, and with a somewhat cheeky tone, asked, "You don't mind that I took the route through the land of the curious, do you?" He had two purposes in saying this. The first was to hear her opinion. The second stemmed from a rebellious feeling akin to a child trying to demonstrate they are not completely ignorant when an adult says, "What do you know?" Look, I have taken two routes. Something others cannot accomplish. The white cat did not open her eyes, but the corner of her mouth curled slightly upward. They merely lost control. Merely lost control. In the eyes of the white cat, those aberrations were described in such a light manner. This left Jiang Mian somewhat perplexed. He had his own views on the four major paths: spirit, silver, divine, and curious. According to the mural, the earliest era should have been the age of the gods, followed by the birth of magical abilities, and subsequently a technological civilization that advanced rapidly, powerful enough to imprison and control deities. This technological civilization was nowhere to be seen in today's survival world. Survivors could only witness the wilderness and endless aberrations. This inevitably led to speculation that the technological civilization might have perished due to the aberrations. The scene of the aberrations bringing about the end of the world must have been hellish. Following this line of thought, the power of aberrations exceeded that of technological civilization, yet the technological civilization could control the deities. But why would deities regard aberrations as insignificant? Jiang Mian felt that if he continued to ask, the white cat would not divulge anything further, so he chose not to disturb her and turned to leave the laboratory. Lighting his torch, he approached the junction and began walking towards the left cave. After just a few steps, the torch in his hand suddenly extinguished. The entire cave was once again engulfed in darkness. There was no wind, no water, and the temperature was not too cold. The burning flame had extinguished without warning. This left cave felt somewhat sinister. Jiang Mian attempted to ignite the torch using fire, but not even a spark appeared. The magic he attempted to conjure was as if it were devoured by some invisible monster in an instant. Isn't the black cat here already dead? Jiang Mian was puzzled. He hesitated to venture further. Previously, others had only encountered minor creatures in the mist. He felt he would be fine too, but the minor creatures he encountered inside could shake a person. A Lord-level aberration would be quite difficult to deal with, and who could guarantee that even higher-level monsters did not lurk above? No, the flickering spirit already saw my thoughts. If there were danger here, she should have warned me. Jiang Mian decided to trust her. What kind of deity would deceive their own followers? He utilized his spiritual sense to discern the path and walked deeper into the passage while his fingers brushed against the cave walls, searching for the etchings of murals. But by the time he reached the end of the passage and touched the cold, smooth metal door, Jiang Mian had not found any etchings on the cave wall. Were there no murals here? He felt along the right side of the metal door, searching for the position of the crystal panel. Just as his fingertip left the edge of the metal door, a sharp object pierced his fingertip, causing him to jerk his hand back. What the heck? Jiang Mian took a few steps back, nursing his injured finger. The object was about the size of a tooth and not embedded too deeply, akin to when a hospital extracts blood from a cut finger. It only needed a bit of blood. A deep voice resonated in the darkness, sounding as if a demon had crawled up from hell. Type 2 human, level 22, access granted. Seriously, how do those researchers work without light? The metal door rumbled open, but this time no lights illuminated the way. It remained pitch black. Could it be that this laboratory is damaged beyond repair and the electrical system has failed? Jiang Mian cautiously raised his left foot and stepped into the laboratory. As soon as his toe touched the ground, his forward movement halted. The sensation was off. It did not have the sensation of a smooth floor, as stepping on it felt similar to the cave with an uneven surface. Had this laboratory been attacked by a nuclear bomb? The crisp sound echoed in the empty space several times before fading away like a voice coming from a very deep and distant place. The sound of dripping water could resonate. The space behind the metallic door was much larger than Jiang Mian had imagined. He sniffed and caught a whiff of a musty scent lingering in the air. This scent was not unpleasant. It did not resemble the foul odor emanating from a garbage bin, but rather that of an abandoned old house sealed away for countless years, filled with a decayed aroma that even the dust was too lazy to stir. He lifted his right foot and stepped inside, trying once more to ignite the torch, but still failed. His spiritual sense expanded forward. There was nothing ahead. Reaching up, he could not touch the ceiling, indicating that the height above exceeded 30 meters. When he reached down, Jiang Mian obtained useful information. The path sloped downward. The space below was also quite vast. Could it be that the experiments related to the black cat required a closed and expansive area? However, extracting blood like the shadow spirit to create a potion would not require such space at all. Weapons, explosions, several possibly relevant keywords flashed in Jiang Mian's mind. Everything has a reverse to its positive. The shadow spirit was related to the sun. The power he had encountered from her was likely associated with words like clarity and light, which sounded optimistic. In stark contrast to the shadow spirit, the black cat symbolizes the moon, and its power was likely linked to concepts like turbidity and darkness. The sun allows one to see all things clearly, while the night forbids it. Hence, from the moment he entered the left passage, the generation of light was prohibited. This was still the result after the fall of that deity. Even with such residual power, one could only wonder if at its peak it could obscure all human senses, including thoughts. Jiang Mian walked down the slope, and after covering a distance of 100 or 200 meters, his spiritual sense detected a rectangular object in the right front. It was roughly a little over 2 meters long and less than a meter wide, carelessly placed on the ground. It might also have been discarded. He approached on gloves and reached out to touch the object. His fingertips through the gloves met a chilling sensation akin to the coolness of water from an old well in summer. He felt the material was likely some kind of stone. The surface was polished smooth, a complete piece resembling a marble coffee table. As he slid his fingers left along the surface, he felt indentations with spiral patterns and undulating curves arranged in a very regular manner. There were also finer etchings resembling some ancient hieroglyphics with strokes winding and forming a pattern. Through the gloves, Jiang Mian could not discern what the pattern was. His fingers continued forward, touching a protruding semicircular sphere about the size of a thumb embedded in the stone and slightly raised above the surface. Ordinary coffee tables or stone boxes would not feature such intricate carvings on their surfaces. By his understanding, this was either an art piece for appreciation or a sacrificial offering. Considering the object's length, width, and height, no could this possibly be a coffin. Jiang Mian felt a chill run down his spine and stepped back a few paces. Isn't this a laboratory? Why would there be a coffin? He pondered in confusion. A stone coffin so meticulously carved, enduring for millions of years without damage, if a person lay within their status, must be extraordinary. But then again, would the coffin of such an esteemed individual just be discarded by the roadside? Jiang Mian envisioned a scene where a certain incident occurred in the laboratory, causing people to flee in panic, and someone was carrying the coffin of a notable figure as they rushed out only to die at the doorway, dropping the coffin they were carrying. Endless years passed, and the bones had long vanished, leaving only that coffin made of special material. So the corpse inside must also be gone, at most leaving behind some burial items. Dust to dust, earth to earth. What is buried for a short time is a grave, while that which endures long is. Jiang Mian spent 5 minutes convincing himself, and facing the coffin clasped his hands together, saying rest in peace, departed souls, before moving forward to feel along the sides of the coffin. He felt a seam. It certainly was a coffin. Jiang Mian exerted force with both hands, attempting to lift the coffin lid. But the material of the coffin was unknown to him and was exceedingly heavy. With his current strength of over 40, he could not budge it even slightly. Finally, he had to let go. Using such a material, aren't they afraid of being suffocated by ghosts after death? Looking at the coffin that he could not open, he felt a twitch in his heart. After circling around the coffin, he felt a button. Jiang Mian's finger paused over the button, silent for several seconds. Who installs a button on a coffin? Of course, Jiang Mian still pressed the button without hesitation. In the next moment, a silver glow suddenly emerged from the darkness. The light gathered before his eyes, forming a line of text. What a rude fellow. The owner of this coffin certainly had quite the temperament. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but didn't know to whom he was speaking. How many years had the person been dead? Would anyone truly listen to his words? It was just like those who carved phrases like "open the coffin and die on the coffin." Regardless of what thoughts you have after reading it, you can certainly express them, but no one would hear. Jiang Mian ignored the slowly dissipating text, and once again clasped his hands around the coffin seam, attempting to flip it upwards. This time the coffin lid slowly rose, creating a subtle scratching sound of friction between itself and the coffin body, akin to two polished jade stones sliding against each other. Jiang Mian gritted his teeth, the veins on his arms bulging, lifting the coffin lid and slowly pushing it to the side. So heavy. He gasped, resting for a moment before reaching inside the coffin. As his right hand reached halfway, his wrist was suddenly grasped by a warm hand. Jiang Mian's whole body immediately erupted in goosebumps, and the hair on his skin stood on end. Damn, has it come back to life? Still warm. He abruptly shook off that hand, staggering back several steps to regain his balance. His heart pounded against his chest, each beat resonating clearly. That hand did not inflict any real harm, but the suddenness of it was more frightening than any monster. Seriously, what is someone still doing alive in a coffin? He quickly retrieved a shield and a crossbow from the warehouse, holding his breath as he continued to retreat while remaining on guard. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Minutes passed, and nothing happened. Only the sound of water droplets falling into puddles echoed in the distance. At this point, Jiang Mian had already pulled back over 10 meters from that coffin. He looked at the coffin with uncertainty, recalling the warmth of that hand. He was certain it was warm, and the shape was likely that of a human hand, not some beast. The grip was not tight, and after grasping him, it showed no further movement. It seemed merely to be intended to frighten him. What kind of trick is this? Is this the coffin owner's clever ploy to deal with grave robbers? But what kind of method could create a hand with warmth like that of a living person to grab the hand that tries to reach into the coffin? Just as Jiang Mian was mulling over these thoughts, silver light once again appeared above the coffin. The glow condensed into characters bouncing playfully in the air. Did I scare you? It was indeed a prank. Jiang Mian's lips twitched, and the fear in his heart completely dissipated as he strode confidently towards the coffin. The darkness and emptiness of the underground cave, the silence of dripping water, and the breath of time were all part of the coffin owner's scheme. In such an environment, how could one think that there was a living hand reaching out from inside the coffin? Only by completely relaxing and being completely unprepared could one launch a deadly strike that would intimidate others. He must have been a restless spirit in life. Such a person would have no psychological burden in lifting his coffin lid. He approached the coffin's edge and reached in for the second time. As he expected, that warm hand was merely a one-time occurrence. This time he encountered no hand at all. Instead, he directly touched a warm, soft body. It was still rhythmically rising and falling with each breath. At that moment, Jiang Mian was completely frozen. His mind went blank. He didn't know whether to withdraw his hand or remain still. After a few seconds, Jiang Mian pulled back his hand and took a step back, whispering, "I'm sorry." What on earth was going on? Everything was intricately linked like a trap for him. There really was a living person lying inside. After another 2 minutes, the person in the coffin still did not respond to Jiang Mian. Jiang Mian wondered if the person was forgiving him, being magnanimous like a prime minister. Or was he brewing some grand move to deal with him? He waited another 2 minutes, and still there was no movement from the coffin. Jiang Mian's courage grew for the third time as he stealthily approached. The person in the coffin, aside from breathing and having a heartbeat, lay there motionless, as if asleep except for that hand that had once grabbed him. Was he cosplaying as Chancellor Chao, thinking I love killing people in my dreams? After pondering for a moment, he decided to reach in and grab something. This time he moved his hands along the coffin's wall, avoiding the person in the center. In the upper left corner of the coffin, he felt a small square cold object. It was not large, could fit in the palm of his hand, and its surface appeared to have fine cracks resembling either porcelain or some type of jade. He grasped the object and pulled it out. There were no mechanisms, no traps. The item came out smoothly. The cave was too dark to see what it was, so Jiang Mian simply held it in his hands, feeling its box-like contours. The corner of the box seemed to be missing a piece. This was a damaged item. He gently shook it, and inside he heard the faint sound of gears turning along with some light, almost imperceptible sounds of something swaying inside. There were gears, and it was square. Was it a clock, or perhaps a music box? Regardless of which it seemed, it shouldn't have appeared in a coffin. Jiang Mian attempted to scan it with his hand ring. Last time in the Flashing Spirit Laboratory, he got a series of question marks from scanning soft metal, but this time, he actually received results. Item, which is music box, damage quality, see description, a certain, which while roaming the world passed through a kingdom filled with flowers, and gifted it to the youngest daughter of the king as a birthday present for her 12th birthday. It has been damaged over countless eons, but still radiates magical energy. Effect 1. Serene Guardian. Damaged when holding the witch's music box, there is a 20 chance to additionally restore 1 point of mental energy, with each point restored and damage from mental attacks is reduced by 20. 2. Whispers of the Witch. Damaged when the melody is played, it applies a suppression effect on weak mental creatures and a silence effect on lower-tier mental creatures. The interval between two melodies requires at least 12 minutes. Suppression. Unable to move, unable to actively or passively cast spells. Silence. Unable to actively cast spells. After seeing the quality level and effects of the music box, Jiang Mian's first thought was this coffin lid was worth lifting. The owner of the coffin was indeed unusual. Restoring 1 point of mental energy with a 20 chance to additionally restore 1 point is independent of the previous effect of increasing mental recovery speed by XX, essentially enhancing the base speed of mental recovery, which is quite remarkable. Serene Guardian provides a second passive effect, reducing mental damage by 20. Combined with the 25 damage reduction from the sanctuary, it could almost have the mental damage he receives. Whispers of the Witch also offers a considerable active effect. It directly prohibits mental enemies from casting skills. The only uncertainty is how long this damaged music box can play its melody. He wound the music box in his hands, and a soothing melody flowed out from it, as if someone was humming behind a door, hazy and indistinct, evoking an inexplicable sense of peace in the listener. It played for about 8 seconds before the sound suddenly got stuck, and the gears spun a few times without engaging. It was a bit short. The skill cooldown was 12 minutes. It seemed he needed to wait for the right moment to use it. Just as Jiang Mian prepared to reach in again to see what treasures lay inside the coffin lid suddenly shot up and slammed down onto the coffin. Bang! After a loud noise, the coffin closed tightly again. Then the coffin rose from its place and smashed into the void. The space was violently shattered, splitting into countless, swirling fragments, swallowing the entire coffin before returning to normal. The ground was empty, as if the coffin had never existed, and everything was just a dream. Did it just run away? Jiang Mian felt a bit lost. A damaged music box with a quality of C. If it could be repaired, who knows how high its quality could be. If there were other items in the coffin, their value would surely be high as well. Alas, if life allows for self-encounters, there's no need to force matters that are not destined. Jiang Mian shook his head, put away the music box, and continued down the slope. On the way, he encountered nothing else. After walking about 2 or 3 kilometers, Jiang Mian heard more dripping sounds, and faintly sensed flowing water below. The air grew damp, and a faint metallic smell mingled with the dead silence. The further he descended, the stronger the metallic smell became. It felt like stepping into a blood-soaked battlefield. He slowed his pace, holding his crossbow in hand. The path began to narrow, becoming only wide enough for 2 people to pass side by side. He continued to slow down. In the darkness, the sound of water lapping against the shore was soft and slow, like a pool of stagnant water gently churning. The sound spread out from ahead, but he could not gauge how large the water surface was. After walking a little further, the narrow path suddenly widened. Stepping onto the spacious ground, sounds of dead water lightly lapping against the shore surrounded him in all directions. Here was an island in the water. But was this water truly water? There was none of the crisp sound of ordinary water flowing. Instead, the surrounding liquid churned with a dull sound, making it sound very viscous. The smell that hit him when stepping onto the small island made Jiang Mian increasingly certain of his suspicions, but he did not want to confirm it. He put on a mask, suppressed his thoughts, and continued forward. In the center of the small island were several piles of dust. They might have been objects long ago, but over the long years they had been eroded by some force and turned to powder. Jiang Mian approached and sensed several polyhedral stones in the dust. He picked up the stones and scanned them with his hand ring, discovering they were rock cores totaling 18 pieces. Thus, the original objects of these piles of dust were likely furniture from the laboratory. The condition here was vastly different from the laboratory, where the flashing spirit was located. Aside from the rock cores, very few items had survived. Reaching the end of the island, he sensed a long knife lying on the ground. The long knife emanated a cold and sinister aura, making one feel uncomfortable. Scanning it with his hand ring yielded nothing but a string of question marks. The blade was etched with a row of shallow gray runes twisted into a string that emitted a faint glow, allowing Jiang Mian to see the full appearance of the knife. It was entirely pitch black, with a long, gentle curve of the blade resembling a crescent moon measuring 1 meter in length. Upon closer inspection, some of the strokes of the runes had already cracked, with ominous black gas seeping out from the fissures. It perfectly matched Jiang Mian's definition of a deadly weapon. As he stepped closer, the black gas floated onto the leather gloves he wore, eroding them instantly and revealing a small hole. Jiang Mian withdrew his exposed hand, one finger directly facing the small hole, still feeling a sharp pain as if stung by a scorpion. You have been attacked by an unknown aura life one. Jiang Mian dared not imagine how much damage he would suffer if he actually touched the knife. Let's avoid this knife for now. He ultimately decided to steer clear of it and continued forward. On this side of the island, there was a fork in the road leading to 2 different places. Jiang Mian first took the left path. At the end of the left road stood another metal door. As Jiang Mian approached, the crystal panel to the right of the metal door scanned him and then opened the door. Behind the door was a space similar in size to the Flash Spirit Laboratory, devoid of light, relying on the faint blue glow emitted by the vines growing on the walls for illumination. The vines climbed along the walls, their roots embedded in the crevices of the stone with small yet dense leaves that pulsed with a flickering glow, rhythmic, like breathing, alternating between bright and dim. With the aid of that blue light, Jiang Mian saw a familiar structure in the center of the laboratory, the distortion furnace. To be precise, it was another version of the distortion furnace. The distortion furnace in Jiang Mian's sanctuary was white and made of bones, while the one in front of him was black, composed entirely of some unknown creature's scales, exuding the same ominous black gas as the long knife. The two had similar shapes, both round and plump, with 2 eyes growing on the head of the furnace. Several chairs were haphazardly placed around a metal table. Let's get to work. Jiang Mian stepped forward, knocked over a chair, took out his bone blade, and began prying at the rock core beneath the chair. Aside from the furnace, there were no special instruments in this laboratory, allowing Jiang Mian to fully unleash his efforts without worrying about touching anything he shouldn't. After prying out the rock cores from beneath the chair bases, he flipped over the tables one by one, extracting the rock cores from underneath them as well. In total, he collected 48 cores, and with the ones he picked up from the dust pile on the previous island, he obtained 132 rock cores after triggering his talent. Finally, Jiang Mian also took away the tables and chairs. The entire laboratory instantly became empty. Jiang Mian approached the wall using his hand ring to scan the vines, but found no useful information. He picked up the bone blade to poke at those vines, testing whether they were harmful. The surface of the vines was very tough, and the bone blade could not break through their defenses. Not even a scratch was left on the surface. Jiang Mian immediately became interested. If this resilient vine could be used to make a fence, or as a core defense material for a stone wall, it would surely be effective. If he couldn't deal with the vines, could he not deal with the wall behind them? Jiang Mian took out a pickaxe and began to hammer. There were many vines in the room, and he found one of the main stems, knocking down the entire wall it was attached to. Then he stored the entire wall into the system space. This laboratory was built within an underground rock structure, and after the wall was stripped away, the original appearance of the rock was revealed. Using this method, Jiang Mian soon stripped away all the walls of the laboratory, leaving only the ceiling. The height was a bit too high for him to exert force. Building a ladder to go up and hammer away would be a waste of time. Thinking that he had already stripped the 4 walls and didn't need that one piece, Jiang Mian ignored it and turned to the black furnace. Behind the furnace, he found a document resembling an instruction manual. He couldn't understand the words and symbols in the document, only comprehending some of the illustrations. On the first page of the instruction document, there was a 3-view drawing of a black cat. This was quite similar to the mural on the wall at the entrance of the Flash Spirit Laboratory. However, the following pages did not depict a humanoid black cat, but rather illustrated its left arm, left leg, head, tail, and internal organs separately. The second page depicted the heart of the black cat. A series of complex formulas were connected by a line, one end leading to the heart, and the other connected to a mechanical device filled with tubes. The upper half of the third page showed the spine of the black cat, while the lower half depicted a long bridge spanning the sea with maps of 2 continents drawn on either side. On the 6th page, Jiang Mian saw a familiar object, a long black knife filled with a murderous aura, exactly the one he encountered on the island. Above the long knife was a drawing of the black cat's left arm bone. Upon seeing this, Jiang Mian felt as if his heart was clawed at by something. Compared to the black cat, it was already a feat for the Flash Spirit to retain its complete form. They surely had the people in this laboratory were truly beasts. They had long ago developed technology similar to the distortion furnace, disassembling every part of the divine being to create various weapons and structures. Compared to the black cat, it was already a feat for the Flash Spirit to retain its complete form. They surely had their reasons for taking different measures with the 2 divine beings. Perhaps the black cat's power was suitable for destruction, making it quite appropriate as a war weapon. Thus, they were eager to dismember the black cat. Some took the eyes, some took the heart, some took the bones. They had all sorts of desires. They personally killed the divine. What a bunch of madmen. Jiang Mian closed the instruction document and stored it in the system warehouse. The black furnace was tainted with a lot of black gas and was quite dangerous, so he decided not to take it with him. After asking someone in the regional channel for the time, Jiang Mian prepared to head back. His experiences in this underground cavern gave him a newfound understanding of the Eerie Domain route. It was a power tainted with sin. No wonder Wang Gang said that the divine and the Eerie were mutually antagonistic. The evolution route of the Eerie Domain was built upon the corpses of gods. Any divine being and their followers would probably love to kill everyone in the Eerie Domain, right? A sea of blood, deep-seated hatred. Just thinking about it, not long ago he stood before the Flash Spirit and claimed he was also following the Eerie route. It was akin to dancing on a grave, disturbing the very essence of the earth. He truly deserved to die. Jiang Mian now wished to slap himself a few times. But the Flash Spirit didn't deal with me, only saying, they have lost control. What does that mean? Does God love the world? Is it because the divine beings are of such a high realm that they are willing to forgive others, or are there more details he is unaware of? What materials were the Agile Type 1 distortion body, the Strength Type 1 distortion body, and the Nightmare beings made from in the distortion furnace? Jiang Mian spent his 6th night in the survival world, filled with confusion. No new aberrations had appeared, only their quantity and levels had strengthened. That night he unveiled the cauldron blueprint, and officially began the production of forged steel. After creating a batch of steel balls using molds, Jiang Mian started mass-producing black powder on the intermediate workbench. There was a considerable amount of sulfur and charcoal, but only a few pieces of saltpeter that he had brought back from the cave. Ultimately, he produced 37 portions of black powder, which along with the small steel balls were made into 37 rounds of shotgun shells. With limited ammunition, he did not test the damage against the wall, planning to wait until the monster tide arrived tomorrow. In the regional channel, he found several people near shelters with caves, asking them to help him search for any salt. 2 individuals who encountered a bronze treasure chest approached Jiang Mian, inquiring whether a bronze chest could be traded for 4 walls and a secondary crossbow. It was unknown whether good resources could be obtained from the chest, and these individuals, fearing they might get something of little value, did not open it immediately. Not opening it might yield good items. The chest value was naturally high. A few hundred stones were insignificant to Jiang Mian, so he readily agreed. In the past 2 days, the resources obtained from the treasure chests had filled 2 rooms on the 3rd floor, and Lin Kuan was organizing the 3rd room. In addition to resources, Jiang Mian also acquired a 50-year Hisho Wu. It provided no attributes, but granted Jiang Mian a very useful ability, healing. The effect was restore 1 point of life every 30 minutes. While the numerical value may not seem significant in this world, life attributes are not merely numbers. Bleeding, injuries, and illnesses all deduct life value. Being able to restore life value meant he could overcome diseases and quickly heal wounds. Zhou Xinghua, who went out in search of the agreed spiritual herb Holy White Aloe, although she did not find the aloe, still brought back something useful for Jiang Mian: item Illusory Spirit, Ghost Pin, Mushroom Quality F description: Gray Umbrella White Stem, lie down together after eating. Effect: a mushroom with severe toxicity and hallucinogenic effects. It can be used to create psychedelic drugs and poisons. Jiang Mian combined the crossbow arrows with this poisonous mushroom to create poisonous arrows that inflict continuous damage. These poisonous arrows could also cause targets to hallucinate, immersing them in a fantastical ocean. This was a genuine control effect. According to Zhou Xinghua, after finding the mushrooms in the woods, she wanted to make a mushroom soup to offer him. He only realized it was a poisonous mushroom after scanning it with his wristband. Relying on the Tian Lian grass produced by Zhou Xian, the world tree crafted 56 weak life potions. She kept 10 for herself and gave the remaining 46 to Jiang Mian. Both Jiang Mian and the world tree had no plans to sell the potions for the time being. With the monster tide approaching, it was certainly wise to prepare more. According to the details of the monster tide, mutated creatures would become more ferocious with all attributes increased by 50, and would no longer be affected by the shelter's holy fire. Jiang Mian's level 6 shelter would face an assault of 4 waves of 600 aberrations tomorrow night. This number was no less than the quantity he encountered in the fog the previous night, and they were all enhanced monsters. Survivors across the entire survival world were actively preparing tonight. After killing the aberrations outside the door tonight, the 100th place on the world level ranking would reach level 14. The average level of survivors hovered around level 7. If all free attribute points were allocated to strength, with the initial strength being 68, it would amount to 1820 strength. In the shelter, one could still gain an all-attribute bonus, ultimately reaching a level capable of using a crossbow to break the defenses of elite monsters. The death control in the survival world was remarkably precise. Just through the defenses of elite monsters, nearly half of the survivors could be filtered out. Considering those who would not have defense structures or crossbows at that time, the death rate during the monster tide in ordinary areas would exceed 90. Humans are social animals. Organized cooperation within a region can reduce this death rate. However, in reality, even within the same area, survivors generally do not know each other. Mutual suspicion limited the extent of unity. Many groups consisted of dozens or hundreds of people band. In the area where Jiang Mian was located, his combination of stone walls and secondary crossbows could save thousands, even tens of thousands of survivors. This phenomenon was rarely seen throughout the survival world. Not that no one realized that the more people who survived in the same area, the more beneficial it would be for both the region and their future development. But most were powerless to act. Being self-reliant was already challenging. Helping dozens or hundreds of people survive the monster tide was deemed a fool's dream, let alone thousands or tens of thousands. Take crossbows for instance. 1,000 people meant 1,000 pieces of forged iron. One person could dig dozens of pieces a day, and now, with enhanced strength, at most they could manage around 100. In a region, only a few could mine iron, or even if there were furnace blueprints, it would be impossible to obtain that much forged iron. Only Jiang Mian could send 20 skeleton soldiers to mine day and night. After bringing back those 10 cold soul skeletons, he added another 10 skeleton soldiers to mine. By 6 o'clock this afternoon, he had already delivered over 2,000 secondary crossbows. This terrifying productivity left the people in the entire region dumbfounded. They had initially thought that if Jiang Mian could produce 100 or 200 crossbows every night, it would already be impressive. When someone shared this news with others in the world channel, people from other regions regarded it as a joke. 2,000 crossbows, even if each consumed only one piece of forged iron, still amounted to 2,000 forged iron. How could that be possible? Unless your region was entirely iron ore. Some survivors tested the bizarre stone walls made from the skin, discovering it only offered 50 points of defense. Not to mention elite monsters, even ordinary agile type eye aberrations could inflict damage on it. After multiple tests, they speculated that such a wall's durability could withstand continuous attacks from agile type eye aberrations for about 2 to 3 minutes. If their attributes increased by 50, this time would rapidly decrease, possibly not even endure. This meant that if they were to use such walls tomorrow, they would need dense and powerful firepower to timely eliminate the approaching aberrations. It was best to have reserve stones to promptly repair the stone walls. The pale hard armor dropped by elite monsters could be used to create hard armor walls, which could directly ignore the attacks of agile type eye aberrations, probably holding up for half an hour. However, the quantity of pale hard armor was too scarce, and the price was exorbitant. Even Jiang Mian, without exposing his talents and strength, could only produce a few hundred pieces of pale hard armor. This simply could not meet the demands of the survivors. This drove them to consider purchasing a large number of shooting platforms and spear-throwing machines, and the shelter level could not be upgraded for the time being, otherwise the number of monsters would increase by several hundred. There were also those who decided to forcibly upgrade the shelter to level 4, which would provide 100 points of defense, allowing them to directly use the shelter to absorb damage. This way they could avoid the materials needed to build stone walls. More people did not do this, because if the shelter was breached in the first few waves, the effects of the all-attribute bonuses and damage immunity would disappear, effectively signing their death warrant. On the 7th day, all the fonts in the survival system turned red, as if announcing a verdict, instilling a sense of panic in every survivor. Miraculously, the heavy snow ceased in the early morning, the clouds dispersed, and the long-awaited sunlight shone down on the earth. However, those who woke up felt no warmth at all. The outdoor temperature had plummeted to minus 35 degrees, with accumulated snow reaching knee height. Clearing a path became the first task for everyone after waking up. Snow piled half a meter thick was everywhere, and chopping down trees felt like a luxury. Many survivors who planned to gather supplies to counter the monster tide felt despair upon opening the door. The cold wind howled, cutting against their faces like a knife, reminding them crying counts as time too. What's the point of even trying? With the cold wind blowing, it takes forever just to clear a path. I had the foresight yesterday to make a zip line with a rope, one end attached to my house, and the other to a low-lying forest, so I could just glide over with gloves on. Wow, that's a great idea. How come I didn't think of that? Can we ask the big shots for help? I really can't gather enough materials for the stone wall. What good would asking the big shots do? One person needs dozens of stones, and with thousands of people combined, that's hundreds of thousands. Can the big shots conjure stones out of thin air? I've decided to settle for less and only build 3 walls for defense, even though that cuts the internal area by more than half. That way we can only fit a watchtower inside. Where will you put the archery platform? There's nothing I can do. My place is flat as a pancake, and I can't find a mountain to use as a wall. I envy those living by the snowy mountains. Envy the snowy mountains. Last night the temperature over there dropped to minus 40 or 50 degrees, freezing hundreds of people to death. This is really showing no mercy. Are the other areas facing disasters more serious than ours? In the East 8 district, they're facing typhoons with new ones forming every day. Yesterday's strongest reached level 16, a super typhoon. Before the crossover, we lived in concrete and steel buildings, feeling only a minor tremor. Now wooden houses are being lifted away completely. This morning I saw that only over 50,000 people remained in their area. This is truly tragic. Those living by the sea can't even fight back. But those living inland aren't affected much. At most, they'll get some heavy rain. I say there should be a survival population leaderboard for each area. I've yet to see any area with more survivors than ours. We still have over 80,000. Exactly, with such a leaderboard, everyone could help each other even more. People's situations are always compared against one another. As news of the dire situations in other areas spread, the survivors in the regional channel began to feel grateful, and their feelings of resentment towards fate diminished. The protagonist they admired was currently wearing snow boots, opening a window, and sliding down the zip line to the nearest watchtower. Seizing the moment while the heavy snow paused, he needed to hurry to the red iron mine to bring back 20 skeleton soldiers and iron ore. The snow-clearing task in the shelter was being done by Lin Kuan, guiding the skeleton generals. After they cleared a patch of ground, Jiang Mian built the altar before leaving. The required divine material, building altar deity / spirit quality, see description, a place to offer sacrifices to the gods, witnessing the birth of ancient oaths. Effect 1. The Holy Spirit is eternal, and the sun shines bright. All production within the territory, including farming, fishing, breeding, manufacturing, and all productive activities, speeds up by 20, and the effects of all calamities are reduced by 20. 2. Sacrifice, offer your harvested produce, your battle spoils, and any items favored by the gods, and you will receive incomparable gifts. Jiang Mian glanced quickly at the effects, and was immediately drawn to the passive effect provided an increase in all production speeds, a simple, yet powerful number. The growth of crops, the processing in the blacksmith shop, and the growth of the little rabbits would all receive a boost. He hadn't encountered the calamity erosion mentioned later, and was unsure what it was. The second effect was sacrifice, which was active. He had no time for that now. After he left, Lin Kuan and the skeleton generals continued to clear the snow from the inner walls. Once they reached the farmland and breeding grounds, he hurried inside to check on the situation. The potatoes in the farmland were not much affected. They were a cold-resistant variety, and with the heating channels set up in advance, the temperature in the field remained at minus 5 to 6 degrees. At this temperature, they could still grow normally. However, the situation in the breeding grounds was not as good. Although it benefited from the heat of the blacksmith shop, one baby rabbit unfortunately died. What could the rabbits do? They were just ordinary rabbits, neither mutated animals nor genetically modified. Lin Kuan added hay for them, and then took the dead baby rabbit towards the kitchen. Around noon, Jiang Mian slowly returned from the south. Standing on the watchtower, he saw that there was still much snow piled up in the inner walls. Even though the skeleton generals were tireless, transporting this snow outside the inner walls was no short journey, and using sleds to carry the shoveled snow was inefficient. His shelter lacked large loading tools. The sleds needed to be pulled, creating friction with the ground, which made them slow. A wheeled cart was needed. Once he delivered the last batch of crossbows tonight, he planned to have the 2 blacksmiths research the manufacturing techniques for wheels. There was steel in the shelter, so they should be able to make strong wheels. After having a spicy rabbit head meal in the kitchen, Jiang Mian organized a batch of crop seeds he obtained over the past few days: chili peppers, green onions, ginger peanuts, winter melons, rainbow corn, and lettuce. The acquisition of seasonings was very unstable, so he needed to plant them himself in the future. These days have been all meat, and he was getting tired of it. Before the potatoes matured, he had to settle for smoked meat jerky, since there were no biscuits or bread in the storage room. Since Jiang Mian and Lin Kuan's cooking skills were quite lacking, that smoked meat jerky was extremely bitter, tasting like charcoal with every bite. After the wind and snow passed, he definitely needed to expand the farm. It had been several days since he tasted the flavor of onions, ginger, and garlic. He planned to plant more corn, whether roasted or boiled it had its own fragrance. He could also open a pond later and let Uncle Wang manage it. He was too far from the sea and the big rivers to let him go fishing right now. The breeding grounds also needed new members to join. However, in this wilderness, there were no domestic chickens or pigs. Wild boars were ferocious, and wild chickens flew around, making them hard to raise. Of course, chefs would also be urgently needed then. This was actually easy to solve. Even if the contract didn't designate him a chef, wouldn't there be plenty of people in the entire area who could cook? Everyone currently just lacked tools and food, and during these days they were all frantically collecting supplies with no one focusing on food. Having something to eat was already a blessing. After the first wave of monsters passed, Jiang Mian anticipated a relatively peaceful and beautiful period in the survival world. The survivors would level up and productivity would significantly increase. Facing the aberrant beings, they would no longer be helpless. People's needs would gradually shift from safety and survival to spiritual desires, such as culinary pleasures. In the storage room on the third floor of his shelter, there were daily necessities like cigarettes, alcohol, mahjong pillows, toilet paper, and shampoo, as well as seasonal clothing, which would prove most useful in due time. Living alone for too long can be stifling. Especially with a lifestyle akin to that of primitive people, the simple acts of brushing teeth and bathing have become distant memories. How many smokers are lost in a haze lacking energy? How many fishermen no longer enjoy their pastime? How many girls cannot apply makeup, their hair unkempt? How many phone users can't watch videos or read novels? A Jiang Mian can't do anything about that. This survival world doesn't even have steam engines, and waiting for electricity and the information age to arrive could take a long time. Hopefully by then there will be more survivors entering the silver territory, contributing to the technological development. In any case, the sun always shines after the storm, just as the optimists in the regional channel comfort each other. It will be fine, as long as they survive the disaster of this night. No, actually it began this afternoon. Around 4 o'clock the sky turned pitch black. The sun had not yet set, but thick oppressive black clouds covered the entire sky, as if about to collapse and shatter the earth at any moment. The howling winds often arrived before the blizzard, howling incessantly as they charged from the cliffs, crashing against the sturdy walls, blowing the snow off the tops. Jiang Mian stood by the window on the second floor gazing outside. The trees swayed in the wind, their crowns bent down, and then bouncing back with some already snapped halfway. Once the storm passed, even the work of chopping wood would be unnecessary. Jiang Mian went downstairs to instruct everyone to check the doors and windows. The wind was too strong, and he feared the wooden observation tower might be blown down, so he had them taken down first. The ice arrow tower, made of wood and stone, was not heavily affected by the strong winds. If only there were some sort of protective barrier. Survivors who were out in the area saw the skies change color and realized that the blizzard was imminent immediately. Not long after they returned home, large snowflakes began to fall like goose feathers, swept away by the wind as they fell and flying chaotically everywhere. In less than 5 minutes, the sky seemed to be ripped open with snow pouring down. This was a snowstorm that many had never seen in their lives. The fragile snowflakes from books could one day fall as densely as rain, overwhelming visibility. Visibility dropped sharply from hundreds of meters to dozens, then to a mere few meters, until even the stone walls outside were reduced to a blurred silhouette. At this moment, they truly realized the terrifying extent of the disaster that awaited them tonight. In such an environment, venturing outside was extremely difficult. How could they confront the 4 waves of monsters at night? The archery platforms and spear-throwing machines placed outside would soon be buried under thick layers of snow, rendering them ineffective. A thought arose in the hearts of many: nature was aiding the tyranny. The situation they feared did not affect Jiang Mian much. In the afternoon, he had built a snow-blocking corridor in front of the main building of the shelter with 2 blacksmiths and 20 skeleton soldiers who were out mining. With the emergence of the intermediate workbench, the appearance of tools like nails undoubtedly sped up the construction of buildings. The corridor was not a single path. It branched into 3 routes after about 10 meters from the main building's entrance. One path led to the stone house's storage room and the breeding ground, another to the farm, and the last to a shorter observation tower built close to the inner wall. This observation tower was the only one remaining on the field, equipped with a snow-blocking canopy, allowing someone to stand atop it and survey the entire battlefield at night. The corridor continued past this observation tower, extending outward through the inner wall's gate, stretching left and right along the outer side of the inner wall. This segment was quite long and closely adhered to the inner wall, making it unnecessary to build load-bearing pillars. Jiang Mian decided to switch to triangular supports. Every 2 meters a wooden beam was propped out from the wall, supported below by a diagonal brace, forming a stable triangle with the wall. With logs laid on top, it would prevent a large accumulation of snow below. The wind direction was from north to south, so this area was affected very little. Below the triangular supports, Jiang Mian moved the archery platforms and spear-throwing machines from the stone wall to this location. When the monster waves arrived at night, he would open the narrow side door on the outer wall, which could only allow the small and agile type 1 aberrant beings to enter. Once they rushed in densely, they would fall straight into the trap. A row of archery platforms and spear-throwing machines awaited them. Jiang Mian did not plan to let the large ones in. They would grab the agile type 1 aberrant beings and hurl them into the inner wall. Tonight the monsters would not suffer from the holy fire wreaking havoc in the shelter. The defenses constructed by others were relatively simple compared to Jiang Mian's, primarily consisting of 4 stone walls and 3 observation towers. Archery platforms or spear-throwing machines were placed on the stone walls with 1 observation tower manned, while the other 2 were filled with archery platforms. Their defense was small and similar in concept to the temporary defenses Jiang Mian had built in the fog last time, focusing on high ground attacks to prevent large groups of monsters from approaching or damaging the stone walls. With the heavy snowfall, most of these weapons would be affected, significantly reducing their effectiveness. Thus they had no choice but to brave the wind and snow now to retrieve the archery platforms and spear-throwing machines, as well as the tall observation tower to set them up again when the monster waves arrived at night. However, by that time the stone walls would be covered in snow, leaving uncertain spots to place these weapons. The impact of the wind and snow was not limited to that. In such harsh conditions, even lighting a fire outdoors was a luxury. At night, apart from the fire burning in the wooden house illuminating a small area outside, was almost pitch black. Although the shooting of archery platforms and spear-throwing machines was automated, it made it hard for survivors to determine which monsters posed a threat to the stone wall, making targeted attacks difficult. Recently, they had been researching lanterns in the regional channel, hoping to make a wooden cage to start a fire inside and hang it on the observation tower. This issue had already been resolved for Jiang Mian. He moved the torches that were previously stuck in the hardshell wall to the area beneath the triangular supports. Even without these torches, he could at most use the 4 glowing walls he had taken from the Black Cat laboratory to service. Those vines he couldn't destroy even with magic, and removing them for the aberrant beings to gnaw on was futile as well. Once his level increased, and he could break those vines, the first thing Jiang Mian would do is turn them into walls. A whole row of glowing walls would be quite unique. At 10:50, the first wave of monster tides was approaching. I level up alone. Your days of flaunting your might are over. The monster tide treats everyone equally. The experience gain will be the same for all. Merchant Alliance Hunter Guild prepare to be held accountable after the battle. In the early stages, a 10-level difference could mean that the stronger side's attributes might exceed those of the weaker side by more than 3 times, but as time goes on your advantage will diminish. We welcome all survivors who have suffered injustice. We will establish a new order after the battle. Several days ago, Chi Chong and his group, who had been hiding in obscurity, re-emerged. They were the murderers from before the crossing. This group firmly believed that in the survival world, violence was the primary means of obtaining power. In just a few days, they secretly recruited a number of people, even sending some to disguise themselves as ordinary individuals to deceive Jiang Mian into giving them secondary crossbows. I am Chi Chong, the one destined to step on you to rise to power. Let me tell you something: the early bird gets the worm. Those who lead the race in the first lap often do not end up winning the final prize. I am Lu Chong. The monster tide is about to refresh. Out of mercy, I inform you that your secondary crossbow is now in my hands, and I want return it after the monster tide. Isn't it laughable to talk about trust in this apocalypse, and to target us afterward? As long as there are enough people who refuse to repay their debts, do you think you can control it? Being too kind here isn't a good thing, believe it or not. Once we replace you and control the entire area, not a single person will remember your kindness. These guys were incredibly arrogant, taking turns to mock while inciting other survivors. The law does not punish the crowd. As long as there are enough people who refuse to repay their debts, it's as if no one owes anything. Could Jiang Mian really grow wings? Would he come to everyone's shelter to demand repayment? Even if he could, what difference would it make? Everyone had crossbows and shields, and they had bonuses in their own shelters while outsiders had nothing. Jiang Mian, with a higher level than them, could only lay low in their shelter. The design of the shelter was inherently easy to defend and hard to attack. On the watchtower, Jiang Mian lay in a chair swaying, and when he saw these people publicly declaring war on him, a mix of amusement and forced composure appeared on his face. First of all, he wasn't short on iron ore. The secondary crossbows he provided were not his entire stock, just the yield from the past 2 to 3 days. He never expected everyone would return the mutated corpses to him to settle the debts. As long as he could recover a part, that would be sufficient. 25 agile type I mutated corpses could be decomposed to synthesize 1 skeleton monster. For ordinary level 3 shelter survivors, 4 waves of monster tides would yield 1200 agile type I mutated corpses, equivalent to 48 skeleton monsters. And these skeleton monsters could mine over 1,000 pieces of iron ore in a day. He was bound to make a profit. One thing he couldn't understand was why these people who didn't want to repay their debts still came out to provoke him. Why did each one of them shout their names loudly after speaking? It was like standing on a desk to make a declaration to the entire, as if they were afraid others wouldn't know who they were. Did they really think he wouldn't hold a grudge? In this bizarre survival world, it was entirely possible to obtain methods to locate other survivors in the future. Could the second most powerful in the world not go to others' homes? Had they never seen a gang before? Hundreds or thousands of fully armed skeleton monsters could flatten a small hill. Why couldn't these people sit still? One after another they started to set flags resembling an old general with flags stuck all over behind him on a stage. He tried to think from their perspective. From Chi Chong and the others' viewpoint, a level 1 survivor's average attributes range from 6 to 8, while a level 11 survivor's average attributes range from 18 to 20, with a potential threefold difference. Moreover, a level 22 survivor's average attributes only range from 30 to 32, which was less than double the attributes of an 11-level survivor. Further on, the average attributes of a level 32 survivor ranged from 42 to 44, which didn't seem much higher than that of a level 22 survivor. Furthermore, leveling up would definitely slow down as one progressed. Those who once had an advantage would also be restricted from gaining experience if their level difference exceeded 15. 7 days, 14 days, 21 days. As time extended, it became increasingly difficult for the early survivors to maintain a significant level difference from those behind. This also gave others the illusion of a chance to overtake. Why is it called an illusion? The world-class title in the survival world has always belonged to Jiang Mian. He didn't speak and others didn't know what effects it had. So far many had speculated about Jiang Mian's talents, but no one had guessed correctly. He had revealed too many possibilities. Some said he could track monsters, which was why he could always kill the most mutated ones. Others claimed he had temporarily boosted combat power, allowing him to be the first to kill elite monsters and lord monsters. Some suggested he had a disassembly talent, enabling him to quickly decompose monster corpses along with that massive amount of iron ore. They speculated that this could also be obtained through disassembling veins. Others, even outright, said it was a luck talent as he could always use the environment to accomplish things that ordinary people couldn't. Regardless of the speculation, they couldn't see his full picture. There were many more unknowns, such as rock cores, cold essence stones, and territory evolution paths after level 6 shelters, which they were unaware of. They had never seen them, so they subconsciously couldn't imagine. They thought Jiang Mian was merely seizing the opportunity, having a slightly higher level, and opening a few treasure chests ahead of time. Yet this person who had seized a slight edge was foolishly helping the entire region to overcome hardships. In fact, not to mention Chi Chong and others in the regional channel among the experts on the world ranking list, who wasn't exceptionally talented, who didn't want to compete for the top spot. Yet since coming out of the world ranking list, those experts from other regions had never actively provoked Jiang Mian. The more they fought to climb the ranks, the more they felt Jiang Mian was unfathomable. Last night, the second in the world that reached level 20 felt as if he was living in Jiang Mian's shadow. If it were straightforward strength, at least there would be a target to chase. But not being able to see clearly and having everything filled with unknowns was truly frightening. What experts most wanted to say was, this guy hasn't moved up a level for 2 whole days. Another thing they wanted to say was, could you provide some other means to obtain world-class titles? For example, by introducing different monsters into different regions, allowing each region to have the chance to obtain a unique world-class title. Even if it were a weak title, could they at least get a glimpse? Just a glance. Up until now, no one knew what a world-class title looked like. These individuals willingly labeled themselves as goods, pleading for buyers' favor. Rather than facing the upcoming 3 waves of monster tides, stop chatting, hurry, and set up the archery platforms. They're charging in so fast that I can barely see them. They're starting to ram the walls. This is different from what we imagined. How can they be so fast? Damn it, 20 archery platforms are simply not. These monsters are impervious to the sacred fire. Their defenses are not decreasing. While previously a few arrows could kill them, now it takes a dozen to bring one down. As the first wave of monsters appeared, every channel erupted into chaos. Those who had mocked, argued, and written their last words moments ago now unanimously shifted to discussions about the fully evolved mutated creatures. A survivor, nicknamed I Am a Baby Dragon, crouched atop a watchtower gripping a crossbow, staring into the darkness beyond the walls. In the low visibility of the heavy snow, a flurry of rustling sounds emerged as the Agile Type 1 mutated creatures, leveraging their incredible speed, glided over the snow's surface, as if flying, their limbs not sinking at all. The first Agile Type 1 mutated creature burst forth from the snow, its forelimbs slicing through the air, slashing against the stone wall, and sending debris flying. Following closely were the second and third ones, surging forth from the darkness like a tide, quickly filling the base of the wall. It was then that he realized just how outrageous the protective effect provided by the shelter had been. Only when the sun no longer rises do people think of its greatness. Without the burning of the sacred fire, the Agile Type 1 mutated creatures moved like spirits in the night, silently teleporting to any position visible to the eye. In the nights of the past few days, survivors had carelessly slain Agile Type 1 mutated creatures, believing they had grown stronger and could easily handle these mutants. They were wrong, terribly wrong. The true strength had always been the shelter, not them. Calm down, stay calm. I am a baby dragon, told himself, determined to remain composed. He quickly activated the 30 prepared archery platforms, launching hundreds of arrows simultaneously. Yesterday, these arrows would have been enough to clear a large area of monsters. But now only the sound of arrowheads piercing the surface of the Agile Type 1 mutated creatures could be heard. Looking around, only a few had fallen. A more, although injured, continued to mindlessly attack the stone wall. Race: Agile Type 1 mutated creature, level 1 health, 120 strength, 18 stamina, 14 speed, 38 spirit, 5 description, a low-level mutated creature that fears fire and light, an incredibly fast reaper of the night. Upon realizing that the mutated creatures were only level 1, I am a baby dragon was greatly shocked. According to predictions made days prior, the second wave of mutated creatures would likely be stronger than the first. The level 1 Agile Type 1 mutated creatures in the monster tide had stats higher than the level 5 Agile Type 1 mutated creatures encountered in previous days. A sense of helplessness surged within him. He trembled as he aimed his crossbow at the base of the wall and pulled the trigger. The bolt pierced the head of a mutated creature, and after a couple of spasms it fell into the snow, but was immediately trampled by those behind it. The number of monsters at the base of the wall remained uncontrollable, their forelimbs swinging in turn, striking the stone wall and sending sparks flying. Crack! The stone blocks at the corner of the northwest wall shattered, creating a glaring gap. I am a baby dragon hurriedly slid down and ran to the wall to repair it. His stock of stones in the warehouse was limited, only a few dozen remained. He could repair it a few more times at most before running out. The screams of the mutated creatures outside the wall echoed as if mocking his weakness. Damn it, we're going to die anyway, let's fight. I am a baby dragon activated 3 spear-throwing machines to prepare for the elite monsters, while climbing up the watchtower to shoot crossbow bolts and quickly reload. The ammunition in the warehouse was decreasing at a visible rate. Similar situations were unfolding across the survival world. Survivors had not independently slain Agile Type 1 mutated creatures outside the shelter, and had fundamentally not truly understood their terror. After engaging in actual combat, it became evident that not only was the durability of the stone wall inadequate, but their prepared ammunition was also clearly lacking. The defenses and health of these mutated creatures had increased, making the cost of killing one several times higher than before. After 2 or 3 minutes, deaths began to occur. Then in the upper right corner of the regional channel, the number of survivors began to decrease rapidly. Those who had not built a solid defense line and were overly optimistic were eliminated at the outset. In just 20 minutes, the number of survivors in Jiang Mian's area had plummeted to 51221. The number of deaths exceeded that of the previous 6 days combined. Many immediately lost the courage to continue resisting. In the first wave of monster tides, the stone wall had already suffered multiple damages, and the ammunition for the archery platforms was nearing depletion. There were still 3 stronger waves of tides to come. How would they resist? There's nothing to say. Can someone help? As long as I can survive, I will serve you as a slave for life. Please, is there a big shot passing by? My wall is about to collapse and the monsters have already climbed in. Who has spare stone arrows? 1 log for 10 stone arrows, is that a deal? Damn it, my wall has already collapsed and moving to the shelter to make a last stand. I've decided to abandon my dignity as a person. I was a popular singer before I crossed over. Is there anyone willing to help me? I will be your exclusive singer. Wait, your nickname sounds familiar. Didn't you say you were FLJ last time? And the time before that you said you were a cosplayer? Only now do you realize to abandon your dignity. I decided to stop being human on the 3rd day. Now I'm running errands for Wang Teng's dad, and that guy takes advantage of being Wang Teng's classmate to order me around all day. Can I level up alone? Big shot, save me. I promise to pay back. In the future, I will hand over 30% of the resources I obtain. Only 30%, and you're calling for help here. He'll give 50%. I don't want any of it. In the future, all resources will be handed over, as long as the big shot gives me a meal. It doesn't have to be fancy, just the leftovers from what you eat. Big shot. I know Chi Chang's identity. He used to be from the same village as me and has been plotting against you for the past few days. Just help me, and I will reveal all his plans to you. Big shot. I have the list of members from Chi Chang's organization. If you ensure I survive tonight, I will hand it over to you with both hands. Faced with the threat of death, survivors quickly adapted and thought of various ways to survive. Brotherhoods formed through blood oaths and grand enterprises were nothing in the face of death. The unrest stirred by Chi Chang and others was swiftly quashed at its inception. Jiang Mian naturally couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these opportunists. He slid down the rope, pushed open the inner wall's door, and went outside to dismantle the corpses of 600 mutated creatures. Each of these corpses was pierced by arrows and spears, collapsing just a few meters from the outer wall's entrance. The reason was simple: 80 of the arrows in Jiang Mian's archery platform were stone arrows, while 20 had been replaced with iron arrows. The penetrating power of iron arrows was incomparable to that of stone arrows. Moreover, outside the inner wall stood over 100 archery platforms and 40 to 50 spear-throwing machines. Feeling bored, Jiang Mian sat on the watchtower, picked up an iron pipe pistol and practiced shooting at moving targets. During the first wave of monster tides, the number of survivors in each region fell below 501 after another. This signifies that over half of the population has perished in the past 7 days. When the number of survivors in a region drops below half, a new announcement appears in the regional channel, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Survivors uncertain if they will survive another hour grasp at the new announcement in the regional channel, as if it were a lifeline, hoping it will provide them with a way to endure. It has been detected that the number of survivors in this region is below 50000. The second phase of the survival system rules has now been updated. Unlocking item merger order, unlocking item blood contract, unlocking function, red name mark. Above all, please strive to survive. Survivors rush to check the details of the 3 updates. The first item merger order will be distributed to the top 100 survivors in the region after each wave of monster tides ends. It requires the survivor's shelter level to reach level 5 or above to qualify for use. Its effect is to absorb the shelters of other survivors within the region, acquiring all their resources and taking on the subsequent monster tides they will face, while demoting the status of the absorbed shelter's survivors. Survivors who have been demoted will be similar to those summoned by the contract, such as farmers and fishermen, losing their dominance over the shelter. Although their survival system can still be retained, their daily speaking and trading limits will be restricted, akin to temporary visitors. Upon hearing about the ability to merge shelters, the survivor's first thought is to cling to the strong. Under this monster tide, we have no future fighting alone. The survival system has also recognized this and activated the merger function after half the population has died. Has hope arrived? Finally, we can team up, sob sob. It seems the system encourages us to band together, but the merger order is so scarce. What's going on? What do you mean, what's going on? Don't mistake this for the kindness of the survival world. You're just an ordinary person. What value do you have? Those powerful individuals with merger orders won't want you. So that's how it is making the strong even stronger. Is this survival world selecting the strongest humans? Does that mean we have no chance? I'm so angry I could curse. A single tree does not make a forest. Humans are inherently social creatures. Why separate us so much with distances between 2 people exceeding 100 miles? After analyzing, the survivor's fleeting hope was once again drowned. Indeed, you are worthless. Why would anyone want to take on your burdens? They also have to face more monster tides. Having survived to the 7th day, no one is a fool. The second item in the update, blood contract, is a type of contract with coercive effects. The signatory cannot breach the contract, or they will suffer the consequences mentioned within. Upon seeing this item, Jiang Mian was infuriated. Why didn't this thing come out earlier? If it had, he could have made all the survivors who obtained the secondary crossbow sign the blood contract days earlier. The last updated function, red name mark, is something that many gamers might be familiar with. To prevent players from killing each other, IDs of those who commit multiple murders will turn bright red. Those with red IDs may be hunted or face other negative effects, such as increased equipment drop rates upon being. With the appearance of the merger order, survivors can directly encounter each other. If they engage in mutual killings, their nicknames within the system will turn red, and this mark will remain for both speaking and trading. Even in anonymity, the words anonymous will also appear in red. The emergence of the red name mark seems to serve as a warning to those preparing to use the merger order. Remain vigilant towards your own kind. Remember to use the blood contract. Approaching 10:30, the first wave of monster tides was finally coming to an end. Survivors in the regional channel had no time to catch their breath and began frantically trading ammunition and stones. Some who were not ready to give up spoke out, pleading for pity, hoping that a powerful individual might take mercy on them and take them along. They added, "I am definitely not a rebel." The top 100 survivors in the region also received the merger orders. Among them, 36 were from the Merchant Alliance, 51 from the Hunters Guild, and excluding Jiang Mian, there were 12 loners. Interestingly, those from the Hunters Guild showed little interest in the merger orders. They had grown accustomed to living alone and disliked being disturbed. Moreover, they had just experienced the first wave of monster tides, which were not easy to deal with. Every moment was draining their resources. Unless someone willing to merge with them, they would immediately offer the merger order and raise their hands and feet to express agreement and loyalty. A hunter tagged Jiang Mian in the group, asking if he had any such intentions. Jiang Mian replied with a few words, "Already sold." His shelter did not lack personnel. The survivors who were closer to him were valued more for the resources around them, whether minerals or hardwood. After all, they are not human. What person is more useful than a compliant skeleton soldier? There will definitely be new beings in the deformed smelting furnace in the future. Jiang Mian said nothing more, and everyone could guess who he sold them to. Wang Teng was not skilled in combat,
and always felt his island in the lake was not safe enough, so he continuously purchased contracts and various weapons at high prices eager to gather the core members of the Merchant Alliance together. These individuals like Wang Tung were not cut out to be self-reliant, they were better at strategizing for the team. If there was an opportunity to recruit, Wang Tung would seize it. For the members of the Hunters Guild, each person's resources are independent, and merging with other survivors would be more detrimental than beneficial, but for the resource-concentrated Merchant Alliance, having survivors gathered could yield a 11 greater than 2 effect. Even when facing multiplied monster tides, the Merchant Alliance was unafraid. Ultimately, Wang Tung gathered 82 merger orders using the half-hour gap before the next wave of monster tides to consolidate the elite talents of the Merchant Alliance. The stone walls on Wang Tung's island in the lake were specially ordered hard armor walls from Jiang Mian, easily defending against the agile type 1 deformed beings. The remaining 18 merger orders were used separately by the loners. A few found familiar faces from before the traversal in the vast sea of people and decided to team up. Some were bold and audacious, ignoring the increasing monster tides, and began to keep beautiful men and women. Thus a small-scale selfie competition erupted in the regional channel. These individuals willingly labeled themselves as goods, pleading for buyers' favor. Rather than facing the upcoming 3 waves of monster tides, they preferred to be openly priced. Having grown accustomed to these transactions of servitude, a peculiar story about a green hat emerged in the channel. The origin of this tale was a delivery boy who had harbored a crush on a high school classmate for many years. After the college entrance examination, due to financial difficulties at home, he had to abandon the idea of attending the same university as that classmate and went out to work alone. Their life paths diverged from that point onward. Yet the boy still cherished his past aspirations, sending messages during festivals with greetings like "Are you there?" and wishing her a happy holiday. In the lengthy chat history, there were only holiday greetings sent after a month or several months. All of them were initiated by the boy. After entering the survival world, the boy gained a talent that increased his tree-cutting speed by 100. Being a country boy, he was quite familiar with farming and the outdoors, quickly adapting to the environment, gathering resources, and modifying the shelter. Upon discovering that there was someone in the area with a nickname identical to Goddess X, he secretly inquired and found out that she was indeed that high school classmate. Thus the boy decided to double his efforts secretly and astound everyone. Days later, he had gained sufficient strength, reaching the top 100 in the region, and obtained a merger order. He shouted the goddess name in the regional channel, inviting her to join his shelter. The goddess casually replied with an "oh," and then stated that for her to join, he must first invite her current girlfriend, whom she had met after spending 3 or 4 days in the survival world. The onlookers were immediately perplexed, their heads filled with question marks. They attempted to use their lifetime's wisdom to decipher this statement and analyze the complex relationships among the 3. Though the boy felt crushed, he could not forget the white moonlight in his heart. He ultimately decided to purchase another merger order, intending to bring the couple into his shelter. He had to make a quick decision as the second wave of monsters was approaching rapidly, with the level of the aberrant beings increasing from level 1 to level 2, their average attributes rising by about 1 to 2 points. The population in the region dropped once again. Most of the stones stored by the people had been used up, leaving them to watch helplessly as the stone walls were breached. Of the stone arrows shot during the first wave of monsters, about 30% were damaged and could not be reused. Thus the number of available arrows diminished with each passing wave. Reproducing arrows was impossible. Constructing the defense line had already drained their resources. They could only learn continuously in battle, figuring out at what density the aberrant beings should be shot to inflict maximum damage. By the end of the second wave of monsters, the population in the region had dropped to around 3,000. After the third wave, it decreased to about 17,000. The levels of the aberrant beings were rising, yet the number of deaths was actually decreasing each time. As the survivors' levels increased, once their strength attributes surpassed 30, the power of crossbows significantly increased, allowing them to pierce through the bodies of agile type I aberrant beings, causing penetration damage to multiple targets. Those survivors who obtained secondary crossbows from Jiang Mian were all secretly relieved. After each wave of monsters, Jiang Mian instructed them to collect the monster corpses and send them to him. About 80% complied, while the remaining 20% were either too busy repairing the defense line to collect or had begun to entertain ideas of not exchanging. After all, they had yet to establish a blood contract with Jiang Mian. Now that everyone's levels had reached 16 or 17, if they could survive the final wave, they would be on top of the world. Within just a few hours, the number of bones in Jiang Mian's system warehouse had surged multiple times. Even though he continued to feed the aberrant furnace to create skeleton soldiers, the sheer number of bones was overwhelming. After producing 100 skeleton soldiers, a new smelting target was unlocked in the aberrant furnace: skeleton horses. Each skeleton horse required 500 bones to create, roughly the size of a normal horse, with blue ghostly flames in their eyes similar to skeleton soldiers.
With skeleton horses, Jiang Mian could now have the power to create carts for transporting goods. To quickly consume the bones, he immediately shifted his production target to mass-produce skeleton horses. After producing 100 skeleton horses, the aberrant furnace unlocked another new smelting target, skeleton WIRMs. Dragons were a sign of imperial might. Seeing that a skeleton WIRM consumed 100 bones and 10 attribute gems, Jiang Mian was convinced that this creature must be a colossal beast. He immediately crafted one cold spirit skeleton WIRM and one earth skeleton WIRM. Both skeleton WIRMs were 12 meters long and 2 meters high, not resembling the long-winged evil dragons or the slender coiling eastern dragons. They lay on the ground with short limbs, their tails swishing behind them like two large lizards. One was ice blue, the other earth yellow, with the colors outlining different magical auras on their skeletal frames. Both were level 10 with 850 health points, moderate speed at 28 and strength, stamina, and spirit at 52, 35, and 29 respectively. These stats made it difficult for Jiang Mian to single-handedly deal with them even without using magic or crossbows. After creating the two skeleton WIRMs, the progress of the eerie leading route jumped from 5 to 15. With such combat power, Jiang Mian launched the Skeleton Express global delivery service before the fourth wave of monsters arrived. Having acquired a dragon, he felt it necessary to showcase it to avoid being seen as a soft target. Flexing his muscles, he aimed to make those considering becoming deadbeats weigh their options. In the dark of night, upon seeing the photos of the colossal creature shared by Jiang Mian in the regional channel, the survivor's first reaction was to question when the survival system had opened the photo editing permissions. A 12-meter-long giant dragon. Beneath its feet, Jiang Mian had thoughtfully placed several corpses of agile type aberrant beings for everyone to more intuitively perceive its enormity. Confirming that it was not an illusion, the survivors glanced back at their dilapidated shelter and began to question their existence. Are we playing a game? A survivor's slow voice expressed what everyone was thinking. While others were struggling to fend off small monsters, he was casually crafting a boss. Look at the lower left corner of that photo. There's a skeleton monster wearing bizarre leather armor and wielding a sword and shield. Wait, when did the big shot defect? What? The big shot defected. Oh no, what will become of humanity's future? Could this be the big shot's true talent, a necromancer? Oh my goodness. Big shot, please elaborate on the Skeleton Express service. Can you deploy such a giant creature into our shelter? Finally, a survivor snapped out of the shock and asked about the crucial matter. After the third wave of monsters, over half of the stone walls were damaged and could no longer hold, forcing everyone to retreat into the shelter. Is that true? Big shot, I am your unacquainted adopted son, having wandered for half a lifetime only to regret not meeting a wise master. If you do not abandon me. Big shot, it's a cold winter night. Surely your bed must be very cold when you sleep. Now that there's a merger order, I feel I can. Trying to use such low-level temptations, the big shot is not that kind of person. Let me outline a few rules. First, those in need of assistance must draft a blood contract themselves, clearly stating the price they are willing to pay. Some may claim they are penniless now, but your future prospects are boundless. Those who understand my meaning may. Secondly, my skeleton legion is primarily responsible for dealing with elite monsters, and those unable to resist, they do not encroach on others' resources if you can handle it yourself. Lastly, once the skeleton legion has dealt with the monsters, you must return them immediately, and do not entertain thoughts of withholding them. I have commanded them, and if they are not returned for an extended period, they will raise your shelter. Jiang Mian made his instructions very clear, cutting off the retreat of those who sought to take advantage from the very start. He divided the skeleton army into small squads and dispatched them to the trading area. 2 skeleton generals accompanied by 2 skeletal horses and 5 skeleton soldiers formed a small squad. All were equipped with hard shields, strange leather armor, and bone spears, with the skeleton generals additionally armed with iron spears. The skeleton generals were entirely melee fighters, unlike the skeletal drakes that could cast low-level spells. Thus, they required skeletal horses for mobility and to engage in distorted battles. The skeletal drakes were not incorporated into the squads, but randomly assigned to small teams, not for killing monsters, but for show. 12 chilling skeletal drakes leading nearly 200 skeleton generals set forth on their grand expedition. The survivors pondered Jiang Mian's words, understanding that he was urging them to take out loans. Many were all too familiar with the burden of car loans, mortgages, and other debts from their previous lives. However, they had not anticipated that even in this otherworldly realm, they would still be shackled by the fate of debt. After some discussion, they began to bid. I will forever remit 30% of future resources. There are copper mines around my shelter that I couldn't exploit earlier, but I am willing to spend half my time mining copper daily for the benefactor. My talent is Pirate King, and I can unlock a treasure point every 7 days, but that treasure point is too far. If a means of transportation becomes available, I am willing to scout the treasure points for the benefactor and offer 70% of the treasure. With the deaths of 50 to 60,000 people as a grim reminder, the survivors began to offer prices they would never have dared to speak of before. Some individuals had excellent talents and starting point resources, but their power surge was not in the early stages. For instance, there were survivors around with other mineral veins and the Pirate King talent. They possessed treasures, but due to various reasons were unable to exploit them and faded into the crowd. Jiang Mian selected the blood contracts he found satisfactory, then sent them to the Skeleton Legion. On the other side of the continent, I Am the Milk Dragon Trembling had just finished drafting a blood contract. His talent is Tang Run. Not the Tang of the Tang dynasty, but the Tang that acts like one. Here this Tang is not used as an adjective or noun, but as a causative verb meaning to make someone act like Tang. The effect is when actively pretending to be Tang applies a wisdom-reducing aura to hostile intelligent beings. He had previously used this talent on wild men, successfully reducing their intelligence through abstract behavior, rendering them temporarily incapable of using tactics to hunt beasts. However, currently the threatening, distorted beings possessed very low intelligence, and their thoughts were entirely governed by their bloodthirsty instincts, not qualifying them as intelligent beings. His talent had completely become useless. Anxiously submitting the blood contract, I Am the Milk Dragon set his item collection to automatic and began a long wait. The stone walls outside were already battered with large holes exposed on three sides, unable to withstand much. The wall on the southern side of the shelter had also been damaged by the third wave of monster tides, leaving several cracks, likely unable to hold much longer. The retrieved crossbow bolts numbered only a quarter of the original amount, and the quantity of spears and stone arrows was barely enough to kill a few more agile type, distorted beings. He watched the clock strike 1 in the morning as the fourth wave of monster tides erupted. Outside was pitch black snow still falling, and the monstrous howls came with the wind echoing from afar. Surrounded by threats, I Am the Milk Dragon had no choice but to shift his gaze away from the survival system, opening the window to prepare his crossbow for the impending battle. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, he saw a giant with a large head towering 5 to 6 meters high. He took a deep breath, realizing this was an elite monster. Behind the giant with a large head, a multitude of agile type, distorted beings waved their forelimbs, crossing the broken stone walls and charging toward the shelter. Stone arrows and spears were continuously launched, but could not halt their advance. Swipe, swipe, swipe. He could hear the sound of sharp weapons scraping against the walls of the shelter, and the floor beneath him trembled restlessly. I Am the Milk Dragon gripped the crossbow, tightly waiting for the giant to approach with each tremor, before suddenly pulling the trigger to release a bolt. After leveling up, the crossbow bolts pierced through the defenses of type distorted beings more easily, but the elite monster also had high health. He needed a sufficient window of time to deal damage. Reality did not grant him this opportunity. After feeling pain, the giant entered a berserk mode, roaring and suddenly quickening its pace toward the shelter. Bang! The entire wooden house trembled violently, with cracks deepening in the wall where the impact occurred, and the structure began to deform. After 2 or 3 more hits, the wooden house would collapse. I Am the Milk Dragon was momentarily stunned, but upon seeing the remaining health of the shelter, felt no panic, only a smile. It was a smile of relief after seeing the future unfold. Each impact from the elite monster caused the shelter to lose 1/5 of its health. Its current position was on the other side of the wooden house, where I Am the Milk Dragon's crossbow could not reach, unless he went outside. But outside were hundreds of agile type distorted beings, and stepping out meant death. He simply shot all the bolts in his crossbow at the agile type distorted beings, then closed his eyes, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud. Bang! Another impact occurred. The supporting pillar on the west side of the wooden house had already collapsed, revealing a gash in the wall, through which wind and snow poured inside. Everything was over, he thought. After several seconds, the anticipated next impact did not come. I Am the Milk Dragon opened his eyes in confusion, looking up at the damaged wooden house. He hadn't gone to the underworld either. Rising to look outside, he saw 2 tall figures on horseback appearing amidst the monster tide. The relentless wind caused the capes of the skeleton generals to flutter. One of them raised his iron spear, piercing through several agile type distorted beings moving gracefully through the throng of monsters. The other held a shield, diverting the giant's attention and defending against its charge. The skeletal horse took a few steps back, then with a fierce tug of the reins charged forward valiantly. The skeleton general's iron spear stabbed fiercely into the giant's eye, splattering white bodily fluid. The giant staggered, clutching its eye, only to be struck again by the skeleton general. Damn impressive. I Am the Milk Dragon had never felt the skeletons could be so cool. This is the Benefactor's Skeleton Legion. He hurriedly looked at the survival system, discovering that the Benefactor was quite interested in his talent and had dispatched reinforcements. This is the Benefactor's Skeleton Legion. He hurriedly looked at the survival system, discovering that the Benefactor was quite interested in his talent and had dispatched. Not far away, a series of heavy footsteps echoed, the sound even more intense than that of the giant with a large head. Could there be an even stronger giant with a large head? I am the baby dragon. He glanced in the direction of the voice and saw an ice-blue dragon skeleton sprawling on the snow, casually clearing a path through a horde of monsters and running towards him. 5 neatly lined-up skeleton soldiers stood on the dragon's back, appearing almost lifelike. They held shields and spears, waving their long spears to drive away the aberrations attempting to destroy the wooden cabin. I am the baby dragon. He felt tears welling up. Since entering the survival world, he had always been alone. Chopping trees alone, leveling up his house alone, searching for treasure chests alone, and fighting against mutated creatures alone. But now he had companions to fight alongside him. Although it was only temporary, it brought back a fleeting sense of... On the other side, the angry giant with a large head was furious. Its limited intelligence told it that the kindred before it which had inexplicably turned against it was not its target. Regardless of winning or losing, it held no significance. It turned around, distancing itself from the skeleton general, and charged towards the shelter. As long as it could reach that place. To smash the shelter, allowing the agile Type 1 aberrations to rush in and tear apart the survivor inside. That would complete its mission. As it charged towards the shelter, the skeleton general, which had just been fighting it, did not pursue. Instead, it began eliminating other agile Type 1 aberrations. The giant with a large head did not ponder why it was not being chased, it simply kept running. Clearly its vision was poor, and it was blind in one eye, thus it did not see the giant dragon lying in front of the shelter through the snow. When it reached the front of the shelter, the giant with a large head finally saw the colossal beast resembling a mountain. The ice-blue skeleton glowed faintly in the snow like an iceberg suddenly rising from the ground. In its remaining eye, a glimmer of clarity flickered. The giant with a large head stepped back, its foot sinking into the snow with a muffled thud. Before it could turn to flee, the dragon had already opened its mouth. Between its upper and lower jaws, a chilling air gathered. The cold air surged between its teeth, forming visible ice mist that erupted at a certain moment. Boom. It was a freezing cannonball, leaving a thin trail of ice mist as it crashed directly into the chest of the giant with a large head. As the ice ball shattered, the bone-chilling cold exploded into a cloud of ice mist engulfing the entire upper body of the giant. The icy magic surged into its body, tearing apart its flesh and bones. The layer of ice on its body grew thicker and thicker, and the giant with a large head trembled and fell to the ground, sending up a flurry of snowflakes. One hit, and it was killed. This skeleton dragon could actually use magic. I am the baby dragon. His eyes widened like copper bells, filled with disbelief. It was truly infuriating to see others excel. These survivors could not even use magic, yet this summoned skeleton dragon could. And the effect was so powerful. A few minutes later, the monster tied around the shelter was completely cleared. I am the baby dragon stepped outside for a closer look at the skeleton subdragon, wondering when he would have such a magnificent summoned creature. He also wondered if the big boss would sell it in the future. He quickly collected the bodies of the monsters, packaged them to send to the big boss, and then returned a few skeleton monsters. After witnessing the strength of the skeleton army, no one dared to leave them behind. If these guys started to tear down houses, it would indeed be a challenge to deal with. The hard armor shields they held were difficult to penetrate, even with crossbows. And that mounted skeleton general was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it could rush over and pierce a hole in the door. Rather than feeling possessive, the survivors held a more favorable attitude towards the skeleton army. Like, I am the baby dragon. Although there was a regional channel for communication after crossing over, people were mutually suspicious, and no one had a reliable ally. The skeleton soldiers charging in like Prince Charming to save them made them immensely fond of them. In other words, they wanted to buy. Is this what it feels like to fight side by side? The sense of security given by the skeleton brothers was overwhelming. The best live sales. So cool, that big cape floating in the snow. Big boss, do you need a skeleton wife? I want to be a dragon knight, but seeing the cold gaze of that bone dragon, I dare not approach. Big boss, can this be sold? I sincerely want it. We were guessing how the big boss had so much iron before, and now we understand. With so many skeleton monsters digging together, iron mines would not be scarce. You didn't say, but I hadn't thought of it. The skeleton soldiers have this use. Big boss, can you sell us a few to chop trees in mine? Once the survivors' thoughts were opened, they quickly thought of many uses for skeleton soldiers. Skeleton soldiers do not need to eat, nor do they need to rest, which many survivors also thought of. False companions, those obtained through merging orders from other survivors. True companions, skeleton soldiers. No matter what, we finally survived the monster tide. It feels so damn good. With experience now, our survival rate will surely increase greatly. We are champions. The number of survivors in other regions is less than 5,000, but there are still 13,526 people in our region. I strongly suggest activating the regional leaderboard. This is all thanks to the big boss. Without the big boss, we would not be different from those other regions. Well said. Long live the big boss. Long live the big boss. It is said that external disasters are a great means of forcing humans to unite. Under the monster tide, the relationships among survivors in the same region bonded significantly within a few hours. Survivors in other regions when death left only a few thousand also spontaneously began to help each other. If the entire region were to be left with only a few dozen or a few hundred people, they could not imagine what those days would be like. To trade anything, they had to go to the World Channel to find other regions. Looking at the 4-digit survival numbers in the regional channel, a thought arose in many survivors' minds. Now shelters can merge through merging orders. Could regions also merge through some channels in the future? Perhaps when the number of people in a region is half, the merging orders will be activated and regional merging will require certain conditions. From the current perspective, those conditions might be far from them. Each region has 100 people, and the distance between each pair of individuals exceeds 100 kilometers, roughly estimating that the area of a region is several 100 million square kilometers. This range is astonishingly large. The surface area of the Earth is only 1 million square kilometers, with land area close to 5 million square kilometers. In other words, each region is of planetary size. 100 individuals are distributed across a planet. Thus, it is indeed very difficult for two survivors to encounter each other. Further, the total number of regions in the entire world channel is 361. If these regions are merely continents or parts of continents, then the size of this entire survival world is simply unimaginable. The tidal surge has subsided. Utter silence blankets the world. Congratulations, you have survived the novice phase. Rest assured, the remaining night will pass undisturbed, your slumber unbroken. At dawn, the primordial source of calamity, buried deep beneath the earth for millions of years, will awaken and begin corroding the very ground beneath your feet. Thereafter, mist may manifest even in daylight, spawning mutated creatures within its veils. Every 7 days, the calamity source shall impose a new corrosive effect. Simultaneously, greater resources will emerge across the land. Yet you are not powerless against this scourge. Your shelter shall evolve into a territory, granting you the choice of one evolutionary path. You may entrust your spirit to deities, forge wisdom into technology, harmonize laws into psychic abilities, or even merge with them in symbiotic corruption. Note well, this choice is irreversible and decisive. Choose with utmost care. As the final aberrant creature collapsed into the snow, a system-wide announcement echoed simultaneously across all 361 regional channels. After offering brief commendation to survivors, it proceeded to foreshadow impending perils. It then painted a vision of the future, a sovereign territory. Upon reading this new decree, every survivor except Jiang Mian reacted with curiosity and eager anticipation. After all, the word territory evokes far greater scale and complexity than mere shelter. So these 7 chaotic days, we've merely been in the novice phase. 4 evolutionary paths. Each sounds astonishing: technological ascension, spiritual transcendence, psionic mastery, or corporeal metamorphosis. That's an excellent summary. You've grasped it instantly. Which path do you all intend to follow? My Lord Christ, have you finally come to claim me? I apologize. I am an atheist, unwavering in my materialist convictions. Let us set aside such abstractions. How exactly does one upgrade a shelter into a territory? No one knows for certain. The highest tier shelters currently stand at level 5. Perhaps level 6 triggers the transformation. Enough speculation. The inaugural global rank list has just been finalized. I nearly died laughing. The legendary solo leveler I level up alone hasn't gained a single level tonight, yet remains unchallenged at level 22. At his exclamation, countless survivors navigated to the leaderboard. Global rank list week 1 first. I level up alone. LV 22 second. Great love, immortal, Lord. LV 21 third. Whisperer. LV 20 tied ranks ordered by achievement. Timestamp 4th. My daughter is truly my sister's gifted mother. LV 20. Holy hell. When did the second place player change their name to Great Love, Immortal Lord? They've been utterly blackened by their own region's chaos. Alas, no two paths are ever identical. I am the pinnacle of junior college. That 4th place nickname bears profound layers. Let me parse its meaning. Parse nothing. Summon Master Yang, the Thunder God. With direct electrocution, do we select 220V or 380V? The top tier reward is a silver chest. What extraordinary treasure might it contain? An RPG. The mention of RPGs reminds me of tanks and armored vehicles. As the old adage declares, all fear stems from insufficient firepower. Give me a missile base and I'll face those aberrants without flinching. While survivors erupted into fervent debate, Jiang Mian continued crafting skeletal constructs without pause. Aberrant corpses lay in overwhelming abundance. Forging skeletal dragons would consume vast quantities of bone, but Jiang Mian lacked sufficient attribute gems to squander so recklessly. Rock cores had become near-extinct artifacts intrinsically tied to upgrading shelters from level 5 to 6. Were this fact disclosed, survivors would descend into frenzied competition. Frost soul stones could be harvested daily from the glacial pool, but yields remained scarce. Primarily fueling frost arrow towers, Jiang Mian planned to stockpile them for unforeseen contingencies. Skeletal constructs queued before the main shelter building, row upon orderly row, stretching nearly to the inner wall's perimeter. He intended to capitalize on the window before other survivors reached level 6 shelters and selected their evolutionary paths, selling his skeletal constructs for immense profit. Of course no sales would occur tonight. Survivors were destitute. This monstrous tide had obliterated their entire reserves. Jiang Mian would grant them several days to recover and grow stronger, letting the greens mature. Immediately after the global rank list's official publication, reward notifications followed. Before Jiang Mian materialized a gleaming silver metal chest. Based on prior deduction, a silver chest guaranteed at least a Tier D item. Currently only 4 items he possessed met or exceeded Tier D structures: the Witch's Music Box, the Flash Spirit's Divine Elixir, and the mysterious malleable metal and bioluminescent vines retrieved from 2 laboratories. Among these, the malleable metal and bioluminescent vines ranked above Tier C. Items above Tier D each possess unique lore, deeply woven into this world's fabric, not mere commodities. This was Jiang Mian's hard-won insight. May Wang Tung's father aid me, grant me a high-tier vehicle. What Jiang Mian needed most urgently was exceptional mobility. Whether revisiting the Black Cat laboratory or excavating treasure maps, distances routinely spanned dozens of kilometers, consuming half a day or more for round trips. The silver chest opened. 4 silvery beams of light erupted. Obtain concrete mixer 1, solar panel 2, battery 2, intermediate treasure map 1. Electricity. Jiang Mian cradled the solar panel, feeling an instant kinship. He'd assumed power generation would progress slowly, first chemical, then mechanical. Instead, solar panels arrived directly, alongside 2 batteries. With generation and storage now secured, electricity's 2 fundamental challenges were resolved. Transmission and utilization paled in difficulty beside them. Wires could be forged from silver or copper. Jiang Mian still recalled the operating principles of DC motors. Generating power itself posed little obstacle. It mirrored motor function in reverse. Leveraging electromagnetic induction, Jiang Mian could assemble a hand-crank generator after modest study. What he lacked was neither manpower nor ingenuity. His rank-and-file skeletal soldiers were perpetual motion incarnate. But battery fabrication remained beyond his reach. Inspecting the concrete mixer, Jiang Mian noted its dual power options: electric or manual. It combined cement, sand, and stone into reinforced concrete. Cement could be produced by calcining stone in furnaces. With concrete, he could construct superior dwellings and pave roads. The shelter clung to a mountainside surrounded by dense, treacherous woodland. Once roads were laid, Jiang Mian could traverse vast distances swiftly on his mountain bike. Crucially, others in the shelter would benefit too. Their physical attributes fell short of Jiang Mian's. Bicycles and gliders were scarce. Their primary transport would soon rely on skeletal steeds. Skeletal steeds alone could not haul heavy cargo. Mounted in carriages, they demanded broad, smooth, thorough. Jiang Mian, filled with excitement, couldn't sleep. He rushed to the forge to add stones, and began making cement, while also searching in the regional channel for survivors in the desert to buy sand from them. Uncertain about how long the snow would last outside, he called upon the skeleton soldiers to expand the original corridor and build a shelter to block the snow. Once the shelter was completed, he instructed the skeleton soldiers to clean the snow underneath it. The cement mixer was placed under the shelter, driven in turns by several skeleton soldiers. As dawn broke, the first batch of concrete was produced. After reaching level 6, the shelter could be upgraded to a territory upgrade, and the main building's renovation would transform into a personalized one. Survivors could remodel as they wished. As long as they provided sufficient materials, they could expand rooms, add floors, or change the shelter's materials. Jiang Mian first replaced his room with concrete, and then painted the walls with a grayish-white limestone slurry. Standing at the door and looking at this familiar hue, he momentarily felt as if he had traveled back in time. Drying the limestone slurry took time, and feeling drowsy, he fell asleep in the living room. After a few hours, Jiang Mian woke up with sleepy eyes. Snow continued to fall outside, piling up to shoulder height, making him hesitate to go out. In this weather, no matter how many gliders or bicycles came, they were useless. The survival system also announced the disaster erosion effects that would occur in their area this week. The disaster erosion effect here was the one Jiang Mian had previously seen at the altar. Affect: the number of wild animals in the area is sharply reduced to 1/10. The current disaster effect is disaster erosion: fishing in a dry pond. Level low. Description: fishing in a dry pond. Burning forests to hunt. Nature cannot bear the greedy demands of humanity. Affect: the number of wild animals in the area is sharply reduced to 1/10 of the normal level. This disaster erosion effect had little impact on the survivors. The extreme cold weather persisted, making hunting almost impossible. Therefore, whether the number of wild animals decreased or not, the survivors could not hunt at all. In these few days, the survivors were constructing defenses, chopping down trees, and digging stones, mostly going hungry. Very few had spare money to buy jerky from hunters. Fortunately, after the monster tide, each person was distributed 5 wooden treasure chests, which contained a batch of food, allowing the starving survivors to have a hearty meal. However, this would not last more than 2 or 3 days. If the heavy snow continued, many people would starve to death. Jiang Mian saw in the regional channel how they were all huddled in their homes, more anxious than they were. He had stockpiled quite a bit of food and daily necessities along with those skeleton soldiers. Since the survivors couldn't go out, they could not produce resources, and thus could not come to buy from him. The leeks hadn't even started to grow before retreating back into the soil. How can this be? Jiang Mian called for Wang Tung to discuss this matter. Who says survivors can only work outdoors? I have plenty of wrought iron materials. I will have 2 blacksmiths collaborate with the blacksmiths from Wang Tung's side to design several items for production, such as pots, bowls, and other daily necessities. Cloth, wood, and iron can be used to make a lot of furniture. Wang Tung was also distressed today. With everyone staying indoors, how could they gather resources? After Jiang Mian found him, the two hit it off and had an in-depth discussion, making feasible the clothing factory and ironworks he had designed the previous week, which were still in the initial stages. The business alliance would provide raw materials, and then the survivors would manufacture products at home according to theirs. Every day the business alliance would distribute wages based on the amount of labor, such as a small amount of jerky. In 2 days the potatoes Jiang Mian planted would mature, and they could give them some potatoes. When the shelter upgraded to level 6, the farmland area also expanded. Now the farmland is over 400 square meters, which is more than half an acre. It is estimated that in a few days over 2,000 pounds of potatoes could be harvested. If these potatoes were only for the 7 people in Jiang Mian's territory, they would last a long time. However, considering the base of over 10,000 people in the entire area, it was barely enough for one meal. To ensure a stable food source, everyone must farm, especially those in the plains. The vast plains can easily yield dozens or hundreds of acres of farmland. Jiang Mian discussed food sources with Wang Tung. Many survivors in the plains have had such thoughts before, relying on farming for a future, but then the temperature dropped and the blizzard came, so they couldn't start. Wang Tung explained that right next to the island in the lake a piece of farmland was also set aside due to the drop in temperature. Most of the survivors in Jiang Mian's area had a genetic inclination toward farming. However, this potential had yet to be realized, stifled in the cradle by the environment and mutated creatures. Jiang Mian believed many people understood farming, knew how to cope with climate changes, and knew what to plant for the best harvest, but they lacked a stable external environment. The premise of stable production is the absence of war and natural disasters. This has been true throughout. Find a group of experts in farming. I will provide them with stone walls and secondary crossbows. If they can achieve a certain level of farming, I will upgrade them to hard armor walls and standard crossbows. Jiang Mian decided to address the food issue in the area. After one monster tide, the population in the area had surged to over 10,000. Although it was unavoidable, there could not be so many deaths in the future. Skeleton soldiers have their advantages, and survivors have their roles. In primitive times, only individuals like scientists and engineers could utilize their knowledge. Once the entire survivor society and technology develop to a certain extent, they will be able to contribute. After their discussion, the two went to the regional channel to start recruiting survivors for farming and work. The finished furniture and other items could not only supply their region, but also be sold to other areas. This was a job of seizing opportunities and capturing the market. The survivors who had been cooped up at home with no solutions now saw Jiang Mian and Wang Tung come to offer them work in exchange for food, and eagerly rushed to sign up. Boss, with your assurance of safety here, if I don't help you cultivate a piece of land, I would be failing my ancestors who have farmed for generations. What blizzard? This world has cold-resistant seeds. If I hadn't been busy chopping trees and building defenses, I would have gone to farm and hoard food to make a fortune. The fastest maturing crops will still take a week, and by then the monster tide will have come. Boss, my ancestors were carpenters, and I have carpentry skills. I can make you anything from a wheelbarrow to a cart. You all have skills. Why am I just a chef? What this world lacks the most is food. Really a chef? Boss, would I dare to lie to you? Give you some raw meat to try making jerky, and see your skill. Does the boss have salt and spices? I can make cured meat. Only salt, soy sauce, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and 13 spices, but no star anise or Sichuan pepper. Alright, I'll wait for your news. Jiang Mian walked to the kitchen and brought him a small amount of meat and seasonings. It's time to plant some chili peppers and green onions. These crops do not require much, just a few dozen plants are enough to last a week. He walked to the farmland with a few skeletal monsters, dug out 2 or 3 pieces of soil, and then stacked stones to make a planting bed by the kitchen window, where he sowed the seeds of chili peppers and green onions. At this season, ordinary crop seeds are hard to germinate, but Jiang Mian possesses the ability to accelerate growth. He can still nurture a small number of crops. He squatted beside it, placing his palm on the ground, consuming mental energy to transform it into threads of life, attribute magic power. After a few minutes, the soil surface bulged up slightly, and a tender green sprout peeked out. The chili seedlings grow slowly, taking half a day to sprout to the height of a fingernail, while the green onions grow extremely quickly, forming a small patch of vibrant green leaves in the same amount of time. Once his mental energy recovers, Jiang Mian will return to accelerate their growth again. He walked over to the cement mixer to check the concrete produced. With a 20 output bonus from the altar, 61 cubic concrete blocks can be produced per hour, and when triggering his talent, it becomes 120 blocks. There is only one mixer and the concrete output is limited, but there is no rush to use it now. The snow is still falling, making it difficult to expand the house or build roads. Every night the shelter is disturbed by mutated monsters. If the road is built from the front door, the residual damage from attacking the mutated monsters will also harm the road. Among the 4 directions of the shelter, only the mountain wall behind is free from monsters. We can dig through the mountain wall. The tunnel we excavate can later be expanded into a storage room, and once the tunnel reaches outside, we can start building roads from that opening. In the past, Jiang Mian wouldn't even dare to think about digging through the mountain wall. But now he has a handy digging tool, 13 skeletal dragons. For these big fellows, the task of digging is just right. Especially the earth skeletal dragon, which has an earth attribute and can manipulate rocks and soil. A natural construction team leader, Jiang Mian led them to the shelter, mimicking the action of digging into the mountain with his hands, prompting them to follow suit. The 13 skeletal dragons have high spiritual attributes and quickly grasp his meaning, starting to dig tunnels one after another. According to Jiang Mian's plan, 2 tunnels need to be dug. 1 tunnel for entry and 1 for exit. The 2 tunnels will connect to the large storage room inside. In the forging room, 2 blacksmiths have already crafted the prototype of a cart and begun practical operations. When the time comes, the skeletal horses will pull the cart in front, responsible for the logistics of resources within the territory. Therefore, the size of the tunnels needs to accommodate the normal passage of the skeletal horse carts. The earth skeletal dragon manipulates magic power and quickly digs out the entrances of the 2 tunnels. While he recovers his mental energy, the other 12 skeletal dragons follow the entrance and continue digging inward. Jiang Mian went inside to find paper and pen, comparing the map in his mind, sketching the surrounding environment. He marked the locations of mountains, rivers, forests, beaches, mineral points, and wild human camps. After completing 1 map, he made several copies to show to others in the shelter. The location of the red iron ore is at the foot of another mountain. It is the mountain range east of the mountain where the shelter is located. On the other side of the mountain is the laboratory of the black cat and white cat. To get from the shelter to the red iron ore, one must first go down the mountain and then cross the valley floor. Mutated creatures that reach his shelter also need to pass through the valley floor before climbing up the mountain. Perhaps he can establish a forward defense line at the valley floor to provide some deterrence. As the rear base, if the shelter faces the threat of mutated creatures every day, it will not be conducive to future expansion and development. The main body of the defense line at the valley floor is made up of hard armor walls. Watchtowers will be built at intervals with the skeletal creatures responsible for defense. The skeletal general has high intelligence and can distribute crossbows and iron pipe shotguns to them, responsible for targeted attacks on high-threat enemies. Ordinary skeletal soldiers wear strange leather armor and wield bone spears to deal with weaker foes. To prevent unforeseen events, 2 or 3 cold spirit skeletal dragons can also be stationed for defense. Mutated creatures emerge from the spawn cages, walking through the beach to enter the valley floor. If they are obstructed in the valley floor, they will have to go directly up the mountain and take a longer route. The valley floor is flat and close to a water source. In the future, Jiang Mian may be able to cultivate or raise livestock extensively here. As the demand for iron increases, the forging room also needs to be rebuilt outdoors on a larger scale. Choosing a location near the red iron ore vein will reduce the process of transporting ore. It will only be necessary to transport wrought iron or finished iron products to the shelter. The group of wild humans on the other side of the mountain should also be brought over on a certain day. The wisdom of humans is indeed much higher than that of skeletal creatures. Even if they are wild humans uncultured, with a little guidance they can master many skills. Let the 2 blacksmiths teach them how to smelt iron, let Lin Cohen teach them how to farm, and let Uncle Wang teach them how to raise fish. The language and writing required for daily life can be easily learned through oral transmission. Jiang Mian's current reserves of clothing and food are sufficient to support these wild humans. In any case, these things cannot be sold for now, they are just sitting there. From the valley floor defense line to the area of the shelter is Jiang Mian's first step in expanding his territory. The entire length of the valley floor defense line is estimated to exceed 10 kilometers. That means at least 2,000 hard armor walls. He has quite a few pale hard armor, but far from the 200 stones needed, so he should take it slow. Once the snow stops, he can first build a portion of it, then send the skeletal soldiers over to guard against the interference of mutated creatures in the mining of the red iron ore. At this stage, mutated creatures have low intelligence and directly ignore the skeletal soldiers. If their intelligence increases later, they might initiate attacks on the skeletal soldiers. Jiang Mian estimates that with the intelligence of the phantasm, it will be able to recognize that the skeletal soldiers are not of the same origin as them. After planning for the development of the territory, Jiang Mian turned around to organize the blueprints he obtained from other survivors during this time. He created a large raft capable of carrying over 10 people at once, preparing to pick up the wild humans from the other side of the mountain in the future. When the divine path progress reaches 10, the building divine idol is unlocked. Its construction materials are merely ordinary stones, but the construction requirements are not limited to this. It requires that the builder must have seen the true visage of the deity, whether seen in reality or in a dream, as long as it is the genuine and direct appearance of the deity. It cannot be a secondary image recorded on a picture or paper. This requirement is not much for Jiang Mian. He could have made it yesterday, just didn't have a place to put it. The base of the idol is a person's height carved with a rock surrounded by a clear spring on which a quiet and peaceful cat lies. The cat's features cannot be clearly seen as clouds of mist swirl around it. The so-called deity cannot be gazed upon directly. The placement conditions for the idol are very strict. It must be located in a peaceful area free from outside disturbances. Jiang Mian tried every possible placement in the shelter yesterday, but all showed that the placement conditions were not. Upon reflection, it makes sense. These locations could be directly attacked by mutated creatures, so they are certainly not suitable for placing the statue. Setting the statue aside, the building distortion source pool unlocked after reaching 10 of the eerie route progress is a place where it can be freely placed. Setting the statue aside, the building distortion source pool unlocked after reaching 10 of the eerie route progress is a place where it can be freely affected. By investing the corpses of distorted entities, you can obtain distortion sources of different qualities. Distortion source can cause biological distortions and enhance already distorted beings. There are still some corpses in the warehouse that have not been decomposed. Jiang Mian took out 10 agile I-type distorted entity corpses and tossed them into the distortion source pool, obtaining 1 drop of low-level distortion source. It seems the conversion ratio is 1:0,001. He took out 990 more corpses, threw them into the distortion source pool, and finally obtained a complete drop of low-level distortion source. The color and shape of the distortion source are very similar to an oil droplet, brownish yellow, and highly viscous. According to the effect description, the distortion source can be used on living beings regardless of whether they are animals or plants. So far he had not encountered distorted plants, and now was a good time to test it. Jiang Mian walked to a large tree near the inner wall that had not yet been cut down and dripped the low-level distortion source onto its roots. The moment the liquid touched the bark, the trunk, which was as thick as a bowl, trembled violently. The roots quickly absorbed the droplet, and then grayish-white bumps began to appear on the surface resembling the back of a toad. As the bumps grew, the roots visibly thickened, pulling up more roots from the ground to wave in the air. These mutations were transmitted upward along the trunk, causing the once sturdy trunk to gradually wither, devouring over 5 meters of its length as it began to grow horizontally, producing more dry branches in an array. Some branches intertwined, twisting into a braid, while others plunged into the ground only to emerge elsewhere. Gradually, some branches also began to thicken, merging indistinguishably with the main trunk. From the outside, the entire transformed tree resembled a desolate forest. One tree became a grove somewhat similar to a banyan tree. Jiang Mian tried to sense the connection, realizing that there was a faint link between him and this distorted tree. In other words, it was his creation and would not attack him. He took out a corpse of an agile I-type distorted entity and threw it toward the distorted tree. The branches of the distorted tree, as if coming to life, immediately extended fine branches to wrap around the corpse like a spider's web ensnaring a fly. The branches continued to layer upon layer, tightening more and more. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of dislocated joints came from within, accompanied by the squelching sound of liquid being squeezed out. Listening to this sound, Jiang Mian imagined the corpse being drained of energy and nutrients, becoming shriveled. During this process, several fragments slipped from the branch net, falling to the ground only to be entwined by roots unearthed from the soil and dragged back underground. About 3 minutes later, the layers of entwined branches loosened, leaving nothing inside. The distorted tree showed little change compared to before, except that it seemed to have more branches. That's a bit violent. Jiang Mian scanned the information of the distorted tree and found that after its level, a bracket appeared with the words "can grow inside." As long as he continuously nourished this distorted tree, its level and attributes could keep increasing. This is what is called eerie territory. Currently, this tree is level 5, with strength comparable to a skeleton general. Given time, he might be able to nurture the strongest distorted king. This kind of distorted tree should be placed on. Jiang Mian mused. Their millions of distorted entities pass by every night, making it a heavenly breeding ground. After creating 9 more distorted trees using the same method, Jiang Mian condensed a drop of distortion source and dripped it onto the resting earth skeleton subdragon's back. The liquid seeped into the bone cracks, merging the power of distortion into the earthy yellow patterns of the subdragon's skeleton, causing it to emit a bright glow. The subdragon raised its head and let out a low rumbling roar, feeling as though it was undergoing a baptism. As the bright earthy yellow patterns spread from its back to the sides, when they wrapped around 1/10 of the subdragon's skeleton, it suddenly came to a halt. Oh ego. The earth skeleton subdragon was enjoying the sensation, but the pleasure suddenly stopped, leaving it puzzled and displeased. It seems one drop isn't enough for this fellow. Jiang Mian chuckled as he patted its tail, turning back to the distortion source pool to refine 9 more drops of primary distortion source. As the 9 drops of primary distortion source fused into the body of the earth skeleton subdragon, this evolution finally began to continue. When all the earthy yellow patterns were illuminated, the bones of the subdragon's body began to crackle, new bones sprouting from both sides of the ribs, breaking through the original skeleton and extending 2 rows of bony spikes outward. The spikes grew longer and closer together, forming a rudimentary wing shape on either side of the back. Then the evolution came to a halt again. The earth skeleton subdragon turned back again in dissatisfaction, its 2 glowing earthy yellow ghost fires fixated on Jiang Mian. It really can eat a lot. Jiang Mian felt somewhat speechless. 10 drops of primary distortion source were equivalent to 1/0 agile I-type distorted entities, enough to create 400 skeleton monsters, yet it couldn't even support 1 evolution of the earth skeleton subdragon. In light of your growing wings, I'll lend you a hand once more. The shelter currently lacks aerial power. If the skeleton subdragon could grow wings and fly, it would fill this gap. Jiang Mian once again refined 10 drops of primary distortion source and applied them to the wings of the earth skeleton subdragon. Jiang Mian once again refined 10 drops of primary distortion source and applied them to the wings of the earth skeleton subdragon. After the distortion source integrated, a semi-transparent membrane rapidly grew between the bone spikes, faintly glowing with earthy yellow light, resembling the wings of a bat or a pterosaur. The moment the wings took shape, the subdragon suddenly spread its wings, their length even exceeding its body length, reaching an impressive 15 to 16 meters. With a powerful flap, it stirred up a whirlwind, sending the snow on the ground flying everywhere. It splashed Jiang Mian in the face. Jiang Mian wiped his face, stepped back a few paces to give it space, and then said, "How about flying a bit?" The earth skeleton subdragon lowered its head, rubbed against Jiang Mian's head, then took a few steps back, unfurled its wings again, and gave a strong flap. Using the rising air currents, it continued to flap its wings, quickly lifting its entire body off the ground. 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters. In the end, it flew higher than the 3-story main building of the shelter, soaring over the cliff, spreading its massive wings to glide through the snow, letting out excited howls. "This altitude will do." Jiang Mian waved at the earth's skeletal subdragon and called out for it to descend and carry him. After a few calls, he felt that something was missing. As the first skeletal subdragon to complete its evolution and destined to be his mount, it deserved a name. Its bones gleamed an earthy yellow, and since the creature was of the dragon line, he chose a name evoking resplendent brilliance, naming it Huang. The character Huang also shared the sound of its color, making it perfectly fitting. The earth's skeletal subdragon spiraled down from the heights and settled before the shelter as Jiang Mian called its new name. Huang quickly learned the syllable, then lowered its forebody so Jiang Mian could easily mount its spine. Jiang Mian did not climb on at once. He went inside, found a sponge saddle pad, and lashed it to Huang's back with rope. Sitting directly on the bony vertebrae would be uncomfortable. After securing the pad, Jiang Mian patted the creature's nape and urged it on. Huang beat its wings and rose again. This time carrying Jiang Mian, its flight was unusually steady. Looking down, Jiang Mian watched the tawny skeleton cast a moving shadow across the snow. "Fly southeast," he commanded. That was the direction of the hematite deposit. As he rode, he surveyed the terrain and planned the roads. Once the cliff behind the shelter was open, the exit would lie 40 or 50 meters from the shelter, still within the reach of the sacred fire. From there, a slope inclined at roughly 45 degrees toward the southeast, stretching to the margin of the distant woods. People could barely traverse such a grade, carts hauling heavy loads could not climb it, and descending would be hazardous. Several switchbacks in an S pattern would be required to reduce the grade to about 15 degrees. The turns should be widened, or better yet constructed as small platforms where vehicles could rest. After 400 or 500 meters, the 45-degree pitch would begin to mellow and continue so down to the valley floor. That section could be built directly, though a few bridges would be needed to cross rivers. Every 5 kilometers, Jiang Mian had Huang descend, so he could erect a watchtower as a waypoint. Not all roads need be concrete. In stretches of gentle terrain for tens of kilometers, paving with stone and a top layer of sand would suffice. For the preceding 400 or 500 meters of shaped switchbacks, given slippery conditions and rain, concrete should be used to compact the roadbed. They flew all the way to the hematite. Jiang Mian built a watchtower beside the vein, and then began to establish a preliminary forward defense. Short of stone, his first plan was to erect 50-meter segments of hard armor wall, every 450 meters, stretching for 10 kilometers. That amounted to 1,000 meters of hard armor wall. When stone was abundant, these sections would be linked into a continuous line. like the first emperor, uniting Qin Zhao and Yin defenses into a great wall. In the gaps between the hard armor walls, Jiang Mian planted aberrant trees, letting them take root anew. That night they would slay aberrants and absorb nutrients to grow. As he prepared to return, Jiang Mian stood atop the watchtower, and in the distance saw several pale figures standing on the snow. They were tall and crude, indistinguishable from savages. Over 2 meters in height, draped in thick fur, like white felt blending nearly seamlessly into the snowy background. When they noticed Jiang Mian, one stooped, scraped the stone from the ground, and hurled it with a windmilling arm. Jiang Mian sidestepped, the stone struck the wooden post of the watchtower with a dull thud, splinters flying. You dare throw stones at me, he thought. He raised an eyebrow, drew his black iron pipe shotgun, and loaded it with buckshot. Let me show you a little technological shock, he muttered. He whistled, rousing Huang that lay behind him, and leaped onto its back. Only then did the white wild men notice the enormous beast. They issued hoarse cries and fled. Now you know how to run, he snorted, and Huang surged upward. They overtook the fleeing wild men, and cut off their... The wild men stared at the dark muzzle in bewildered terror. They had never seen such a thing. The first stone thrower stooped to pick up another, preparing to hurl it. Jiang Mian gave him no time. His shotgun erupted in a flash of fire. Buckshot thundered from the muzzle, pellets slammed into the wildman's chest, and the white fur blossomed instantly into a cloud of red. He staggered back 2 steps, looked at the rain of holes in his chest, uttered a gurgled whimper, then fell rigidly backward into the snow, spraying powdery flakes. As he fell, his eyes stared wide. He could not comprehend how this seemingly slight man, with a simple pipe, could deal. Seeing the pool of blood staining the snow, Jiang Mian slowly lowered the shotgun. Not an aberrant, he murmured. Truly wild men. What kind of wild men are these? Like albino chimpanzees, he mused to himself. At the gunshot, the other white wild men looked toward the fallen comrade. Seeing his shattered state, they panicked. Some dropping to their knees to implore mercy, others fleeing madly, as if bereft of reason. A slighter wild man ran to the wounded one and howled in grief. Jiang Mian froze, feeling as if he were the guilty party. He was not soft, he was merely surprised to find common human feeling in an alien. Had he been soft, he would not have drawn his gun at once. With the force of that thrown stone, had he not dodged, or had he been an ordinary man, he would have been crushed in grief. They had not regarded him as human. Not striking them in the head would have been mercy enough. After a moment, the slighter wild man lifted his head, bloodshot eyes fixed on Jiang Mian, murmuring a curse in its tongue, an unintelligible string of syllables. Though he could not understand the words, the hatred in its gaze was unmistakable. A system notification appeared. You suffered a faint mental attack, but were spared its negative effects by the Shanling blessing. Good, you already found a way to die. They were so busy attacking it they forgot about you. Jiang Mian raised the iron pipe shotgun again and fired at the head of the chanting slighter wild man. The skull burst like an overripe melon and fluid sprayed outward. Jiang Mian blew on the smoking muzzle, his expression calm. A system notification followed. You have slain a priesthood candidate of a snow-dwelling wildman tribe. At the moment of its death, it left an unknown mark upon you. What consequences will this mark bring? The notification asked. Triggered a hidden quest, Jiang Mian wondered. He looked down at the 2 corpses. Now that he knew they had left some mark on him, even in death, he perceived the scent of revenge in the air. That snow wildman tribe would likely trace the mark and come for him. How inconvenient to have them come looking for me, he thought, smiling an almost embarrassed smile. Riding Huang to block another wildman's path, he leveled the gun and ordered, lead the way. 5 minutes later, the snow-dwelling savage before the gun finally understood Jiang Mian's meaning, and he immediately felt a desire to die. Would he really bring such a demon back to his tribe? He could easily kill a strong young warrior of the tribe, the mightiest fighter among them. But if he did not bring Jiang Mian back, he would be blasted to death by the fiery breath shooting from the dark muzzle. In the end, the instinct for survival triumphed over the idea of for the tribe, and the snow-dwelling savage decided to invite the wolf into the house. He led the way while Jiang Mian rode on Huang, soaring through the sky. The snow-dwelling savage arrived at the foot of a small hill where the ground was covered in snow, making it an excellent skiing ground. He reached a concealed spot at the foot of the hill, squatted down, and cleared away the thick snow ahead, revealing a hole just big enough for a person to pass through. Upon seeing this hole, Jiang Mian sensed that this snow-dwelling savage tribe was extraordinary. Their level of civilization clearly surpassed that of ordinary savage tribes in the wilderness. Having a passage similar to a door implies the concept of a home. A stable place where generations can settle is called a home. They had thoughts of defending their homeland, and perhaps had already developed simple positions within, such as warriors and logistics. Jiang Mian left Huang near the entrance and followed the snow-dwelling savage into the passage. The passage was narrow just enough for him to bend over and pass through. The cave walls showed no signs of axe marks, indicating they were naturally formed cracks used by the savages as an entrance. After walking about 20 or 30 steps, light shone ahead, and a scent of charred firewood wafted through the air. Jiang Mian stopped, raised his hand, and knocked out the leading snow-dwelling savage, then pulled out a white animal skin coat and wrapped it around himself, crouching carefully at the edge of the hole to look inside. Inside was a depression surrounded by mountains with rocky walls shielding it from the wind and snow, creating a natural shelter. Several dome-shaped structures made of ice and snow were scattered around, resembling inverted bowls. These were their homes. The ice houses were distributed around the valley, each with a beaded curtain of frozen animal skins at the entrance. Under the curtains sat several snow-dwelling savages, some chatting, some sharpening tools, and others playing. In the central area surrounded by the ice houses was a large fire pit above which something was being roasted, blackened to the point of being unrecognizable. Fat dripped onto the fire, sizzling and producing a scent that made the surrounding snow-dwelling savages drool. A small snow-dwelling savage leaned on a staff and shakily approached the fire pit, raising a hand to touch the roasted meat, tearing off a small piece to chew. As if realizing the meat was fully cooked, the small snow-dwelling savage tapped the ground with his staff, mumbling. In the next moment, the snow-dwelling savages, already restless, sprang to their feet, rushing towards the center of the fire pit to grab the roasted item, tearing off chunks of meat with their hands. Upon seeing a vague yet familiar 5 toes, Jiang Mian felt a wave of nausea rising in his stomach. He now understood why that snow-dwelling savage had hit him with a stone. That guy thought he was food. After closing his eyes to calm himself for a moment, Jiang Mian observed the actions of the snow-dwelling savages again and noticed that their attention was entirely focused on that food. Seizing the opportunity, he quietly crept around to the back of an ice house. Pressing against the ice house wall, he reached out to touch it. The ice wall was solidly frozen, feeling cold and smooth to the touch. Comparing the sizes of the ice houses, Jiang Mian fixed his gaze on an ice house to the north. It was approximately 7 or 8 square meters in size, twice the size of the other 3 or 4 square meter ice houses. The small snow-dwelling savage had emerged from this ice house. This guy must be the priest, Jiang Mian thought to himself. He would not have cared much about an ordinary savage tribe, but the priest here could perform mental attacks, which warranted his attention. He still lacked the means to perform mental attacks. Against those spiritual entities, he could only wait for their corporeal forms to materialize from the void to cause harm. If he could perform mental attacks, he could inflict damage even when they were in a phantasmal state. Jiang Mian crouched and moved with imperceptible movements next to the large ice house. At that moment, a fierce wind swept across the valley, howling loudly. Jiang Mian took the chance to lift the beaded curtain of the ice house. Now he was unsure if it was indeed animal skin and did not wish to delve deeper. He slipped into the ice house. Inside, an oil lamp flickered dimly, casting a faint light, and the ground was covered with thick animal skins, with a few small savages curled up sleeping on top. In the corner near the entrance were some stone tools and leftover bones, and hanging on the wall nearby were several strings of dried meat. None of these were particularly valuable. As his gaze swept across the farthest corner, Jiang Mian spotted a small stone platform on which an ice-carved statue of a serpentine beast was depicted. His scanning device could not retrieve any information about the ice sculpture, indicating its high quality. The serpentine beast was coiled with fine ice spikes running along both sides of its body from the neck to the tip of its tail, and its head was raised high, flicking its tongue outward. Its 2 vertical pupils were inlaid with amber-colored stones, and there were no horns on its head. Embedded in the center of its forehead was a gray crystal about the size of a fingernail. The edges of this gray crystal were very similar to those of the cold spirit stone, but more intricate, with a faint, elusive blue glow floating within. When Jiang Mian locked eyes with the gray crystal, he faintly felt as though he were being watched by some unknown entity. The feeling of being scrutinized was chilling, penetrating to the bone, yet it did not last more than a second. In the next moment, a warm force surged within him, melting away the chill, like the bright sunlight of early spring. In his ears, he seemed to hear a gentle cat's meow. This should be another deity, Jiang Mian realized. The snow-dwelling savage tribe was indeed remarkable, as they worshipped a deity. The thought of stealing the crystal from the ice sculpture dissipated instantly. From that feeling of being watched, it was clear that this serpentine deity was still alive. Jiang Mian did not have the courage to desecrate the statue of a deity. With other deities protecting this tribe, he quickly dismissed the idea of plundering their home. His territory worshipped other deities, and any conflict with this tribe would amount to a holy war. He needed to return and consult with Shining Spirit first. Jiang Mian was unsure of the strength dynamics between deities, nor did he care, so he would not act right. After consulting with Shining Spirit, if she deemed this serpent deity to be a minor karami, he would be prepared to unleash a storm upon the city, rallying his forces to confront it. If Shining Spirit believed this serpent deity was of similar strength to her, then his territory and this snow-dwelling savage tribe would inevitably become rivals. If Shining Spirit informed him that this serpent deity was even stronger than her, then his territory and this tribe would become friendly neighbors. Jiang Mian speculated that this snake-shaped deity might be inferior to the Flash Spirit. Even from several dozen miles away, the Flash Spirit could suppress the power emanating from the snake-shaped deity's statue through his body. If it could not even win in its own territory, it could only be weaker. Moreover, the current state of the Flash Spirit should be quite poor. When Jiang Mian last saw the Flash Spirit, he sensed her weakness both in strength and in spirit. Fortunately, he did not detect any signs of decay or even demise. In his perception, the Flash Spirit resembled a great tree struck down by lightning. Its trunk was destroyed, but the stump and underground roots remained intact. As long as a storm arose, it could swiftly return to its peak. It was just that she seemed tired and unwilling to recover. Leaving empty-handed like this makes me feel a sense of loss in my heart. Shifting his gaze from the snake-shaped ice sculpture, Jiang Mian continued searching for anything of value. He would not even touch the dried meat stored in the ice house, uncertain if it was beast meat. As he passed by several small snow-dwelling wildlings asleep on the animal skins, Jiang Mian noticed the beast tooth necklaces hanging from their necks. The off-white beast teeth were engraved with crooked runes. These runes bore some resemblance to the symbols in the laboratory, though their styles differed. It was akin to the relationship between small seal script and clerical script. They conveyed the same meaning yet represented different evolutions of the same writing system across eras. If these snow-dwelling wildlings knew the meaning of these symbols, they might help me decipher the information in the laboratory documents. Jiang Mian took out a bone blade from the system warehouse, cut the rope binding the beast's teeth, and retrieved the necklace. Children should focus on their studies and avoid being distracted by play. I will safeguard it for you. Just as he took the last necklace, one of the sleeping small snow-dwelling wildlings stirred awake. In its daze, it saw a figure wrapped in thick black clothing. No, it was food. The small snow-dwelling wildling's appetite was triggered, and it instantly became excited, opening its eyes and jumping up, shouting loudly. Wabi wabi. It shook the other small wildlings awake, and while shouting charged toward Jiang Mian. The other small wildlings woke up, their eyes lighting up upon seeing Jiang Mian, and immediately joined the fray. These unruly kids. Jiang Mian lifted the foremost small wildling with one hand and tossed it to the ground, as if picking up a chick. Following the same method, he quickly dealt with them all. The small wildlings were left bruised and crying. Jiang Mian calmly bent down, lifting one of the fallen small wildlings and resting the bone blade against its neck. The other wildlings dared not advance, only stomping. Jiang Mian calmly bent down, lifting one of the fallen small wildlings and resting the bone blade against its neck. The other wildlings dared not advance, only stomping their feet and angrily shouting incomprehensible words. Since Jiang Mian could not understand, he treated their shouts as mere noise. Through his observations, he noted that this wildling tribe already exhibited a certain primitive form of civilization, possessing emotional bonds like kinship and love rather than purely following the laws of the jungle. Therefore, kidnapping a small wildling could compel them to compromise. It sounded very much like the villainous antics of someone saying kekekek. However, this was a cannibal tribe, and there was no reason to discuss between sheep and wolves. He also did not wish to provoke a large-scale conflict. Taking a step forward, the adult wildlings did not give way. Jiang Mian exerted a bit of force with his right hand, slicing open a cut on the small wildling's neck, crimson blood flowing out. Feeling the pain, the small wildling cried out even louder. The adult wildlings dared not express their anger and could only take a step back. Just as Jiang Mian was about to reach the exit, a few adult wildlings could no longer contain themselves and charged forward. They believed their speed was sufficient to catch the enemy off guard. They aimed to quickly subdue this bipedal beast, tie it up, and roast it over the fire for a delicious meal, then viciously tear its innards apart. However, the reality was that Jiang Mian was faster. The bone blade spun in his right hand, and in an instant it transformed into a half-meter-long shotgun. Bang! The gun's muzzle flared with fire, and accompanied by a deafening sound, the charging adult wildlings were immediately blown away. This time Jiang Mian did not aim at their upper bodies, but lowered the gun's muzzle to fire at their legs. He was awaiting the reaction of the priest and the snake-shaped deity. Even so, at such a close distance, the immense impact still sent them flying. Blood splattered, severed limbs flew, and an unprecedented silence enveloped the valley. All the snow-dwelling wildlings who had just been filled with anger moments ago now stood frozen, as if turned to clay. Among the crowd, the wildling priest was the first to snap back to reality from the shock. With wide round eyes, a cold glare emerged, locking onto Jiang Mian. It shook its staff and began muttering incantations, preparing to chant a spell. Jiang Mian discarded the small wildling, and in his left hand appeared a music box shimmering with sapphire-like blue light. Fine cracks spread from the top of the box to the bottom, its corners adorned with silver-white metallic edges. One corner was entirely missing, revealing the interlocking gears inside. He opened the lid, revealing a picture embedded in the box made of thin gemstone slices. A black cat wearing a top hat was crouched on the moon, elegantly raising its left paw, a mysterious smile gracing its mouth as it greeted Jiang Mian. The right half of the moon seemed to be erased by time, and the cat was missing half of its face. Yet the remaining eye seemed alive, as if it were watching Jiang Mian from every angle. Without hesitation, Jiang Mian wound the music box. The gears within meshed and turned, producing a delicate clicking sound, as if some ancient mechanism was being awakened. A melody flowed out from the box. The sound was faint yet penetrating, reaching everyone's ears the moment it played. The wildling priest's staff paused midair, its lips moved a few times, and the incantation it was chanting got stuck in its throat. Its eyes widened, the coldness in its pupils gradually faded, replaced by a blank emptiness, as if its consciousness had been drawn away by some force. The lengthy incantation was abruptly interrupted by the binding effect of the music box. The 8 seconds of melody quickly came to an end, and by the time the wildling priest regained its wits, a blackened foot loomed before it. Jiang Mian kicked it in the face. Smack! The wildling priest was sent flying backward, crashing into other snow-dwelling wildlings behind it, emitting intermittent groans. The snow-dwelling wildlings, witnessing their priest's divine magic fail, were paralyzed with fear, rooted to the spot. Why? Had their deity forsaken them? Throughout the entire conflict, the snake-shaped deity did not react. Would it not suffice to let me go? Why force my hand? Jiang Mian withdrew the shotgun and switched to a small handgun, firing several shots into the snow to intimidate the wildlings. Bang! 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 The accumulated ice and snow above the valley trembled and cascaded down. He aimed to instill fear in these wildlings, making them dread him and the gun in his hand. Later, when he brought the wildlings from the eastern side of the mountain over, these cannibals would not dare to harbor any thoughts of attacking them. As Jiang Mian left the snow-covered campsite of the wild people, the snowfall had begun to lessen. Survivors emerged from their shelters, clearing the accumulated snow, while others ventured out to explore the thick blanket of snow before nightfall. An announcement had been made in the regional channel that morning, stating that more resources will appear on the land. Some recalled the elemental arrow towers obtained last week, which required elemental property gems for their construction. This advanced resource likely had already descended upon the land. However, the snow was deep, and the survivors did not venture far, with no one discovering any elemental property gems. A few survivors exploring along the mountainside discovered several caves. These caves had been covered by thick vegetation, which had died off in the extreme cold and blizzards, revealing their entrances only after the snowflakes fell. Upon entering the caves, they found the remnants of either stone houses or wooden huts. After some comparison, they noticed that the shapes and structures of these wooden and stone houses were consistent and displayed clear distinctions in their levels. This resembled their own shelters, but the shelters within the caves were built against the cave walls, only constructing the remaining sides. It was clearly a shelter adapted for the caves. After conveying this information back to the regional channel, other survivors immediately reported similar phenomena. Deep within these caves were mining tunnels, mostly consisting of pure stone, with a few finding iron or deeper within the rocky layers. Could it be that the previous survivors were mining for survival? I found a faded mineral water bottle in one of the wooden huts, and I could still clearly read the words, "We do not produce water, we are merely nature's transporters." The words are still legible, which suggests that the bottle was consumed not long ago. The climate in this survival world changes rapidly. Perhaps in a few months that bottle will seem like it has been here for years. My wooden hut here is similar. The wood is somewhat damp, but shows no signs of decay, merely having been breached by some creature, feeling like it was not long ago. Were any of the previous survivors able to survive? So far we haven't encountered any houses with living people. Do you think we will end up as the only ones left? In a moment, the atmosphere in the regional channel sank to a new low. Encountering others like them had initially filled everyone with hope. If they could meet and communicate with these people, they would surely gain valuable survival experiences and knowledge. The survival world changes weekly. Oh, what surprises await in the future. Seeking wisdom from predecessors would surely be beneficial. However, as the number of discovered broken wooden and stone houses increased, none had yet encountered a living person. During this low point in morale, someone spoke up, breaking the silence. I believe we shouldn't be so pessimistic. Have you not observed that our region's development speed has been consistently faster than others? Other regions only began to show signs of cohesion on the 4th or 5th day, while we have established it in just 2 or 3 days. Other regions only realize today that they need to help others in their area fight against monster tides after encountering them, while we had a leader strategizing for us 3 days before the monster tide even arrived. Even if this survival world is fraught with peril, with generations of survivors perishing here, we might be the lucky ones, the fortunate few, who could create miracles. The survivors resonated with this insightful speech, finding it quite reasonable. A person capable of expressing such profound words must. Why is it Wang Teng? Is this kid not coming to play the role today? Wang Teng, why don't you ask someone else to relay your speech? I was somewhat moved just now, but upon seeing your name, I instantly felt deflated. You might as well say that this is the golden age, with all the holy emperor's divine sons and immortal clans, countless prodigies, will vie for supremacy in this grand era. Wang Teng, you might as well claim that you are a survivor from the previous generation, sealed within the divine source, only to be unsealed in this generation to participate in the grand contest. Is this just a way for you to boast about yourself? You say that our region formed alliances in just 2 or 3 days, but here you are making self-referential comparisons like Lu Sun praising Zhou Shuren. Wangteng, your shelter must be at level 5 by now. Tell everyone what materials are needed to upgrade from level 5 to level 6. Wang Teng's brief moment of genuine emotion was quickly drowned out by a flood of messages. I intended to interact with you all as an ordinary person, but who would have thought that I would receive such ridicule in return? Let me be clear, I am a survivor from the previous generation of survivors. What is this nonsense? Everyone looks down on you, yet you still. Are you serious? I'm just joking. I have an older brother who should be a survivor from the previous generation. I previously did not remember why I had forgotten about this, but seeing the images of those broken wooden houses has jogged my memory. It seems that some power erased my memories of him. Wang Teng then elaborated on his perspective. One day his brother vanished from this world, phone calls went unanswered, and searching his home yielded no results. Just as he was preparing to report him missing, everything went blank, and he forgot everything. Wait, now that you mention it, I dreamt about having a sister last night. She was crying and telling me she was going to die, and that I must be careful. This can't be true, right? Oh my, I vaguely recall some things too. My father also suddenly disappeared before, but in my memory, he was taken away by fate. Oh, I remember now, I had a partner. A month ago, I found a wedding ring that I had no idea how it ended up in my home, thinking it was left by some guest. Damn, where are the ruins of the previous generation's shelter? I need to find my partner. Damn, I can't relate to what you're saying, but I have this feeling that there should be someone around me. Every time I see something interesting, I want to turn around and share it with someone, but when I look back, there's no one there. I have the same feeling as the one above. Whenever I encounter danger, my first instinct is to call out a name, but I can't vocalize it. I can't recall what that name. We only remembered upon seeing the ruins of the shelters today, but we can only vaguely recall. The specific details of that person remain unclear. Could it be that we will only remember them when we truly see their shelter? Then I should definitely go find my partner. You already know you have a partner, no need to shout and show off. Outside the regional channel, Jiang Mian looked through all the images of the shelter ruins, yet unlike others, he had no vague memories surfacing in his mind. Not long after he was born, his parents had an accident, and it was his uncle who raised him. His uncle passed away from cancer just before his college entrance examination, leaving his inheritance to Jiang Mian, as he had no children. During his school years, he followed his uncle to various workplaces, changing schools several times. Each time he made new friends, they would change within a semester or two. As a result, he had few relatives or friends with whom he shared a bond. Thus, at almost any given moment, Jiang Mian's heart was filled primarily with himself. Others in his life were merely passing figures. In the World Channel, information about the relics of the previous generation of survivors also appeared. In the West District, a survivor found a damaged iron pipe pistol in a relic, loaded it with stone beads as ammunition, but before he could boast about it, it exploded. In South District 2, a survivor found several pieces of blazing stone in a relic and sold them at a high price to someone who had the blueprint for the Red Flame Arrow Tower. Besides relic, survivors also discovered some new species around the world. In areas afflicted by drought disasters, large swarms of mutated locust people appeared. They were half human, half locust, with prominent compound eyes, transparent thin wings on their backs, and serrated scythe-like front limbs that could easily chop down trees as thick as arms. In areas hit by blizzards, the new species was the snowfield wildman that Jiang Mian had encountered. In the flooded regions, fish people with sharp heads crawled out from the surface water. They were not the mermaids recorded in fairy tales, with the upper body of a human and the lower body of a fish. Their upper body resembled the head of a fish, while their lower body was human legs. After observation, survivors discovered that these strange species were not mutants. They had been brought to the continent by various disasters. Like these survivors, they were also experiencing their own struggle for survival. This meant that these new species also faced the threat of mutants and could be potential allies. However, humans, and they did not share a common language. Moreover, their diets included humans, leading many survivors to believe that these new species were also enemies. A survivor from South District 6 decided to strike first. He attacked them. However, upon rushing forward, he found he was no match for them, and was eventually surrounded by the fish people in a stone house, daring not to go out the entire afternoon. They appeared in large numbers, and every tribe had members capable of using magic. Regular survivors could only turn and flee upon encountering them. After returning to the shelter, Jiang Mian described the appearance of the snowfield wild men to Lin Kuan and others, wanting to know if they had seen such creatures before. The few of them shook their heads, indicating that it was their first time hearing about it. Be careful when going out in the daytime. From now on, to those snowfield wild men eat people, Jiang Mian warned. Since crossbows were inconvenient to carry, he equipped each person with 2 iron pipe pistols for self-defense. All right, my lord. They all replied in unison. After the shelters started developing towards the leader's direction, they changed how they addressed Jiang Mian. How is the cave excavation going? The storeroom and cellar have been excavated. The sub-dragons are digging another exit, and I'm having the skeleton soldiers help transport goods. Lin Kuan pointed at several skeleton soldiers walking out from the main building. Currently, there were over 300 sets of clothing and more than 40 sets of bedding in the shelter. There were 60 to 70 boxes of long-term storage food like biscuits and bread, over 20 boxes of drinks, and more than 100 pieces of jerky. Some items that Jiang Mian could not use, such as pillows and stockings, or common items like cigarettes, he put up for trade. The trading items were all stone, sand, and logs. Building roads and expanding the shelter required a large amount of materials. He had thought that the items put up for trade would last a long time. After all, the snow had just stopped, and the thick snow outside made it difficult to pass. Unexpectedly, some people were undeterred by the storm, with aspirations in their hearts and strength beneath their feet. In just half an hour after putting up several pillows, they were bought by corresponding individuals. After spotting the pillows in the trading area, the pushers, regardless of how hungry they were, or that their wooden houses had been damaged the night before, rushed into the woods and beside the rocks to chop trees and mine, their efficiency even surpassing the speed from the previous 2 days when building defenses. Some pushers, after gathering enough materials, opened the trading area only to find the pillows had been sold, turning their faces red in frustration, shouting in the area channel, "Who the hell touched my wife? What wife? Do you have the surname Wang? Damn, there are bulls." The speed of smokers wasn't much slower than that of the pushers. Some even dismantled houses on the spot, just to gather enough value for a cigarette. What shocked and puzzled Jiang Mian was that most of the stockings, small shoes, and skirts he put up were bought by men. What could this mean? He was utterly perplexed. What was a man doing alone in a wooden house buying these things? Were they all crocheted, or were they all from the land of abundance? A bearded uncle even privately messaged Jiang Mian expressing his willingness to offer his treasured textile factory blueprint in exchange for a few pairs of white socks and a pair of small shoes. That textile factory blueprint was an architectural blueprint found from a low-level treasure map. It could transform plant fibers into linen and weave simple clothing. Its value was considerable. The world is vast, and there are wonders everywhere. Jiang Mian gladly agreed to this trade, and after obtaining the textile factory blueprint, immediately built 2 in the shelter. Plant fibers could be obtained by cutting grass, although the heavy snow currently covered the mountains and the vegetation was withered. Once spring arrived, the hills would be filled with wild grasses. He sent the skeleton soldiers out to cut grass, and they could harvest several hundred pounds in a day. By then, not only could they make linen clothing for more wild men to wear, but they could also sell it to other survivors. In addition, there was a survivor with the talent for hatching eggs who acquired a batch of eggs, hatched them into chicks, and then put them up for trade. 8 hens and 4 roosters. Jiang Mian immediately bought them. He wasn't sure how much food rabbits could make, but he was very familiar with chickens. What chicken dishes could be made? Chicken stew with mushrooms, kung pao chicken, spicy chicken, mouth-watering chicken, salt-baked chicken, white-cut chicken, beggars chicken, large plate chicken, 3-cup chicken, and even basketball and chicken. Chicken hearts, gizzards, thighs, wings, and feet. 1 chicken could yield a whole table of dishes. Chickens are omnivorous and easy to raise, much easier than rabbits. Even if they weren't specifically tended to, as long as an area was fenced off for free range, they wouldn't starve. However, these days it was snowy outside and the chicks were still weak and newly hatched. A single hand could hold 2. Jiang Mian brought them to the indoor breeding area, made a wooden cage, hung a water trough and food trough in front of it, laid hay at the bottom of the cage, and placed it about 1 or 2 meters away from the fireplace. The room with the fireplace wasn't large, and the indoor temperature could reach 25 degrees, specifically meant for raising young animals. The chicks were afraid of the dark. Without light at night, they would panic and bunch together with those at the bottom, getting crushed or suffocated. Placed next to the fireplace, it provided both warmth and light. They would instinctively move towards the brighter side of the fire, avoiding crowding. Other survivors did not have such a comfortable environment. The 12 chicks were barely alive when delivered looking. Jiang Mian broke the bread into pieces to soften it, mixed in some wild vegetable leaves, and fed it to these little ones. He currently had no other sources of flour. He remembered that feeding chickens usually involved cornmeal, but the corn seeds and winter rye had yet to be planted in the warehouse. Tomorrow he planned to clear another piece of land to start planting corn and winter rye. A few chicks wouldn't eat much, they just needed to survive these few days. The day after tomorrow the potatoes would be ready to harvest, and then he could cook potatoes for them. If any survivors were to witness the treatment of these dozen or so chicks, they would likely cry and rush to the breeding farm to become chicks themselves. The average level of everyone else remains at a level 3 shelter with double-layered wooden walls. While it does not let in the wind, the heat loss is quite severe. Even with a fireplace lit indoors, the temperature barely reaches 10 degrees. At night, one has to move the bed beside the fireplace and cover themselves with blankets to avoid catching a chill. As for the food for the chicks, bread and wild vegetables, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is better than what some people eat. Recently, there have been instances of people swallowing jerky with snow. After the snow stopped, Jiang Mian was able to expand the shelter. Clearing away the accumulated snow is not an easy task for others, but for Jiang Mian, who commands an army of hundreds of skeleton soldiers, it is merely a matter of minutes. 2 blacksmiths have already manufactured over 10 skeleton carts to transport the snow that has been dug out, and they are progressing rapidly. Wang Gang provided very professional guidance for the expansion of the shelter. He had been to the general's mansion of the border troops and understood the layout of the territory. He also knew how to arrange the city defenses. At his suggestion, the main building of the shelter, originally 3 stories high, was kept separate as the Lord's Castle. To the east of the Lord's Castle are fields, breeding farms, ponds, and the independent forging house that was moved out. To the west are large storage rooms, armories, kitchens, and a dining hall. Further west are several rows of low stone and wooden houses forming a small courtyard where Lin Kuan, and at the same time there are living quarters in the forging house, fields, and breeding farms. If the blacksmiths work late into the night and need to check on the progress of their forged items, they can stay in these rooms. To the south of the Lord's Castle, at the very center of the interior territory, is the location of the altar. Jiang Mian moved the distorted furnace and distorted source pool to the northwest corner, building several stone houses there for the affairs of the realm of deception. In addition to the working skeleton soldiers, the surplus skeletons will be directly sent by Jiang Mian to the area between the inner and outer walls. Although the structures of the realm of deception are quite functional, Jiang Mian still feels that they are minor and unremarkable. In name, he is still a subject of the gods. Naturally, the altar of the divine realm should be placed at the very center of the territory. Notably, when Jiang Mian attempted to place the statue in the cave excavated in the northern mountains, he discovered that it was deemed a suitable placement area. Thus, Jiang Mian excavated a room for the divine statue, and properly placed the statue of the divine spirit inside. Item: divine statue, divine spirit quality. See description. His likeness is form. Effect 1. Under true presence, all forms are made clear. You can view the loyalty and faith of everyone within the territory, and all enemies and disguises within the territory will have nowhere to hide. 2. Prayer: state your requests, express your wishes, articulate all your desires. The god makes no promises, but he will remember. Limited to once a week, based on your prayers you will receive specific divine effects. In the past few days, the production acceleration effect provided by the altar has been tangibly felt by several people in the territory. They are immensely curious about who the Lord's deity of faith is, possessing such powerful authority and strength. If there is a deity who can guide their lives to improve, they would not hesitate to change their faith and worship this deity. From the moment they left their former territory, everything they had would belong to the new territory and its master. As Jiang Mian led them to pay respects to the statue through the mist surrounding it, they too could feel that towering and inviolable power. Ancient, vast, and sacred. Undoubtedly, this is a powerful and righteous deity. Though they could only follow the faith of whatever deity the Lord believed in, they would prefer to worship a righteous deity rather than any evil or deformed god. When asked what deity this was, Jiang Mian fabricated several identities for the divine spirit, true presence of the great sun, Lord of daylight, god of true sight. He is the deity who governs daylight and truth. Under the sunlight nothing can hide. His eyes can pierce through all falsehoods, and lies before him are like snow and sunlight. He says that the world of daylight should be transparent. With him darkness has no foothold. With the experience of conveying doctrine among the wild men, Jiang Mian's words flowed more smoothly, to the point where he even convinced himself. What he did not know was that in a world with deities, no deity's name or authority could be desecrated. Any deity that encroached upon or stole the power of another would face relentless pursuit by that deity and their followers. Therefore, this world has never allowed the existence of power usurpers. It is an untouchable taboo. Even careless words regarding deities may be sensed by the deity involved. The wrath of a deity brings forth divine punishment of immense magnitude. Yet after he spoke these grand words, no ominous signs followed. Lin Kuan and the others listened attentively, committing every word he said to memory. Wang Gang in particular seemed contemplative, a glint of light in his eyes. Having fought against the distorted beings in the fog of night for half his life, the titles true presence of the great sun and Lord of daylight are in direct opposition to that chaotic and murky world. This was truly his lifelong pursuit. Wang Gang trembled all over, tears welling in his eyes, and suddenly knelt down on the ground. Great Lord of daylight, your faithful follower bows here. Wang Gang's voice trembled, yet each word was pronounced with conviction. I have battled with the fog for half my life, and many brothers have perished at the hands of those unseen monsters. We light torches, but the flames extinguish. We raise shields, but they shatter. We have never known when the night would end. Thank you for allowing me to see the light. From this day forth, I am willing to hold the shield for you, and draw the sword for you. Even if it only brings one more inch of light to this world, I have no regrets in dying. His sudden heartfelt declaration caught Jiang Mian off guard. After establishing the statue, he could feel the levels of faith from anyone who believed in the divine spirit. The purest faith came predominantly from himself, followed by the wild men on the east side of the mountains, and then Wang Gang right in front of him. When he looked at Wang Gang, Jiang Mian couldn't help but blink a few times. Dude, weren't you swearing allegiance to the guardian deity of your Golden Moon territory just a few days ago?
Now it seems like you are putting on a complete act getting too deep into the role. How did you suddenly become a fervent believer? Hearing Wang Gang's impassioned oath, Lin Kuan and a few others were also inspired, kneeling down and fervently declaring their vows. The purity of faith offered to the statue also soared. Faith is a peculiar thing, it only relates to the depth of belief and has nothing to do with race or rank. Faith knows no distinction between high and low. This is also why Jiang Mian cares so much about those wild men on the east side of the mountains. They are genuinely sincere. An unreserved, unclouded and childlike heart. With the resources Jiang Mian left for those wild men, they have enough to conquer the surrounding tribes, and when that happens they will all be welcomed into the territory, causing the faith received by the statue to skyrocket. As everyone returned to their respective tasks, Jiang Mian began this week's prayers before the statue. Great deity, I revere you. Surely you do not wish to see your follower without any means of mental attack, only to be kicked to death by a nightmare rite. The beast tooth necklaces taken from the territory of the Snowfield wild men serve as catalysts for mental magic, but they require the recitation of corresponding incantations. Jiang Mian could not even comprehend those characters, let alone recite the incantations. The statue behind the mist emitted a faint glow and a white light orb flew out, landing in Jiang Mian's hand. You have obtained the Luo Shi Language Chinese Dictionary 6th edition. The radiance dissipated, revealing a brand new thick dictionary. Jiang Mian flipped to the back, finding over 1,600 pages. Does the deity want him to learn on his own? Jiang Mian's expression darkened. Memories of the past began. Abandon, give up, cast aside. After casually flipping through the dictionary, he discovered that the runes within were indeed the same as those in the laboratory documents. This dictionary explains the language and characters of the Luo Shi Empire in Chinese, published by the Luo Shi Empire Type 2 Human Second Cooperative Society. Jiang Mian had encountered this Luo Shi Empire once before when he went to the laboratory. It was likely an empire from that era. The phrase Type 2 Human Second Cooperative Society also caught his attention. During the last inspection at the laboratory entrance, the crystal panel scanned and indicated that he was a Type 2 human. At that time he was curious as to why he was classified as a Type 2 human. Could it be that during the era of the Luo Shi Empire 10,000 years ago there were survivors from Earth who descended here and even established their own organizations? If that's the case, then the survivors transferred by the survival system must number in the hundreds or even thousands of generations. He continued to browse the dictionary, which began with an introduction explaining the compilation's purpose. Given the current severe lack of understanding and mastery of Luo Shi characters by Type 2 humans, there are significant shortcomings in crucial fields such as magic study, divine communication, and divine nature analysis. Since there are no comprehensive linguistic reference books available on the market, the Luo Shi Empire Type 2 Human Second Cooperative Society has united multiple academic institutions, gathering hundreds of scholars and clergy from fields such as philology, linguistics, ancient runes, and theology over 4 years to compile this dictionary. This passage contains quite a wealth of information. Type 2 humans refer to the survivors who, upon arriving in this world, they found themselves unfamiliar with the language and characters here, and thus compiled the Chinese dictionary. Jiang Mian empathized with this. He was also facing the dilemma of not understanding these characters. The compilation's purpose emphasized several key areas: magic study, divine communication, and divine nature analysis. These areas should be the main uses of Luo Shi characters, or rather the primary uses for the survivors of that time. He could understand magic study, as magical incantations in this world rely on Luo Shi characters. Divine communication, does it mean communicating with the deities? Communicating with deities. Does that mean one must learn Luo Shi characters? Jiang Mian spoke in Chinese, yet his communication with the spirit remained seamless. He thought that the deity's power was unfathomable, naturally able to comprehend all thoughts of living beings, and convey his own thoughts to all existence. Now it seemed that this might not be the case. The spirit's authority seemed to include the ability to see through the hearts of people, thus allowing her to understand the thoughts of all things. Other deities might not be capable of this. The last point, divine nature analysis, sounded like something pertaining to scientific research. Does divine nature refer to the nature of deities? Analysis is those laboratories. Jiang Mian broke out into a cold sweat. He had always thought that those forbidden and sinful researches were conducted by unscrupulous researchers obsessed with power, but now it seemed far more complex. Survivors who had crossed over before had all joined in even defining it as the main use of the Luo Shi character's divine nature analysis. This indicates that divine nature analysis was quite common at that time, not a taboo, and perhaps the entire empire. This is more terrifying and thought-provoking than a handful of evil organizations capturing and researching deities. If everyone participated, then the cause cannot simply be the greed of a few humans. What could be the reason that almost the entire empire was involved? Was it because deities stood in opposition to humanity, or did humanity face an apocalypse forcing them to do so?
The dictionary did not elaborate further, immediately proceeding to summarize the structure and evolution of Luoxi characters. The characters of the Luoxi Empire are divided into two systems. One is pictographs, where objects are represented by images. One character corresponds to a simple drawing. For example, the sun is depicted as a circle with radiating lines around it. Unlike Chinese characters evolved from oracle bone script, Luoxi pictographs seem to favor circular shapes, a point the dictionary preface criticized. Here the character square has 4 corners while the other 4 sides are curved. It appears round and quite adorable. Luoxi pictographs are rigidly structured, suitable for recording laws, contracts, and historical texts, and are also used for the engraving of magical catalyst runes. They possess a significant characteristic of ideographic writing, allowing a small number of characters to convey a large amount of information. Due to the complexity of Luoxi pictographs and the high learning threshold after magic emerged, they were not conducive to the widespread use of magical incantations, leading the empire to issue a second set of characters, Luoxi syllabic characters. Luoxi syllabic characters only represent pronunciation, not meaning. The shapes of the characters twist and turn like knotted ropes, with each character corresponding to a fixed combination of vowels and consonants. There are far fewer syllabic characters than pictographs, totaling 72, which can be combined to read any pronunciation in Luoxi language. Most magical incantations are written in syllabic characters, allowing the caster to invoke magic without needing to understand the meaning of the incantation, as long as they pronounce it correctly to channel the magic power. Simple and easy to circulate, this allowed Luoxi syllabic characters to successfully surpass the original pictographs and become the mainstream writing in the empire. Those difficult-tolerant pictographs only appear in a few ancient traditional fields. 72 characters. Spare me, English has only 26 letters and Japanese has just 50 sounds. Jiang Mian felt overwhelmed. How did Luoxi syllabic characters gain unanimous praise in the empire for their simplicity? Is it because pictographs are too difficult to learn? Great deity, can't you input this knowledge directly into my... Even minor magic like fire making and ice forming can be taught directly to me. Logically, isn't it possible to implant the knowledge of a writing system into my mind so I can learn it directly? Haki-shan, are you trying to tire me out? Jiang Mian sighed. Fortunately, he currently does not need to fully master this language. He only needs to compare it with the Luoxi pictographs inscribed on the beast tooth necklaces, find the corresponding pronunciation, and memorize this incantation. He only needs to learn this mental magic incantation. The rest of the characters can be learned gradually later. On the eastern side of the mountains lies the divine laboratory. In the center of the laboratory, the cultivation chamber is filled with a light blue solution that has completely lost its luster, and the life support system has utterly failed. The white cat opens its golden eyes, pausing in silence for a moment. During that moment, its consciousness traverses the dust of countless epochs, skimming over the embers of civilizations rising and falling silently, overlooking the upstream and downstream of the river of time. The past, present, and future unfold like 3 intertwined ribbons before its eyes. It steps across the present and gazes at a corner of a future scene. It raises its front paw and taps on the cultivation chamber that confines it. As its fluffy paw touches the chamber wall, countless intricate silver runes light up within the transparent walls of the cultivation chamber, intertwining and forming numerous chain-like patterns. Simultaneously, an invisible force field erupts inside and outside the cultivation chamber, sealing every particle of matter, every point of energy, and every rule. This is the pinnacle of divine analysis by the Luoxi Empire over hundreds of years, known as the ultimate seal that can imprison any deity. Not a single captured deity has been able to escape its restraints. Now, just like any moment in the past, it activates the restraint mode when the deity begins to resist. Trillions of runes surge wildly in the force field, spinning rapidly, layer upon layer, weaving into an impenetrable cage. There are no emotions in the white cat's golden eyes. Its movements are quite ordinary. It simply lifts its paw gently and brings it down lightly with a force no greater than that of swatting a fly. Yet when that seemingly weak cat paw descends, the sealing runes are torn apart, and the high-level restraining force field dissipates, like mist, with countless laws collapsing simultaneously in that single strike. As chaos begins, a single paw opens the heavens and the earth. A dazzling brilliance erupts inside and outside the barrier, the immense energy released from the collision and annihilation of the runes. Soon that brilliant light is also wiped away by the cat's paw, silently and unobtrusively. Everything returns to nothingness. All of this actually happens very quickly. The spiderweb-like cracks spread across the entire cultivation chamber as the cat paw descends, and then those runes begin to crumble. With a loud bang, the cultivation chamber explodes, and the colorless cultivation fluid surges out violently, flooding onto the ground. The white cat licks its front paw and steps into the void. It is as if the crystallization of hundreds of years of divine analysis by the Luoxi Empire is nothing more than a paper lantern in its eyes. It squints its eyes and breathes in the fresh air of the outside world. It swipes its paw forward. The metal door in front does not move, but the space around it is torn apart. From the fissure, a large amount of chaotic void spills forth. Fragments of space peel away from the edges of the cracks, slowly floating in the void, like shattered mirrors, each reflecting different scenes. Some of the laboratory walls, some of the snowy plains outside, and some of its own silhouette. The white cat finds one of the fragments, preparing to step inside. At that moment, a prayer from its current top disciple reaches its ears. The white cat searches among the fragments, and then pulls out a dictionary from one of the shards, throwing it into another shard that bears its statue. As it prepares to step into the selected shard space again, another inner voice reaches its ears. The white cat's eyelashes flutter twice. It appears somewhat puzzled. What is Hockey Flash? Jiang Mian spent half an hour searching for and transcribing the runes engraved on the beast tooth chain, and then took over an hour to forcibly memorize the obscure and difficult-to-read syllables. A rather strange sentence. Babababubibla gugulai bibabababoy. It takes about 20 seconds to chant it completely. The effect of this magic is roughly mental impact. He found a cold soul skeleton soldier with 30 points of mental power to serve as a test subject. After chanting this spell, the released mental attack can inflict 20 points of damage on him. After multiple tests, he discovered that the calculation of mental type damage differs from physical spell damage. Mental type damage first deducts mental points, reducing the attacked party's mental power to 0. At this moment, the attacked party falls into a coma, and then mental damage is inflicted, dealing damage equivalent to true damage. When Jiang Mian first encountered the nightmare, he was attacked, and did not immediately lose health. Instead, his brain felt dizzy, which meant his mental points had been reduced. No wonder mental type magic is so difficult to obtain. Attribute fruits never grant this ability. After understanding the mechanism of mental type damage, Jiang Mian began to comprehend. Agility and strength type aberrations generally have very low mental points. If he had mental type magic before, it would be a nemesis to these aberrations. He could easily reduce the aberrations' mental points to 0, then ignore their physical and spell defenses, causing them real damage. Jiang Mian estimated that the magic engraved on the beast tooth necklace is merely a weak-level spell, consuming mental power similar to fire starting and ice formation, and is single-target damage. Compared to abilities obtained directly from attribute fruits, the characteristic of chanting magic is that it takes too long. Over 20 seconds of chanting time is as slow as a snail. Having initially grasped mental impact, the sun had already set. Jiang Mian glanced at the clock. It was 7:30 in the evening. He was becoming somewhat impatient. Having learned a new ability, how could he not try it out on the aberrations? Jiang Mian arrived at the inner wall's entrance and quickly summoned 3,000 skeleton soldiers. Each of these soldiers is equipped with bone spears and strange leather armor, capable of moving like dragons amongst the agile type 1 aberrations. He confirmed this regiment as his personal troops, including 30 skeleton generals, each leading 100 soldiers, with 10 cold soul skeleton dragons responsible for flanking. When materials are sufficient in the future, he will also equip some with skeleton horses to establish a cavalry unit. Additionally, he will equip some with crossbows or handguns to form a crossbow or gunner squad for long-range fire support. Every night, the aberration attacks are a great opportunity for training. After all, these aberrations do not level up. Even if he kills them, he will not gain experience. Come on, little cage of monsters. As it approached 8:11 in the evening, no sign of aberrations appeared around the This made the eager Jiang Mian somewhat anxious. Could it be that the few hundred defenders at the front line and the aberration trees were too strong, blocking the monsters on that side? Just wait a bit longer. There are so many monsters. Even if they are all pigs, they couldn't possibly kill all the defenders at the front line. Maybe they just took a longer route. Jiang Mian comforts himself. When it reached 8:15, the sound of snow crunching finally reached his ears from the fog. Jiang Mian's ears perked up. They're coming. My sons, follow me into battle. He raised his arm and shouted, opening the large gate of the outer wall. 3,000 skeleton soldiers marched out in neat formation, their mighty presence shaking the earth. The mounted skeleton generals are at the forefront, holding long spears and carrying crossbows on their backs, exuding an imposing aura. The long spears of 4 of them were made from the mutated eagle claws encountered by Jiang Mian in the canyon, possessing 10 physical penetration and being exceptionally sharp. 10 digging cold soul skeleton wyverns were also summoned by Jiang Mian, distributed among the army. Due to the sheer number of troops, as over 1,000 skeleton soldiers marched out, agile type 1 aberrations burst forth from the fog. A few large-headed aberrations followed, closely charging out of the mist. Not far ahead, the same tremors of the ground could be heard approaching them. The large heads felt puzzled and raised their heads. Then they saw an unforgettable sight in their lives, their short legs suddenly skidding to a halt. What the hell is that thing? The hundreds of skeletal soldiers at the front quickly came to a halt, dividing into 3 rows. The first row crouched down, the second row half-squatted, and the third row stood upright, their spear tips all pointed straight ahead. The bloodthirsty agile type 1 aberration without intelligence leaped and bounded forward, first encountering the spear formation. With a command from the skeletal general, the first row of bone spears thrust forward fiercely, creating a series of muffled sounds as several of the foremost aberrations were skewered, struggling desperately on the spear tips. A few large-headed aberrations charged in, recklessly swinging their short, stout arms to sweep away a dozen skeletal soldiers. A gap opened in the line, quickly filled. A few large-headed aberrations charged in, recklessly swinging their short, stout arms to sweep away a dozen skeletal soldiers. A gap opened in the line, quickly filled by the skeletal soldiers from behind. Among the ranks, the cold spirit skeletal Yalong fixed its gaze on the large-headed aberrations, relying on its powerful physique to charge into the horde of monsters, relentlessly pursuing them with bites. With the addition of the skeletal soldiers, the archery platforms and spear-throwing machines found their work much easier. They now played a supportive role, harvesting the weakened aberrations on the front line. With the addition of the skeletal soldiers, the archery platforms and spear-throwing machines found their work much easier. They now played a supportive role, harvesting the weakened aberrations on the front line. This arrangement could save a substantial amount of stone arrows and spears, as each shot required considerable time to recover, with a loss occurring every time. This arrangement could save a substantial amount of stone arrows and spears, as each shot required considerable time to recover, with a loss occurring every time, necessitating a continuous supply the next day. As the territory expanded, the perimeter of the outer wall also increased, leading to an ever-growing area facing the enemy. If they simply added more archery platforms and spear-throwing machines, it would become a significant burden for nightly defenses. Jiang Mian stood atop the lookout tower at the outer wall, observing the performance of the skeletal soldier. Tonight's Agile Type 1 aberrations had an average level elevated to around level 8, with elite monsters averaging around level 17, showing a notable increase compared to the previous night. Tonight's Agile Type 1 aberrations had an average level elevated to around level 8, with elite monsters averaging around level 17, showing once the crossbowmen joined in, this speed would increase further. He also noticed the phenomenon of the first row of skeletal soldiers being knocked back. This occurred when elite monsters charged in, or when there were too many Agile Type 1 aberrations. Tomorrow he needed to make hard armor shields for this batch of skeletal soldiers to ensure they could firmly hold the line. As the battle progressed, a dark green beam shot out from the mist, striking a few skeletal soldiers in the front row. A layer of green quickly stained their skeletons, and small moss-like plants began to sprout, enveloping the skeletal monsters. These small plants secreted a strong acid, rapidly dissolving the skeletons of the soldiers. In a matter of seconds, 7 or 8 from the front row collapsed, bones shattering all over the ground, while the green moss continued to grow wildly on the broken bones, consuming the remnants. Jiang Mian squinted, gazing in the direction from which the beam emanated, where something seemed to be moving in the mist, small in size, floating in midair and moving swiftly. A new monster. He took it seriously, raising his crossbow, but not rushing to shoot. "You three go over there and take a look." The 3 cold spirit skeletal Yalong gathered and approached the direction from which the green light was emitted. The monster seemed to sense danger and immediately shot 3 beams of green light at the 3 of them. This time Jiang Mian was vigilant, unlike the last time when he was caught off guard, and he saw the true form of the green light. What he saw was not light, but a liquid glowing green. The cold spirit skeletal Yalong was prepared and immediately opened its mouth to unleash an icy breath, freezing the green liquid in midair. The mist was partially dispersed by the icy breath, revealing the true form of the hidden monster. It lay on the snow, its body elongated in a flattened oval shape, covered in gray-green mold, with clusters of brightly colored mushrooms standing tall on its back, the edges of the caps dripping with fine spore threads. This ugly and deformed monster dragged a mass of slimy soft flesh at its bottom, resembling the foot of a snail, secreting a damp slime. Its protruding head had 2 antennae, and beneath the antennae was a human-like face filled with a smile, grinning broadly, as if it had seen something very pleasant. The mushrooms on the monster's back emitted light, which is why Jiang Mian thought he saw a glowing object floating in the mist, mistaking it for another creature like the phantasm. So ugly. Jiang Mian was disgusted from far away by this monster with a human face and mushrooms on its back. The phantasm merely cost sanity points, but it was proportioned beautifully, having a natural charm in its round and spherical shape. But this thing, covered in mold, dripping thick dark green liquid, and that inexplicably wide grinning face, gave an extremely uncomfortable impression. That face resembled a human face, yet there was something indescribably off about it. Its smile was radiant, almost too bright, somewhat fake, like a false human. In front of it, even the large-headed Agile Type 1 aberrations appeared delicate and graceful. Jiang Mian controlled 4 ice arrow towers, firing 4 arrows directly at it. The eerie smiling face noticed the falling ice arrows from the sky, its mouth widening, even further, spraying several beams of green liquid that successfully intercepted 3 of the arrows. The eerie smiling face noticed the falling ice arrows from the sky, its mouth widening, even further spraying several. Seeing the interception fail, the eerie smiling face was unfazed. Its protruding head became smooth, as if coated in oil, quickly retracting back into the mushroom shell on its back. The ice arrow struck the mushroom shell, causing shards of ice to splatter. The mushroom shell was surprisingly hard, not shattered by the ice arrow. The damaged mushrooms upon breaking released countless tiny spores that fell onto the mushroom shell, regrowing new mushrooms. After being hit, the monster's information was displayed: race corrupted spore, snail, life type 1, aberration, elite, level 24, health 4772-4800, recovering spores, strength 24, stamina 97, speed 35, spirit 52. Description: a creature dwelling deep within decay and mold, using spores as seeds and flesh as soil. These mushrooms matured quickly, then burst, scattering more spores, some flying back to the body to provide nutrients for the repair of the mushrooms on its back, while others spread out, landing on. These mushrooms matured quickly, then burst, scattering more spores, some flying back to the body to provide nutrients for the repair of the mushrooms on its back, while others spread out, landing on other skeletal soldiers, reparasitizing, corroding, and extracting nutrients. So it's a parasitic seed. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Mian realized that this monster could not only endure and fight, but also parasitize others for nourishment, repairing itself. And does this guy's health point exceed 1,000,000? At 4,800, it was 1,500 higher than the level 18 leader phantasm. One must say, is it not worthy of being a life-type aberration? Curiously, the description of the fungal whelk aberration referred to it using the pronoun he. Unlike agile or strong aberrations, both of which retained unmistakably human silhouettes, this was not the case. Those aberrations likely originated from humans who underwent grotesque transformation. Yet this life-form aberration, the fungal whelk, bore no trace of humanity beyond its eerie, grinning visage. How then did such an aberration come into being? It fused botanical and molluscan traits into a living chimera, part plant, part soft-bodied creature. Even Jiang Mian's aberration tree, induced by the source of aberration, paled in both power and degree of distortion beside the fungal whelk. Was the arcane essence of aberration truly measured by how profoundly it shattered sanity? Jiang Mian silently committed the observation to memory, resolving to experiment with it later. Left unattended, the fungal whelk's scattered spores would corrode his entire legion. A sovereign dies for his realm, an emperor guards his gate. He must shield his followers behind him. Plants fear fire. Try arrows enchanted with flame. Jiang Mian raised his hand, igniting 3 crossbow bolts with searing flame before loosing them in rapid. Unimpeded by the grotesque grin's aqueous barrage, the flaming arrows streaked across the air in blazing orange trails and struck the mushroom cap squarely. The arcane fire ignited the mold upon contact, flaring instantly with a sharp, sizzling crackle. The grinning face retracted deep into its shell, refusing to emerge. Charred blackness spread across the fungal cap as spores, still unlaunched, were devoured whole by hungry tongues of fire, filling the air with acrid burnt stench. Flame proved decisively effective. Jiang Mian ordered the uninfected skeletal soldiers to retreat, while skeletal drakes and skeletal generals held the rear, repelling the aberration's advance. Simultaneously, he unleashed enchanted fire arrows without hesitation upon those skeletal soldiers already infected, moss and mushrooms sprouting across their bones. As magical flames seared the fungi, vitality bled away in wisps of black smoke. "I shall remember your valor," Jiang Mian murmured, gazing upon the skeletal soldiers consumed by roaring inferno. Spores still drifted, tenacious and elusive. Yet snow blanketed the land. Fire could not be kindled widely. He had to swiftly eradicate the source, the level 24 fungal whelk. Jiang Mian donned a mask, conjuring a small flame before it to incinerate airborne spores, then mounted Huang and soared down from the watchtower. Huang spread his vast wings, gliding just 5 or 6 meters above the ground. At the fungal whelk's position, Jiang Mian dropped several ignited cylindrical explosives. The charges detonated upon impact, a thunderous blast that jolted the grinning visage within the shell, flipping the entire armored back over and exposing its hidden, writhing form. Seeing his chance, Jiang Mian shouted, "Now!" Huang circled back lower. Huang banked sharply and dove, stabilizing at just 2 or 3 meters above the snow. At that proximity, Jiang Mian swiftly reloaded his shotgun and fired a devastating blast straight into the exposed aperture of the shell. Sensing peril, the grinning face erupted upward, vomiting a thick torrent of iridian slime. Jiang Mian activated Ignite, scorching the viscous mass midair, releasing billowing black smoke and the stench of charring flesh. Steel pellets slammed into the grinning face at point-blank range, erupting in a violent spray of green ichor. So much spilled forth that Jiang Mian could not burn at all. He sharply struck Huang's neck, triggering a swift lateral roll and vertical ascent to evade the splatter. Life 857. The grinning face strained forth from its shell, extending tendrils to flip itself upright, then turned and fled into the mist-shrouded depths. Jiang Mian could not let it escape. Its flight meant lingering spores. He dispatched several skeletal soldiers atop skeletal steeds galloping in pursuit. Upon closing distance they leapt down and lunged forward, grappling the fungal whelk anchoring its desperate flight. Instantly the fungal whelk expelled corrosive green slime, splattering across the skeletons and rapidly dissolving their bone. Yet these warriors felt no pain, no emotion, only absolute obedience to Jiang Mian's command. Even as fungal hyphae invaded their arms, dismantling bone from within, they clung unyielding, halting every inch of progress. A suicide mission executed without hesitation. While they restrained it, Jiang Mian intoned the incantation for psychic assault, aiming to plunge the aberration into unconsciousness. The fungal whelk's defenses were formidable, but not impervious. Should the blow fail to obliterate it utterly, its extraordinary regenerative capacity would swiftly restore its hardened carapace. Its mental resilience remained low. A focused psychic strike could fully shatter its consciousness, and thereafter bypass all physical resistance to deliver true damage. The final syllable left his lips. An invisible wave surged forward, piercing the shell and striking the grinning face within directly. Psychic 15. The aberration's convulsions froze mid-twitch, its movements slowing drastically. Jiang Mian immediately began the second incantation. Another psychic shock followed. Psychic 16. The grinning face recoiled with a sound. Not a scream nor a wail, but laughter. This creature seemed capable only of laughter. Truly warped, Jiang Mian observed, coolly commencing the third incantation. Psychic 17. Upon impact the fungal whelk ceased all struggle entirely, its body falling utterly silent. Jiang Mian continued chanting while directing skeletal soldiers to overturn the creature, exposing the shell's aperture. With dual focus he leveled his shotgun and fired, while simultaneously delivering the final psychic blow to annihilate its awareness. Life 869. Life 140. The latter damage stemmed from the secondary phase of the psychic strike, pure armor-piercing devastation. Alas, his current mastery extended only to the weakest tier of psychic magic. A low-tier spell might have easily dealt over 1,000 points of damage. The mushroom cap ruptured under the blast, gaping holes oozing viridian fluid. With consciousness dimmed, its capacity to regenerate slowed markedly. Jiang Mian guided Huang into evasive maneuvers to avoid splashing ichor, then circled back and unleashed relentless volleys upon the fractured cap. Several Fra-Soul skeletal drakes arrived in time, exhaling torrents of glacial breath that froze the creature's soft inner body solid. Hardened tissue offered little shock absorption, making each shotgun blast far more lethal. Life 1651. Life 1669. You have slain level 24 fungal whelk elite. Experience 360. Your attainable level has risen to level 34. Your level automatically increased by 2, now level 24. After slaying the fungal whelk, the ambient spores gradually withered and died. Remaining aberrations posed no further threat. His skeletal legion surged forward once more. Within half an hour every aberration had been eradicated. Jiang Mian disassembled the fungal whelk's corpse, no bones, no whelk shell, but 3 portions of ink-green dust. At first he felt slight disappointment. Had the regenerative mushroom's hell dropped, it might have served as a core defensive material, perhaps yielding walls capable of absorbing fallen monsters and self-repairing. Yet upon inspecting the dust properties, Jiang Mian realized this reward was far from insignificant. Upon triggering the talent builder's dream, you have obtained Humus Dust 6. Effect: when added to farmland, each portion of humus dust can upgrade 1 square meter of land to primary spiritual soil. The growth cycle of plants is shortened by half, and combined with his gestation ability, he can produce a batch of chili peppers in just a day or 2. Moreover, plants grown in spiritual soil are unaffected by the growth cycle of plants is shortened by half, and combined with his gestation ability, he can produce a batch of chili peppers in just a day or 2. Moreover, plants grown in spiritual soil are unaffected by the environment and seasons. Regardless of whether it is a blizzard or scorching sun, and no matter the spring, summer, autumn, or winter, they can thrive. With such soil there is no need to create plant troughs indoors. A direct outdoor planting is sufficient. Jiang Mian returned to the house to replant the chili peppers and green onions from the plant trough into the farmland, then scattered 6 portions of powder, transforming 6 square meters of land into primary spiritual soil. Jiang Mian returned to the house to replant the chili peppers and green onions from the plant trough into the farmland, then scattered 6 portions of powder, only 6 square meters is still too small. Jiang Mian opened the regional channel, wanting to see if others had encountered the humus happy snail. Is this survival world populated by humans? Last week on the 6th day, the highest level of the aberrations was only level 9 or 10, and on the first day of the second week there stands a level 17 giant. Be content upstairs. I have a level 23 new monster standing at my door, a snail, shell-bearing long mushrooms with a face resembling a weeping mask.
I tried shooting it with an arrow and discovered this creature is called the humus morning snail with 4,600. It probably won't survive the night. Why do you encounter a weeping face? I encountered one that looks very similar to my white moonlight gazing at me with sparkling eyes full of affection. What an opportunity. Isn't this a gift from nature? Gift your grandmother. Aside from that face, its body is covered in pus and rot, emanating a stench so foul it made me feel sick, directly scaring me away. This monster is afraid of fire, has a thick blood recovery ability, but its attack power is low. I set all the fences ablaze, and it just lingered at the door for a while before leaving. Good thinking, brother. I will try that right away. But the surrounding area is all snowy, and I have no fences to burn in my shelter. What should I do? Is there a color variant too? Jiang Mian browsed through several eyewitness accounts and found that besides the humus happy snail he encountered, there are also 6 types of type 1 aberrations: anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, and desire, perfectly corresponding to human emotions. The emergence of these new monsters means that survivors are no longer as helpless as when the giant first appeared. At that time, the disparity in strength between both sides was immense, but now everyone is at least at level 10 equipped to handle the monster tidal waves. If the humus snail encountered a survivor who had set all the fences on fire, it might feel disgusted, or it might think that occupying this shelter is too troublesome, so it just wandered off after a while. After all, fire can burn spores. Attribute countering is sometimes quite important. However, what survivors can do is limited. Trying to kill a monster with over 4,000 health is nearly a pipe dream. Jiang Mian has fought against the humus snail and has already grasped its various abilities. Dealing with this monster does not necessarily require mental magic. At that time, he used mental magic merely because he was afraid the monster would escape and was eager to kill it. In fact, using the frostbone skeleton wyvern to unleash an icy breath to freeze the humus snail, then sending a few fearless skeleton soldiers to topple it, followed by a fierce attack on the entrance of its mushroom shell, would suffice. Jiang Mian has 12 frostbone skeleton wyverns paired in teams of 2 each, leading 20 skeleton soldiers. 2 skeleton generals equipped with flamethrowers should be able to handle the humus snail. Previously, the production of gunpowder lacked saltpeter, but later he found several survivors near the caves of various shelters, 3 of whom could provide saltpeter. Now his armory has several hundred rounds of buckshot and over 30 tubes of explosives. Of course, without a mental shock, the humus snail could escape quickly, and the frostbone skeleton wyvern's mental energy is not infinite. It can only use icy breath a few times. However, even if the humus snail runs away, it will head to the next survivor's shelter. When that survivor sees it, Jiang Mian can send a similar squad again. After forming the teams, Jiang Mian shouted in the regional channel, "Anyone who encounters a humus snail can contact me. The Skeleton Legion will help you deal with it, and the experience afterwards belongs to you, while the monster's corpse belongs to me. I just killed one and can provide over 300 experience. Over 300 experience is enough for a survivor at level 10 to level up by 1 or even 2 levels. How could they let such a good opportunity slip by?" Soon someone replied, "Boss, I have one here. Hurry and unleash your army on me." You're not quite right. Big guy, are your skeleton soldiers for sale? I genuinely want to buy them. That's free labor. I know I'm poor, but can I get a loan? Give me a chance. Some responded to the demand for skeleton soldiers, while others rekindled the desire to purchase them. The snow had already stopped that afternoon, and as temperatures rise, spring blooms, it is the perfect time for labor. Jiang Mian still has a lot of bones in his warehouse, enough to create several thousand more skeleton soldiers, and it's time to sell. Priority for materials of E grade or above. If you don't have any, let's do installment payments with stones. Seeing him agree, the survivors immediately rejoiced. I'm crying. The boss is so understanding of a useless person like me. I can pay back with stones. The boss nickname is too long. A 5-character ID is hard to pronounce. From now on, just call me District Chief. Whether the boss agrees or not is one thing, but how we say it is another. You're killing me. Does the boss think we're too useless? Compared to him, we are indeed a bit useless. Damn, why does that skeleton general hold a long tube? Wait, this design. Damn, that's a shotgun. What? Is a shotgun that shoots a kid coming too? Is it real? Why would I lie to you? Each skeleton general has one, and that shot sounds loud and fierce. It's definitely a shotgun. Awakened from a dying illness, I realize I am the primitive man. Has the outside world already entered the firearm era? Do the boss skeleton soldiers all have shotguns? So envious. No wonder the skeleton army under the boss can be sent to fight type 1 aberrations. It turns out the equipment is so good. Woe is me. District Chief, I know I'm being a bit greedy, but could you lend me a shotgun for a few days? As a military enthusiast, I've never touched a real gun and want to experience it. This survivor has almost grasped Jiang Mian's thoughts. Advanced weapons should be developed in generations, equipped in generations, and sold in generations. Jiang Mian previously sold crossbows, also considering that he had the ice arrow tower in hand. Now with 3 types of elemental magic and 1 type of mental magic, few can threaten him among the survivors, so safety is no longer a concern. Selling iron pipe shotguns is not out of the question. Even if other survivors obtain guns, they cannot produce ammunition themselves.
Not to mention the 3 materials needed for gunpowder production, mass-producing steel balls is not something ordinary survivors can accomplish. It is not just a matter of having blueprints. Even with blueprints they lack the equipment and raw materials for steelmaking. No one can achieve the level of a complete and powerful production chain like Jiang Mian. Even if their shelters reach level 6 in the future, and they choose the route of the deceptive territory, they still cannot perfectly replicate Jiang Mian's shelter. By then the price of mutated corpses will absolutely skyrocket while ordinary survivors have no means of acquiring a large quantity of mutated corpses besides the monster floods every 7 days. Their choice of the deceptive territory might even slow down their own development. Not every shelter is located next to monster spawn points. Even if they wait for the monster flood in 7 days and turn their mutated corpses into skeleton soldiers, it would only be dozens at most. Dividing some to mine iron or some to transport, and some to watch the furnace, the production efficiency will not be. On Jiang Mian's side, not only are there thousands of skeleton soldiers supporting the entire production line, but his talent is also clearly effective. When mining iron or the builder's dream is triggered and the quantity doubles. When refining iron or into wrought iron, since wrought iron is also a building material, the talent will trigger again, yielding double wrought iron. When wrought iron is melted in the crucible and produced into steel balls through molds, the talent will trigger for the 3rd time, granting double steel balls. From the last iron or mine, Jiang Mian can obtain 8 times the number of steel balls. This is the truly terrifying aspect of his talent, builder's dream. The more times intermediate materials appear in the production process, the more the quantity expands. 2, 4, 8, 16. This will be an exponential expansion. Even when other survivors buy Jiang Mian's guns, they will still have to rely on him for ammunition. Tomorrow he will go to the red iron mine to resume mining and improve the construction of the steel production chain. By then he will be able to continuously produce weapons and ammunition. The iron pipe shotgun will be available the day after tomorrow, Jiang Mian replied to the eager crowd. Even if he sells now, he cannot supply ammunition. Bro, are you really selling it? So just indulge us. Hey, the person just now said it's true. Is the shotgun now a secondary weapon for you? Do you have an RPG? District Chief, I encountered snowfield wild men south of the shelter this afternoon. How should we deal with these creatures? According to those on the World Channel, they seem to eat people. Survivors noticed that Jiang Mian was active in the area channel only at night, so they had questions during the day and voiced them at this time. He did not dare to ask during the day, fearing to disturb the big shot. Seeing this person's question, Jiang Mian replied, yes, they eat people. I went to their camp and saw them eating. Try to avoid them, some of them can launch mental attacks. Most in the area have already been filtered through the monster flood, and those remaining have a certain survival wisdom, most of whom have received his blessings. Those who were once exceedingly arrogant like Chi Chang's group have already perished in the monster flood. Among the current survivors there are rarely any troublesome figures. For them Jiang Mian is also willing to lend a hand. Oh, thank you Big Shot for the information. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly this afternoon. I haven't encountered mental attacks yet, but didn't the Big Shot encounter them when fighting the boss monster? The Big Shot told us to avoid them, indicating that mental attacks are difficult to deal with. The Big Shot is really bold, not only going to the Snowfield Wild Man's camp, but also watching them eat people. I find the Big Shot has a bit of a morbid curiosity, as the night deepened, several decay spore snails in the area had already been killed. After triggering his talent, Jiang Mian obtained 54 portions of decayed dust which he spread over the farmland to upgrade it to spiritual soil. After the upgrade, he would be able to harvest some potatoes by tomorrow afternoon. During this waiting time, he contacted the survivor who obtained the flame stone. That person had not yet had time to make the Scarlet Flame Arrow Tower. I have the Ice Arrow Tower here. The effects of the 2 types of arrow towers are quite similar. After making the Arrow Tower, attribute stones will need to be consumed as energy for the arrows. You currently don't have many flame stones, and even if you make the Scarlet Flame Arrow Tower, it won't be used many times. Why not sell me the blueprint and the flame stones you have? I'll give you an Ice Arrow Tower along with 10 frost stones. How? The person fell silent for a moment and said, I have 7 flame stones here, but I might find more flame stones. There are very few people in the world who have blueprints for elemental arrow towers. Why shouldn't I wait a bit longer? What do you want, eh? Jiang Mian doesn't believe there's anything in this world that can't be bought. If there is, it's just that the price isn't high enough. I heard the news from your area. You can create skeleton soldiers. I'll give you the mutated corpses during the monster flood, and you'll turn them into their corresponding skeleton soldiers for me. You are strong. I believe you won't deceive me in terms of quantity. Deal. The person sent over 6,000 mutated corpses, apparently having acquired quite a number during the monster flood that night. Jiang Mian created 240 skeleton soldiers and packaged them to send over. As this person said, at his level, he naturally looked down on hoarding a few skeleton soldiers. In the future, there will always be someone who reaches level 6 shelters and chooses the deceptive territory. By then, everyone will know the conversion ratio between bones and skeleton soldiers. When recalling the number of skeleton soldiers Jiang Mian provided, one can easily discern whether he deceived them. After receiving the skeleton soldiers, the person immediately sent over 7 flame stones and the blueprint for the Scarlet Flame Arrow Tower. Once the 7 flame stones arrived at Jiang Mian's side, they turned into 14. He did not immediately create the Scarlet Flame Arrow Tower. Instead, he took out 10 of them and used the deformation furnace to create a flame skeleton bone dragon. These 14 flame stones are too few. Even if made into arrow towers, they won't last long. The flame skeleton bone dragon can unleash a breath of fire. Although it needs to recover its spirit after a few releases, it is still a permanent source of fire attribute magical power and can evolve through the source of deformation to gain stronger fire attribute abilities. Speaking of evolution, I wonder how the mutated trees are doing at the front line. With dozens of kilometers between them and no network or cameras, Jiang Mian cannot ascertain the situation there. The next morning, Jiang Mian called Wang Gang and set off to meet the wild people on the eastern side of the mountain range. Wang Gang had served as a squad leader during his military service. At that time, the front line was tense, and many new recruits in the army were drafted from the civilian population, most of whom could not read. Wang Gang, along with other veterans who had received formal education, was responsible for quickly teaching them to read and understand the military's various rules and regulations. Hearing Jiang Mian mention teaching the wild people to read, he volunteered immediately. The climate in this survival world is truly unreasonable. It gets cold quickly and warms up just as fast. How is the climate change in the Jiang territory? Is it like the uninhabited zone? Jiang Mian looked down at the thermometer in his hand, which showed an outdoor temperature of 26 C. In 2 or 3 days, the temperature was expected to rise back to 0. Only the uninhabited zone is like this. The Jiang territory is a level 9 territory with a radius of 100 kilometers where the climate is relatively stable. Wang Gang, stuffing his mouth with jerky, replied, "These climate anomalies are caused by disaster erosion." After advancing to a level 7 territory, 4 evolutionary routes will unlock corresponding buildings to counteract disaster erosion, stabilizing the climate within the territory. However, the level 7 territory has a radius of only 1 kilometer, which isn't very large. External climate changes will still affect the territory. Once we reach a level 8 territory, the range of the Holy Fire Domain can expand to a radius of 10 kilometers, roughly the size of a town. Only then will the territory qualify to counter disasters. A level 9 territory has a radius of 100 kilometers, which is about the distance between 2 survivalists. It seems that the distance distribution in the survival system follows this rule. Once everyone develops to a level 9 territory, they will be able to border each other. But why is it not a level 10 territory? What's the difference between level 9 and level 10? Jiang Mian turned and asked, "Are there level 10 territories in the world?" No, Wang Gang replied decisively. A level 10 territory is the endpoint of the evolutionary route. It is said that one must assimilate all level 9 territories within that evolutionary route to attain it, which is nearly impossible. No territory has achieved this in hundreds of years. So that's how it is, Jiang Mian pondered. The original distance between 2 survivalist shelters is the limit for level 9 territories. If survivalists want to expand their territory further, they must rely on assimilation. This news would undoubtedly disrupt the existing balance among survivalists. Everyone is a potential enemy to one another. Wang Gang obtained a contract from the bronze treasure chest. He had opened dozens of them, and only one contract appeared. However, the number of survivalists is still quite large, and in the future someone might find a contract in the bronze treasure chest. When they inquire about future territory-related knowledge, there is also a significant possibility they will learn the method to achieve a level 10 territory. By then will the alliances among survivalists and their friendships crumble. From this, he concluded, "I need to accelerate the construction of my territory while also guarding against others." The announcement about the shotgun has already been made, so let's not consider that for now. In the future, any other key advanced technologies need to be firmly controlled. I have no intention to harm others, but one must always be cautious. After Wang Gang finished chewing his jerky, Jiang Mian ascended the cliff-mounted Huang and then reached out to pull Wang Gang up. The weather was still very cold, especially at high altitudes. Both of them added thick thermal clothing beneath their fur coats. Wang Gang not as robust, as Jiang Mian wrapped 2 scarves around his neck, covering half of his face. "Make sure to hold tight to Huang's spine, don't fall off." "Don't worry, my lord. I used to be a paratrooper, so I'm quite familiar with high-altitude environments." Wang Gang pulled up his hood and patted his chest in assurance. Huang spread its wings and leaped off the cliff, flying southeast along the treetops. Considering the snowy terrain was difficult to traverse, they needed to give the wild people enough time, so they had to spend less time on the way. Thus Huang flew at a rapid speed, and after the two adapted to the cold wind at high altitude, they suddenly accelerated. The treetops below quickly retreated one after another, forming afterimages. Wang Gang's scarf was whipped up by the airflow, making loud sounds at the back of his head. He freed one hand to hold it down, while gripping Huang's spine tightly with the other. Jiang Mian squinted his eyes, peering through the windproof goggles ahead as the outlines of the valley became increasingly clear. 20 minutes later, a shadow of a gray-white wall appeared on the horizon. From a distance, it looked like intermittent teeth emerging from the snow. Huang began to slow down, its wings slightly retracting as its body leaned forward, gliding towards the ground. As they got closer, Jiang Mian saw the condition of the mutated trees. He was unaware of how many mutants they had consumed last night. Each of them now measured around 40 to 50 square meters with trunks as thick as a room, ungraspable by 5 or 6 people. This is indeed a good place for rearing. Huang landed beside a section of the hard-shell wall, and the snowflakes raised by its wings covered both of them. Jiang Mian jumped down, trudged through the knee-deep snow to the wall, and reached out to touch its surface. The vast majority of the hard-shell wall remained intact without a single scratch. The 2 damaged sections of the hard-shell wall in the center of the defense line were likely due to the excessive number of monsters that passed through here. The skeleton soldiers guarding these 2 sections had all perished, leaving no remains. It must have been done by the 7 emotions corruption snails last night, he speculated. The skeleton soldiers wouldn't use fire attacks. Facing the 7 emotions corruption snails, they were practically countered by nature, becoming mere nourishment. Tonight we will station heavy troops and deploy the flame skeleton bone dragons that counter the spores here. Corruption snails. Let them come and go without return. Jiang Mian took out materials to repair the hardshell wall and turned to examine the nearby mutated trees. In the treetops of the grove of mutated trees, dozens of remnants of mutants were still hanging entangled in branches like cocoons, not yet fully digested. Last night, they likely overindulged. Did the 7 emotions corruption snails not attack the mutated trees? Is it because they are all mutated plants? Jiang Mian saw no traces of spores on the mutated trees. Perhaps they fear the mutated trees, Wang Gang said. The mutated trees themselves are not their target, they were just passing through, and there was no need for a life-and-death struggle. Maybe. How do you think we can optimize this defense line? Jiang Mian asked. Wang Gang took a few steps back, surveying the left and right defense lines. He said right now the wall's length is insufficient, resulting in many gaps in the middle. Once we have enough materials, we can fill in that section and create more mutated trees to place in front of the hardshell wall. Enemies like the corruption snails who attack from a distance will definitely increase in number, so we should avoid them attacking the hardshell wall directly. Currently, the strength of the hardshell wall would be corroded to large holes after just a few attacks from the corruption snails. Moreover, the grove of mutated trees can not only block their line of sight, but also stretch the battlefield, giving the soldiers on the wall time to react. The soldiers can react upon noticing high-threat enemies in the distance, and then concentrate their efforts accordingly. Wang Gang opened his arms wide, drawing a large circle. If this is the path that all aberrations have taken in the past, the number of monsters is immense, requiring the deployment of turrets capable of wide-range attacks. Currently, the skeleton soldiers can't handle much at all. However, our goal is simply to redirect the ordinary aberrations. They cannot damage the hardshell walls, and will surely take a detour to save time. Jiang Mian nodded, returning to the back of Huang, saying, therefore, regarding those enemies that pose a threat to the hardshell walls, we must not allow them to approach the walls. Powerful enemies like the corrupted snail possess intelligence. If they sense a threat or trouble, they will take other paths. Exactly. Wang Gang climbed onto Huang's back as he spoke. Huang flapped its wings and flew south along the valley. The snowy plains unfurled beneath them, a vast expanse of white, with only the occasional black rock peeking through like ink spots scattered across the surface. Continuing south, the pristine white snowfield transformed into a grayish-white after crossing a certain line. Further ahead lay an expanse of complete darkness. That was the frozen sea. An unusual combination of words. The sea is frozen. The grayish-white ice surface was riddled with cracks, the edges rising to form ridges, as if something from below was pushing it up. In the distance, several chunks of broken ice floated on the dark water, rising and falling with the swell of the deep sea, colliding with each other with a clattering sound. It seems the large rafts can no longer be used. Man's plans cannot compare with the heavens. He did not expect the extreme cold to have such a significant impact. Jiang Mian instructed Huang to descend closer to the shore. The ice layer was thick, and with Huang's weight it could run around on top, without collapsing the ice. The wild men passing above should be fine. Walking on the frozen sea, Jiang Mian suddenly recalled how ancient humans migrated from the Bering Strait to the American continent. What sea? I don't know, I just saw a path and walked. Today let's first bring them to this side of the shore, and later we will let them slowly migrate into the valley. Jiang Mian called to Wang Gang, who was curiously squatting on the ice and chiseling, instructing him. You stay here for now, marking the path with red cloth all the way to the canyon. The wild men have no maps. They are fine in familiar environments, but in strange surroundings they can easily get lost. After the second week, aberrations would also appear during the day, but all would be in the mist. As long as they avoid the mist, Wang Gang, equipped with a flamethrower, could survive outside alone. After giving Wang Gang enough red cloth, Jiang Mian flew towards the canyon on Huang. As Huang approached the canyon, it flapped its wings and ascended directly, flying over the top of the canyon. After passing through the canyon, a flat white snowfield stretched out on the eastern side of the mountain. Jiang Mian found a cliff near the wild men's camp and let Huang land. The heavy snow covered the ground, and the wild men remained in their wooden huts, not coming out. Only grayish-white smoke was seen rising from the chimneys. As Huang landed, its 4 feet thudded against the ground, producing a deep sound. Upon hearing it, the wild men opened their wooden doors and windows a crack to look outside. Seeing a massive creature over 10 meters long, they were immediately shocked. At the same time, an overwhelming sense of fear enveloped them. One wild man screamed in panic, running to find the leader. The leader followed him to the window, glancing outside. Upon seeing the winged skeleton dragon, he too was shocked to the core, but the next moment, he saw a black figure jumping down from the dragon's back. It's the Divine Envoy. This is the dragon of the Divine Envoy. The earlier fright instantly transformed into a profound sense of security and pride. This is the Divine Envoy of the god they believe in. With the leader's explanation, the frightened wild men lowered their guard and collectively stepped out of their huts. The leader ran the fastest, reaching Jiang Mian in just a few seconds, chattering away with a face full of smiles. Jiang Mian's gaze crossed over him, noticing the number of wild men behind him far exceeding that of last time. The leader took out a stone from his pocket, which had a large circle drawn on it, accompanied by 2 medium circles and 7 small circles. Does this mean 127? Jiang Mian drew a medium circle and 10 small circles in the snow, connecting the two with a straight line, then looked up at the wild man leader. He was asking if 1 medium circle equals 10 small circles. The wild man leader understood his meaning and added 2 more next to the small circle on the right. Goodness, a duodecimal system. 144, 2, 12, 7 equals 175 people. Jiang Mian was taken aback. Oh, could the house he built accommodate so many people? He scanned the wild man behind the leader and found there weren't that many. The wild man leader seemed to sense his confusion, drawing the shape of a wooden hut on the ground, then sketching a cave to the east and south of the hut. Next to the wooden hut, the wild man leader drew 5 medium circles and 6 small circles, indicating a total of 66 people. The other 2 caves had 82 people and 27 people respectively. From the leader's gestures, Jiang Mian roughly guessed what was going on. The leader had conveyed the message of the god to the surrounding tribes, and many tribes, after witnessing the divine miracle, were willing to believe in the god and become the children of the god. Being able to build houses, make fires, and heal what else could be considered divine. However, the wooden hut has limited capacity, and with 2 larger tribes, people still remained in their own caves. It seems this leader is quite capable, able to gather so many people. In the wild men's worldview, having resources allows one to command a larger population. Population can sometimes be used to exchange for resources. A leader possessing a wooden hut with a fireplace is considered a carrier-class entity in the wild men's world. Jiang Mian drew the outline of the wooden hut on the ground, pointing at the hut behind the leader, then drew the coastline and mountains respectively, indicating their corresponding positions. On the other side of the canyon, he sketched an area, then in the northwest corner of this area, he drew a larger wooden hut, which was the location of his sanctuary. Positioned in the valley, Jiang Mian drew a triangle. Then he used a line to connect the wooden hut to the triangle. The connected line represented the route they needed to migrate. Initially, the wild man leader did not understand his meaning, thinking that the line he drew had the same meaning as the line between the medium and small circles last time, representing inequality. After Jiang Mian made a running motion with a burden on his back, the wild man leader finally grasped his intent. Tears welled up in his eyes. The divine envoy is leading him to the realm of the gods. It's too cold these days. Jiang Mian does not plan to migrate everyone over. A batch of strong men will suffice to go learn writing and language first. The elderly, weak women and children cannot endure a long trek in -20-degree weather. After communicating, the leader understood his plan and returned to the center of the wild men, explaining the divine message conveyed by the divine envoy. The wild men bowed their heads in reverence. Seeing the progress of the divine leadership evolution route increase by another 5, Jiang Mian felt elated. He waved his hand, taking out another batch of clothes from the warehouse to distribute to them, and also brought out a dozen jin of cured meat for the leader to share. The wild men were used to roasting meat and eating it cooked, but they had never tasted cured meat made with spices. Each one savored it like a delicacy, thoroughly astonished. The wild chief sent someone to the other 2 caves to inform them to select several young men to form an advance team to head to the realm of the gods. The wild men in the 2 caves were curious upon hearing that a divine envoy was arriving. The messenger took a piece of cured meat from his pocket, claiming it was a delicacy bestowed by the gods. Each wild man took a taste and felt that this substance should not exist in the mortal realm. Compared to this flavor of meat, the meat they had previously roasted seemed like a waste. After eating, several young men immediately volunteered to join and gather at the wooden house. Among the 175 people in the tribe, the first batch of migrants consisted of 36 individuals. Bring enough food for one night. The distance is too far, and it will definitely take more than a day to reach. Jiang Mian drew the route for the 36 individuals in the snow. On the first day, which is today, they only needed to cross the canyon to reach the western side of the mountains. A few clever young wild men had already begun to understand some of the syllables spoken by Jiang Mian. For example, the two characters, food, means something to eat. Terms like walk, first day, and second day, were repeated by Jiang Mian so many times that they gradually connected them to their native language. I will first lead you a distance. Once you see the ocean, the rest of the journey will be for you to navigate on your own. You will follow the hints of the red cloth along the ice surface near the shore. Jiang Mian said, waving the red cloth in his hand to make them remember the marker. There are several wooden houses built for you on the other side of the canyon. You will spend the night there. I will come to pick you up tomorrow morning. He urged them to observe the journey and remember some prominent geographical features, as the migration of the rest of the tribe would depend on those among them. Before migrating, Jiang Mian offered a sacred prayer to inspire these young people's yearning for the divine realm. The young wild men already had some understanding of the world. However, they were not like those conservative elders. They had their own thoughts about nature and the divine. They would be passionate, eager, and feel the urge to venture out. They could also be easily incited. After Jiang Mian solemnly recited some prayer words praising the divine spirit, the progress of the divine leading evolution increased to 20A, unlocking the quality upgrade blueprint for the altar. When the young wild men looked at him, their eyes were filled with admiration. Very good, very spirited. Jiang Mian instructed the young wild men to say goodbye to their families, then rode on Huang's back, leading the way ahead. The young wild men lined up and advanced through the snow. They all felt they were engaging in a sacred and commendable endeavor, their faces flushed with excitement, even forgetting the cold environment, and stepping onto the journey with their straw sandals. After walking a short distance, snow filled their shoes, and their feet turned red from the cold, as if a touch would cause them to bleed. Yet they remained exuberant, loudly singing songs after asking Jiang Mian for his opinion. Some even took off their straw sandals, stepping barefoot in the snow, hissing as they inhaled the cold air, yet hopping joyfully on their feet. After over an hour, the team stopped to rest at a wind-sheltered cliff. Jiang Mian started a fire using a black iron box to cook a pot of meat soup and distributed an iron bowl to each of them for holding the soup. The young wild men had never seen an iron bowl and curiously examined it upon receiving it. They found the bowl to be surprisingly sturdy despite its thin appearance and immediately cherished it. Such a bowl could have been a family heirloom in their former tribe. A bowl could be passed down for 3 generations, even if the owner left, the bowl remained. After joyfully thanking the gods, the young wild men gathered around the black iron box to drink soup, as the warm flow infused into their icy bodies made them feel invigorated. Then, holding their iron bowls, they set off on their journey again. Half an hour later, they could already see the gray-white ice layer along the shoreline. That is the ocean. Once you reach the shore, walk west, and you will see a canyon with red cloth that will guide your way. Jiang Mian stood on a high ground, pointing at the gray-white ice layer, explaining to the wild men. The wild men remembered his words and reluctantly bid him farewell, watching Jiang Mian ride the dragon away. Jiang Mian rode Huang and flew to the edge of the canyon, where he caught Wang Gang as he flew to the red iron mine. The snow blanketed the mine, and from the sky the reddish-brown surface was no longer visible. If it weren't for the map location in Jiang Mian's mind, he would have struggled to identify the mine's position at the foot of the snow-covered mountain. He released dozens of skeleton soldiers to start clearing the snow from the mine. The iron ore in the shelter was nearly exhausted, and it was time to replenish the mining source. Then he walked north along the mountain's foot and found a cave containing saltpeter at the edge of a forest. Strategic resources should still be held partially in one's own hands. Saltpeter, aside from being a component for black powder, can also be used to make fertilizers and glass. When dissolved in water, it absorbs a significant amount of heat. In ancient times, saltpeter was used to make ice in the summer to preserve food. In cold weather, it can also be used to start fires for warmth and to add clothing. When it gets hot, one cannot simply shed their skin. Even if one has ice magic, there is no way to cool down a large area. Fire can transmit heat through combustion. A dry wood ignites upon contact with a bonfire, releasing light and warmth. However, ice cannot transmit heat. If a glass of water touches a piece of ice, the water will not freeze just because it came into contact with the ice. At that time, in areas experiencing extreme blizzards, ice cubes are likely to be sold in bulk on the World Channel. In the first week, everyone was busy upgrading shelters and dealing with monster tides, so the requirements for survival quality were not high. Even if they wanted to sell some ice, there were not many items from others to trade. In the past few days, as the monster tide passed, the information on trading hot and cold resources became much more abundant on the World Channel. Many people in Jiang Mian's area were clearing the snow in the shelters and quickly selling it on the World Channel, exchanging it for construction materials, food, and various resources from survivors in the warmer regions. Survivors in the hot regions also wanted to sell the hot items from their areas, such as hot sand and hot river water. However, nobody was buying, leading those survivors to curse the unfairness. Why should they suffer the heat first? At this moment, regions experiencing typhoons and sandstorms had their own claims. Do you want to buy sandstorms from me? During the quarrel, a survivor revealed a shocking piece of news. He encountered an abandoned laboratory halfway. The laboratory was dilapidated with crumbled walls and broken doors. Upon entering, he saw a cultivation pod, which had long since dried up, with the bottom containing the bones of some fish that looked like they had been there for many years. At first, he did not know what the cultivation pod and laboratory were, as he could not understand the text inside. However, while rummaging through various tools in the laboratory, he found an intact reagent on the reagent rack. The reagent was named Elementary Divine Elixir, Elementary Tranquil Water Elixir, with a quality of grade, and the description stated that it was diluted from the blood of a deity, numbered 058. The effects of the reagent were astonishing. After consumption, it directly increased life by 15 and granted the water attribute ability, water affinity. It should be noted that the attribute fruits obtained from bronze chests do not provide such significant attribute boosts. Divine numbers, divine potions, immense attribute enhancements. These words drove the survivors of the world channel into a frenzy. Not only because of the astounding laboratory and divine potions, but also because these items are independent of the treasure chest system of the survival world. This shattered their previous understanding of the world. They had always believed this was a survival world filled with wilderness where resources were distributed by a transcendent entity. The survival system, which adjusted the process of survival. It was just like a game world. The ruins of former survivors merely indicated that they were the last batch of players. But now someone had discovered the mysterious items that already existed in this world. And there existed an enigmatic being, the divine. These magical entities were not orchestrated by the survival system. It is possible that the survival system is not as we previously thought. I spoke with a farmer summoned by the contract, and it seems our shelter and our survival may only be part of this world's operating rules presented to us in a way we can easily comprehend. The survivor, nicknamed my daughter, is really the mother my sister gave me, analyzed. This world could already be quite prosperous. The older brother upstairs mentioned that in the laboratory the original inhabitants of this world could capture the divine for research, extracting their blood to make potions. Divines are terrifying enough, but if these original inhabitants could imprison them, how fearsome must they be? His words were met with opposition shortly after. This person, once a devout Christian, was very displeased with his statement. Setting aside your thunderous nickname, if I were to meet you, I would surely beat you, and then tie you to a cross for judgment. God loves the world. How do you know that the divine is not selfless, allowing humanity to take as they... In the 4 major territorial routes, the divine territory can be placed alongside technology, magic, and aberration, indicating there is no hierarchy among them. His argument was well-founded, based not only on his own views, but also on analyses of information related to the survival system. If the so-called divine can be manipulated by a past technological civilization, why place the 4 routes? But that divine has already faded into history, hasn't it? My daughter is really the mother my sister gave me, countered. According to your argument, if the divine is so powerful, how could it turn to bones in the laboratory's incubation chamber? The divines of this world, I believe, ought to be just some extraordinary beings. The divine has no form, and could easily turn into fish bones, surely just powerful ancient creatures. If they truly were the supreme beings as some interpret, they would surely have lifespans as long as the heavens, and could not fall in a laboratory. The survivor who found the laboratory upstairs had already taken photos of some conditions within it, and made them into paid images, selling them at high prices in the World Channel. The prominent experts on the world rankings had the capability to purchase these photos, and had mostly bought them to view. At the bottom of the oval incubation chamber, the fish bones lay quietly against the glass, their surface darkened, as though soaked in water for too long, and then dried repeatedly. At first glance, one might think they were leftover bones from someone's kitchen. Upon closer observation, the onlookers became enchanted. These fish bones seemed to possess a certain magic, bending their vertebrae into elegant arcs, with each joint's curvature being just right, resembling finely crafted jade, exhibiting an indescribable perfection. Some believe that the darkened surface of the bones was merely accumulated dust, prompting the survivor to smash the incubation chamber, take out the fish bones, clean them, and take another photo. However, the survivor responded that he could not do so. The transparent walls of the incubation chamber appeared to be glass, yet their strength was exceedingly outrageous. Even striking them with an iron axe left no trace. Otherwise, he would have surely taken out the fish bones at the first opportunity. After all, this was the remains of a divine, and who knows how high its quality would be rated. Achieving strength was not impossible. If he could obtain the divine remains, he felt he could very well sit at the top of the ranking list. The emperor takes turns. Next year, it could be my turn. Nobles and princes, are there any who are not of noble birth? Even if he could not obtain the divine remains, he had acquired the divine potion from the laboratory, which could greatly enhance his attributes. After thoroughly searching, he also discovered yellowish gemstones beneath the table and chair bases. Rock cores. The rock cores that have been wildly discussed in every channel these past few days. They could upgrade a level 5 shelter to level 6, thereby unlocking the evolution routes of the 4 major territories. Unfortunately, there were only 24 pieces, far from the 50 required for an upgrade. However, after this news spread, the experts in the World Channel frantically bid, hoping to buy a piece from him. This survivor was not foolish enough to sell the key materials for upgrading the shelter. He would not sell them even if his life depended on it. Thus, the experts had no choice but to pack their gear and plan to search for laboratories near their own shelters. There was still debate about the divines, but rock cores were undeniably essential materials. Even if it were purely to seek rock cores, the laboratory was worth exploring. Several experts, also my daughter is really the mother my sister gave me, in the World Channel, asking if he had already upgraded his shelter and if he had any remaining rock cores. Regarding the top player, my daughter is really the mother my sister gave me, the experts dared to think of him in even more exalted terms, and no one dared to underestimate him. He was akin to a single region's iron production capability and crossbow manufacturing ability, single-handedly increasing the number of survivors in a region to over 1,000. He had already slain a Lord-level aberration just a few days prior with countless skeleton soldiers. Now, even if he came out claiming to be a divine, the experts would believe him. Recently, during detailed discussions about the evolution routes of the 4 major territories, someone pointed out that once the territory of aberrations opens, can aberrations be created? My daughter is really the mother my sister gave me, can create skeleton soldiers. Does this not imply he has achieved a level 6 shelter and chosen the aberration route? Great one, you have already upgraded. Isn't it useless to keep any extra rock cores? If you just sell a piece, how much you want to sell it for is entirely up to you. Yes, great one, although your nickname is my daughter, is really the mother my sister gave me, upgrading alone is rather dull. Oh, it is better to enjoy together. If others open evolution routes, you can also gain benefits. You have chosen the aberration territory while others can open the spiritual, silver, or divine territories. Oh, wouldn't it be better if we exchange resources then? The more the experts spoke, the more convinced they became that Jiang Mian must have rock cores. It was very unlikely for him to have used up all 50 pieces for the upgrade. According to the description from the survivor in the laboratory, rock cores were discovered 3 at a time under the table and chair bases, so the final count was certainly a multiple of 3. No matter what, it should be 51 pieces, he should have 1 remaining. Jiang Mian currently possesses 144 rock cores, sufficient for 2 individuals to upgrade to level 6 shelters. Rather than selling them to other survivors, he prefers to give these rock cores to certain relatively trustworthy individuals, allowing them to explore alternative evolutionary paths in other territories in advance. The Silver Realm and the Spirit Realm, one representing technology and the other representing magic. Both hold crucial positions in the current defenses and offensive strategies of the shelter. This represents an evolutionary path that can exert influence early on. For instance, the Divine Realm is currently at 20 progress, but its overall effectiveness feels inferior to the Skeletal series provided by the Mystical Realm and the Aberration Source series. The Altar provides a 20 increase in production speed, which is not significant given the current low productivity in the territory. Producing 100 forged iron becomes 120 forged iron, which is merely an additional 20 p. If the territory's level were to rise in the future, allowing for the production of thousands, or even tens of thousands of forged iron, then this 20 increase would hold much greater value. The altar weakens the effects of the calamity's erosion, but since the current effects are not strong, it does not have much utility. In comparison, thousands of skeletal soldiers can instantly resolve issues related to labor shortages and insufficient defense personnel. After 1 evolution, the skeletal dragon unlocks its flying ability, greatly enhancing travel efficiency. The Silver Realm and the Spirit Realm should also be able to provide relatively quick-acting structures. The question of who receives these 2 slots is worth pondering. Survivors from other regions have already been excluded by Jiang Mian. Survivors from this region now have the capability to reach the opposing shelter. If the distance between shelters is 100 kilometers with a flying speed of 80 kilometers per hour, he can reach the other survivor's shelter in an hour and a half. He is currently uncertain of the direction of the neighboring shelter, and with the need to repair roads and defenses in his territory over the next few days, he does not have the time to search. Once the initial construction of the territory is completed, he can consider seeking out other survivors. The survivors from other regions could be far away, possibly even on a different continent. With the vastness of the sky and the Emperor far away, it is difficult to manage and cannot be fully trusted. Just as some survivors in the regional channel mentioned, the regional ranking having 1 people assigned to one region is a matter of fate and close relationships. If a regional ranking truly emerges in the future, or if a disaster requiring the entire region to resist occurs, the overall strength of the region will affect everyone. It is better to keep these 2 slots within his own region. Even if they obtain the slots and unlock the territory's evolutionary path becoming inflated and possibly hostile towards him. In the same region, Jiang Mian can still find ways to trouble them. This is not mere banter in the channel, but real and offline. With dual territory evolutionary paths, and having taken the initiative if he still cannot defeat the other territories, he might as well crash headfirst into a wall. As for choosing recipients for the slots, he feels it is too early to decide in these 2 days. Even if someone lucks into finding a laboratory, the probability of acquiring over 50 rock cores from a single lab is still too small. Moreover, those who obtain rock cores are unlikely to hand them over willingly. Furthermore, upgrading to a level 6 shelter requires several thousand stones, which is no small number. He currently also needs stones for road and wall repairs. Thus, he pays no mind to inquiries in the World Channel. He is very busy. After setting up the production line for saltpeter, he arranged for hundreds of skeletal soldiers to dig for stones. After the snow melts, he needs to immediately complete the road from the shelter to the valley. In the air above the valley, Jiang Mian and Wang Gang are inspecting areas suitable for large-scale planting. It requires flat terrain, proximity to water sources, and open surroundings to ensure sunlight reaches this area. Meanwhile, 36 young wild men on the eastern side of the mountains, fueled by passion, successfully reach the seaside. After walking a distance to the west, they see a conspicuous red cloth strip on the ice field. Bah! Gee! The wild chief's numb eyes light up slightly, and his frozen lips slowly part to utter 2 indistinct syllables. He is mimicking a term that the divine messenger mentioned multiple times. There are no cover points by the seaside, and the cold wind blows fiercely. The wild men dare not linger and continue forward. The biting cold relentlessly strips away their body heat, leaving their minds blank. The initial courage and yearning now seem less important. The road to the kingdom of the gods is perilous. The wild chief knows that in such circumstances they must keep up their momentum, and any thought of taking a break midway may prevent them from reaching their destination before dark. He removes the delicate grass ring symbolizing the chief and ties the red cloth strip atop his head. The bright red sways in the wind, visually stimulating the young wild men behind him. The young wild men watch the red cloth strip fluttering in the wind, and their steps quicken further. No one speaks. The only sounds are the crunching of snow underfoot and heavy breaths. When the wild men's eyebrows and eyelashes are coated in frost, and the tips of their noses turn purple, the chief finally sees a second red cloth strip. He stops next to the red cloth strip, bends down with a pause, picks up the strip pressed under a stone, and brushes it. Turning around, the chief approaches the youngest wild man in the front, and personally ties the red cloth strip on his head. The young wild man is taken aback, not expecting that one day he could wear the same decoration as the chief. The chief gazes at him earnestly and says in the wild language, "We are all children of the God, who loves each of his believers equally." In an instant, an indescribable force flows into the young wild man's body. He reaches up to touch the red cloth strip atop his head, his eyes filled with a newfound determination, and his steps more substantial and steady than before. Behind him, the others in the group display unmistakable envy on their faces. They must forge ahead to earn their own red cloth strips. The third red cloth strip appears not far from the mouth of the canyon. This time the chief does not take it himself, but points to the strip and then to the youngest among the group. The young man trembles his lips, unsure if it is from the cold or from emotion. He jogs over, crouches down, and cradles the cloth strip in both hands, as if holding the flame that the tribe had kept safe day in and day out. The chief takes the cloth strip and ties it on his forehead. The young man sniffs, bites his lip, and stands tall as he walks to the front of the group. Thus at the 4th, 5th, 6th. At each designated point, a young man is tied with a red cloth strip. Those who receive the cloth strips naturally step to the front of the group, their strides firm, as if on a divine mission. When the sky darkens, the group finally exits the ice field and enters another realm scattered with rocks. Scattered flickering flames stand out vividly in the dim twilight, and the young wild men gaze toward that direction, catching sight of several neatly arranged wooden huts in the distance. Burning torches are planted in front of the wooden huts, flickering like guiding lights for their journey through the night. The chief gazes at the flames, his mouth curving into a crooked smile. Dream has come true. The progress of the Divine Realm route has reached 30A, bringing your territory closer to the Divine Kingdom. The progress of the Divine Realm route has reached 50A, unlocking the quality upgrade blueprint for the progress of the Divine Realm route has reached 75, unlocking the blueprint for the sundial, a specific divine construction. Just returned to the shelter, Jiang Mian had not even taken off his coat when he saw a series of prompts on the survival system. This made him feel somewhat flattered. He couldn't understand how the progress could jump from 20 to 75. The wild leader was on the migration path and could not spread the faith of the gods, leading multiple wild people to believe in the glimmer. Could it be that the system has a bug directly raising the route progress from 20 to 75? He speculated. In some games he played before, similar bugs would occur. For example, issuing too many coins, or the actual price of shop skins being lower due to some faults. More astute operators would take advantage of the situation and keep these rewards. But there are also some operators with questionable judgment who forcibly modify the data, deducting these rewards from the players' accounts. Naturally, they would receive poor reviews afterward. Will the survival system reclaim these bug rewards? He felt a bit anxious. I should upgrade all the buildings first, then construct the new ones. The earlier I upgrade, the sooner I enjoy. Even if the system recovers, it shouldn't take back the benefits I've gained during this time. Jiang Mian immediately ran to the altar and began upgrading it. The upgrade of the altar required a small amount of stone and more divine materials, which were essentially Jiang Mian's blood. After pouring out dozens of milliliters of blood, bright light erupted from the altar. The originally rough stone surface became smooth with a hint of light golden halo amidst the pure black ray, while several grooves appeared around the altar embedded with intricate silver patterns that extended outward like sunlight radiating from the sun. The base of the altar also rose in height from knee level to waist level, and the platform used for offerings now had more complex patterns. Jiang Mian took 2 steps back, looking it over. This no longer resembled a makeshift stone platform in the wilderness. It possessed an ancient and sacred aura akin to a divine artifact unearthed from ancient ruins. The quality of the altar rose to C, with the sacrifice effect remaining unchanged. The passive effect, Eternal Holy Spirit Great Sun in the Sky, changed to all production in the territory, including farming, fishing, breeding, manufacturing, and all productive activities speeds up by 25, and all disaster erosion effects are reduced by 25. The enhancement of overall production speed could actually be increased again. Jiang Mian was somewhat astonished. This speed enhancement effect was not like some survivors' talent, which merely accelerated tree cutting or mining speed. It was a boost to all production, belonging to a foundational level multiplier. Could it be that I didn't praise the authority of the glimmer before? Perhaps what I mentioned was only a part of it. He became somewhat aware that among all items effect names and descriptions, those related to the glimmer were the most imposing. Other items effect names were typically 2 or 3 characters and titles were merely 4 characters, but the specialized effects of the glimmer's altar and statue were grand and majestic, comprising 8 characters. Eternal Holy Spirit Great Sun in the Sky. What a magnificent imagery of eternity and grandeur. Enhancing the speed of all production in the territory. What kind of authority is this? Growth, prosperity, or the legendary concept of time? I feel that the sundial, this new construction, is more. Jiang Mian opened the construction blueprint for the sundial. The sun represents the sun, and the shadow represents the shadow, together forming the shadow of the sun, an ancient instrument used to measure time by utilizing the sun's shadow. Manufacturing the sundial requires stone and a moderate amount of divine materials. Jiang Mian had to pour almost half a bowl of blood to meet the sundial's manufacturing requirements. If large amounts of divine materials, even massive amounts, are needed in the future, will I not be drained to death? Why must divine materials be harvested from me, a believer? As the white light dissipated, a stone circular disc appeared next to the altar. The disc stood at an angle with a slender stone needle inserted in the center. The sun had already set, making the shadow invisible. Item: sundial. Quality C. Description: the shadow of the gnomon. Is it the wandering of light or the irretrievability of time? Effect 1. Observing the sun and shadow harmonizing with nature. All periodic actions in the territory, including growth, reproduction, recovery, cooling, etc., have their cycles shortened by 20 AO, and all actions that violate rhythm, such as staying up late, overtime, off-season planting, etc., will incur a 20 production penalty. 2. Timing. It itself is a timing instrument. The time it records is only related to the sun, unaffected by other factors. Isn't this going to impose a production penalty on skeleton soldiers working at night? Jiang Mian immediately voiced his dissatisfaction, protesting. How could it be like this? How will I exploit the surplus value in the future? Oh no, how can I produce efficiently? He was doing it for the territory. The corpses of the aberrations killed at night could not be decomposed at night, nor could treasure chests be opened at bedtime, otherwise there would be a 20 production penalty. This meant he would have even more to do the next day. Many crops he hastened, such as chili and scallions, which ones were meant to be planted, grown, and matured in winter. Even if there was a penalty for working overtime at night, the skeleton soldiers could not stop working. Jiang Mian was determined to go against the rhythm. After all, an 80 output is better than none. Life must conform to destiny, yet it also must go against the heavens. How can one stagnate just because the rules of heaven and earth do not allow it? Even gods must. Jiang Mian suddenly stiffened. This thought, which seemed somewhat familiar, wasn't the divine analysis plan from thousands of years ago where humans imprisoned gods based on such an idea? Dissatisfaction with the rules set by the gods, wanting to break free from their laws. Thus the slaying of gods. The rules of the gods are both protection and restraint. By following the rules, one can gain corresponding bonuses. This includes shortening the cycles of all periodic actions, such as growth, reproduction, recovery, and cooling. The cycle of plant growth is a period, and the time for the furnace to smelt iron is also a period. The recovery time for expended spirit and stamina is a cycle, and even skill cooldowns, this vital metric, can also be shortened. The daily 3 true damage trials at the shelter count as a skill cooldown, and the witch's music box requiring at least 12 minutes between 2 plays also counts as a period. Shortening by 20 means these 2 skills would cool down to 3 true damage trials per day, and the time interval for 2 plays of the music box would require at least 6 minutes. If I live according to a certain schedule, the cycle of each of my tasks will be shortened by 20. For example, I wouldn't need 8 hours of sleep, but rather 6 hours to satisfy my Buddhist needs. Jiang Mian quickly thought of more uses for this effect, and felt it was increasingly absurd my day would effectively equate to 30 hours. The effective range of the sundial is limited to within the territory. It is impossible to convert a day's time into the effect of 30 hours. I must still enhance the territory's level. Jiang Mian was unsure whether the architectural effects of the divine territory were originally strong, or if it was due to the chosen deity being the flash spirit. The effectiveness of the altar statue and sundial could only be fully realized after the territory's growth. It was already night, and he arrived at the forge to check the output of the skeleton soldiers' work. After a few minutes, he found that the output of the skeleton soldiers had not been penalized. Only the 2 blacksmiths in the forge suffered a 20 reduction in output. The 2 blacksmiths were startled to see several missing iron items, and only understood after hearing Jiang Mian's explanation. From now on you should study and contemplate the structure of iron items at night, and work during the day. Jiang Mian suggested to them. It was only a bit past 7, and the flash spirit did not allow work. This was not at all comparable back in his summer internships. He often had to work overtime until 8 or 9 before the boss would let him go. What about little Jiang? You've just arrived? How can you not learn new skills? Little Jiang, look how hard XXX is working. You should strive to match him. They did not always demand he work overtime. During this period Jiang Mian could play games, but he had to pretend to be working in front of the leaders to keep them satisfied. These experiences also honed Jiang Mian's skill of playing games with one hand in vertical mode. His thumb controlled the north, south, east, and west directions, while his index finger was responsible for adjusting the perspective and releasing skills. Skills are forced out through experience. Just like those experts who can sleep while standing during morning readings. Half-closed eyes, lips moving, even the pen in hand swaying. At first glance it seems they are studying earnestly, but half-closed eyes signify they have encountered difficulties. In reality, their consciousness has long since drifted into slumber. Before 8 o'clock, Jiang Mian arrived at the cave behind the Lord's castle where the statue was placed. Upgrading the quality of the statue required dozens of stones, and it also drained several tens of milliliters. The quality upgrade was similar to that of the altar. Both reached sea level, and the active effects remained on. The passive effect under true presence, all forms become clear, evolved from being able to view the faith and loyalty of all individuals within the territory, to being able to view the faith of all believers and the loyalty of everyone within the territory. Upon unlocking this functionality, Jiang Mian immediately understood why the evolution path of the divine territory skyrocketed. The 36 wild people near the southwestern coast conveyed an unprecedented purity of faith. They nearly surpassed him as the Lord. I didn't even provide those folks with motivational speeches. Could it be self-guidance? Jiang Mian stepped out of the cave, gazing southwest. Just the faith surge of those 36 wild people can elevate the divine territory evolution progress to 75. There are still over 100 wild people remaining. Even if they only contribute 1/3 of the faith value of the top 36, the progress can still reach 100. Jiang Mian had a premonition that reaching 100 progress would allow him to upgrade to a level 7 territory. Reflecting on all this, it truly felt like an unexpected boon. If it weren't for the compassion he felt towards those wild people a few days ago, the divine territory's progress would have remained stuck at 5. The progress of the divine territory required personal exploration, as did the other 3 paths. If there weren't others sharing their insights, this process could trap survivors for a long time. Speaking of sharing, explorers naturally develop a mindset. Having braved the rain myself, I should tear others' umbrellas apart. When I was crossing the river by feeling the stones, why did no one come to help me? The hardships I've endured should be experienced once more by everyone else to achieve balance. Considering the survival world's law of the jungle, it seems even more justified to tear apart others' umbrellas, leaving them with nothing. For Jiang Mian, he was reluctant to help others reach a level 6 territory before achieving his own level, let alone sharing his experiences of enhancing territory progress. Now that he saw the divine territory route's progress at 75, the previously troubling question of helping 2 individuals upgrade to level 6 territory immediately became clear. Let's wait until he reaches level 7 before discussing it. In the coordinate system, the first coordinate represents the east-west direction, while the second denotes the north-south direction. On the map, he could clearly see the coordinates of the disaster event located in the dark area to his northeast at an angle of 5. There are 100 survivors in the area, and each survivor's shelter is treated as a circular region with a radius of 100 kilometers. Based on a scenario tiled with regular hexagons, Jiang Mian estimated the total area and then inferred that the actual distance corresponding to one in the coordinate system is approximately 300 meters. In other words, the disaster event is about 660 kilometers to his true north, veering eastward by around 60 kilometers. The direct distance is roughly 663 kilometers. The refresh location of this disaster event is quite challenging. This is troublesome Jiang Mian side. To the north of him lies not flat land, but a mountain range more than 2,000 meters high. Beyond the visible mountains, it is unclear if there are other mountain ranges. The maximum altitude that Huang can fly him is only a few hundred meters. He has yet to attempt flying at heights above 1,000 meters. Moreover, it is still night, and there is a thick fog outside the shelter. For other survivors, the location of the disaster event merely appears as a red exclamation mark in some direction before them, much like a quest location marked in a game followed by a note indicating the distance of XXKM. The exclamation mark in front of Jiang Mian indicates a distance of 781 kilometers, even farther than his estimate. By reversing this actual distance, the distance represented by one coordinate unit is 355 meters. This suggests that the actual distribution of shelters might be irregular. Everyone is just too weak. We can't afford to have events like this affecting the entire area. No one can remain unaffected. The rules governing such events are far more effective than any regional rankings. While collective honor may not incite competition, when the collective ship is sinking, no one remains calm. Survivors throughout the area banded together. Jiang Mian opened the regional channel looking for the nearest survivors. After the event announcement popped up, those in the region were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. I mentioned that things have been a bit too quiet lately, and sure enough, this survival world had no good intentions. The very next day, the acting stopped abruptly. The mental value attribute is not just about the power to use magic, it's also related to consciousness alertness. Previously, when my mental value dropped to 3, I nearly fainted. From what you're saying, isn't this akin to the sanity value? I put all my points into strength before without adding anything to mental value. Now I'm below 30, at this rate, I will be unconscious by tomorrow. Those boosting mental attributes aren't doing much either. After 24 hours, the decline in mental value doubles, and importantly, natural recovery has been prohibited. The urgent matter is to resolve this disaster event quickly. This cursed event indicates a distance of 2,569 kilometers from me. Even if I run to death, I won't reach it. This distance is farther than the journey from Beijing to Urumqi. Is 2,569 kilometers considered far? Then what about over 10,000 kilometers? That's a third of the equatorial circumference. Are numbers 98437, 98,654, and 99453 still around? You are the closest. Hurry and check how far away it is. If you're close enough, our region will crowdfund equipment for you tomorrow morning to deal with the event. Indeed, whatever you need, this emperor will provide ample assistance. The impact range of the disaster event is too vast. Wang Tung, who had been busy constructing his island, also chimed in. A few minutes later, the hunters who rarely spoke in the regional channel also made a rare statement. Once the event is handled, food and clothing will be plentiful for you. Tonight, should the 7 emotions corrupting snails and big heads appear around your shelter, give a shout. Don't keep silent and end up dead. Survivors 98437, 98,654, and 99453, who were previously unremarkable in the region, like transparent figures, found themselves thrust into the spotlight today due to the disaster event. They had never encountered such treatment. The hopes of the entire region rested upon them. If they were in danger, the entire region would suffer. The entire region must support them. What guild leaders or stubborn hunters would not lower their voices when Survivor 98437, seeing that others regarded them as saviors, felt immensely pleased and immediately typed in the regional channel, "This disaster event sounds formidable. Perhaps the remnants of the ancient knight are of lord level. I need a gun now, plus attributes that provide magical abilities. Also bring me a few contracts. My shelter is currently only level 3. I want to upgrade to level 5 tonight. What if I die tonight? Moreover, after the monster tidal waves, if there are still merger orders that others haven't used, send them my way. I also want a few beautiful girls to come to my shelter." As he listed these demands, the other 2 survivors quickly followed suit with their own remarks. In addition to making requests similar to those of Survivor 98437, they also thought of other demands, primarily directing their focus towards Jiang Mian. "I alone need to level up. I saw someone mention rock cores in the world channel during the day. You must have some, right? Give me 50 so I can upgrade to a level 6 shelter. Bring me 10 of those skeleton generals, skeleton horses, and skeleton wyverns. No, make it 20 of each. These are essential to deal with the remnants of the disaster event's knights. You must also have those elemental arrow towers. Give us all of them along with any other props and materials you have. If we die, or if we can't contend with those disaster event's knight remnants tomorrow, you won't have it easy either." After they spoke, the regional channel fell eerily silent. Some couldn't bear to watch as these individuals took advantage of the chaos. It was utterly shameless. But thinking it over, if these people couldn't resolve the disaster event, the entire region would suffer and he himself would have his mental value reset to 0, leading to death. If I as I alone level up truly do not satisfy these people's demands when my mental value is close to 0, I would stand up to criticize them. What could one do when one's life is in someone else's hands? It's true that they owe an apology to the big shots, but there's no alternative. No one wants to die. And with someone so powerful, after overcoming this hurdle, they would likely rise again. Yet everyone remains, because the big shots had not spoken from beginning to end. They were no longer the naive youths of yore, easily swayed by the winds of change. Let the bullets fly for a while. The words of the big shots are the true compass. Their might is beyond imagination. What if they all jumped in together only for the big shots to resolve the disaster event in some incredible manner? Wouldn't they just become clowns? 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After 5 minutes, the regional channel displayed 2 shining characters, expressing straightforward thoughts, unrestrained fools. The entire area with over 10,000 people was almost entirely focused on those 2 characters. They had thought that the big shot would compromise reason with them or suppress the 3 individuals in some other way. However, they did not expect that the big shot would directly scold them. Was the big shot too impulsive? They understood that these 3 were quite infuriating, but without these 3, how could they contend with the impending disaster? On the island in the lake, Wang Tung saw Jiang Mian's speech and showed an expression of just as I thought. Although he wasn't quite sure why it was indeed as he thought, it was just as it was. Without further contemplation, he immediately transformed into a rapid response version of Han Xian, stating, "The district chief's spiritual attribute is higher than yours. Even if you don't resolve the disaster, you'll be the first to perish. How dare you threaten others?" In a stone house with a roof partially damaged by localized hail, a girl was mending the hole while paying attention to the messages in the regional channel. Seeing the unreasonable remarks from IDs 98437, 98654, and 99453, her face turned red with anger. What were the 3 of you doing 2 days ago when the monster tide arrived? What was the boss doing? It was astonishing that no one in the entire regional channel immediately rebutted or criticized them. Unable to contain her frustration, she was about to type in a few words when a deep rumbling sound came from the snowy mountains behind the house. Unlike the sounds of the aberration creatures stomping on the ground, this rumbling sound was broader, a deep, thundering noise emanating from the ground, as if something massive was rolling within the mountain. The sound grew louder, even shaking the dust from the roof down. She froze for a moment, dropped the stone in her hand, and leaned out the window to look outside. In the moonlight, a white mass was moving down the distant hillside. At first it flowed like a small stream, but within seconds it transformed into a raging torrent, like the Yellow River, kicking up snow and mist all around. This is a snow avalanche. Zhou Xingwa's little face twisted in despair, and she immediately shut the window before rushing to check the windows in the other rooms. The snow and mist were mixed with large chunks of ice and rubble tumbling down the slope, crashing on tree trunks with snapping sounds and thudding against the armored walls. The leading edge of the avalanche soared over the armored walls, crashing into the stone house, causing the entire level 4 stone structure to sway slightly. She shivered, curling up in a corner, holding her head with both hands. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. As long as we get through today, everything will be fine." With Wang Teng's group joining in, the merchants began to attack the 3 individuals one after another, but the intensity of their attacks was controlled and not overly sharp. On the hunter's side, after learning about Jiang Mian's attitude, the intensity of their attacks could no longer be restrained, and they directly began to launch various insults. The 3 individuals were somewhat bewildered by the sudden shift in attitude within just a few minutes, filled with 3 parts confusion, 3 parts resentment, and 4 parts anger, as they retorted, "What do you mean by this? Are you all looking to die? That's troublesome, then just don't do it. We might as well die together. What are you pretending for? Do you really think that I can level up alone, can handle the disaster? The distance between the shelters exceeds 100 kilometers. Speaking of that distance, how many of you have even walked more than 50 kilometers from your shelter? No one in the entire world, I suspect. This disaster is only a few dozen kilometers away from us 3, while the closest person to the 4th might be 200 kilometers away. What those people from the channel said earlier was quite correct. No matter how powerful he is, can he grow wings and fly? It's just a matter of being one step ahead. Why do you all treat him like a father? Honestly, if it weren't for this disaster, I could easily survive alone in the 2nd week. I'm not afraid of your joint sanctions. If you have the capability, come and hit me." The more the 3 thought about it, the angrier they became. Why were these people speaking for I can level up alone? The protagonist of the event, Jiang Mian, quietly read their words, especially the line about can he grow wings and fly. He then glanced up at the drowsy Huang in the yard. He originally thought that running over 700 kilometers would be too troublesome and that it would suffice to send the skeleton army to assist those nearby. But now it seemed unnecessary. He waited for the 3 to vent their frustrations and then calmly said, 0033702436 are the coordinates of the disaster event, as well as your 3 coordinates. He didn't say any overtly threatening words, nor did he continue to scold the three. His words left people somewhat puzzled at first. It was only after everyone read his words for the second and third times that they gradually understood. The emergence of the disaster event presented not only the coordinates of the event site, but also the coordinates of nearby survivors. Does this mean that the big shot intends to personally go to that coordinate and find these three fools to settle the score? That seems unrealistic, it's so far away. Does the big shot have a helicopter at home? At this stage electricity hasn't even appeared right. How could he fly? Don't forget the big shot is taking the route of the land of the cunning. Perhaps he has some skeleton pterosaurs or skeleton eagles as creations. If you understand so well, why did you only say it now? What were you doing just now for those 5 minutes? I said it's uncertain. I don't know if the big shot can resolve the disaster. Isn't it pretty much confirmed now? You're acting like an after-the-fact strategist. Some were happy while others were worried. The survivors with IDs 98437, 98,654, and 99,453 felt their pent-up frustrations dissipate after seeing everyone's explanations replaced by fear and regret. They were just casually boasting, how could he really fly? In everyone's eyes, I Can Level Up alone had a personality that was relatively calm and meticulous. No one would believe that the warning was just a joke. Even IDs 98437, 98,654, and 99453 felt that they might see a figure in the sky above the shelter tomorrow. No, it was more likely to be an aerial army of skeletons. ID 98437 trembled at the thought of such a scene, his mind racing as he responded, "Big shot, there's no need for you to come personally. These small matters can be handled by us. I was just a bit tipsy earlier, so my words were a bit harsh." ID 98654 hurriedly echoed, "I just got hit on the head by a big guy, and now I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Please take what I said lightly as a joke." That's right. I didn't sleep well last night, so I spoke without thinking today." No one accepted their excuse. The sharp-tongued hunters added fuel to the fire. "Why don't you mention that your bracelet was stolen by a monkey? The news was released by the monkey. If you don't do anything wrong, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking at your door. Big shot, I currently don't even know the coordinates of my shelter. If I did, I would definitely send them to you and invite you to— I've been making spicy rabbit heads these days. A big shot, come and eat together. District Chief, if you have time, come to the island in the lake and guide me so I can learn your ways. Wong Gang, tomorrow morning, take the glider to the coast and bring those 36 wild men to the valley. I have some business to attend to in the north." Jiang Mian gathered a few people from his territory to assign tasks for the next day. "The potatoes will all ripen tomorrow. We can transport them to the cellar in the cave for storage, and we won't need to feed the chicks bread anymore. Instead, we can boil the potatoes and mash them to feed them." Lin Kuan nodded, and then asked, "Lord, what should we plant next in our fields?" Last night, 54 square meters of land was transformed into spiritual soil. Tonight, Jiang Mian expects to convert at least 100 square meters into spiritual soil. He plans to gather some humus dust from the World Channel, and by tomorrow before sowing, he should be able to transform over 400 square meters of farmland into spiritual soil. Once everything is transformed into spiritual soil, they can plant crops out of season. Let's plant corn. How much land can that bag of seeds cover? 1,000 seeds should be able to cover about 200 square meters, and the rest can be used for wheat. Let's plant wheat, then leaving 34 square meters for some vegetables. The farmland in the valley is still uncertain, and the wild men have not fully migrated, making it impossible to plant on a large scale. The disastrous effect of fishing in a drying pond is a devastating blow to the wild men who rely on hunting for survival. Fortunately, the potatoes planted by Jiang Mian are enough for over 100 wild men to last for 1 or 2 weeks. The others who are not under Jiang Mian's protection are likely to suffer greatly. The number of wild animals in the area has sharply decreased to 1/10 of the normal level, making it very difficult for them to survive. This also presents an opportunity for Jiang Mian. In these days, the wild men may have some food reserves, but with the ongoing effects of fishing in a drying pond, they will face the risk of hunger in just a few days. At this time, the wild men's leader should go out and promote among other tribes. No mention of divine glory, just a simple statement. The divine can ensure they have enough to eat. Food is essential for the people. At that time, they will surely respond in droves. The night quickly passed, and Jiang Mian woke up early around 4. The rhythm of the sundial has shortened his sleep cycle. He opened the World Channel to purchase humus dust and the corpses of 7 emotions corrupted worms. Not all survivors have the idea of farming. Some survivors from oceanic civilizations, small nations with sparse populations, have deeply ingrained business ideas. They prefer to let others farm. They want food, so they go directly to buy it. Other regions only have a few thousand people, and there isn't much demand for food, so naturally fewer people are inclined to engage in large-scale farming for profit. Exploration gradually became the mainstream. If they run out of food, they might find treasure chests. Therefore, Jiang Mian easily gathered all the humus dust needed for the farmland. In addition, he found the world tree, sending her some primary mental recovery potions, and collecting some materials for her. The ancient battle's curse forbids natural mental recovery, so using mental recovery potions is acceptable. On the second night, almost all regions experienced disaster events, but most were low-level disaster erosion, with only a few regions facing medium-level disaster erosion. The disaster event in the area where the World Tree is located involves the lingering soul of a princess from an ancient kingdom affected by the disaster, unable to sleep peacefully, requiring someone to sing lullabies beside her. The disaster erosion caused by unresolved events is not very severe. On the sleepless night, all survivors in the area are unable to sleep. Just a few nights of staying awake. This punishment is far less severe than the depletion of mental value in Jiang Mian's area. He spread all the humus dust across the farmland, handed the glider to Wang Gang, and then mounted Huang, heading north. In his system storage, there are 3,000 skeletons. Among them, 300 skeleton soldiers are equipped with crossbows, 50 skeleton soldiers are armed with iron pipe shotguns, and over 100 skeleton soldiers are equipped with hard shields. The team also includes a dozen or so cold bone skeleton soldiers who previously consumed cold bone stones, as well as the only blazing skeleton bone dragon. Jiang Mian wants to see what the remnants of the ancient night are like. Huang soared upwards, each flap of its wings battling the air currents, and when it reached about 800 meters in height, its wings began to wobble. It wasn't fatigue but the chaotic and urgent air currents above the ridge that caused Huang to sway left and right. Jiang Mian patted Huang's neck, signaling it to fly close to the ridge to reduce wind resistance. The height quickly surpassed 1,000 meters, and the trees became sparse, grouped into small clusters of dozens, or even fewer. Larger rocks began to appear, some angular, some elongated, in various shapes. It wasn't fatigue but the chaotic and urgent air currents above the ridge that caused Huang to sway left and right. Jiang Mian patted Huang's neck, signaling it to fly close to. Beyond the snow-capped mountains lies a great river, visible clearly, even at 2,000 meters in the air. Jiang Mian estimated the river's width to be several hundred meters. A gray-white ice layer covers it, with deep, dark cracks appearing. The river meanders, flowing from the southeast, making several large bends extending towards the northwest, until it disappears from sight. To the north of the Great River is another continuous mountain range. This mountain range is not as high as the one where Jiang Mian's shelter is located. The highest peak is only about 1,003 to 400 meters. When flying near this mountain range, Jiang Mian spotted a wooden house enclosed by a fence on the icy plain at the foot of the mountain. There was a small black dot in front of the house, moving towards the nearby forest. The small black dot hurried along, oblivious to the flying dragon above. Once in the forest, as the survivor selected trees to cut down, he finally looked up, only to see the yellowish flying dragon in the sky. He quickly raised his hand ring to take a picture of the flying dragon above. The distance was too far, and the yellow dragon in the photo appeared somewhat blurry, but its general outline could still be discerned. Isn't that the skeleton dragon of the big shot? Did the big shot actually go offline to deal with those three fools? He opened the area channel found, "I level up alone," for a private chat, and asked Jiang Mian if he could share the. After receiving permission, he eagerly posted the picture in the channel, captioning it, "This time it really is a king descending from the heavens." The people in the area had just woken up, still groggy, and saw this headline. One by one they were startled awake. Damn, the big shot really went. Isn't this the previous skeleton dragon? How did it grow wings? It's truly impressive. Ooh, I want to be a dragon rider too. Numbers 98437, 98654, and 99453. Can you still talk now? Since the big shot is going, it means they can't be more than 1,000 kilometers apart. The big shot's number is 100,000 and not far from theirs. Could it be that people with similar numbers are close together? That makes sense. These people have numbers close to 100,000, and their coordinates are roughly in the southwest corner. I estimate the numbering starts from the northeast corner, with number 00001 being in the northeast. The big shot is definitely in the southwest. Is the big shot so carefree? Doesn't that directly expose his position? Even if the shelter is right next to you, would you dare to provoke it? Don't make your district chief laugh. Right now only he can ride a dragon and roam around, without fear of exposing his coordinates.